As the moment of Hong Jun's sanctification arrived, the heavens and the earth trembled, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground, while the sky was enveloped in a purple haze, as if the essence of the Tao was in a state of flux. At the onset of this extraordinary phenomenon, a voice resonated throughout the primordial realm, echoing in the minds of all sentient beings. I am Hong Jun. Today, I attained sanctity through the verification of the Tao. A millennium hence, within the purple cloud's palace, I shall expound upon the great Tao, and those destined may come forth. What is a sage? In the moment of Hong Jun attaining sanctity, all beings in the primordial wilderness understood. Those practitioners in meditation were forcibly awakened, and those engaged in combat were compelled to halt. Under the overwhelming pressure of the sage, cultivators beneath the great Luo bowed in reverence, while only those of great Luo cultivation managed to awkwardly bend their bodies in a half-bow, struggling to resist the inexorable might of the sage. Yet, within this boundless primordial expanse, the secret of Jade Crown Mountain was unique. Clad in a cerulean robe and adorned with a white jade Taoist crown, I sat cross-legged on a mat, still enveloped in meditation. Unlike other practitioners, I was enveloped in the essence of the sage, entering the long-coveted realm of sudden enlightenment. Centered around Jade Crown Mountain, the Taoist essence from millions of celestial mountains and blessed lands was invisibly drawn towards me, beginning to converge. Within mere hundreds of breaths, the entirety of Jade Crown Mountain was shrouded in boundless Taoist essence, its richness almost palpable to the eye. The flora of the mountains and fields awakened their spirits. Even a humble blade of grass exuded an extraordinary aura. The birth of a sage, a moment meant to be celebrated by all beings in the primordial world, instead became overshadowed by my existence, which inadvertently siphoned the essence of fortune from those around me. Such a disturbance was significant enough to evade even the heavenly decree that would have compelled the awakening of the sages to honor my emergence, allowing me the opportunity to cultivate and comprehend the way, inevitably drawing the attention of Hong Jun. Seated upon a meditation mat, Hong Jun calculated my circumstances with a flick of his fingers and soon discerned my situation. He sighed quietly, seemingly disappointed, a pity. In mere moments, he turned his focus away from me. My extraordinary origins and profound reservoir of fortune had indeed set the stage for a remarkable event. Yet it was not without its losses. The mechanisms of heaven and earth are not easily commandeered. While it is acceptable to seize fortune and the karmic ties of myriad beings, my domain lacks the great fortune of destiny, and the karmic ties I forged may prove difficult to repay. Hong Jun mistakenly believed that my actions were spontaneous, unaware of the true nature of my inner workings. Time flew by, and a millennium passed. The essence of the way, circulating above the primordial realm, existed for only a year. Yet I emerged from my epiphany only after 1,000 years. Slowly exhaling a breath of Tao essence, I sensed the transformation within me, my mind agitated, joy radiating from my countenance. With a gentle exclamation, a pure, white light coalesced into a celebratory cloud above me. Within this cloud, a sacred lotus platform began to rotate slowly, adorned with 12 lotus leaves. Upon this platform, 3 white lotus flowers blossomed, unfurling into 12 petals. These flowers embody my triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. Following the attainment of the golden immortal status, the convergence of 5 energies leads to the Tai, and the emergence of the 3 flowers atop signifies the attainment of the Daluo. The Tao begins with 1, is established in 3, perfected in 6, flourishes in 9, and reaches its limit at 12. This is the epitome of completeness. Among all beings, those of Daluo typically possess their triad of flowers through the 6-9 techniques, particularly in a realm teeming with primordial deities and profound fortunes. For those of later generations, establishing the triad of flowers is contingent upon transcending the innate foundations. Otherwise, the pinnacle of their blossoming would only be the initial 3 petals. The triad of flowers serves as both a foundation and a testament to the potential distance one may traverse on their path of Tao. Below the 9th rank, one is devoid of hope for the primordial chaos, while the 9th rank grants a glimpse of possibility. Only those of the 12th rank possess a slender hope for advancement. My own origins are not weak, as they are derived from a fragment of Pangu's liver, which possesses remarkable self-purification abilities, paired with the accompanying spiritual treasure of a white lotus seed from the primordial azure lotus. It matured alongside me, fully blossoming into the 12 petals as I attained the golden immortal state. We have mutually achieved greatness, without the influence of the pure world white lotus. My small fragment of liver essence would have amounted to merely an intermediate level of innate divine foundation. It is precisely due to the endowment of the pure world white lotus that my foundation rivals that of the top-tier deities in the primordial realm, placing me at the pinnacle of innate divine status. Without my nurturing, the pure world white lotus, lacking in innate strength, would have only blossomed to the 9th rank at best. However, once success is achieved, any reversal to ascend further becomes a challenge as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Through the boundless essence of the Tao, I have not only bypassed the millennium required to ascend to the Daluo, but have also reaped numerous subsequent benefits. For instance, my current state is already at the mid-level of Daluo, with my foundational cultivation firmly aligned with it, even surpassing my own cultivated realm. The realm is the pursuit of the seeker of the Tao and the cornerstone of great power. The path to the Tao is arduous, with the realm as its foundation. Yet the cultivation cannot be neglected. The so-called cultivation is a protective means derived from the transformation of one's realm. Utilizing the profound comprehension of the Tao and applying the laws of heaven and earth to manifest various formidable techniques. Should one's level of cultivation fail to keep pace with their realm of understanding, they will inevitably falter in any contest of magical prowess against an equally ranked opponent. Furthermore, magical power serves as a manifestation of the protective means prior to attaining the Great Luo. Before reaching the Great Luo, whether enhancing oneself or executing various techniques, one must rely on magical power as a medium. It can be said that practitioners, up until the Tai realm, are in a state of external seeking and acquisition. However, upon reaching the Great Luo, the situation changes. The Great Luo embodies the unity of primordial chaos, requiring no external pursuit, as the essence lies within oneself. All that is required is to draw from within, to comprehend the celestial Tao, to grasp the laws, and to elevate oneself through the baptism of the Tao. Formidable practitioners seek out blessed lands, no longer merely concerned with the density of spiritual energy, but rather recognizing that the spiritual essence of these blessed realms is inherently rich, offering immense benefits to great masters in their understanding of the Tao. If one intends to establish a lineage, they can further provide guidance and blessings to future generations. At this moment, I retract the triumphant essence of my being and redirect my focus towards the emergence of a golden finger following my breakthrough. A rather rudimentary interface, a golden finger, a system. Long-forgotten memories are stirred by this interface. As a traveler who fortuitously arrived in the primordial world, I too had once harbored dreams at the dawn of true spiritual awakening. After receiving the inheritance, although I made little progress over several epochs, I gradually set aside my anxieties. After all, my foundation is commendable, and my heritage is extraordinary. Relying on some rudimentary insights, I have managed to gain a slight advantage. While I cannot claim to have attained the realm of primordial transcendence, it is not difficult to endure alongside the ancient wilderness. Unexpectedly, the words I heard before my traversal proved to be sagacious. The golden finger may arrive late, but it will never be absent. Chapter 2. The advanced system, the cosmic jade disk, can indeed be acquired. The ability to advance is, to put it plainly, a form of pre-consumption. For instance, in his current state of mid-Great Luo, Qin can directly achieve the late Great Luo stage through this advance. However, he will subsequently need to engage in quiet introspection to comprehend the principles of the heavenly Tao. Of course, this advancement is not mandatory for immediate execution. One may choose to persist in their pursuit of higher realms without any detriment, though further advances will no longer be available. When cultivating in places rich with Tao essence or auspicious opportunities, the time required for such introspection can be significantly reduced, which is quite intelligent. As for the notion of comprehending the principles of the great Luo mid-stage, while at the late stage, such an exploitative loophole does not exist. Only through repeated experiences from mid to late great Luo and a deep understanding of the laws of the heavenly Tao can one truly benefit. The process of repayment, in essence, serves as a means of reassessing and solidifying one's own realm, especially since it is a leap taken in one breath. Qingyu finds this mode rather appealing. Beyond the realm of cultivation, there are also spiritual treasures, which Qingyu is still uncertain about. He tentatively pondered, if I were to advance and claim the cosmic jade disk from that individual, would it be possible? Cosmic jade disk fragment. Holder. Huang. Function. Assists one in rapidly comprehending and mastering the laws of the heavenly Tao. Gains recognition from the Tao. Facilitates harmony with the Tao. Cannot be advanced. The inability to advance was anticipated, and Qingyu was not surprised. However, the mere identification of this fact sparked a calculation within him. He inquired further within himself. What are the fragments of the cosmic jade disk? I seem to recall from my past life that the cosmic jade disk in that individual's possession was not whole. Might there be other fragments scattered across the primordial world? Cosmic jade disk fragment assists one in immersing in the laws of the heavenly Tao, accelerates the speed of comprehension, can be advanced. Advance subsequent 1. Proceed to the primal spirit island in the northern sea, break the innate protective formation of the island. Advance subsequent 2. Enter the birthplace of the ancestral witches on Mount Bujo, the Pangu heart transformed into the Pangu temple, the treasure trove of the witch clan. Advance subsequent 1 and 2 correspond to different fragments of the cosmic jade disk. Current available advance times. 1. Will you advance? It appears that one fragment resides on an island in the northern sea, while another lies within the Pangu temple. Observing the starkly different results and their subsequent implications, Qingyu gained a clearer understanding regarding advances beyond mere cultivation realms. Although the advance offers substantial assistance, it does not defy all logic. Every rule is predicated upon one's own capabilities, at least to a tangential degree. The disk held by Huang is certainly beyond his reach. Hence he refrains from pursuing it. Perhaps in the future, when his strength has increased, an opportunity may arise, but for now, it is unattainable. There is, of course, a possibility that it might pertain to matters of life and death. The advance does not conjure something from nothing. If Huang were to suddenly lose the cosmic jade disk, the entire primordial world would be turned upside down in search of it. Could he truly conceal it? And if he could hide it while still utilizing it, what would be the consequences if it were to be discovered? As for the primal spirit island and the Pangu temple, the former can be easily located with the guidance of the advance, while Qingyu believes that with careful scheming, entry into the latter is not beyond the realm of possibility. After contemplating these myriad thoughts in a fleeting moment, Qingyu, having gained a general understanding of the system's functionalities, chose not to dwell any further on the matter. A millennium has elapsed since Huang attained sanctification, and the powerful beings intended to venture into the primordial realm have likely already embarked on their journeys. Naturally, those interested in attending the teachings at Zhixiao Palace would wish to meet with Qingyu. Rising from his meditation cushion, Qingyu exited his own cave abode, gesturing to activate the innate formation that nurtured him, ensuring his safety before proceeding. In an instant, a 12-petal sacred lotus platform materialized beneath his feet, elevating him towards the celestial expanse beyond. In the primordial realm, any innate deities birthed by heaven and earth, when they meet, can instantly discern each other's true names, provided they do not deliberately conceal them. Along his journey, Qingyu encountered several renowned deities from future epochs of the primordial realm. Yet since they were strangers, he did not pause for discourse. Observing the profound primordial membrane, many celestial beings could only sigh in admiration. The teachings of the sages are ostensibly open to all, yet in truth, only those of exceptional stature may partake. Without significant fortune, formidable strength, and deep-rooted foundations, such enlightenment is unattainable. The celestial expanse, is not difficult to reach, even accessible to those in the true immortal realm. However, traversing the primordial membrane to step into the chaos is a feat achievable only by golden immortals. This singular barrier has eliminated the vast majority of those seeking the path. Moreover, entering the chaotic realm, one must contend with the tumultuous and disordered streams of chaos. Without the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, one cannot linger for long. Should one encounter a chaotic storm, even a great Luo would suffer setbacks without spiritual treasures to rely upon. Thus, for this lecture, the so-called fortunate ones must already possess the stature of great Luo. Qin Yu could only acknowledge his fortuitous timing, as he happened to reach the great Luo threshold at this precise moment. Even without the blessings of the heavenly celebration accompanying a sage's ascension, he could still seize this opportunity. However, with the support of the heavenly essence, his cultivation ascended to new heights, and he also activated his unique abilities. The boundless heavenly essence was not solely absorbed by Qin Yu. A significant portion was channeled into his unique gifts. Yet, even this residual energy afforded him immeasurable benefits. Without the activation of his unique abilities, he would have been unable to reap such rewards from this opportunity. Amidst the vast chaos, Qin Yu traversed effortlessly under the protection of his 12-petal lotus platform, moving without any particular destination in mind. The other celestial beings were similarly adrift, for Zixiao Palace lacked a definitive location. To find it, one could only search aimlessly. The Great Luo is a formidable threshold, and Hongjun's own will present another obstacle. Should Hongjun disfavor one, locating a palace amidst the boundless chaos would be impossible. Unlike many adept beings who, empowered by their own abilities, frantically searched, Qin Yu maintained a more tranquil disposition. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, where the chaos eludes measurement, the absence of scenery necessitates vigilance against the dangers posed by surging chaotic currents. Even entering a meditative state to pass the time is unattainable. Monotony is inevitable, yet this cannot truly be deemed a trial. What great Luo possesses an unyielding spirit. Moreover, primordial beings, born without the concern of lifespan, exist without a firm grasp of time. Whether it be 3,000 years or 5,000, Qin Yu lost track of how long had passed. The previously stable state of his 12-petal lotus platform navigating through the chaos was suddenly disrupted. The chaotic currents became tempestuous, unleashing a maelstrom of disorder that forcibly tore asunder the fabric of chaos, recreating the primordial state of the earth, wind, fire, and water. However, lacking any protective measures, the nascent universe quickly succumbed once more to chaos under the relentless onslaught of the turbulent ether. Under the violent assault of the chaotic winds, the lotus pedestal's barrier rippled in response. Not that Qin Yu wished to evade it. An instinct urged him that evasion was futile. Qin Yu made an attempt and, as he had surmised, the gale seemed to have fixated upon him, rendering escape impossible and tracing a discernible path. Unsurprisingly, the terminus of this chaotic wind's trajectory was the site of the Zixiao Palace's dojo. For an ordinary Daluo, lacking the protection of innate treasures, traversing this path would be exceedingly perilous. As for those beneath the Daluo rank, even possessing significant treasures, they could only withdraw in defeat. Chapter 3. Journey into Chaos. The three pure ones accompany one another into the purple clouds. Brothers, there are individuals ahead. Following the sound, Qin Yu turned to look back, revealing three young Taoist figures before him. Although he had never encountered them before, their names resonated within him as soon as he laid eyes on them. Born of Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones are the manifestations of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu, inheriting the merits of Pangu's creation of the heavens, destined to become future saints. Upon noticing Qin Yu glance back, the trio paused momentarily. The foremost figure, clad in a white robe, inclined his head in greeting, saying, "Fellow Taoist, this humble one bows to you." In response to their cordiality, Qin Yu returned the gesture. This humble Taoist is Qin Yu from the pure world of Yuguan Mountain, honored to meet the three pure ones. Despite being lesser in cultivation, Qin Yu maintained a comprehensive etiquette, Sensing the genuine warmth emanating from the three, especially from Yuan Shi, who kindly inquired, "Might you have seen any other Taoists proceeding ahead?" Upon their first encounter, Qin Yu's impression of the three was quite favorable, feeling the benevolence in their auras. "I have not encountered them along the way," he replied. Hearing this, Tong Tian arrogantly declared, "It seems we are the first batch." Though Tong Tian's words carried a hint of arrogance, neither Laozi nor Yuan Shi refuted him, instead nodding in agreement. Regardless of future repercussions, the three brothers would advance together. Should Qin Yu find humor in their predicament later, he would not deliberately bring it to light. Naturally, both Laozi and Yuan Shi internally believed that the trio was indeed at the forefront. "I concur with your words, esteemed Taoist, yet the wilderness is teeming with capable individuals. A momentary lapse may lead to being surpassed. I am uncertain how far we are from the saint's abode. I must take my leave." With that, Qin Yu's lotus platform blazed with brilliance, forcefully suppressing the chaotic energies around him, vanishing before the three pure ones in an instant. "Having been overtaken, how can one not strive to surpass?" he declared. "Brothers, behold my prowess." As Tong Tian perceived this, an infinite sword intent surged forth, forming a formation composed of sword energy. Within this array, the chaotic energies could not invade, and the rifts of chaos were kept at bay, allowing them to accelerate significantly. Laozi and Yuan Shi watched as the two pursued Qin Yu, igniting their competitive spirits. Neither wished to lag behind Qin Yu, who was merely at the mid-stage of the great Luo, nor their own brother. Moreover, they sensed that the first to reach the saint's abode would surely reap benefits. Laozi utilized his own mastery of the yin-yang Tao to carve a path, the exquisite treasure tower of heaven and earth hovering above him, nodding slightly to Yuan Shi as they quickened their pace to pursue. Seeing this, Yuan Shi also unleashed his divine abilities, closely following suit, perhaps spurred by the competitive spirit ignited within him, or perhaps out of curiosity to witness the three pure ones' prowess. Qin Yu unleashed his full capabilities, leading the way for a considerable distance. However, the three pure ones, with their formidable artifacts and superior cultivation, ultimately surpassed him just before reaching the Palace of Purple Clouds. It was likely not a coincidence, for individuals sequentially stepped beyond the threshold of the Zhixiao Palace's dojo. Qin Yu gazed at the two young attendants stationed at the entrance, secretly reflecting, "Ah, how delightful! The principles of purity espoused by my esteemed friend truly subdue the chaotic energies with remarkable prowess. Were my friend's cultivation on par with that of my three companions, the outcome would remain uncertain." Tong Tian, with a hearty laugh, turned to Qin Yu and remarked, "Indeed, the competition between the two of them is the most fervent, each struggling fiercely in the final moments. Your mastery of the sword and formation principles is scarcely matched throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm. My esteemed friend, the Old Master, wields the duality of yin and yang with ease amidst the chaotic currents, while the primordial master has achieved unparalleled mastery over thunder, with his divine lightning rendering chaos into ephemeral existence. Truly a formidable sight. I am humbled." With a sense of camaraderie, Tong Tian concluded, and Qin Yu reciprocated with a nod. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the old master and his companions felt a surge of appreciation, their regard for him increasing. Qin Yu's observations were astute, reflecting their recent displays of prowess. As the four engaged in conversation, the attendants, Hao Yin and Yao Qi, exchanged glances before stepping forward, bowing respectfully to the four. Hao Yin and Yao Qi greet the four esteemed friends. "We kindly invite you to enter and take your seats." The three pure ones merely cast a fleeting glance at Hao Yin, nodding in acknowledgement to Yao Qi before their gaze settled upon Qin Yu. After Qin Yu gestured, the three nodded and strode confidently into the hall. As for Hao Yin and Yao Qi, the former's address as friend elicited no response from the three, who showed no interest in reciprocating. Particularly, the primordial one harbored a poor impression of the young attendant under the sage's tutelage. What merit does this mere child possess to be deemed a friend of ours? As with Yao Qi, I might as well refer to him as brother. Out of respect for the sage, I shall not challenge their decorum. The old master and Tong Tian were less concerned about such matters, yet all three brothers were well aware of each other's sentiments. Although the primordial one remained silent and exhibited no overt signs of displeasure, both the old master and Tong Tian sensed his discontent. Consequently, they tacitly adopted a similar disregard to convey their dissatisfaction. As the three pure ones entered the palace, Qin Yu exchanged nods with Yao Qi before following suit. As for the previous haughty demeanor of the three pure ones, Qin Yu felt no dissonance. If Hao Yin were not a mere attendant, it would matter little. However, given their status as attendants, the term friend seemed somewhat impertinent. Upon entering, Hao Yin and Yao Qi returned to their positions at the entrance, with Yao Qi turning to Hao Yin. Expressing her displeasure, Hao Yin, what is the matter with you? According to etiquette, we ought to address them as brothers. It would even be more fitting to call them seniors, were it not for our status as the sage's attendants. I have yet to inquire of you. Why this reluctance? We are indeed under the sage's auspices. What harm is there in addressing them as friends and seniors? Who among us in the primordial realm could truly bear such a title? Hao Yin, upon hearing Yao Qi's words, felt his previously suppressed irritation resurface. It was evident that he had been disregarded, while Yao Qi, who had not faced such treatment, began to lecture him. Hao Yin was equally displeased with Yao Qi's earlier address of brother. Do not be deceived by their youthful appearance, under the tutelage of Hong Jun, with his profound teachings and guidance. Their cultivation is indeed remarkable. The quintessence of the five energies within them has coalesced, and the three flowers are on the verge of blooming, placing them at the pinnacle of the Tai great perfection realm. Had they not aspired to reach their utmost limits and solidify their foundations, they would have already attained the status of Daluo. In terms of lineage, both are primordial stones of chaos, enlightened by Hong Jun, comparable to exalted innate deities. From the perspective of Hao Yin, unless one is a sage taking on disciples, only the students of sages are worthy of being addressed as Dao brother. The benevolence of Lord Hong Jun, who imparts wisdom to the vast wilderness, means that they are merely aspirants in the pursuit of knowledge. To refer to them as seniors would elevate them to the same standing as the Lord, which they surely do not deserve. Never mind, I shall not concern myself with you. From now on, I shall address the divine beings that come after us as Dao brothers. If you prefer to be met with indifference and disdain, then so be it. Despite my good intentions to offer a reminder, Hao Yin has turned against me. Yao Qi pouted her lips and turned her face away, choosing to ignore Hao Yin entirely. Wait, I hear you. I shall heed your words, he pleaded. Yet, it was evident that he was reluctant. What did I do wrong? I admit my fault. In the Zixiao Palace, Yao Qi was his constant companion. Without her attention, how dull life would be. Of course, this was merely their way of interacting. Whenever there was a dispute, Hao Yin would invariably yield and soften his stance. Though it was Yao Qi who was more loquacious and impatient, it seemed that the roles were reversed between her and Hao Yin. If Hao Yin refused to concede, Yao Qi could easily continue to disregard him, and after several such instances, this dynamic had become established. Upon witnessing Hao Yin relent, a subtle smile graced Yao Qi's lips, for the little Hao Yin was securely within her grasp. Furthermore, she considered Hao Yin's well-being. Under the Lord's protection, they were indeed carefree. But what if they were to part ways from the Lord someday? Those who came to listen to the teachings were undoubtedly among the rare powers of the vast wilderness. Beings of great capability and harboring malice towards them would yield no advantage. Conversely, if they were to foster goodwill, there might be unforeseen benefits in the future. A mere title carries no weight. Their dignity was not yet at such a level. Chapter 4. The first advance into the late stage of Daluo in the ethereal halls of the Zixiao Palace, a realm shrouded in mystery. Qin Yu realized that its extraordinary nature far exceeded his expectations. As he stepped inside, he became acutely aware of the limitations of his imagination. Though he appeared to be merely a few meters away from the three purities, in truth, the chasm between them was unfathomable. Upon entering the palace, they each traversed into distinct worlds. Within this Zixiao Palace, there existed 3,000 realms, each a grand universe in its own right. The worlds, though birthed from chaos, remained ensnared by it, not shielded by a cosmic membrane, but rather held at bay by the formidable Tao of Hong Jun, who repelled the encroaching chaos with his own essence. In a fleeting moment, the 3,000 great realms rose and fell, all for the sake of a single discourse. Once the teachings concluded and Hongjuan's Tao receded, these worlds would inevitably return to the primordial chaos. What astonished Qin Yu most was the peculiar phenomenon where disparate realms, despite their distinctiveness, curiously overlapped into a singular existence, an enigmatic technique that unified countless worlds into one. The inhabitants of the palace, originating from various realms, communicated effortlessly, even engaging in confrontations as if no barriers existed. To what extent had this law been mastered, and how many principles did Hong Jun command? Was his strength solely a manifestation of his saintly status, or had the enhancement of the primordial jade plate endowed him with boundless celestial laws? Qin Yu was uncertain. His understanding fell short of such heights. Yet, one thing was undisputed. Beneath the saints, all beings were but ants. This was no mere exaggeration. The disparity in tiers was profound. No amount of prior knowledge or distant observation could compare to the depth of this lived experience. Gathering his astonishment, Qin Yu unceremoniously seated himself upon the mat before him, attempting to meditate and attain enlightenment. The effect was nothing short of shocking. The infinite principles, once elusive like flowers in mist, suddenly appeared before him with startling clarity, and myriad Tao essences surged into him, vying for his attention. For those who cultivate the Tao, the sea of principles is both alluring and perilous. Immersion could lead to inevitable downfall. With his Daluo cultivation, such tranquil communion with the principles would pose risks elsewhere. Yet, whether due to the influence of the saint's abode or the mat he sat upon, any hint of confusion would promptly clarify his mind, awakening him to lucidity. This was a rare opportunity not to be squandered. While the commencement of the teachings remained uncertain, the benefits were ripe for the taking. After only a brief period of contemplation, Qin Yu forcibly extricated himself from the state of enlightenment and summoned forth his golden panel of abilities in an instant. Advance to the late stage of Daluo. Realm, late stage of Daluo, advance available. Subsequent advancement, quietly cultivate and comprehend the heavenly Tao during the 10 Yuan meeting. Current advancements available. 1. Would you like to advance? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu made his choice. The serene introspection required for self-cultivation indeed demanded the setting of the 10 Yuan meeting. However, within the current environment of the Zixiao Palace, he felt assured that success would come within 5,000 years at most. This difference was staggering, potentially hundreds of times greater. As he made his decision, auspicious clouds enveloped him, and the 3 flowers atop his head materialized, coalescing at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, his primordial spirit and true essence emerged, inundated by the boundless Tao principles, revealing myriad insights. The principles I have cultivated and comprehended have suddenly become clear in their original obscurity. As Qin Yu's cultivation realm progresses, his Tao body undergoes a transformation. The 6 fissures within his dantian have expanded to 9. The 365 meridians connecting his ethereal Tao body with the cosmos have become more substantial. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye, and the breakthrough to the Daluo stage had little impact on his surroundings. Those beneath the Daluo seek external validation, while the Daluo draws from within. The spirit merges with the Tao, and the body unites with the Tao. By sensing the universe and comprehending the path, one can unlock their latent potential. When the 12 fissures in the dantian finally break, a cosmic expanse is birthed within, transforming the once ethereal meridians into tangible realms, absorbing the celestial rivers and incorporating them into the self, thus mastering the universe and the world within. This signifies the consummate state of a Daluo golden immortal. As for the Hunyuan golden immortal and the higher Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal, Qin Yu remains uncertain, as his lineage has only led him to this juncture. Of course, each Daluo may tread a different path. Qin Yu's journey may not mirror that of others. Curiously, I observed that my friend, the pure world Taoist, had only recently entered the mid-stage of Daluo. Although his realm is stable, a further breakthrough seems unlikely in the short term. Perhaps I misjudged? Tong Tian pondered. As for Qin Yu's concealment of his abilities, Tong Tian had never considered such a notion. For the beings of the primordial chaos, such matters hold little significance. Strength often prevents many occurrences. Individuals understand the unwritten rules and avoid uncertain causality. To feign weakness and invite provocation from the less powerful is, in fact, a source of embarrassment. Besides, they had just engaged in a contest, and it was evident that Qin Yu had reached his limits at that time. The influence of a sage's dojo and mat, while substantial, should not be overstated. Laozi and Yuan Shi shared Tong Tian's confusion. The three brothers exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to set aside their inquiries for the moment. Secrets belonging to others are best left unexamined. Instead, they would devote their time to harnessing the sacred environment of the sage's dojo to enhance their own strength. Is this a case of overextending potential? It does not seem so. Perhaps he has traversed his own great path. At the rear of the hall, Hong Jun suspended the Tao creation jade plate above his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of countless worlds to rest upon Qin Yu. Previously, Hong Jun regarded Qin Yu as a poor investment, trading fortune for creation, with a challenging path ahead. However, the current perspective reveals a significant shift. It is possible that Qin Yu may become a figure of enlightenment beyond the celestial decree. With Hong Jun's keen insight, there appear to be no secrets surrounding Qin Yu, devoid of external treasures, and considering his recent breakthrough into the Daluo realm. It seems that Qin Yu has grasped his path from that moment, embarking on the true way. Not only did he break through to the mid-stage of Daluo, but now, under the infinite Tao essence of the sage's dojo, he traverses the cosmos, affirming the laws within himself and ascending to new heights. With an understanding of the path, there are no more bottlenecks beneath the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal realm. A single epiphany may lead to advances beyond minor realms. Even should Qin Yu leap into the Hunyuan golden immortal stage, Hong Jun would not be surprised. The only potential drawback in such a situation may lie in the realm of combat. With an elevated status, mastery over the Tao must still be gradually cultivated. Yet for the beings of the primordial chaos, this is undoubtedly a matter of great envy. The unrefined gem that is Qin Yu has captured the interest of Hong Jun. The path of the Hunyuan Daluo allows for free passage, enabling one to seize benefits at any moment, while simultaneously wielding authority within the primordial realm. The heavenly Tao naturally imposes its limitations to the fullest extent. However, with the cultivation of a golden immortal, there are already signs of potential. Once one attains the Daluo realm and comprehends their own path, with a gentle push, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Qin Yu to succeed. Nevertheless, it is merely a single, inconsequential move on the board. Should it come to fruition, it would indeed be advantageous for this humble practitioner, contingent upon whether he is willing to accept it. Casting aside his contemplations, Hong Jun resolutely made his decision, his gaze shifting away from Qin Yu. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, who was entirely absorbed in his state of enlightenment and striving to repay his debts, he was oblivious to Hong Jun's thoughts. Before Hong Jun even began his discourse, Qin Yu was able to repay his debts at a speed hundreds of times greater. Once the teachings commenced, would it not accelerate even further? However, time is ultimately limited, and Qin Yu ardently hoped to settle this advance, reserving the benefits of Hong Jun's teachings for a subsequent opportunity. Once Hong Jun concluded his lecture, he aspired to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Daluo golden immortal realm. 3 lectures. Would it be too much to aim for the mid-phase of the Hunyuan golden immortal? He even dared to envision the late phase of the Hunyuan golden immortal. This express train he was determined to board. As the war of the sorcerers and demons progressed into its latter stages, ushering in the age of saints, coupled with the cataclysmic aftermath that shattered the primordial realm, not even the mid-phase of the Hunyuan golden immortal was attainable, let alone the prospect of seizing opportunities. Qin Yu found himself bereft of even the most basic sense of security. Chapter 5. The Capricious Maneuver of Hong Yun. Zenyuanzi, stupefied, the 3 pure ones represent the pinnacle of Pangu's orthodox cultivation, standing at the forefront of the primordial chaos. With great fortune and abundant blessings, and possessing the innate merits of the primordial creation, Their timely arrival at the Zixiao Palace was only to be expected. Qin Yu had merely hitched a ride. As time slipped away unnoticed, perhaps a century or a millennium later, several individuals arrived successively at the Zixiao Palace. There were only 7 cushions available. Upon entering, Niuhua and Fuxi recognized that the saints would not act without purpose. These cushions must possess great fortune. Exchanging a glance, they activated their divine powers and darted towards the remaining 3 cushions. However, it was not only Niuhua and Fuxi who understood their extraordinary nature. Almost simultaneously, Kunpeng, Xinyuanzi, Hanyan, and many other powerful beings arrived, and upon seeing the movements of Niuhua and Fuxi, they too sprang into action. Fuxi could have easily claimed one of the cushions, but upon observing another saint heading towards his sister, he realized that even if Niuhua could contend with the subsequent arrivals, others would still seize the opportunity. With deep sibling affection, Fuxi decisively made the sacrifice, abandoning the nearly attainable cushion to assist Niuhua. With Fuxi's support, Niuhua successfully occupied one of the cushions. Unfortunately, that was the extent of their success. After the dispute arose here, the other 2 cushions also found their occupants. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Kunpeng swiftly occupied a cushion, while the final seat was claimed by the united efforts of Hangyun and Xinyuanzi. There was no time for hesitation, as Xinyuanzi utilized the might of the Earth Book to fend off a group of formidable beings. Hangyun seized the moment and promptly took his place. Observing the occupants of the cushions, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the sacred grounds of the saints, now that the cushions had been established, even if there was reluctance in the hearts of many, none dared to provoke the wrath of the saints by acting further. Each individual relied on their cultivation level to naturally delineate their territories. The stronger the power, the closer one stood to the solitary Dao platform at the forefront of the palace. Years passed in the blink of an eye, and within the Zixiao Palace, 3,000 worldly guests were present. With a creaking sound, the previously open palace doors were closed by the combined efforts of the disciples of Hao Yin and the Yaoqi saints. Approaching the assembly were 2 figures, clearly the last 2 fortunate guests of the Zixiao Palace. One was slender and possessed a compassionate countenance, holding a branch from which 7-colored brilliance radiated, embodying the innate spiritual root of the 7 treasures Miao tree, none other than the primordial Zhuan-Ti. The other, bearing a face of hardship and wielding a bamboo staff, was the Western Jain Taoist. The deities of the Zixiao Palace were quite familiar with these 2 figures, and their sentiments were rather complex, filled with both reverence and disdain, seemingly contradictory, yet not conflicting. In the harsh environment of the West, their cultivation was fraught with difficulties, yet they bore no complaints and showed no desire to depart. After attaining the great Luo realm, they tirelessly endeavored to mend the West, treating each day as a new opportunity. In the West, whenever one encountered 2 great Luo traveling together, pausing at every mountain to educate living beings and repairing the Earth's veins, it was undoubtedly these 2. In the eyes of the West, the 2 individuals undoubtedly embody true virtue and diligent dedication, deserving of utmost respect. However, their shamelessness is equally notable, as their audacity is unparalleled. From time to time, they venture into the Eastern realms, shamelessly vying for opportunities alongside a crowd of golden immortals and even true immortals. They artfully justify their actions by claiming a fateful connection. Yet should there be any resistance, they are quick to assert their ties to the West, taking both person and goods with them. Their tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong is a label they cannot escape. Overall, there remains a deep admiration for these 2 among the pantheon of deities. As they leisurely strolled to the forefront, 2 figures occupying prominent positions willingly ceded their spots upon seeing the duo, Jin and Zhuan-Ti. Dijun, position Bain de Kunpeng, noted Jane's approach and immediately devised a plan. He expressed his displeasure towards Kunpeng, who was seated at the forefront, exclaiming, "Jane and Zhuan-Ti are true practitioners of the way from the primordial chaos. What merit do you, Kunpeng, possess to sit upon the sage's seat? You ought to yield your position." Taken aback by Di Jun's unexpected defense, Jane and Zhuan-Ti were perplexed unable to discern his intentions. With the rising influence of the witch and demon clans, reminiscent of the former glory of the three clans, it was evident that these two had little interest in the desolate West. What benefit could be gained from befriending them? Dijun surely understood the impossibility of drawing them into the demon clan. However, their curious gazes shifted towards Dijun as they noticed him discreetly glancing at Qinyu, who sat upon the fourth seat. Suddenly, the intention became clear. In the sage's domain, overt actions were unwise. Dijun sought to leverage Kunpeng as a means to secure a position for himself. The unity of the three pure ones was untouchable. Nuwa, possessing formidable strength, was closely allied with Fushi, another target of Dijun's ambitions, making it imprudent to act against them. As for Hongyun, renowned in the primordial chaos for his amiable nature, supported by the formidable Xinyuanzi, it was also inappropriate to engage. In contrast, Kunpeng and Qinyu were different. Dijun had not heard of any significant connections between them and any great Luo, making them more vulnerable targets for his schemes. Without exchanging words, a mere glance sufficed for the three to silently forge an understanding. Should Dijun succeed in persuading Kunpeng to relinquish his seat, then the two brothers would undoubtedly reciprocate. Yet, Kunpeng remained unperturbed by Dijun's admonition, shutting his eyes as if he had not heard. Yielding a seat? What a farce! Although unaware of the underlying significance of the seat, Kunpeng was certain he would regret allowing it to slip away. Before Dijun could speak further, Hongyun, seated beside Kunpeng, abruptly stood up, astonishing everyone present, uncertain of his intentions. Without allowing for speculation, Hongyun turned towards Dijun, Jin, and Junti, stating, Dijun's words hold merit. I have indeed heard of your esteemed deeds. You are truly virtuous individuals from the West. I shall relinquish my position to you, esteemed friends. Upon finishing his words, Hongyun did not afford the others a moment to react, promptly striding to the side of Jin and Junti. The implication was unmistakable. Whoever among them occupied that position would leave their spot for the other. This sudden turn of events not only left the disciples of Zixiao Palace astounded, but even Jane and Junti found themselves at a loss. It was utterly baffling. Xinyuanzi gazed at Hongyun with disbelief, thinking, if you do not wish to take the seat, then I shall. Given that the position was now essentially secured, it was unlikely there would be a fierce struggle over it. Given our amicable relationship, you would relinquish your spot for the sake of a mere mention of a virtuous individual? Although Xinyuanzi was oblivious to the reason behind Emperor Jun's remark, it was evident that there was some advantage to be gained. Why be so earnest? Moreover, Jane and Junti were exalted figures, so what was Xinyuanzi lacking? Setting aside all else, he had exerted considerable effort in the earlier contest for the position. Had he become the fool in this scenario? The connections of the sages were evident to even the simplest of minds. Who could dare confront Hongyun as he comfortably settled upon the fish platform? Any opportunities that were rightfully his could be freely given away. Despite harboring countless thoughts he wished to express, Xinyuanzi's sentiments ultimately coalesced into a deep sigh, accepting the reality of having a friend whose actions brought him to tears. Chapter 6. The Grievance of Kunpeng. Hongjun begins to speak, although the surprise came rather abruptly. Jane's heart yearned to accept it. After all, even if it were a conspiracy with Emperor Jun, the two brothers could only ascend one position. If Hongyun were to concede, their dilemma would be resolved. However, Jane repeatedly waved his hand, firmly refusing, stating, Friend Hongyun, your noble intention is commendable, yet how could I accept a position without merit? Such an evident opportunity lay before him. Jane's reaction was unexpected. Although Hongyun's maneuver caught everyone off guard, it still evoked a sense of respect for Jane. If they were in his position, even if merely feigning modesty, they would have waited until securing the position to discuss further, regardless of any pretentious posturing or hypocrisy. For the sake of the Tao, such behavior would not be deemed disgraceful. Meanwhile, Xinyuanzi was poised to persuade Hongyun to reclaim the position, but unexpectedly, Hongyun resolutely insisted on relinquishing it. Indeed, you are of noble character, and since I have already spoken to relinquish the position, I shall not retract my words. Please do not decline further. Seeing Hongyun's unwavering stance, Jane's heart swelled with joy, though his expression remained one of gratitude. After offering a respectful bow to Huang Yun, he promptly pushed Zhuanti onto the cushion. This act of brotherly affection opened the eyes of those present in the Zixiao Palace, and such lofty principles inevitably led them to regard this individual as worthy of trust. The three purities exchanged glances, and Tong Tian's eyes were calm. They questioned whether the bond among the three purities was on par with that of Jane and Zhuanti. However, after a few moments of silent understanding, Laozi and Yuanshi averted their gazes in unison. Some matters could be feigned, yet they were unwilling to do so. While Tong Tian may have been at ease, Laozi and Yuanshi could not deceive themselves. If it were true that only one of the three brothers could seize the opportunity, especially under such auspicious circumstances, they believed Jane would not yield. At most, they would evaluate the potential gains later and compensate accordingly. Hong Yun's position was inexplicably relinquished, and the Kunpeng, who had previously sat beside him, was mentally cursing Hong Yun with every foul word imaginable. The earlier contention was directed at him, and Jane had not yet taken a seat. He remained standing. What if there were further disputes? With Hong Yun setting a precedent, he found himself in an even more precarious situation. The cushion beneath him felt increasingly foreign, as if he were seated on needles. Kunpeng fervently prayed for the appearance of the sage Hong Jun to finalize matters. Alas, sometimes what one fears manifests into reality. Behind Jane, Emperor Jun once again targeted Kunpeng. Kunpeng, why do you not relinquish your seat? What are you waiting for? Do you not see that friend Jane still lacks a position? If you had been more considerate, friend Hong Yun would not have lost this opportunity out of humility. Although Tai was unaware of his brother's true intentions, he naturally followed suit, lending his support. Within the Zixiao Palace, numerous great Luo were allied with Emperor Jun and Tai, and Jane's earlier refusal to accept the position indeed stirred them. Offering words of encouragement posed no loss to them, and they readily joined in the collective persuasion. Initially, Kunpeng intended to withstand the pressure, but overwhelmed by the crowd's uproar, he could no longer endure. The magnitude of this opportunity remains uncertain, yet if he were to resist in this situation, he would likely incite the ire of the entire pantheon of supreme beings. With a multitude of Daluo powerhouses present, Kunpeng found it difficult to harbor grudges against them all. His resentment was particularly directed towards Emperor Jun and Tai, with an especially deep-seated animosity towards Emperor Jun. However, at this moment, the one he loathed the most was Hong Yun. Had it not been for Hong Yun's self-destructive maneuver, he would not have been compelled to face such a predicament. Given the circumstances, Kunpeng ceased his futile defiance, letting out a cold snort before rising from his seat. Ignoring the gestures of gratitude from Jane, he cast a venomous glance at Hong Yun before striding towards the central area, even forsaking the initial benefits that lay before him. The matter of his grievances with Hong Yun could only be settled on the day of reckoning. As the situation clarified and Kunpeng distanced himself, Jane naturally refrained from further suggestions of yielding or returning the seat to Hong Yun. After expressing his gratitude to the many Daluo who had supported him, Jane confidently took his place on the mat, subtly signaling to Emperor Jun with a glance, indicating that he could continue his machinations with his assistance assured. Receiving the hint, Emperor Jun felt a wave of assurance wash over him as his mind raced to devise a pretext for trouble. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, two attendants from the Yaoqi emerged from the rear hall and approached the dais from either side, announcing, "The Lord is about to expound the great Tao. You're to take your seats and refrain from noise." As Hao Ian's voice resonated, the other worldly guests in the Zixiao Palace, undeterred by the lack of mats, seated themselves on the ground to await the sage's teachings. The most aggrieved among them was undoubtedly Emperor Jun, who felt akin to a jester, having labored tirelessly, only to see Jane and Beauty ascend in his stead. He had ensnared Hong Yun and antagonized Kunpeng, yet was he who missed out on the benefits. Despite his inner turmoil, he dared not act out in the presence of the sage. Emperor Jun's intentions and the subtle maneuvers with Jane had not escaped the notice of Qin Wei, who relished the sight of Jun's distressed countenance, thinking to himself, in the end, it was all for others to benefit. Although this scheme had failed, Qin Wei made a mental note of the entanglements, vowing to settle the score when the opportunity arose. As the deities settled into their seats, an ethereal elder clad in Taoist robes materialized on the dais. None among the assembly perceived his arrival, yet the gods suddenly grasped the significance of his presence. He was none other than the saint who had attained the ultimate Tao fruit, the foremost practitioner in the primordial realm. The assembled innate deities promptly rose, bowing in reverence. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Good, Huang intoned softly, his voice resonating like the sound of the Tao in their ears. After a momentary daze, the gods returned the gesture and resumed their seated meditation. Hongjuan's gaze shifted slightly downward to the 7 individuals seated at the forefront of the mat, and he continued, from this point forward, these mat placements are hereby established and shall not be altered. Upon hearing this, the gods could not help but cast envious glances toward one another. If previously it was merely conjectured that this mat possessed immense fortune and great opportunities, it can now be stated with certainty. The reactions of the deities were of little concern to Hongjun, who, after announcing the matter, continued, I shall expound the Great Way at the Purple Cloud Palace 3 times, with intervals of a yuan hui between each discourse, lasting 10,000 years each. Thus commenced the inaugural sermon. Without any unnecessary preamble, Hongjun directly began to elucidate the Great Way. His words, imbued with the essence of sages, resonated with the laws of nature, and boundless phenomena manifested across the realms of the Purple Cloud Palace. Although the content remained the same, it felt as though one were confronting the heavenly path itself. Each individual, traversing their unique path, gleaned distinct insights. The manifestations of the world experienced by the 3,000 mortal guests were naturally diverse. Although previously scattered across various realms, they could effortlessly connect and influence one another. However, following the commencement of the teachings, the dynamics had dramatically shifted. Each path evolved independently, and the comprehension of the way was distinctly personal, devoid of any transgressions that might affect others. Each realm transformed by the heart. The paradisiacal lands were infused with a subtle essence of the way, enveloping all present as if it were tangible. This teaching journey traversed from the inception of postnatal awakening to the pinnacle of the great Luo realm. The altitude of the discourse may not have been particularly lofty, yet for those within the Purple Cloud Palace, each possessing their own innate legacies, emerging as golden immortals or even great Luo golden immortals, such teachings were not without merit. Retracing the path once traveled, or even a path previously untraveled, was beneficial, for the starting point of innate sanctity is indeed the golden immortal, and the comprehension of lower realms remains somewhat unfamiliar. This served to further solidify their foundations and reinforce their grounding. Each individual's understanding of their own path was truly incomparable. Not only did they delve into insights regarding their realms, but the application of principles and the myriad aspects of the way were explored extensively. Chapter 7. The advance again time swiftly passed, and 4 millennia slipped away. All the innate deities were enraptured by the profound teachings of the sage Hongjun, immersed in the essence of the Tao, navigating the vast ocean of celestial principles to solidify their own paths. Almost every one of them had entered a state of enlightenment, each experiencing their understanding of the laws in uniquely varied ways over the century. Completion of the subsequent phase of the Daluo pinnacle realm has been anticipated. Current available advances. 1. Similarly immersed in a state of realization, Qin Yu was awakened by the revelation of his golden finger panel. Indeed, as he beheld the still rudimentary interface, a surge of joy flooded his heart. Although he had previously extrapolated the function and subsequent potential of his golden finger, it had merely been conjecture. The sustainability of this externally accelerated process remained uncertain. However, the current situation presented a clear reality before him. With such exceptional conditions for cultivation at hand, Qin Yu was determined not to squander a moment. Advance to the completion of the Daluo perfection realm. Realm cultivation. Daluo golden immortal perfect state available for advance. Subsequent advance. Quietly contemplate the heavenly Tao for 400 yuan meetings. Current available advances. 1. Shall the advance be executed? With 400 yuan meetings, promising an elevation to the next level. The inherent understanding of top-tier, innate deities was indeed extraordinary. Qin Yu noticed that the increase in time for the advance was merely 40-fold, prompting a contemplative thought. Yet, without lingering on sentiment, he decisively made his choice to advance. As Qin Yu mentally recited his decision, the process of the prior advance unfolded once more. Celestial clouds adorned his head, and the three flowers manifested, undergoing yet another transformation. The most significant change lay within Qin Yu's Tao body. The cracks within his dantian proliferated, expanding from 9 to 11, ultimately culminating in 12 fissures as the dantian reached its limit. When the dantian shattered, the space transformed into a vast cosmos. His entire being's acupoints solidified into tangible realms, evolving into myriad miniature worlds. In the instant these worlds fully formed, even without the inheritance of the primordial golden immortal, Qin Yu spontaneously comprehended a unique path leading to the primordial golden immortal, truly embarking upon his Tao journey. As the teachings of Huang continued unabated, he remained acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the myriad mortal beings. Upon Qin Yu's emergence from the state of enlightenment and his subsequent breakthrough, Huang took note. Having previously speculated on Qin Yu's breakthrough, he now held complete certainty in his heart. Upon witnessing Qin Yu re-enter the state of cultivation, Huang subtly elevated the Tao essence of the world Qin Yu inhabited, rendering the manifestation of the heavenly Tao increasingly apparent. For Huang it was but a fleeting thought. Yet for Qin Yu, this gesture provided immense support. Originally, the repayment speed, which had surged to over 200-fold, along with the 400 yuan meeting time, suggested that it would take him at least 10 millennia to repay the advance. However, under Hongjuan's beneficent guidance, it became almost inevitable for Qin Yu to complete the anticipated subsequent phase before the conclusion of the lecture. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the resonant tones of the heavenly Tao emanating from Hong continued to echo, deepening as he delved into the intricacies of the Daluo realm. Previously, the journey from the mortal realm to the celestial, culminating in the Tai domain, and even the transcendence to the Great Luo, was fundamentally akin to the profound and intricate practices of the divine lineage. However, the path of cultivation within the Great Luo realm, as delineated by Hong began to diverge significantly from the prevailing interpretations of the Great Luo in the primordial wilderness. Currently, the innate divine beings navigate the Great Luo realm through 4 distinct stages. The initial entry into Great Luo, the mid-stage, the late stage, and the ultimate perfection of Great Luo. Conversely, Hongjuan's interpretation of the Great Luo path disassembles these 4 minor realms into an astonishing 33 heavens. While this may appear to complicate the hierarchy, Qin Yu, through personal experience, discerned that the journey of cultivation within the Great Luo realm has, in fact, been streamlined. The 33 heavens of Great Luo, when juxtaposed with the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, represent an equivalent realm. The mastery of laws and personal transformation are comparable. To illustrate, if the pinnacle of the 33 heavens is likened to a pond, then the Great Luo Golden Immortal's perfection resembles a vast lake. Notably, Hongjuan's methodology for Great Luo cultivation is not devoid of advantages. In fact, it presents considerable benefits, even if one blossoms at the 3rd tier. Provided the right resources are available, one could attain the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal through the 33 heavens at a pace significantly swifter than that of the innate divine lineage, which blossoms at the 12th tier. Within the Zixiao Palace, amidst the throngs of worldly guests, the majority manifested expressions of turmoil and anguish following Hongjuan's exposition on the 33 heavens of Great Luo cultivation. As innate divine beings, their perceptiveness was keen. What Qin Yu could perceive, they too could grasp. Ordinarily, there would be no cause for distress. The teachings imparted by Hong were not superior to their own ultimate limits, and they could simply draw inspiration from them. Yet, Hong being the foremost sage of the primordial wilderness, presented teachings that were intrinsically his own practices, a path validated as a thoroughfare to sanctity. Even if the limits of the great Luo realm were somewhat diminished, the accelerated ascension through the realms rendered the disparities in foundational depth between the great Luo beings negligible. One could simply overpower through absolute elevation. Ultimately, all paths converge upon the same pinnacle. It is akin to the current Huang, whose prowess transcends even the combined might of the primordial wilderness. Amidst the contemplation and reflection, many succumbed to temptation, abandoning their own lineage's great Luo practices to embrace the 33 heavens as elucidated by the sage. This transition bore immediate fruit for numerous divine beings, as they shattered barriers with remarkable ease, akin to a swift and playful breeze. The exhilarating sensation of rapid elevation captivated them, leaving them utterly enthralled. Thus concluded a decade-long discourse, with the promise that the Zhixiao Palace would reopen after the Yuanhui meeting, inviting all to partake once more in the teachings of the Tao. As Hongjuan's words faded, the once closed doors of the Zhixiao Palace creaked open. Though forcibly roused from their meditative states, the divine beings felt discomfort, yet before the sage, they dared not express dissent, collectively acquiescing. After graciously receiving their homage, Hongjun gradually vanished upon the Tao platform, departing as unnoticed as he had arrived. As Qin Yu and his entourage exited the Zhixiao Palace, it receded once more into the depths of chaos. Many innate divine beings, initially intending to linger, chose not to tarry further, each employing their divine abilities to journey toward the realms beyond the primordial wilderness. In the boundless chaos, the three clear ones approached Qin Yu, who was supported by the lotus platform. Tong Tian, with a hearty demeanor, extended an invitation to Qin Yu, saying, "If you have the leisure, dear friend, do visit my three clear Taoist temple." Certainly, certainly. Please do not hold it against this humble monk for intruding," replied Qin Yu with a smile, his tone laced with playful banter. As the four exchanged laughter, they set off together towards the celestial realms. Meanwhile, not far from this scene, Dijun felt an increasing sense of frustration. In his view, Qin Yu's favor in the eyes of the three clear ones was entirely due to the lotus cushion. There was no longer any need to provoke Qin Yu. However, Dijun was unwilling to swallow the bitterness of the lost cushion's consequences, and he held Kuanpeng accountable for this grievance. If Kuanpeng were to be perceptive enough and not waste time with idle chatter, he could certainly resolve matters before St. Hongjun began his lecture. As for Hongyun, Dijun harbored discontent, but did not intend to target him explicitly. Yet, should an opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to take advantage of it. Had it not been for the inexplicable intervention that delayed matters, perhaps the situation would have been resolved by now. Chapter 8. Advancing the Nine Heavens' Essence, Strategizing for Fortune and Virtue. The great Luo Golden Immortal's completion of the first sermon was flawlessly in accordance with expectations. However, the implications of the great Luo's 33 Heavens technique remained ambiguous. After parting ways with the three purities, Qin Yu returned to the Jade Crown Mountain Dojo, grappling with the enigma of Hongjun's final transmission of teachings. Would Hongjun's union with the Tao induce alterations in the laws of heaven and earth? If change were to occur, would it serve the public good or be driven by personal motives? Ultimately, Qin Yu found himself influenced by the myriad rumors of his past life, where countless conspiracies were woven within the narratives of the primordial era, and if a villain were to be named, apart from the Western Two Saints, it would undoubtedly be Hongjun. Yet, what need was there to dwell on such matters? Even if the great Luo's 33 heavens were intrinsically linked to the quasi-saint realm, and the path to the primordial golden immortal were to be irrevocably obstructed, it would bear no consequence for him. As a sage, he lacked the qualifications to probe further, relying instead on the developments of the future to discern the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu shook his head with a smile, casting aside his inner turmoil. Absent a golden finger, he would indeed have to tread carefully and perhaps even commence planning sooner rather than later. However, at present, even if the heavenly path were to be sealed and abandoned, he could still navigate his journey unimpeded. Even if the heavenly laws of the primordial realm were to render the path utterly impassable and the difficulty of comprehending the primordial golden immortal's Tao were to escalate without limits, Qin Yu could confidently advance, as the notion of a bottleneck was non-existent. What remained was to guard against potential pitfalls and prepare for the worst. Should the cultivation within the primordial golden immortal realm prove arduous, external assistance would be sought. The absence of a need for external resources did not equate to their ineffectiveness, particularly when the Golden Finger's subsequent advancements could be facilitated by external forces. Qin Yu's utilization and demand for resources would far exceed that of his fellow Great Luo. Fortune, virtue, magical artifacts, and blessed lands would all become his aspirations. The influence of fortune on his level of cultivation was only attainable through the great clans of the primordial realm, and the share could not be meager. Currently, only the witch and demon clans were evidently beyond Qin Yu's considerations. The human race's fortune, along with Nuwa's merits in creating humanity, could indeed be a preliminary avenue for him to explore. Advancing the innate gourd vine. Innate gourd vine cannot be advanced. The gourd vine presently bore 7 gourds, and as it was not of utmost importance, Qin Yu was not surprised by its inability to be advanced. He continued his inquiries, advancing the 9 heavens essence. 9 heavens essence can be advanced. Cost of advancement. Endure the causal degradation of 6 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Subsequent action. Journey to the half-mountain location of Mount Buzhou to discover an innate spiritual formation and penetrate its defenses. Though Qin Yu could withstand the causative repercussions of multiple innate spiritual treasures, he remained unwilling to accept such terms. The blessings of heaven and earth were intangible, yet those of great powers could perceive their circumstances with clarity. Those favored by heaven and earth found enlightenment effortless, while those with shallow blessings and unmatched virtue faced calamity. The most unfortunate were spurned by the cosmos, leading to a severed path to enlightenment and divine retribution. To maximize the advancement of the 9 heavens essence without bearing the cost was the ultimate goal. The remnants of the 9 heavens earth, formed from the primordial chaos during Pangu's creation, and the ethereal waters of the 9 heavens, born from the ascent of pure essence, possess the ability to nurture and refine the quality of spiritual roots, purifying and elevating the grade of the earth's veins. This essence is inexhaustible and can be used in advance. As anticipated by Qin Yu, the cost primarily affects the gestation of the gourd vine. As long as the necessary portions for subsequent growth are severed, the cost will cease to exist. Without hesitation, Qin Yu chose to utilize the advance. Although the 9 heavens earth is incomplete, its inherent nature still holds the potential for restoration. The creation of humanity by Nuwa undoubtedly requires the 9 heavens earth. While some information from his previous life may be unreliable, certain details retain their value. The reason for not directly seeking out Mount Buzhou is simple. Without the assistance of a golden finger, locating it would be nearly impossible. He shares no affinity with the primordial gourd vine, the 9 heavens earth, or the 3 luminaries divine water. Even if they were within reach, he would be unable to discover them without a catalyst. Such loopholes are not afforded by the system. Otherwise, he could continuously inquire through the golden finger to ascertain their locations and avoid the golden finger altogether. Only after advancing can the golden finger provide a more concrete sense of direction, albeit still vague. Yet, with Qin Yu's level of cultivation, it suffices to guide him toward the relevant items. Upon a successful advance, the remnants of the 9 heavens earth materialized in Qin Yu's hands. Even a minuscule fragment could easily transform into a landmass, and given sufficient resources, it could continue to expand. The substantial piece in Qin Yu's possession was already the size of his palm, its weight defying conventional measures, rendering it impossible to lift without the cultivation level of a great Luo or the aid of the laws. After observing for a while, Qin Yu stored it within the universe he had cultivated, even without direct utilization. The inherent Tao essence radiating from the 9 heavens earth would assist in the expansion of his cosmic river. Unbeknownst to him, this would subtly enhance his cultivation, serving as a passive training aid for a great Luo practitioner venturing into the creation of worlds. With the sensory enhancement from the advance, Qin Yu opted not to enter seclusion like other great Luo practitioners at the Purple Cloud Palace. Instead, he aimed to digest the insights gained from the teachings there, striving to reap greater benefits from the next sermon delivered by the sages. He took a step forward, appearing outside Jade Crown Mountain, as the primordial formation activated, swiftly heading towards Mount Buzhou. Seclusion was not an option. The advance was a race against time. According to his understanding of the primordial narrative, the primordial gourd vine and its offspring would manifest soon after the second sermon. Even accounting for discrepancies, they would not be significant. Although he lacked a connection to these entities, he could still force a bond. Before the multitude, one arrives yet takes nothing. Even if they are the destined individuals entitled to the spiritual treasures, they must still be indebted to him in matters of karma connection. The Unzao Mountain is revered as the pillar of the primordial universe, its peaks piercing the heavens and intertwining with the primal membranes of existence. Situated at the heart of the primordial eastern realm, it lies at a considerable distance from the Jade Crown Mountain of Qinyu. However, due to the immense scale of Unzao Mountain, it can be perceived from afar, as even from Jade Crown Mountain, Qinyu could discern its outline. The journey towards Unzao Mountain spans millennia for Qinyu, and the phrase "to run a horse to death in the sight of a mountain" takes on a deeper meaning for him. The perception of the primordial spirit enables one to explore an expanse of thousands of miles, yet without a guiding aura and devoid of the innate grand formations. Locating the primordial gourd vine based solely on vague information proves as daunting as scaling the heavens. This is merely at the foot of the mountain. As one ascends, the overwhelming pressure of Pangu intensifies, further constricting the range of perception. Ultimately, one may have to rely solely on visual observation, as divine abilities become futile, compounded by the unique laws and rhythms of Unzao Mountain. Even the keenest sight may be suppressed to the level of an ordinary person from a previous life. Chapter 9. Benevolent Navigation. The divine waters of the three lights have run dry, and the fragments of the creation jade plate are now being preemptively sought. In a secluded cave within Mount Buzhou, Fuxi, who was deep in meditation, was roused by the forceful aura emanating from Yuhua. He swiftly made his way to her dwelling and, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What has transpired?" Yuhua's countenance was far from serene, and with a troubled demeanor, she confessed, "A sudden wave of foreboding disrupted my cultivation, pulling me from my meditative state. I am unable to trace its origin or comprehend the circumstances surrounding it. At their level of cultivation, such spontaneous feelings are never unfounded." It was evident that she had lost something significant, and the intensity of her premonition suggested that this opportunity was of great importance to her. Understanding her thoughts, Fuxi recognized that his sister had intentionally emitted her aura to summon him, knowing that he possessed a remarkable talent for divination. Although Yuhua could not uncover the root of her unease, he could assist her. Their sibling bond, intertwined with fate, allowed him to gauge her situation with greater precision than she could herself. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative position to begin his calculations regarding Yuhua's future. The resonance of their plight was not limited to Yuhua and Fuxi. The celestial beings of the Sun Star, including Emperor Jun, as well as the three purities of Kunlun and the Red Cloud of the Five, experienced similar sensations. However, their feelings lacked the same intensity, and their attempts at divination yielded no fruitful results. Meanwhile, as the initiator of this unfolding drama, Qinyu commenced his journey, guided by an inexplicable intuition towards the location of the primordial gourd vine. Along the way, he took the opportunity to harness the Pangu pressure of Mount Buzhou to refine his own Tao body and primordial spirit, indulging in a leisurely pursuit. Previously, during the Yuan assembly, Qinyu had two objectives: the Nine Heavens breath soil and the fragments of the creation jade plate atop the primordial spiritual island of the North Sea. Given the vast distances involved and the need for exploration, these two tasks were perfectly aligned. Overextending himself could lead to complications, particularly if time constraints hindered his ability to advance his cultivation, resulting in a net loss. After several missed opportunities, Qinyu finally pinpointed his target. A 12-petaled primordial lotus platform materialized beneath him as he plunged into the grand formation that had come into being. Although he lacked exceptional talent in the art of formations, as a primordial being, he was inherently shielded by a grand array created by the heavens. This connection allowed him to navigate the complexities of such formations more easily. Upon entering the array and probing with his primordial spirit, Qin Yu's heart swelled with joy. The protective formation surrounding the exquisite primordial spiritual root, the gourd vine, was revealed to be an illusion array, perfectly suited for his skills. His innate spiritual treasure, the purifying white lotus, significantly enhanced his abilities to protect his primordial spirit. Unfazed by external disturbances, Qin Yu could focus entirely on dismantling the formation. Years turned into centuries, and centuries into millennia, in merely over 30,000 years. He had comprehended the intricacies of this primordial array. After countless simulations, he confirmed that he could leave traces without forcibly breaching a corner of the formation, prompting him to cease his actions. With the Tao's principles in motion, he began directing the laws under his control towards a specific point within the array. Under the influence of the law's integration and interference, the originally innate illusion array began to undergo transformations, ultimately falling completely under the dominion of Qin Yu. It can be said that as long as Qin Yu so desires, he can manipulate it with the same ease as controlling the grand formation of his own jade crown mountain, effortlessly wielding it against adversaries. With the illusion array's interference eliminated, Qin Yu transformed into a streak of light and formally stepped into the heart of the formation. The terrain resembled a basin, encircled by steep cliffs on all sides, with the ground below presenting a lake and a shore in a 9-to-1 ratio. The lake was filled with the divine water of the three lights, while the land beside it was composed of the ethereal spirit soil. This ethereal spirit soil, the finest of earth-type spiritual materials beneath the nine heavens' essence, could draw upon the power of the heavenly path to nurture spiritual materials, serving as the best cradle for innate spiritual roots aside from the nine heavens' essence. These ethereal spirit soils were likely generated due to the presence of the nine heavens' essence. In such a sacred locale, however, there existed only a single spiritual root. Its main body resided within the spirit soil area, with roots sprawling throughout the entire basin, their dense network visible even within the lake of divine water. The combination of the divine water and the nine heavens' essence in this sacred ground explained why it could nourish the innate gourd vine while simultaneously fostering 7 fully formed innate treasures. Unfortunately, the 7th gourd's innate essence was too potent, propelling it toward becoming an innate supreme treasure. The innate gourd vine, devoid of any spiritual intelligence, instinctively provided nourishment for it to absorb. Greed led to backlash. After fulfilling its nurturing mission, the 7th gourd ultimately drained the innate gourd vine's essence, failing to achieve success. The innate gourd vine itself perished due to the consequences of the 7th gourd. Qin Yu held no sympathy under the heavenly path. The transformation of supreme, innate spiritual roots was predestined, and the innate gourd vine lacked such fortune, unrecognized by the heavens and earth. Upon soaring to the main stem of the innate gourd vine, Qin Yu beheld the nine heavens' essence he had pre-allocated. Utilizing his divine abilities, he meticulously divided it, precisely cutting according to the amount he had previously secured. Once severed from its original state, the nine heavens' essence instantly lost all its brilliance and mystique, resembling nothing more than the commonplace mud of the primordial wilderness. At that moment, Qin Yu's panel confirmed that the pre-allocation had been completed. Indeed, the pre-allocated items were not mere copies. Rather, they forcibly transported objects originally in different locations into his possession. For a time, the other party would be unable to ascertain who had seized their opportunity, leaving behind a counterfeit to deceive while the genuine item was swapped. However, in the grand scheme of fate beneath the heavenly path, causality would inevitably intertwine. Upon encountering one another, the unwarranted entanglement of cause and effect would allow the other party to deduce that the item had reached Qin Yu's hands. Seizing someone else's fortune was entirely different from taking their fated destiny. The latter was akin to a grudge that obstructed the path, and such causality was not easily resolved. Qin Yu, recognizing the immense advantage it offered him, would not hesitate to claim it, regardless of the weight of the consequences, but unless necessary. He would not seek to make himself a target of universal enmity. Having secured the nine heavens' essence, Qin Yu employed his Tao, manifesting several imprints of the laws, which were infused into the innate gourd vine and the seven gourds. Logically, Qin Yu had accomplished all his objectives this time. However, before departing, he gazed at the abundant spirit soil and the vast lake of divine water, contemplating the best use of their resources, regardless of who possesses these items. As long as their acquisition does not impede the gestation of the six gourds, it will bear no consequence upon him. After meticulously contemplating and calculating, Qin Yu transformed into a streak of light, ascending to the expanse above the basin. With a flick of his sleeve, the spiritual soil of Lingyun began to detach from the earth, and the divine water of the three lights in the lake was similarly drawn, converging distinctly towards the palm of Qin Yu. He absorbed 80% of the lake's water, resulting in a significant reduction in the thickness of the spiritual soil. As Qin Yu integrated the divine water of the three lights and the spiritual soil into his being, a thought abruptly surfaced in his mind. The sanctified water of the Guanin's pure vase would lose much of its efficacy henceforth. Ordinarily, this divine water would be obtained by the primordial one and ultimately bestowed upon the disciple Huang. In the future tribulations of the journey to the west, Huang, who had joined the Western teachings, would leverage this to orchestrate a grand spectacle involving Zhen Yuanzi. The divine water of the three lights played a significant role in that narrative. Now that Qin Yu had appropriated it for himself, Huang, Guanin, would have no part in it, while the three lights' divine water could also be refined from the sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. Resulting in a similarly named and functionally akin product, the effects would be vastly different. There exists a distinction between the innate and acquired forms of the three lights' divine water. The innate variety, like that in Qin Yu's possession, is a non-renewable resource. With each use, it diminishes. The acquired form, though still a premium spiritual entity, has its limitations, equivalent only to mid-grade innate spiritual roots, rendering it nearly ineffective against superior and top-tier innate spiritual roots. The items that can be acquired postnatally are easily attainable by Zhen Yuanzi himself. The ginseng fruit tree would certainly not be in short supply. He contemplated the fragments of the creation jade plate. Creation jade plate fragment assists in immersing oneself in the principles of the heavenly Tao. Accelerating comprehension of the Tao may be advanced. Advance option 1. Journey to the Northern Sea's innate spirit island, dismantling the innate protective formation of the island. Advance option 2. Enter the ancestral birthplace of the Wu clan at Mount Buzhou, the Pangu temple formed from the heart of Pangu, a treasure trove of the Wu clan. Option 1 and 2 correspond to different creation jade plate fragments. Current available advance count, 1. Would you like to advance? Having contemplated his decision, Qin Yu resolutely chose to advance with option 1 of the creation jade plate fragment. Chapter 10. The manifestation of the creation jade plate's power. Unlike the previous instance, when Qin Yu summoned items into his hands, the fragments of the creation jade plate, once summoned, directly settled within the spiritual platform of his primordial spirit. Streams of violet radiance seeped forth, and Qin Yu's primordial spirit emanated an instinctual yearning. Unable to resist the stirring of his spirit, and driven by curiosity about the nature of this luminosity, he gently drew forth a thread of it with his primordial essence. As the first thread of light entered his spirit, Qin Yu felt an intense elevation in his comprehension. Setting aside the aspect of Taoist profundity, the enhancement to his understanding proved to be far more substantial than that achieved within the environment of the Purple Cloud Palace, even when seated upon the meditation cushion. Resounding waves of the great Tao echoed within his spirit, and myriad insights continuously emerged, leading him into a profound state of enlightenment. Years later, Qin Yu finally emerged from this state of epiphany. Such an extraordinary fragment possessed such overwhelming potential. It was no wonder that the sage Hongjun could attain the Tao through 3,000 principles, equating to an infinite state of enlightenment. It was utterly astonishing, enhancing the primordial spirit, elevating comprehension, and allowing one to perpetually confront the principles of the great Tao. Each of these attributes is coveted by cultivators, and the fragments of the creation jade plate encompassed all of them. while others seek to comprehend the heavenly Tao by navigating through the clouds and peeling back layers of complexity. Even with the aid of fortune and blessings, they remain limited, merely glimpsing the essence. Progress is often laborious, and any misstep in direction necessitates starting anew. Yet under the influence of the creation jade plate, not only could one grasp the essence clearly, but the plate would also provide corrections during cultivation, guiding one along the most righteous path of Taoist practice. The substantial piece in Hongjuan's possession would undoubtedly yield far superior effects compared to Qinyu's fragment. In the primordial chaos beyond the great desolation, within the hall of the Purple Cloud Palace, a radiant light ascended, awakening Hongjun, who had been diligently striving to enhance his alignment with the heavenly Tao. With a gaze piercing through the barriers of chaos and the membranes of the great desolation, empowered by the creation jade plate and the force of the heavenly Tao, he broke through the protective aura of Pangu and directly descended upon Qinyu. Thus it became clear, I am not alone on this path. After countless years devoid of intense emotional fluctuations, a look of relief crossed Hongjun's face as he burst in a hearty laughter. Beneath the great Tao, where the heavenly Tao remains incomplete, all living beings must possess a thread of vitality. Although Hongjun had devoted himself to transcendent strategies, he harbored no absolute certainty. However, with the unusual movement of the creation jade plate and the knowledge of the precious treasure embodied by Qinyu, he sensed that if Qinyu were to grow successfully, his own mastery would at the very least increase by 30%. Under the influence of the creation jade plate, Qinyu sensed Hongjuan's probing presence and instinctively looked towards the heavens. Though he gleaned nothing tangible from his glance, he harbored three conjectures regarding the nature of the gaze: the lingering will of the great god Pangu, an awareness of the heavenly Tao, and the sage Hongjun himself. Having confirmed that there was no further scheming to be done in this primordial gourd vine, he departed the grand formation and set forth towards the northern sea. Unlike his previous journey, he felt no monotony or passage of time this time around. Throughout the journey, Qinyu diligently harnessed the ethereal radiance emitted by the fragments of the creation jade plate to cultivate his being. He endeavored to refine his own path, rectifying the gaps in his understanding while reaping benefits in various aspects such as mastery over the loss. If he had been able to experience such a state of cultivation at the onset of his true spirit awakening, though he may have missed the calamity of ferocious beasts, he could have transcended into form at the dawn of the Dragonhan catastrophe and potentially achieved the great Luo fruit position by the latter stages of that tribulation. With the activation of the golden finger bestowed by great Luo cultivation, he would have been able to partake in the strife among the three races during the calamity of Tao and demons. Setting aside his fanciful thoughts, Qinyu meandered through a certain maritime expanse in the northern sea. This vast area, spanning millions of miles, was undoubtedly the location of the primordial spiritual island where the fragments of the creation jade plate had fallen. However, the surrounding atmosphere was harmoniously unified, rendering any abnormalities imperceptible. Unlike his previous excursion to Mount Buzhou in search of the gourd vine, where a few missteps had led him to the correct location, this time, Qinyu had thoroughly explored the vicinity using his primordial spirit, yet he found no sign of anything unusual. Perplexed, he was certain of his perception. This was the spot. So how could this be? Even if this primordial spiritual island existed not within the vast wilderness, but rather as an independent cave world attached to it, he should have discovered something with his level of cultivation and meticulous searching. After several fruitless attempts, Qinyu found himself utterly baffled. Undeterred, he continued to probe the area 10 more times, yet still yielded no results, leaving him increasingly anxious. The vast wilderness knows no time. There was little left before Hongjun's next lecture. If he could not complete his preparations, he would be unable to leverage the teachings of the saints to rapidly enhance his cultivation, a notion that was profoundly difficult for Qinyu to accept. Seated upon the pure world white lotus, he sought to stabilize his tumultuous mind. Once tranquility was restored, he began to thoughtfully devise a strategy. He explored various array investigations and nodes of the cave world, employing numerous techniques acquired from the Purple Cloud Palace after his recent enlightenment, but to no avail. During his time away from the Purple Cloud Palace, his cultivation had only advanced him to the threshold of the primordial golden immortal. After breaking through, he would need to find a solution, yet he was currently unable to surpass this barrier due to insufficient accumulation. As he contemplated numerous plans, each was promptly dismissed until a sudden realization struck him. The fragment of the creation jade plate he possessed was likely destined to be unattainable by anyone else, concealed by the heavenly Tao. What if he used a fragment of the creation jade plate as a conduit? This notion resonated with Qin Yu, and he was convinced it could be effective to conceal this area with the pure world white lotus. He retrieved a fragment of the creation jade plate from his spiritual platform, allowing it to hover above his palm. Using the plate as a medium for perception, Qin Yu quickly discerned a location merely 100,000 miles away that exhibited subtle irregularities. It was a place he had previously explored multiple times. Even with the emergence of the creation jade plate, the veil of concealment remained exceedingly potent, relying solely on himself. Even after breaking through to the primordial golden immortal, he would likely have been unable to detect any anomalies. With the shard of the celestial disk cradled in his hands, Qin Yu took a single step forward. Empowered by the laws of space, he traversed the distance and arrived in an instant. This time, there was no need to break through barriers or to sense the surroundings. The brilliance of the celestial disk radiated forth, enveloping an expanse of 100,000 miles. The creatures dwelling in the depths of the ocean were illuminated by this resplendent light, many of them undergoing profound transformations. Their intellect awakened, they discerned the path of cultivation, and those already on the path of practice experienced significant advancements in their realms, breaking through their limits in considerable numbers. Had it not been for Qin Yu's prior precautions, this influence would undoubtedly have expanded further, potentially alerting other powerful beings to converge upon this location. After several hours of brilliance, the shard of the celestial disk, accompanied by Qin Yu, traversed a nexus and vanished above the northern sea. The radiance, imbued with boundless laws, dissipated, and in its wake, a fleeting essence of the heavenly Tao manifested in the area. All living beings within this realm felt as though they had received a divine blessing, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Even those with great supernatural powers, probing for answers, could glean no further information. Chapter 11. Invitation from Huang, bestowing treasures within the vast river of time and space. In a distorted temporal interstice, there exists a realm known as the Cave Heaven, safeguarded by the very fabric of time and space. At this moment, Qin Yu finds himself within this ethereal domain. Sensing the familiar aura of the fragments of the creation jade disk, he locks onto a specific area. With his primordial spirit commanding the laws, he unleashes a magnificent transformation of the Tao, violently tearing apart the fabric of space before him. From a rift emerges a primordial breath of creation, swirling around Qin Yu and coalescing into ethereal mists. After confirming the direction of the rift, he steps forward, crossing into this spatial fissure. As the fabric of time and space shifts, Qin Yu finds himself in a brand new realm. Above him, a grand formation isolates this place from the flow of time, obscuring its secrets. Below, a vast sea of primordial spiritual energy stretches out, with only a solitary island perched above its surface. Stepping onto the island, a monumental stele comes into view, adorned with Tao patterns that evolve naturally into the universal sacred script of the primordial realm. This island is named Tianyuan Island, and the world is referred to as the Tianyuan realm. As he strides past the stele, Qin Yu perceives a significant transformation in the spatial dynamics. The island forms its own microcosm. While it appears as an island from the outside, within it resembles a continent. In this island realm, a majestic, divine mountain towers at the center, surrounded by flat terrain. Various spiritual materials litter the ground, devoid of sentience. In the absence of external influences, this world cannot give rise to life. Regardless of the richness of spiritual materials, they remain merely that, materials. Otherwise, given the abundance of spiritual energy and the profound essence of the materials and herbs scattered across the land, it would have surely birthed living beings long ago. Naturally, Qin Yu merely cast a cursory glance at these materials before disregarding them, channeling his Tao to transform into a beam of light, racing towards the central divine mountain. The mountain is steep, offering little in the way of footholds. However, at its summit lies a flat and expansive area. Upon reaching the peak, a floating fragment materializes before him. With a surge of his magical might, he draws it into his grasp. As the fragment dissipates, a message accompanies the process. It is time to depart. With the fragment of the creation jade disc in hand, Qin Yu has essentially fulfilled his objective set during his previous interlude. After contemplating the passage of time, he abandons any inclination to explore the island further. Once again, he tears through the fabric of time and space, returning through the rift to the interstitial realm he had previously traversed. Using the cave heaven as a conduit, he continues onward, ultimately reappearing above the northern sea. As he steps into the northern sea, Qin Yu senses a gaze upon him. Unlike the vague sensations he felt before, this time, he intuitively discerns the identity of the observer, Huang, the saint residing in the chaotic purple sky palace. Upon recognizing the identity of the figure, a voice resonates in his ear. "Would you, young friend, care to join me for discussion? I am unworthy of such a title as young friend. It is an immense honor to receive an invitation from a saint. I would be delighted to accept, and I dare not refuse." Qin Yu is certain this invitation relates to the fragment of the creation jade disc, yet he remains uncertain of Hongjuan's intentions. Nevertheless, when a saint extends an invitation, there is little room for refusal. "Please, young friend." After Qin Yu made his response, a golden bridge that extended into the heavens manifested before him. Stepping onto the golden bridge, Qin Yu felt a fleeting disorientation, and when he regained his senses, he found himself within a tranquil chamber. Observing the figure seated on a meditation cushion, Qin Yu respectfully saluted, saying, "I pay my respects to Saint Hongjun. Please, take a seat." Hongjun replied, nodding slightly and conjuring a table and another meditation cushion with a wave of his hand. Qin Yu once again performed a gesture of reverence before settling himself cross-legged upon the cushion opposite Hongjun. After adjusting his emotions with great effort, he inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your invitation, esteemed saint?" Rather than responding directly, Hongjun waved his hand, enveloping the space in a barrier of his divine authority. Subsequently, he established multiple prohibitions before turning to Qin Yu with a benevolent tone, asking, "My young friend, have you come into possession of a fragment of the primal chaos jade disc?" Although it was framed as a question, the certainty in his voice revealed his inner conviction. Qin Yu had anticipated that Hongjun sought him for this very reason, so he was not taken aback. Generously, he retrieved the fragment of the primal chaos jade disc from his spiritual realm and said, "It was a fortunate acquisition, but I fear my limited fortune may render it difficult to." However, before Qin Yu could complete his thought, Hongjun raised his hand to interrupt him. With a look of curiosity from Qin Yu, Hongjun clarified, "Since you have been fortunate enough to acquire this object, you must possess the fortune to bear it. There is no need for undue modesty. In the past, I indeed coveted this item, but in the vastness of the cosmos, only the law of fate prevails. This object is not destined for me." Hongjun did not summon Qin Yu to seize the treasure. Rather, he recognized that the heavenly order was incomplete, and the primal chaos jade disc must also bear its own flaws. Presently, the number of heavenly laws he governed was already at the limits set by destiny. Obtaining this fragment could indeed yield great gains and significant advancements in his cultivation, even in the sacred realm, but in doing so, it would sever his path of unity. The cost of such gains was entirely disproportionate. The path of unity was a monumental shortcut in the cultivation of the sacred way, one that Hongjun had chosen and could not abandon. "Best to keep it, my young friend. You are surely aware of the efficacy of the primal chaos jade disc. My purpose in summoning you is to convey certain matters to you." Naturally, Qin Yu wished to retain the primal chaos jade disc, and upon hearing these words, he promptly stored it away, responding, "I am eager to heed your teachings, esteemed saint. Under the decree of heaven, the path of innate inheritance and the law of the primordial chaos will soon become exceedingly arduous. Progressing even a single step will be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Even if you possess the primal chaos jade disc, your cultivation will become exponentially more difficult than ordinary practices. Though the path ahead is not entirely severed, it is perilously close. Is the implication that I should promptly shift my cultivation approach? Qin Yu asked. Hong Jun shook his head in response, saying, "No. While other beings may require such a shift, I hope you can persist in your journey, no matter how arduous the road may become. Do not abandon your path." Now it was Qin Yu's turn to be bewildered. What is the reasoning behind this? For your sake, I also harbor personal motives. Should you attain the unity of the primordial laws, I may require your support in the future. I cannot offer much more assistance, but if you are willing, I shall bestow upon you the primordial measuring ruler in the universe cauldron. As Hongjuan's words faded, a was retrieved, reduced to the size of a palm, and placed upon the Kong table between the two individuals. The Qian Kuinding, a primordial treasure, possesses the ability to transform the postnatal into the innate, wielding the power to suppress one's own fortune. Of course, it requires merit and fortune as fuel. Lacking sufficient merit and fortune may provoke heavenly retribution when forcibly refined. The Hongming Liangtian Qi, the foremost weapon of the postnatal realm, is forged from a measure of the merit of creation and the essence of the Xianwang. It can subdue fortune and eliminate lives without entangling oneself in karmic retribution. Even a true cultivator of great merit would find themselves unscathed by the heavenly backlash were Qin Yu to wield the Hongming Liangtian Qi against them. Even those endowed with predetermined fortunes could be struck down, with their destined fortunes seamlessly transferred to another under the workings of the heavenly Tao. With such an artifact at his disposal, as long as Qin Yu possesses the capability, he can confront anyone who dares to challenge him. Under the heavenly Tao, this item is nothing short of a flaw in the fabric of reality, which explains why it was claimed by Hong Jun, who, even in his eventual retreat into seclusion, did not bestow it upon another. Chapter 12. The Way as a Mirror, the Agreement of Cause and Effect. Young friend, rest assured. This time, I merely seek a favor of cause and effect. Should you not reach that point when I am in need, then the cause and effect will dissipate, with the way as our witness. Qin Yu's gaze was filled with yearning as he looked at the two spiritual treasures, though apprehension overshadowed his desire. Hong Jun, fully aware of this, added a reassuring note. In matters concerning the way, words manifest as laws, and mutual resonance arises naturally. After all, the benefits bestowed upon a sage are not easily acquired. A single misstep in the repayment of cause and effect could lead to dire consequences. And Hong Jun understood Qin Yu's concerns completely. With this assurance, Qin Yu's doubts were alleviated considerably. Yet, out of caution, he proceeded with a prudent approach. How does one define the inability to assist? Should a friend intervene if there is a threat of downfall? That would be deemed as inability. These two spiritual treasures indeed brought joy to me, and I am grateful for the sage's favor in bestowing them. A faint smile graced Qin Yu's lips as, with a wave of his hand, the two treasures materialized in his grasp. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's actions and hearing his words, a smile also emerged on Hongjuan's otherwise serene face. These two treasures should not have manifested in the mortal realm under the heavenly order by giving them away. He would inevitably incur a loss of personal fortune and perhaps even provoke the heavenly order, complicating his future alignment with the way. Nevertheless, the cost was within acceptable limits, reducing his chances of achieving harmony from 90% to 80%. For the sake of future prospects, this risk was one Hong Jun was entirely willing to shoulder. As for Qin Yu's potential failure to flourish, it could only be said that human efforts are subject to the dictates of the way. This way refers to the Great Way, rather than the heavenly order. Young friend, your future will surely be fraught with challenges. Under the heavenly order, one must seek great virtue and accumulate fortune. As for how to strategize and navigate the path ahead, I am willing to offer guidance. Yet I possess neither strength nor means. The subtle implications in Hongjuan's words were not lost on Qin Yu, who nodded in gratitude. What significance does mere externality hold in achieving the way? I humbly accept this counsel on cause and effect. With this discussion largely concluded, and recognizing that shielding the heavenly perception was a burden for Huang. He gestured for Qin Yu to stow away the two treasures before he dissolved the arrangements with a single thought. Young friend, you may proceed to the front hall to await the discourse. It is not far off. Of course, should you need, I can escort you back to the primordial chaos. And upon the day of the discourse, I will bring you back. For Huang, this was but a trivial matter, yet his demeanor and approach were undeniably pleasant. After some deliberation, Qin Yu deemed it unnecessary to traverse back and forth. He had completed all his intended tasks between the first and second sessions of discourse. Grateful for the opportunity to cultivate in such an esteemed location, he expressed, "The sage's abode offers immense assistance in cultivation and enlightenment, which I deeply desire." Thus, Huang took his leave. Qin Yu rose from the cushion, exchanged pleasantries once more, and after receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Huang, stepped out of the tranquil chamber. Having closely observed Qin Yu's arrival at the Zixiao Palace and his immersion in the state of cultivation, Huang finally withdrew his gaze. The jade dish of creation appeared above him, and he resumed the monumental task of aligning himself with the heavenly order. Through the preaching of the primordial Tao, bolstered by the immense power and fortune of the primordial beings, Huang's efficiency in merging with the Tao has increased manifold compared to the initial discourse. However, following the recent bestowal of two fated treasures that were not destined to emerge, Huang perceived a notable deceleration in his alignment with the heavenly Tao. The path of seeking enlightenment has become increasingly arduous. Yet, instead of harboring any regret, Huang's heart brimmed with joy, invigorated by his personal connection to the Tao, which has grown significantly more robust. In the Yaoqi, Tian inquired of Yaoqi, "What extraordinary qualities does this senior Qin Yu possess that prompted the Lord himself to personally bring him to the Zixiao Palace and receive him in the quiet chamber?" It is worth noting that neither of us has ever stepped foot inside, as it is the one place the Lord strictly forbids our entry. At the entrance of the quiet chamber, Hao Yin and Yaoqi stood on either side, observing Qin Yu as he proceeded towards the main hall. As the great doors of the quiet chamber closed, Hao Yin could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Yaoqi with a puzzled expression. Yaoqi chuckled at Hao Yin, her expression teasing as she remarked, "Why the formal address of senior this time?" While we remain in the dark about what the Lord discussed with this esteemed figure, I distinctly heard the Lord refer to him as young friend just before his departure, hence the need for a more respectful title. Though Hao Yin felt somewhat exasperated by Yaoqi's recalling of past events, he patiently offered an explanation, glancing instinctively at the tightly shut door. Aware that even if Huang were to take note of their conversation, it was inconsequential, Yaoqi stifled a laugh. "All right, no need to wear such a long face. I want to tease you further. After all, when it comes to the Lord, I wouldn't overstep." After Hao Yin exhaled in relief, Yaoqi did not immediately continue, but instead lowered her head in contemplation. As for why Qin Yu was favored by the Lord and afforded such special treatment, even addressing him as young friend, Yaoqi found herself uncertain. In terms of cultivation, Qin Yu had achieved the pinnacle of the Tao, standing as one of the most powerful beings in the current primordial realm, surpassed only by Huang himself. While the number of such individuals was limited, they were not unique. Setting aside the realm of cultivation, Yaoqi's mind raced, soon arriving at a conjecture. Noticing the confusion in her eyes gradually dissipate as she lifted her gaze, Hao Yin looked on in anticipation, awaiting her insights, for he acknowledged that he lacked her sharp intellect and had failed to derive any reasoning himself. "I believe it lies in potential. Perhaps Senior Qin may one day attain the height of the Lord," Yaoqi speculated confidently, reiterating her thoughts with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin felt increasingly convinced, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Potential. I share the same sentiment," he exclaimed, appearing as though he had just arrived at the same conclusion. Yaoqi, unfazed by his enthusiasm, found herself pleased by Hao Yin's affirmation. Their discourse, even in the midst of Huang's meditative state, did not escape his attention. Though the two youths may have erred in certain aspects of their conjecture, they inadvertently hit upon some truths. Huang indeed places great importance on Qin Yu's future, not merely in terms of his current stature, but rather the heights he may attain after achieving harmony. As for the misunderstanding between Hao Yin and Yao Qi, Hongjun not only has no intention of exposing it, but will also seek opportunities to deepen their impressions in the future. He harbors profound feelings for the two young acolytes and does not intend to keep them at Zixiao Palace in his company indefinitely. He has also thoughtfully devised their paths ahead. However, after achieving harmony prior to the arrival of transcendence, the majority of the time, the way of heaven serves Hongjun rather than the other way around. The way of heaven ought to be selfless, each forceful attempt to break free from the state of harmony, when matters are handled with personal interests, necessitates a considerable price from Hongjun. Thus, once he arranges for the two acolytes to depart from Zixiao Palace, even with goodwill, he cannot offer them too much attention. Even in the future era of sages, Hongjun firmly believes that Qin Yu will possess significant influence. With ample respect for Qin Yu, coupled with their relationship, it should not prove too challenging for Hao Yin and Yao Qi to befriend him. It is likely that both parties will benefit from this connection in the future. Chapter 13. The reopening of the Purple Sky Palace. How could you have arrived here over 50,000 years ago when the Purple Sky Palace has only reopened for a mere few thousand years? Within the confines of the Purple Sky Palace, Qin Yu's seclusion has been profoundly enhanced by the unique environment and the transformative jade dish of creation, allowing his cultivation to flourish almost as if measured in years. The foundation of his primordial spirit continues to deepen, while the 365 worlds within him rapidly evolve under the boundless essence of the Tao. The cosmos within his body expands even more significantly due to the presence of the nine heavens soil, surpassing the growth of his primordial spirit and internal realms. This all-encompassing enhancement has steadily reinforced Qin Yu's foundation over the passage of time. As he wandered between the two realms, the time remaining before the second lecture was dwindling. In the past, during his initial transformations, Qin Yu immersed himself in seclusion, counting the time by the cycles of the Yuan. Engrossed in his practice, he could feel his power augmenting at every moment, rendering him almost unable to extricate himself from this state. It was only when the doors of the Purple Sky Palace opened once more and the three pure ones stepped inside that Qin Yu was jolted from his meditative state. "Brother, we have arrived a step too late," Tong Tian remarked, observing Qin Yu seated in meditation, nodding in greeting with a hint of reluctance in his voice. Laozi, upon hearing this, felt a mix of emotions as he sensed Qin Yu's current cultivation level. During their first encounter, Qin Yu was merely at the mid-stage of the Great Luo, yet after the lecture at Purple Sky Palace, he had broken through several realms. Now, he had traversed many steps even within the Great Luo Golden Immortal's pinnacle, his aura rich and foundation remarkably solid. There was an undeniable contrast to his previous state after this single Yuan session. The three pure ones, each with their own thoughts, settled onto their respective mats. Yuan Shi tentatively inquired, "Might I ask how many years you have spent within the Purple Sky Palace?" Qin Yu calculated briefly and responded, "As of today, it has been 54,300 years. 54,300 years? Yuan Shi mulled over this number in his mind, feigning displeasure as he remarked, "Why the reluctance to speak, my friend? If you are unwilling to disclose, you need not. Yet, do keep in mind this is a sacred place, and the teachings of the sages have only been passed down for about 4,100 years." Yuan Shi was not one to take offense lightly. Rather, he subtly cautioned Qin Yu. He held a favorable impression of Qin Yu, who shared a lineage with Pangu. Laozi, understanding the underlying message in Yuan Shi's words, recognized the goodwill behind them. However, Tong Tian felt discomfort with Yuan Shi's admonitory tone, casting an apologetic glance toward Qin Yu, as if to apologize for his brother's reaction. Sensing the goodwill from the three pure ones, Qin Yu, with a hint of resignation, explained, "Dear friend Yuan Shi, do not be angered. Every word I speak is true. I was summoned by the sages and thus arrived at the Purple Sky Palace over 50,000 years ago. As the time until the second lecture is limited and the sages' domain greatly enhances one's cultivation, I received the sages' consent to remain here and have devoted myself to my practice." Seeing Qin Yu's serious demeanor, it was improbable that he would utter any nonsense at this moment. However, before the three pure ones could contemplate how to respond, A voice from the entrance of the great hall resonated. What the esteemed elder says is indeed true. We can both attest to it. Elder. They were already convinced that being summoned by the sage would undoubtedly bring great benefits. The three pure ones felt a tinge of envy, but did not dwell on it excessively. Nonetheless, the title bestowed by Huang stirred immense waves within their hearts. It is worth noting that during this visit, Huang and Yao Qi had merely addressed them as Dao brothers. During their initial visit, they were not even acknowledged as Dao brothers. Moreover, it was evident that Yao Qi's sincerity was unwavering, while Huang carried a subtle yet discernible emotion. Such pride emanated from the sage's disciples. How could Qin Yu, in all his humility, hope to sway the two of them or aspire to elevate his status alongside that of the sage? The expressions on the three pure ones' faces were nearly transparent, revealing their discontent with the mismatch between strength and status. This endeavor to elevate oneself by leveraging the prestige of others bore no fruit for them. Naturally, Qin Yu felt no obligation to persist in the charade and, with a wry smile, said, "Dear friends, please do not overthink it. Perhaps the sage is simply amiable and referred to me as young friend during our meeting, which led to your misunderstanding. I, a humble practitioner, am unworthy of such a title as elder." Beyond his words, a hint of trepidation flickered in Qin Yu's gaze. This series of assertions convinced the three pure ones, particularly Yuan Shi, whose perception of Huang diminished further, understanding that calamity often arises from careless speech. It was only due to the sage's magnanimity that he chose not to hold it against them. Additionally, due to Huang's demeanor, even the three brothers lost their composure before Qin Yu, a source of embarrassment. Had it been any other disciple, Yuan Shi might have felt compelled to impose some form of discipline, at the very least a verbal reprimand. In the future, should he accept disciples or apprentices, he would undoubtedly prioritize this aspect. Rules must be upheld. Hierarchical order should not be disrupted. Seeing that the three pure ones were convinced, and to prevent further misunderstandings from arising with subsequent visitors, Qin Yu addressed Huang and Yao Qi at the entrance. "I hope that you two esteemed friends will refrain from disseminating such remarks. I truly cannot bear the title of elder." "Rest assured, we shall refrain," Huang replied, exchanging a glance with Yao Qi. At her unspoken urging, he quelled any further thoughts and acquiesced. Although he ceased to use the title outwardly, internally, Huang still distinguished Qin Yu from the other powerful beings who had come to the Zhixiao Palace for teachings. Two ill-mannered children, Yuan Shi muttered inwardly upon hearing Huang and Yao Qi continue to refer to Qin Yu as elder. The way they carried on, it seemed they would refrain from speaking of it publicly, but would likely continue to address him as elder in private. Given Qin Yu's explanation, Yuan Shi perceived not only a lack of discernment, but also a rebellious spirit. Relying on their status as the sage's disciples, they believed they would escape reprimand, thus elevating themselves at the expense of their fellow practitioners. Should the sage take issue with this in the future, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. If this misunderstanding remained unresolved when Yuan Shi attained sagehood, it was likely that his perception of Huang and Yao Qi would only worsen. The dignity of the sage's status could not be trifled with, and, as disciples, their utterance of the title elder was not something just anyone could withstand. Even if it is merely unintentional, without the suppression of the divine treasures of destiny, beneath the heavens, one's own merits may diminish. It is even conceivable that a mere title from the heavenly pool of the vast heavens could summon heavenly retribution. The will of the saints is synonymous with the will of heaven. The heart of the saints is aligned with the heart of heaven. This is not mere rhetoric. The status of saints in the primordial chaos is beyond imagination. Silence once again enveloped the hall, and as time flowed on, the illustrious figures of Emperor Jun, Tai, Kuan Peng, and Ming He, who had achieved unparalleled cultivation and had already made their names renowned throughout the primordial chaos, began to arrive one after another. However, as the passage of 10,000 years approached, the gates of the heavenly pool of the vast heavens closed, and Qin Yu discovered that the number of individuals within the Zhixiao Palace had dwindled to less than 3,000. Indeed, conflict pervades the primordial chaos. A cataclysm is imminent, with calamity pervading the air. During the interval of the saints' teachings at the Yuan assembly, nearly all mighty practitioners have retreated to digest their gains. Even amidst such tranquility, the fall of a great Luo is still possible. Chapter 14. What should I choose? Within the Zixiao Palace, the 3,000 realms did not diminish in number despite the reduction of participants. Many of those who had perished were among the originally prominent figures, who should have advanced from the back to the front. However, Huang silently moved to a position at the very rear. This was not due to inadequacy in strength, nor was it an act of benevolence. Rather, it stemmed from a sense of guilt towards Zenyuanzai as he gazed upon the Zhuan mat within the Zixiao Palace. Although Zenyuanzai had said nothing after their previous discussion, his emotions had not been hidden during their interactions. After a period of self-reflection, Huang felt a profound sense of shame. In both public and private matters, even if the higher authorities had intended for him to take precedence, the rightful place should have been granted to Zenyuanzai. After all, this position, while ostensibly his, was in truth meant to be shared between them. Not to mention, the reasons for yielding the position were clear. Zenyuanzai possessed the qualifications and strength to occupy it, yet Huang chose instead to cede it to Jin. Did this not imply that he believed Zenyuanzai's virtues to be inferior to those of Jin? Zenyuanzai had also noticed the shift in position. He considered offering counsel, but ultimately decided against it. Any resentment he harbored had long dissipated over time. However, Huang self-centered approach to resolving matters was meaningless to Zenyuanzai, as his self-sacrificing gesture bore no significance. Yet, if Zenyuanzai were to acquiesce, Huang would find solace, and the final rift between them would vanish. Having attended the lecture once, despite subsequent disparities, they were not particularly vast, and thus Zenyuanzai allowed Huang to proceed. While Zenyuanzai chose not to dwell on these matters, Huang, standing at the back, felt an unsettling chill down his spine. An inexplicable aura occasionally targeted him, and upon attentively sensing with his spiritual essence, he gazed forward, with a figure of Kunpeng materialized before him. In truth, apart from Kunpeng, Dijun, who stood not far from him, harbored resentment towards Huang as well, albeit in a manner far more subtle than Kunpeng's overt disdain. The myriad of innate deities within the Zixiao Palace held diverse thoughts, yet their focus remained predominantly on the Tao platform above. The sermon by the sage was on the verge of commencing, and all causal machinations were to be set aside. Once all the deities were seated in meditation, Huang, much like the last time, appeared upon the Tao platform without any forewarning. Silently, yet unlike the first occasion, Qin Yu, possessing the creation jade plate, caught a fleeting trace of the power of the heavenly Tao. That ephemeral sensation was peculiar, and afterward, Qin Yu could no longer trace it with his spiritual essence, as if it had merely been a figment of his perception. All the deities, with the exception of Qin Yu, rose from their mats and bowed, saying, "Disciples pay their respects to the master." As for Qin Yu, it was not that he was aloof, he simply could not rise. Just as he intended to stand, an inexplicable pressure descended upon him, preventing his ascent. Huang made no explicit indication, yet Qin Yu understood that this was Huang's intent. The term young friend exchanged during their private conversation was not to be taken lightly. Huang genuinely regarded him as an equal. He was unwilling to receive the reverence of a junior. As the sole anomaly, Qin Yu's failure to rise went unnoticed by the other innate deities, save for Huang and his two attendants. As Qin Yu was granted a backdoor, he was simultaneously relieved of the subsequent troubles he loathed. A thoughtful consideration by Huang. "You may dispense with formalities." Huang's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. He continued, "This is the second discourse. The teachings pertain to the cultivation methods of the realm above Daluo, the path of the quasi-saint." Upon hearing this, Laozi rose once more, bowing respectfully before inquiring, "May I ask, Master, what constitutes a quasi-saint?" The moment Laozi posed this question, the other divine sages cast him grateful glances, for they too sought clarification. Observing Huang, it seemed that had Laozi not intervened, the lecture would have commenced without hesitation. Once begun, who would dare to interrupt? Under the heavenly Tao, the chaotic path of cultivation would no longer apply to the primordial world. For those aspiring to transcend and progress steadily within the Daluo framework, only the path of the quasi-saint remained viable. Huang Jun's response resonated with the heavenly Tao, which harmonized with his words. The attendees instinctively comprehended the subsequent implications concerning the path of chaos and the quasi-saint. Following the three teachings of the sages, the principles of the heavenly Tao would shift and the chaotic cultivation path would recede. The difficulty of comprehension would increase exponentially. Only by utilizing the indestructible innate spiritual light as a medium could one break through the barriers imposed by the heavenly Tao and pursue normal cultivation. Having already taken the initiative, Laozi did not hold back but posed another question directly. Might I inquire, Master, how does one harness the indestructible spiritual light to traverse the path of cultivation as a quasi-saint? Is it necessary to first practice the methods of the 33 heavens of Daluo? It is not obligatory, replied Huang Jun. Yet practicing the methods of the 33 heavens will indeed be more advantageous for your future cultivation as a quasi-saint. This lecture was pivotal for achieving enlightenment through the three teachings. Those who comprehend will resolve their doubts post-discourse, while those who do not grasp the principles will find further inquiries futile. Do not allow your thoughts to wander. Simply focus on listening. Huang Jun emphasized with a weightier tone. The sages of the Purple Cloud Palace felt a chill within, each one centering themselves, striving to achieve their optimal state of enlightenment, fearful that even a fleeting distraction might cause them to miss the crucial points of the discourse. Laozi, too, bowed and returned to his meditation seat. For the path to sanctification was not to be taken lightly. Good. Huang Jun nodded in satisfaction upon observing their demeanor. Subsequently, the creation jade plate materialized above him, enveloping the entire hall of transmission in a violet glow. Countless rays of brilliance were fervently absorbed by the divine sages, who, under this illumination, swiftly entered the coveted state of deep meditation. This was a diminished version of the purple light from the creation jade plate. Qinyu, too, absorbed a significant amount. However, once his primordial spirit drew from it, he immediately discerned the essence of the radiance. Though it was a weakened version, this boundless purple light was a rare occurrence for Qinyu, who knew not how long it would take to accumulate such a moment again, albeit it would last but an instant, a fleeting glimpse of ephemeral beauty. Judging by Huang Jun's demeanor, he seemed poised to maintain this for an entire millennium, revealing just how vast the difference was between substantial fragments and mere corner shards. The Great Way is formless, impermanent, and selfless. It embodies the principles of heaven and earth, oscillating between the tangible and the intangible. From the inception of unity, the Tao manifests in myriad forms, achieving a harmonious synthesis that is vast and profound. The laws of the universe guide the Tao, which is the essence of the Great Luo. In the boundless chaos of the universe, the Great Way converges into oneness, illuminating all laws as heaven and earth unite in strength. The infinite essence of the Tao flows and circulates, with radiant purple energy illuminating the sky. The deities perceive themselves as droplets of water, cascading into the river of laws. Despite their fervent attempts to halt their descent, they ultimately yield to the current. Yet they are not entirely devoid of control. The 3,000 laws, arising from the river of the void, give rise to countless tributaries. Although all paths ultimately converge, there exists a moment to catch one's breath. By traversing the river of laws, one can validate their own great way, merging into the ocean of laws unique to their cultivation, understanding and completing their own path to enlightenment, a true manifestation of creation. Those who clearly comprehend their own path do not hesitate. They guide themselves toward the chosen tributary. Among them, Qinyu stands as a remarkable exception. Immersed in this realm, he retains a fragment of clarity, and with the extraordinary power of the creation jade disk, he resolutely anchors himself in midair. Entering through the tributary, he does not follow the path of the primordial golden immortal. Rather, only the primordial golden immortal can maintain their true self amidst the river of laws. With the faintest glimmer of clarity, he invokes his own golden finger, making choices where others find themselves constrained. For him, the choice is not a mere illusion, but a tangible opportunity. Chapter 15. Continuous advancement into the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, current realm. Early Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Available for advancement. Post-advancement. Comprehension of the laws at 5,000 yuan per unit. Numerous celestial merits. Current available advancements. 1. Shall I proceed with the advancement? What does numerous refer to? Celestial merits cannot be quantified. Shall we proceed with the quantification of merit data? Quantification of data. Current realm. Early Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Available for advancement. Post-advancement. Comprehension of the laws at 1,000 yuan per unit. Celestial merits. 1 million. Current available advancements. 1. Shall I proceed with the advancement? How many celestial merits do I possess? Celestial merits. None. Great Tao merits. 1 million. Can they be converted? Conversion supported. 10,000 Great Tao merits can be converted into 1 million celestial merits. Shall I proceed with the conversion? Conversion. With no subsequent commands, the advancement panel indicated completion. At that moment, Qin Yu's own shackles were shattered. His aura surged dramatically, and as the three flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity manifested within the auspicious clouds, they began to converge gradually. The 5 energies within his body also ascended towards the crown of his head. Wrapped in the 5 energies, the 3 flowers began to merge under their influence. When the 3 flowers and 5 energies completely unified, the chasm separating the Daluo and Hunyuan realms was thoroughly breached. Qin Yu's own realm fully ascended into the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage. In the ethereal river of laws manifesting in the celestial realm, Qin Yu relinquished the influence of the creation jade plate upon himself and plunged into the depths of the river of laws. The 3,000 great paths and boundless laws enveloped Qin Yu entirely. The infinite mysteries of the laws unfurled before his eyes. At this moment, fragments of the creation jade plate radiated brilliant light, safeguarding Qin Yu while simultaneously absorbing the power of the laws to enhance itself, resulting in an outpouring of purple energy. At the core of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun initially believed that as the conclusion approached, Qin Yu would require assistance to take this step. However, within a mere century, Qin Yu had achieved it solely through his own efforts. With Qin Yu's remarkable progress, Hongjun was naturally elated. Under Hongjun's deliberate manipulation, the Tao essence within Qin Yu's world began to surge uncontrollably, ultimately stabilizing at an 80-fold difference compared to other listeners of the Tao. This was the utmost limit of Hongjun's self-serving machinations. Had it not been for Qin Yu's arrival, this small boon would have been reserved for the 4 direct disciples, the 3 pure ones, and Yuhua. As for the 2 from the west, it would have been fortunate for them not to be disregarded entirely, were it not for the need to resolve the karmic ties of the West. And given their connection to the Western fortunes, they would have never had a seat on this mat. As the boundless Tao essence was absorbed, the foundation of his primordial spirit and Tao body was continuously solidified, feeding back into the past. The speed at which the true spirit traversing the sea of laws comprehended the laws increased rapidly. With the mutual verification of the boundless laws and his primary cultivation of the purifying world laws, the compatibility of the true spirit after its initial fusion with the purifying world laws began to rise. As 3,000 years swiftly passed upon the complete and harmonious fusion, devoid of any rejection, Qin Yu's golden finger prompt reappeared. Advancement of the early stage of the mixed origin golden immortal. Current available advances. 2. Is it possible to consecutively reserve 2 advances? For the mid and late stages of the mixed origin golden immortal, under the influence of the golden finger, the true spirit detached itself from the mesmerizing state of merging with the laws. Observing the increase in credit and available advances, Qin Yu immediately inquired. Not supported, then? I shall proceed with the advance for the mid-stage of the mixed origin golden immortal. The cultivation of the mixed origin golden immortal revolves around the continuous fusion of one's true spirit with the primary laws of cultivation. When the true spirit fully integrates with a primary law, one achieves the consummation of the mixed origin golden immortal. Cultivation realm. Mid-stage of the mixed origin golden immortal. Advance available. Post-advance insights. Comprehension of 3,000 yuan units of laws. Heavenly Tao merits. 10 million. Current available advances. 2. Shall I proceed with the advance? Advance. Upon completing the initial fusion, after the advance, Qin Yu felt a significant surge in his integration progress. At the mid-stage, the laws of purification began to evolve into branches. Outside the realm of the laws, merely comprehending other laws would demand immense energy. However, within this sea of laws, the entire process was considerably expedited. Navigating the sea of laws, the teachings of Huang reverberated in his ears, facilitating comprehension at almost every obstacle. With dual enhancements and unparalleled opportunities, one could easily become entranced within this lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace. If permitted, anyone would desire to indulge endlessly. Beyond Qin Yu, the three pure ones possessed their unique enhancements. Pangu's primordial creation was inscribed deep within their true spirits. In this sea of laws, within the Purple Cloud Palace, under the influence of heightened insights, they were drawn out. Their inherent Tao fruits manifested, and the comprehension of the laws was absorbed and digested like a whale swallowing its prey. The brilliance of Nuwa's creation shone brightly, as myriad beings continuously emerged and perished within its realm. With the support of the laws of creation in the sea of laws, attempts at refinement surged exponentially. The guiding principles simplified the boundless laws and the profound cultivation of Huang into insights of 800 esoteric methods. This simplification of cultivation below the great Daluo lowered the upper limits of magical power and Tao achievements. Yet it allowed for a seamless connection to the great Luo's 33 heavens, serving as a celestial path to the quasi-saintly realm. Other powerful beings also reaped their rewards. Zhen Yuanzi, amidst the 3 flowers and 5 qi, revealed countless earthly veins and landscapes, attempting to root his Tao fruit within the primordial earth veins. Once successful, he would become a master of a singular path. Thousands of worldly visitors, amidst the sage's teachings and creations, received boundless transformations. Each celebrated their unique Tao fruits, with their respective worlds evolving under their influences. As the depth of Hongjuan's teachings intensified, their understanding of the sea of laws reached its zenith. To avoid squandering this tremendous fortune, the assembly of sacred beings either began to deduce the laws and divine powers or utilize this opportunity to refine their spiritual treasures and restrictions. Even after enduring for millennia, the sacred beings could only watch as time flowed inexorably. Awakening. With a call from Hongjun, the true spirits within the sea of laws were irresistibly expelled, returning to their original essence. The multitude awakened from their reverie, each feeling an overwhelming discomfort. They yearned for just a bit more time, for despite the immense gains they had collectively achieved, none felt truly satisfied. Qin Yu was no exception. According to his progress, an additional century would suffice for him to repay his advances in the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. Who knows, upon completing 3 teachings, he might even reach the pinnacle of this realm. Alas, the teachings of the Saint Hongjun were decreed by destiny. With each of the 3 lectures spanning precisely 30,000 years, no more, no less. The myriad expressions of life were all captured in Hongjun's gaze. And as he turned his attention to Qin Yu, a barely perceptible glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. The effort he had expended on nurturing such talent had not been in vain, propelling Qin Yu to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. As per tradition, the attendees expressed their gratitude, and then Hongjun prepared to depart, signifying the conclusion of the second lecture, after which everyone would return to their respective domains. However, this time, Hongjun did not leave immediately. Instead, he regarded the assembly with keen eyes, inquiring, having completed the second lecture, "Do any of you have questions?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Laozi. After all, he had been the first to speak up during the initial lecture, and his cultivation was sufficiently high, his reputation standing at the forefront. "May I inquire, esteemed teacher, is there a specific order to the slaying of the corpse for a quasi-saint?" And does one require a certain grade of innate spiritual treasure? Laozi did not disappoint, rising from his mat. He clasped his hands in salute and posed not one, but two questions. Within the purple cloud palace, there were already many capable of slaying corpses. However, until all uncertainties were clarified, they dared not undertake such actions, forcefully suppressing their desire for breakthroughs. Laozi's inquiries were nothing short of impeccable. Even those who had yet to reach the threshold for slaying corpses eagerly awaited further elucidation, preparing in advance to acquire the appropriate tools for such an endeavor, thereby avoiding potential obstacles posed by certain conditions. Chapter 16. The enfeoffment of the celestial sovereigns. Emperor Jun sought to establish the celestial court. The method of the three corpses entails severing one's own 7 emotions and 6 desires, allowing a detached heart to observe the myriad states of the world, good and evil alike. The act of severing the 3 corpses is not constrained by sequence. It may be executed whenever the opportunity arises. The spiritual treasures do not necessarily align with one's cultivated path, nor is there a hierarchy that makes certain treasures untouchable. Any innate spiritual treasure may serve as a vessel for the 3 corpses. However, the higher the grade of the innate spiritual treasure, the stronger its innate indestructible spiritual essence, thereby enhancing both the 3 corpses themselves and the benefits to cultivation. As Huang elucidated, all the great Luo practitioners present sense the impending turbulence. Henceforth, in the vast lands of Huang, apart from the Wu and Yao clans, it is likely that another powerful practitioner shall stir the waters. The number of innate spiritual treasures in Huang is limited and cannot sustain continuous supply. Among the great Luo, not every individual possesses an innate spiritual treasure. After all, the treasures forged from various divine materials are not inferior in augmenting one's path compared to innate treasures. In fact, those crafted specifically in accordance with one's own path may prove more potent than innate treasures that lack personal resonance. The structure of Huang is poised for significant upheaval. The days of transcendent practitioners who solely devote themselves to the pursuit of the Tao are drawing to a close. To ascend to the pinnacle of great Luo, one must seek spiritual treasures. Although there was previously a yearning for innate treasures, they were not regarded as vital. Should both be discovered simultaneously, a contest of abilities would suffice to determine the victor. Moving forward, as long as the disparity in strength is not excessively vast, the appearance of spiritual treasures will likely incite fierce battles for supremacy, potentially leading to life and death struggles. Of course, none of this pertained to Qinyu. For him, spiritual treasures were merely tools to aid his path and enhance his combat prowess. Laozi had no further inquiries. The 3 brothers were unlikely to fret over innate treasures. As the 3 pure ones, blessed by the great Pangu, they possessed a wealth of merit in the creation of the heavens. Their fortunes deeply rooted and rare in the Huang. Had they not chosen to remain reclusive, their luck would have multiplied their treasures manifold. In contrast, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, who commanded vast forces, found themselves somewhat at a loss. Although the Yao clan's treasury was relatively abundant, the finite number of spiritual treasures would inevitably prove insufficient. After Laozi resumed his seated meditation, Emperor Jun respectfully bowed and inquired of Huang Jun, "Might I ask, teacher, are there alternative methods to the innate spiritual treasures of Huang? With the augmentation of heavenly fortune, one may briefly transcend the constraints of the Tao and grasp its profound mysteries, relying on one's own Tao fruit, and also sever the corpses. Accumulating great merit, one may consume this merit to similarly transcend the Tao and comprehend its mysteries, also relying on Tao fruit to sever the corpses. Both methods can lead to quasi-sainthood, but hope for primordial unity is elusive, leaving no other alternatives thereafter. This method is exquisite, and even Emperor Jun, with his composed demeanor, could not conceal his delight. Immediately bowing in gratitude, "Thank you, teacher, for your enlightening guidance." Having set a limit and bestowed an opportunity, it is indeed the best choice for his subordinates. Moreover, this approach does not guarantee success. It merely expends fortune to create an opening for experimentation. Should one succeed, it is most fortuitous. Should one fail, they must await the next reward. Regarding the elusive realm of the primordial unity, how many would dare to aspire to the heights of the esteemed sage? Among the 2,000 earthly guests within the Purple Cloud Palace, only a mere one in 100 might traverse the vast chasm of the Great Luo. After Dijun withdrew, Hong Jun's gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting upon a man and a woman, both true cultivators, the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother. Called forth by name, the two instinctively bowed and responded, "Your disciples are present." The other attendees in the Purple Cloud Palace turned their eyes toward them, filled with envy. To be singled out by a sage must surely indicate a profound destiny. Eastern Prince, you have attained the essence of the pure yang energy of heaven and earth. Blessed with abundant fortunes and remarkable fate, you shall be the foremost male immortal of the primordial chaos. All who ascend to immortality among men, above and below, shall be under your dominion. Do you accept? The sudden honor left the Eastern Prince momentarily dazed. Yet, with his steadfast nature and cultivation, he quickly regained composure and, his voice trembling, replied, "I am deeply honored by your grace, revered sage. I shall accept your command and will strive to lead the male immortals for the benefit of the primordial chaos." Very well. With a calm demeanor, Hong Jun then turned his attention to the Western Mother. Western Mother, you embody the essence of the pure yin energy of heaven and earth. Graced with profound fortunes and remarkable fate, you shall be the foremost female immortal of the primordial chaos. All who ascend to immortality among women, above and below, shall be under your dominion. Do you accept? Unlike the Eastern Prince, the Western Mother felt no joy at being favored by the sage. Instead, she was filled with trepidation. With a tranquil disposition and little regard for conflict or power, the designation of the foremost female immortal seemed fraught with implications. The distinction between male and female in the primordial realm had already been established from the dawn of creation. To preside over both genders encompassed an overwhelming responsibility that might inadvertently draw forth a myriad of karmic consequences. However, as the sage's command was absolute, she could not refuse. Ultimately, she suppressed her reluctance and acquiesced. "I shall faithfully obey the sacred mandate of the Tao ancestor." Her response starkly contrasted with that of the Eastern Prince, revealing her internal hesitation to the observant eyes of the assembly. "To aid you in your endeavors, I bestow upon you both these dragon head staff and phoenix hairpin." Despite the Western Mother's subtle reluctance, Hong Jun paid it no mind. As his words fell, two exquisite innate spiritual treasures materialized, gently floating before the pair. The onlookers displayed a myriad of expressions, some envious, others jealous. Exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Who would not desire them? Especially after learning of the connection between the path to quasi-sainthood and these treasures. Alas, such gifts were bestowed by a sage, leaving only the possibility of longing. None dared to test the waters, fearing that any attempt to seize these treasures might provoke the sage's displeasure or even his direct intervention. Given the prowess of these two, how could they command respect? Surely, the title of male immortal should rightfully belong to my elder brother, and the dragon head staff ought to be his as well. From a nearby position, Tai cast a resentful gaze upon the Eastern Prince, who held the dragon head staff. The sage refrained from casting blame. Yet the Eastern Duke was not so restrained. The sage did not appoint directly. He had inquired beforehand. The Eastern Duke, unable to discern his own prowess, was destined to face calamity. Much like Tai, Dijun began to ponder deeply. However, the Eastern Duke, being under the sage's command, could not act recklessly. It would be prudent to first establish a connection with him, allowing him to accumulate great merit, thereby diminishing his sources of fortune. Once he bore the weight of boundless karma, Dijun could then act, and the sage would find it difficult to contest his actions. Before that, Dijun needed to secure his own foundation. He promptly bowed once more to the sage, respectfully stating, "Esteemed teacher, since the time of the great Pangu, who opened the heavens and shaped the primordial world, countless beings have contended endlessly, and the entanglement of karma has led to incessant strife. As an unworthy disciple, I wish to harness the strength of the demon clan to establish a celestial court, create order, and govern the primordial realm, so that all beings may find their rightful place and reduce senseless slaughter. With your boundless compassion, I bow again, hoping for your consent. Observing Dijuan's gesture, Tai followed suit. Bowing to Hong Jun and echoing his brother's sentiments. Esteemed teacher, with your benevolence, we earnestly seek your approval. Both my brother and I shall dedicate ourselves to safeguarding the primordial realm. Chapter 17. Return to the primordial era. The sermon at Yuguan Mountain at this moment. All eyes were fixed upon Hong Jun, awaiting his response. Among them, the most anxious was undoubtedly the Eastern Prince. Although his strength was not among the pinnacle in the primordial realm, the endorsement of a saint fueled his fervor, eager to display his prowess. The fortuitous blessings of destiny upon cultivation were immensely significant, and the Eastern Prince harbored a subtle yearning for power. Hong Juan's recent appointment struck a chord deep within him. However, under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Hong Jun responded with a single, nonchalant word. Upon hearing this, the assembly of innate divine beings displayed expressions of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the saint's intentions. Emperor Jun's proposal evidently conflicted with the positions he had previously conferred upon the Eastern Prince and the Western Goddess, the leaders of the male and female immortals. Nevertheless, regardless of the thoughts swirling among the crowd, Hong Jun had already vanished from the Tao platform after his utterance. The establishment of the heavenly court by Emperor Jun and Tai was an inevitable consequence of the grand scheme of the heavenly Tao. The status of the Eastern Prince and the Western Goddess rightfully entitled them to be the leaders of the male and female immortals. Indeed, Hong Jun had his own calculations in mind. He sought to secure the heavenly positions for his two disciples. Should they remain aloof during the calamity of the witches and the demons, emerging unscathed, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to orchestrate any further plans post-calamity. Of course, Hong Jun merely desired their celestial status without any intention of taking their lives. Regarding the loss of their heavenly positions, the offering of an exquisite innate spiritual treasure to each was merely one form of compensation. Hong Jun had meticulously arranged for the resolution of their karmic entanglements. As for whether the Eastern Prince and Western Goddess could seize this opportunity, as long as they remained true to their hearts and acted within their means, they would face no hindrance. Should they falter and meet their demise, it would bear no consequence for Hong Jun. Damn it, Emperor Jun and Tai have shown me an utter lack of respect. As Hong Jun departed, the divine beings within the Purple Cloud Palace also left in succession. The Eastern Prince watched the retreating figures of Emperor Jun and Tai, his heart seething with resentment. He had approached them with goodwill, intending to negotiate a division of power. He had even resolved to make concessions, allowing the demon race to operate independently without his oversight. Yet, he had not anticipated their complete disregard for him. Dismissing him without a second thought, Emperor Jun and Tai held him in contempt. Yet within the Purple Cloud Palace, many great Luo beings were stirring, contemplating an allegiance with the Eastern Prince. The saint's endorsement would undoubtedly draw some of the powerful divine beings who could not be managed by Emperor Jun and Tai, even if they were to relinquish a portion of their authority. The remaining forces, when consolidated, would undoubtedly form a considerable power, one that would not lack in fortune. In the future, should the Eastern Prince establish a faction, the collection of resources would accelerate significantly. The possibility of acquiring innate spiritual treasures during a low investment period would render them the first beneficiaries should such treasures be conferred. As for the conflicts with the demon race led by Emperor Jun and Tai, they were not overly concerned. After all, would the demon race dare to eliminate the Eastern Prince at the risk of incurring the wrath of the saints? At worst, it would result in mere suppression. In the chaotic sea, the Zixiao Palace vanished, while the Eastern sovereign lingered in the chaotic realm not far from the palace, encircled by dozens of great Luo. The Eastern sovereign, appointed by the sage as the foremost male immortal, would undoubtedly guide our male cultivators in the future. This humble Taoist merely took a step ahead of his fellow cultivators to pay homage to the esteemed elder. Indeed, when the Eastern sovereign raises his voice, the primordial world shall respond. and we hope you will extend his guidance generously." Amidst the abundant flattery, the Eastern sovereign felt a delightful satisfaction. Almost losing himself in the moment, his laughter stretching to the back of his head, casting aside any previous displeasure in the hall. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that within the encirclement of Great Luo, there was not a single one at the late stage. Having undergone 2 teachings, their own comprehension and fortune were clearly lacking, unlike the Eastern sovereign. In stark contrast, the Western mother swiftly departed the Zixiao palace, heading towards the primordial realm without a moment's delay. Many female cultivators, eager to follow her, could only sigh in resignation. From her previous acceptance of a sacred mandate to her current actions, they realized that aligning themselves with the Western mother was essentially futile. It was evident she had no intention of establishing a formidable force, even with the blessing of the sage. Such aspirations, given her temperament and cultivation, were laughable, especially in competition with my brother and me. Tai watched the encircled Eastern sovereign with disdain, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Patience was necessary, as he was chosen by the sage. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Sensing Tai's thoughts, Emperor Jun promptly advised against any rash actions. While he too looked down upon the Eastern sovereign, he recognized that violence was not the answer at this moment. "Does my brother have a plan?" Tai inquired, detecting the underlying implication in Emperor Jun's words. "We shall wait and see. I hope to witness the 3rd lecture at Zixiao, and I trust his presence will still grace us there." Tai nodded slightly, yet resolved that if Emperor Jun's strategies bore no fruit before the 3rd lecture, he would not hesitate to take action, even if his methods were somewhat crude, and seize the opportunity to suppress the Eastern sovereign with his chaos bell. If his brother decreed death before the 3rd lecture, then death it must be. The 2 brothers exchanged a knowing smile and, under the protection of Tai's chaos bell, ventured towards the primordial realm. Meanwhile, the 3 clear ones clasped their hands, with Laozi addressing Qinyu. "Daoist friend, we shall meet again after the Yuan assembly." Qinyu nodded in response. "Until we meet again after the Yuan assembly." With their farewells, each employed their divine abilities to journey towards the primordial realm. With Qinyu's mid-stage cultivation of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he stood among the preeminent innate deities, surpassing nearly all others in the current primordial realm, save for Hongjun. Upon returning to his Taoist sanctuary atop Jade Crown Mountain, he surmised that most of the innate deities were still wandering the primordial realm. With some time remaining before the emergence of the gourd vine, and after countless years of traversing the sea of laws, there was no urgency to retreat into seclusion once more. Instead, he contemplated imparting teachings to the beings of Jade Crown Mountain during this interval, thereby enriching the foundation of his sanctuary. With a wave of his hand, Qinyu transformed the innate great formation into a concealed operation. Standing above Yuan Mountain, he contemplated the nature of existence. In the primordial world, not all beings, even those of innate divinity, possess inherent legacies. Many, inferior to the innate deities, are merely ordinary beings devoid of any form of inheritance. The vast majority of creatures, born in this primal realm, enjoy an environment rich in resources. Yet this merely allows them to harness the abundant, innate spiritual energy, granting them extended lifespans. Relying solely on instinct, they engage in rudimentary practices of breath control, but their application is often chaotic and ineffective. For clans, the situation is somewhat better, as there are individuals who can impart teachings, albeit imperfectly. As for those fortunate enough to consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures, gaining unique opportunities to transform, such prospects are rare indeed. Within Yuan Mountain, it is unclear whether it was Qin Yu who awakened the spirit, but the flora and fauna, as well as the birds and beasts, have seen many embark on the path of cultivation. However, he remains the only one who has undergone transformation. Now that he has attained a certain level of cultivation, the subsequent endeavors to seize fortunes and opportunities are made easier with capable hands at his disposal. Yuan Mountain, as his birthplace, imbues its creatures with its unique essence and blessings, making them the ideal candidates for his cultivation of allies. As for disciples, that would be inappropriate. The mountain has managed to nurture but a single exceptional innate deity, and not a single top-tier innate being can be found within its bounds. Chapter 18. The treasure and the fallen wealth. Upon the summit of Jade Crown Mountain lies a natural platform where Qin Yu gracefully positioned himself, seated in a lotus posture. Through the manifestation of his supernatural powers, all beings who had awakened their spirits within the mountain were aware that a great sage was imparting wisdom atop the platform. The wild beasts of the mountain galloped, and the flora, though still untransformed, strained against their roots, inching towards the peak despite their agony. Some delicate flowers and grasses, unable to withstand such turmoil, nonetheless found within themselves a surge of magical energy when pushed to their limits, nurturing their wounded forms. The teachings of the Tao are not to be shared lightly, yet those with steadfast determination can ascend the heights. Without waiting for all to reach the summit, Qin Yu's head was adorned with auspicious clouds, merging 3 blossoms into a singular lotus, within which a Tao fruit took root. Within these clouds, the world unfolded in an eternal cycle of creation and destruction, boundless in its transformations. Having prepared thoroughly, Qin Yu grasped the primordial measuring ruler and began to expound on the Tao. His discourse was not of particularly profound or esoteric nature. He commenced with the foundational principles of breathing and energy absorption, gradually progressing to the transformation of form, guiding his audience from the superficial to the profound. Among the beings that had already reached the summit, many had begun to take form. Those still climbing had paused, entranced by the resonant teachings that flowed directly into their spiritual seas, making it difficult for them to disengage. Beyond those who had awakened their spirits, countless entities that had never before encountered the opportunity to embark on the path found their spiritual consciousness ignited by the essence of the Tao that Qin Yu imparted. The newly awakened beings instinctively bowed towards Qin Yu at the mountain's peak. Flowers bent, trees swayed, and spiritual beasts knelt in reverence. Those who had already taken form, after paying their respects, instinctively settled into a lotus position, striving to absorb more of the profound knowledge present. The once bustling Jade Crown Mountain was enveloped in an uncanny silence, with only the resonant tones of Qin Yu's teachings echoing through the air. His discourse spanned 3 millennia, beginning with how to harmonize one's breath with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, ultimately reaching the enigmatic realm of the golden immortal. Beyond the cultivation of realms, Qin Yu interwove teachings on the protection of the Tao, refining and developing one's innate supernatural abilities. He shared insights into alchemy, energy cultivation, and the practice of formations, all of which he had distilled and comprehended during his journey to hear the teachings of the primordial saint. While he may not be among the pinnacle of talents in the primordial realm, for the beings of Jade Crown Mountain, his insights were nothing short of miraculous. After such an extensive lecture, Qin Yu himself reaped significant rewards, as each reflection served to refine his foundational understanding of the Tao. After 3 millennia, as Qin Yu concluded his teachings, the multitude of beings on Jade Crown Mountain remained immersed in their contemplations, yet to awaken. He chose not to rouse them, but instead surveyed the overall enhancement of their strength over these 3 millennia with satisfaction. Indeed, it was evident that they all owed him a debt of karmic retribution. Upon returning to his own sanctuary, Qin Yu felt an increase in his karmic ties. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile appeared on his face. Having imparted teachings for 3 millennia, he had missed the opportunity to claim treasures from the primordial gourd vine. However, he had no intention of pursuing them any further. He had already established the necessary strategies. As long as others sought treasures, they would inevitably owe him a portion of their karma. The atmosphere was thick with calamity, indicating that the conflicts between the 2 clans had intensified over the years. Even with diligent cultivation, one could not repay the preemptive karma associated with the mid-stage Huang Golden Immortal without first attending the forthcoming conference. It was more prudent to await the teachings of that esteemed figure. With an increase in his preemptive quota, he could simultaneously seek treasures while venturing out to experience the magnificent landscapes of the primordial world, which had significantly diminished post the Witch and Demon War. After some reflection, Qin Yu formulated a plan for the time leading up to the teachings. He envisioned various innate spiritual treasures that would only manifest in future generations without implicating the karmic ties of the saints. He sifted through potential treasures that could attract great fortune or significant fateful sources, quickly arriving at a decision regarding the preemptive acquisition of the falling treasure coin. Falling treasure coin, available for preemptive acquisition. Preemptive acquisition steps. Proceed to the eastern region of the primordial world, find a primordial spiritual formation in Wui Mountain, and break through the formation to enter. Proceed with the preemptive acquisition. Yes. As Qin Yu spoke, a round copper coin, gleaming with a golden luster and adorned with a pair of delicate wings, fell into his hand. The effects of the falling treasure coin surged into his consciousness after he acquired it. This artifact was a purely auxiliary spiritual treasure capable of summoning all treasures from the heavens and earth. Although it was merely a high-grade innate treasure, even the most exalted innate treasures could be brought down and collected if the user possessed sufficient auspicious fortune and virtue, an immensely powerful tool. However, attempting to wield it without adequate fortune and virtue could lead to catastrophic backlash. The karmic burdens suppressed by one's fortune and virtue would be triggered under the threat of divine retribution. If calamity invaded his mind, maintaining composure would be nearly impossible, significantly increasing the likelihood of his demise. Even if he survived, bereft of fortune, he would invite misfortune, rendering any hope for a prosperous future futile. Yet, none of this was the crux of the matter. The primary significance lay in the fact that the falling treasure coin, in conjunction with another high-grade innate treasure, the treasure-gathering basin, could harmoniously merge their indestructible primordial radiance. When these two treasures combined and were nurtured with ample virtue and fortune, they could metamorphose into the supreme innate treasure, the wealth tree. This artifact would encapsulate the essence of commerce and financial prosperity. Possessing the wealth tree would bestow upon its owner the celestial rank of a merchant deity. In the primordial realm, where trade was incessant, the owner would remain undying. Such a status, akin to that of a saint, represented a unique attainment within the primordial path, albeit of a lesser caliber than the saintly rank. Nevertheless, it constituted an alternative form of enlightenment. In the indestructible primordial realm, death would be nearly impossible. In the primordial domain, any transaction would grant a modicum of fortune and virtue to the status holder. Accumulated over time, this could become exceedingly formidable. Wealth, trade, and commerce. Qin Yu was acutely aware of the immense potential these elements would hold in the future. The future shall not resemble the primordial chaos of today, where the fundamental principle is one of plunder. Even transactions are predicated upon mutual necessity and reconciled through the doctrine of causality. Once currency and trade emerge, their cessation becomes impossible. Qin Yu initially aspired to harness the fortunes of monetary destiny through the acquisition of the falling treasure coin, never anticipating such serendipitous gains. The falling treasure coin lacks a predetermined sovereign, whether it be the coin or the gathering treasure basin. Only the inaugural possessor is privy to its secrets. This provides a slender thread of hope for these two spiritual treasures under the celestial order. It is no wonder that in later generations, the ultimate ownership of the falling treasure coin eluded the grasp of Randeng, who made no concerted effort to procure the gathering treasure basin. Randeng was not the first master of the falling treasure coin, and Qin Yu remains uncertain as to whom the gathering treasure basin shall belong in the future. After completing the subsequent endeavors with the falling treasure coin, Qin Yu's aspirations turned to the gathering treasure basin. The lineage of Yuan Mountain shall, for a considerable duration, be directed toward this goal, and upon acquiring this artifact, Qin Yu resolved to establish the path of commerce, manifesting the principles of trade to navigate the primordial chaos and seize the fortunes of merit. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter with Li Huangzhong. The disparity between the descriptions of the future and the present wilderness is indeed staggering. Stepping onto the earth after leaving Jade Crown Mountain, Qin Yu utilized the spatial principles he had comprehended to traverse the vast wilderness, measuring the land. Everywhere he passed, the essence of the Tao was rich, and countless towering mountains adorned the landscape, each possessing various extraordinary postnatal spiritual roots and treasures. It was impossible for him to return empty-handed. Guided by his own primordial spirit's perception, Qin Yu journeyed eastward, exploring any unclaimed mountains and rivers for hidden treasures. With a fortunate fate, he accumulated significant rewards over several centuries. While he did not acquire any innate spiritual treasures, he did collect 7 or 8 innate spiritual roots, including 6 of inferior quality and 2 of average quality. The harvest of various postnatal spiritual materials with unique properties was beyond counting. Although these items held little value for Qin Yu personally, they were relatively easy to obtain in the wilderness with a bit of effort. However, after the conflict between the witch and the demon, the situation changed drastically. Trade was intrinsically linked to Qin Yu's future fortune and merits. Thus, he paid it considerable attention. After fulfilling his preliminary needs, he amassed a large collection of spiritual materials and various refining ores, preparing to establish trade routes in the future. A ripple of power indicated a battle between mighty beings. Throughout his journey, Qin Yu had witnessed countless bizarre races and numerous conflicts. Whether for survival or over a single spiritual fruit or herb, any item deemed beneficial to sentient beings could spark a fierce struggle. The law of the jungle, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, was a fundamental principle that permeated the wilderness. Yet, he had never encountered a battle between practitioners at the Great Luo level. Given the vastness of the wilderness and the number of Great Luo beings, it was not surprising that he stumbled upon such an occurrence. Naturally, Qin Yu's interest was piqued. The ability to attract a duel among Great Luo practitioners might present an opportunity for him to gain enlightenment. Presently, in the eyes of the wilderness, Qin Yu's strength was unparalleled, extending his primordial spirit's perception. He followed the traces of the Tao and quickly pinpointed the location of the 2 Great Luo practitioners engaged in battle. In a secluded valley stood an innate grand formation, and outside this formation, 2 Great Luo cultivators faced each other. Inghua, do not be overly presumptuous. I have been breaking this formation for a millennium and arrived here before you. This treasure rightfully belongs to me. I am willing to offer you the fruit of the spiritual root as a considerable concession, were it not for my concern of missing the sage's teachings due to injury. Do you truly believe I fear you? The Great Luo, known as Inghua, tossed a spiritual treasure into the air, his aura intensifying. The treasures within this formation are fated to be mine. I have come here through divine insight. You are merely an opportunist who stumbled upon this place. The Earth's spiritual roots are destined to be claimed by me. Ichuan felt himself targeted, knowing that if he did not respond, he would soon be attacked by magical artifacts and powers. Infuriated by Inghua's words, Ichuan, now devoid of any illusions, cast a grim look at Inghua and declared, "It seems there is no room for negotiation. Witness my power." With those words, Ichuan made his move, signaling his intent to engage. The innate spiritual treasure of the Pangu blade serves as the foundation, while the principle of slaughter constitutes its essence. This amalgamation of numerous diverse laws forms a realm where Ichuan is ensnared. Rooted in the essence of wood, it flourishes endlessly. Within the world shaped by the principle of slaughter, Ichuan's true form manifests, continuously assaulted by the profound arts derived from the essence of slaughter. Empowered by its own laws, its physique grows increasingly formidable, a verdant brilliance radiating outward. It boldly intends to assimilate this realm governed by the principle of slaughter through its own life laws. What audacity! Previously, there was negotiation and retreat, suggesting a lack of extreme bloodthirst, yet now it has resorted to this life-for-life approach in the throes of battle. Withstanding the injuries inflicted by the laws is a bold move, and Inghua is taken aback by Ichuan's actions. As a master of the way of slaughter, Inghua naturally possesses a fierce spirit. Both are at the initial stage of the Great Luo, yet he wields a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure that complements him, tilting the odds in his favor. After vanquishing Ichuan, Inghua intends to thoroughly suppress its ignorant, true spirit, perpetually wearing it down with the principle of slaughter. Even after the great calamity, when heaven and earth are reborn, he aims to strip it of its true self. Both are formidable individuals. The internal duel within the realm shaped by the principle of slaughter is fraught with peril, yet outside the valley where they clash, tranquility prevails. The laws of the great Luo are profound. Their collisions could disrupt the very order of heaven and earth, leading to immense destruction. To avoid unnecessary repercussions, ordinary great Luo duels are conducted with caution, either in the celestial realms or, akin to the two below, by manifesting their own laws to create a smaller realm, at the very least seeking a place devoid of spiritual essence. However, the creation of such a realm typically requires mutual cooperation, which is not the case here. The one possessing the principle of slaughter forcibly drags the opponent into a realm of his own making, enhancing his own power significantly. Yet should this world shatter, his own path and essence would also be obliterated. It is a gamble with one's life. The other participant is equally fierce, choosing to engage in combat within the opponent's domain rather than attempting to break free, relying on a philosophy of mutual confrontation. After a brief examination of the situation, it becomes evident that no victor will emerge in the short term. With the two great Luo engaged in their duel, Qin Yu loses interest and diverts his focus to the valley. Upon entering, he is greeted by a vine-like innate spiritual root resembling the primordial gourd vine. Though its condition is far from ideal, beneath the root there lies no supreme earth-type spiritual material akin to the nine heavens soil, nor even the secondary tier of Tianyan soil. Only the more inferior Huang soil surrounds it, lacking the support of the innate three luminaries. The spiritual liquid is merely a combination of the stellar power spontaneously condensed by the innate great formation and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. While this configuration is not necessarily poor, it pales in comparison due to the high grade of the fruit vine. This is one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. The Huang Li. In his previous life, Qin Yu had observed many sects within the Huang tradition, and ultimately, it belongs to the Queen Mother of the West. Although the specifics of how it ultimately fell into the hands of the Queen Mother of the West remain unclear, given the current circumstances and the strength of the two contenders outside, it is likely that once it reaches her, it will have diminished in quality. Presently, this Huang Li, with its 12 blooming leaves, bears the innate Tao patterns inscribed with the words Huangzhong. The 3 yuan will blossom, bear fruit, and mature. And only after the 3 yuan can it be harvested for consumption, yielding a mere 9 fruits at a time. The first whiff of the fruit's fragrance, when inhaled, can augment one's Tao cultivation by a millennium, even for those at the pinnacle of the Tao. As for consumption, its overwhelming spiritual essence and Taoic profundity can elevate even the most mundane individual to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. The 3 flowers and 5 qi do not pose an obstacle. Each spiritual fruit inherently carries a unique law imprint. Upon ingestion, these imprints intertwine, forming a unique Tao fruit. Generally, those with the potential to attain great Luo would refrain from using it, as those who achieve Tao through Huangzhong Li would find themselves unable to progress further, their flowering limited to merely the 3rd grade. Those with the opportunity to utilize it often do not, while those lacking even the potential for great Luo cannot hope to acquire it. Nevertheless, this phenomenon is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the heavenly Tao's essence is so weak beneath its celestial form, resulting in such a poor internal environment. Under the decree of heaven, it seems that these 9 fruits represent the ultimate limit of what Huangzhong Li can produce. For complete maturation, it is likely that it must draw upon the very essence of Huangzhong Li's spiritual root. When the time comes for the fruits to ripen, the quality of Huangzhong Li itself will also diminish. Unexpectedly obtaining such a rare, innate spiritual root brings Qin Yu great joy, a true stroke of fortune. However, conversely, encountering Qin Yu is perhaps the greatest fortune for Huangzhong Li. Within him flows the cosmic rivers of the universe, replete with the celestial essence of the 9 heavens and abundant primal 3 light, divine water, providing nourishment for Huangzhong Li with remarkable ease. Chapter 20. The Prelude to Catastrophe. The Lich War approaches in a desolate expanse where an innate evolutionary formation lay abandoned, despite its somewhat dilapidated state. It still housed an abundance of exquisite primordial spiritual soil. This soil had, over eons, absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, merging with the powers of the stars to form a precious spiritual liquid. Qin Yu was determined not to overlook this opportunity. Soaring above the valley, he wielded his divine arts to manifest a colossal hand, which descended upon the valley. The entire valley was captured within his grasp. As he infused it with the power of the laws, the giant palm, shaped by his mystical abilities, began to compress the valley's size. Ultimately, it reduced to a diminutive form, resting in the palm of Qin Yu's hand. As he ventured into the valley, the two competing cultivators, embroiled in their struggle for dominion, remained oblivious to his presence due to the vast disparity in their strengths. However, the valley had been hollowed out, leaving behind a massive pit, which inevitably drew the attention of the two combatants. Engaged in a life-and-death struggle, they found themselves outmaneuvered, their prize snatched away by another. Neither could tolerate this betrayal. Yet before they could withdraw their mystical arts, they were ensnared by chains of law. Fate has intertwined. My dear friends, this calamity must come to an end. Qin Yu murmured as he absorbed the valley into his celestial river, casting forth the primordial measure of heaven towards their location. The two were already caught in a deadly duel, their Tao fruits manifesting within a miniature realm, which spared Qin Yu considerable effort. The chains of law bound their primordial spirits completely, crystallizing their essence into the Tao, a manifestation straddling the line between reality and illusion. However, as the primordial measure of heaven descended upon them, it did not harm their primordial forms. Instead, it struck directly at the Tao fruits formed within their essence. As the measure fell, the chains disintegrated and the Tao fruits shattered. The trio of flowers and 5 energies within their celestial clouds began to unravel. With the dissolution of these energies, their arduous cultivation came to naught, and their primordial spirits faded into oblivion. From the moment Qin Yu acted, the chains of law secured their fates, and the primordial measure of heaven executed its grim task, all transpiring in a fleeting instant. Suppressing the two great Taoists was, for Qin Yu, merely a trivial undertaking. The act of seizing treasures and extinguishing lives was undeniably ruthless. Yet, the potential threat posed by these two was negligible to him. Had they forged a bond of goodwill, it would have been inconsequential. But alas, the seeds of malevolence they sowed were bound to yield dire consequences. When the time of reckoning arrived, their misdeeds would be accounted for. This incident was but a mere trifle. Even if similar scenarios were to unfold 1,000 or 1,800 times, with his fortune and the divine treasures suppressing his fate, he was well equipped to manage such occurrences. To allow even a single escape would foster a cumulative risk, and Qin Yu sought to sever the roots of contention. In the pursuit of the Tao, benevolence could not be afforded. Even if remnants of karma lingered, it could only be of a virtuous nature, debts owed to him, and even then, only within the bounds of his control. Otherwise, one might find oneself facing a fate akin to that of Huang, who was forced to yield his position. As for karmic retribution, the two saints of the West had their own debts to settle. If one could not resolve their debts, then the only recourse was to eliminate the creditor. Even if Huang were not resented by Kunpeng and escaped a fatal calamity, the two from the West would undoubtedly conspire to lead him to his demise. Having acquired his treasures, Qin Yu resumed his journey northward. However, as the years passed in his northern sojourn, he could distinctly sense a shift within the primordial realms. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial land, the intensity of calamity energy has surged over 100-fold in just a few short years. Under such a dense shroud of calamity energy, all beings in the primordial realm will be profoundly affected, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty and frenzied. Minor issues escalate into major crises, and life and death discussions arise over trivial matters, all while a collective dimming of intellect ensues. The extent of one's diminished intelligence directly correlates with the amount of calamity energy that permeates their being. If one's spiritual platform is thoroughly eroded by this energy, entwining with their primordial spirit, the consequences are dire. Even a celestial being might dare to utter audacious claims akin to those of a great Daluo. A mere true immortal, given the chance, would not hesitate to scheme against a sage. The root cause of this upheaval undoubtedly lies in the ongoing disputes between the two clans of sorcerers and demons in the primordial realm. Following the second sermon, amongst the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch clan, the Grand Witch Hoodoo has already departed. The Eastern and Western kings, regardless of their status as the foremost male and female immortals, are of little concern to the 12 ancestral witches. They regard them as insignificant, unworthy of any serious attention, as they pose no threat to their clan. However, when Emperor Jun and Tai sought to establish the heavenly court, the Witch clan was decidedly displeased. Who could bear the responsibility of such a mission, if not the Witch clan, descendants of Pangu, endowed with rightful qualifications? Emperor Jun and Tai were well aware of the Witch clan's reluctance. Tensions between the Witch and Demon clans on the primordial land have been escalating. The demons have suffered greatly, unable to confront the two formidable adversaries, leading Emperor Jun and Tai to retreat repeatedly. It is not due to a lack of courage, but rather an acknowledgement of their limitations. While they are unafraid of one-on-one confrontations, the ancestral witches do not engage individually. Any battle would see the 12 ancestral witches ganging up against the two brothers. As soon as they stepped into quasi-saint status, ancestral witches emerged with combat prowess rivaling their own. In response, Emperor Jun and Tai began to traverse the primordial realm, extensively recruiting powerful figures, offering either innate spiritual treasures or the fortune of the demon clan. The results were remarkable. In the mere span of a few thousand years since the conclusion of the second sermon, the combat strength of the demon clan has significantly increased. Although the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch clan are not easily matched, the demon clan managed to assemble 12 demon saints. Under Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's collaboration, they also secured 3 individuals capable of breaking into quasi-saint status: Fushi, Niuhua, and the Demon Emperor, who joined the demon clan at the cost of sharing their fortune. The final addition was Kunpeng, who was not lured by incentives, but compelled through intimidation. Initially, Emperor Jun, dissatisfied and having abandoned the Zixiao Palace, extended several cordial invitations to Kunpeng, who remained unmoved. Not only did he lose his mat, but considering the unfolding situation in the primordial realm, with the conflict between witches and demons becoming increasingly evident, Kunpeng harbored little optimism for the demon clan's future. To enjoy this fortune entails considerable risk and subservience, leading him to favor remaining in the Northern Sea, where he was nurtured by the innate divinity of the North Sea, cherishing his lineage and reveling in the autonomy of being a founder. Thus, despite 3 pleas and 3 refusals, while Emperor Jun remained unperturbed, Tai grew impatient, wielding the Chaos Bell to block the entrance to Kunpeng's abode. The message was clear: join us, or face dire consequences. It is no surprise that in the subsequent Witch-Demon War, Kunpeng turned against Emperor Jun, seizing the river diagram and the Luo book. In recent years, the power of the demon clan has steadily grown, granting them the capability to contend with the Witch clan, and naturally, Emperor Jun and Tai have harbored ambitions to confront their rivals. The relentless concessions have diminished the morale of the demon clan, rendering it an opportune moment to establish the Celestial Court. Jun and Tai's strategy hinges upon a confrontation with the Witch clan to bolster the demon clan's prestige, thereby preparing for the impending dominance of the Celestial Court over the primordial world. In response, the demon clan mobilizes a vast array of troops, and the Witch clan, unwilling to be outdone, prepares for an imminent clash. The intricate threads of causality entwined within heaven and earth have begun to shift. The heavens harbor a murderous intent. Without the cleansing that a war between the two clans would bring, the situation will not only fail to abate, but will likely intensify. It is prudent to acquire the falling treasure and the gathering pot early on, in hopes of participating in the impending conflict between the witches and demons. In a vast expanse of the primordial land, Qin Yu possesses a profound fortune and an abundance of magical artifacts for protection, rendering him relatively untouched by chaotic energies. Nevertheless, in the face of significant events in the primordial realm, Qin Yu contemplates his position. Should there be a chance for gain, it would be most advantageous to seize it. Chapter 21. The Gathering of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Huang, with heartfelt concern, implored, "Eldest brother, shall we merely stand by and watch?" In the Eastern Sea, the four Sea Dragon Kings convened, and the Western Sea Dragon King gazed at the leading Eastern Sea Dragon King Huang, speaking with urgency. The witches and demons had already taken their stances, and a great battle was imminent. Beyond the battlefield, throughout the primal chaos, the witch clan began a brutal slaughter of the demon clan, while the demons retaliated fiercely against the witches. Once the first large-scale conflict between the witches and demons commenced, there would be no turning back. The struggle between the witches and demons would inevitably mirror the ancient conflict of the three clans, a fight to the death. In the eyes of the Western Sea Dragon King Daluo, this was an opportunity for the Dragon Clan. After the War of the Three Clans, the Dragon Clan bore immense karmic burdens, their cultivation arduous and fraught with calamities, while many races in the primordial chaos took advantage of their plight, subjecting them to relentless oppression. Yet, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. The Dragon Clan was not so feeble as to be bullied by all. Their foundation remained intact. While they could not compare to the flourishing witches and demons, they still held a respectable status among the myriad races of the primordial chaos. Should the conflict between the witches and demons end in mutual destruction, the Dragon Clan, if they discreetly amass strength during this period, could very well reclaim their place in the primordial realm. After enduring for so long, was this not the purpose? Huang glanced at Daluo and then at the other two Dragon Kings, Qin and Xuan, and inquired, "Do you share the same sentiment?" The three Dragon Kings exchanged resolute glances, their intentions evident. Huang refrained from making a definitive conclusion and asked them, "What magnitude of action do you believe we should undertake, and what are your expectations?" The Northern Sea Dragon King Xuan, observing the unruffled demeanor of Huang, discerned his inner inclinations and tempered his expectations before speaking. "My humble request is modest. I merely seek to elevate the fortunes of the Dragon Clan to a level sufficient to withstand the karmic burdens our descendants bear." With Xuan's proposal, although Daluo and Qin were not entirely satisfied, they echoed in agreement. The key was to persuade their eldest brother to take action. As the appointed leader of the Dragon Clan by their ancestor, without Huang's consent, they could accomplish nothing. Huang was well aware of his brother's thoughts, but chose not to expose them. Instead, he replied, "If that is all you desire, then you may return to your respective domains. But remember, do not engage in any transgressions. Let everything remain as it is." "Eldest brother?" The three dragons looked at Huang, their faces reflecting confusion, hoping for an explanation or at least a hint. Was their eldest brother already making arrangements, or was there another reason? "Do you believe," Huang continued, "that the Dragon Clan can recruit its former allies and begin to establish a presence across the mountains and rivers of the primordial realm without being detected by the powerful witches and demons who dominate the land? Have you considered what consequences the Dragon Clan would face if discovered?" At this point, Huang's previously calm tone shifted abruptly, his voice rising with intensity. "I can tell you plainly, that would spell utter disaster, with no hope for escape and no second chances. In this present moment, there still exists a chance to breathe, to await the opportune moment. Should one plunge into this murky turmoil, the entire Dragon Clan would find itself devoid of freedom, its living space across the four seas severely constricted. At the edge of the four seas' eyes lies the Dragon Clan's ultimate refuge. Just the thought of this sends a shiver down Huang's spine, fearing that they might fail to grasp the gravity of the consequences. He has even harnessed his divine powers to conjure a terrifying vision of the boundless, perilous sea eyes. Contemplating the future, the Dragon Clan risks being relegated to a life of seclusion near the sea eyes. Should a descendant possess sufficient strength, they would be compelled to suppress the sea eyes, forever trapped in a cycle of oppression, unable to rise again. The three dragons felt a chill in their hearts, trembling with unease. Indeed, this discourse extinguished their aspirations for grand endeavors, yet their ambitions had already diminished due to their apprehensions regarding Huang. With lowered aspirations, the risks naturally decreased. Why not pursue second-tier ambitions? To completely disregard the situation and miss a golden opportunity would be unthinkable. After the three clans, there lie the sorcerers and the undead. merely waiting for the sorcerers to exit the stage. What if another race rises to seize the opportunity? Must they then wait yet again? Day after day, year after year. When will it all culminate? The weight of boundless karma presses down upon them, ensuring that the dragon clan's overall strength remains stagnant, unable to ascend. In the era of the sorcerers, the powerful already surpassed the might of their own past, and in the future, the strong will only proliferate. This ebb and flow of strength renders them burdened by karma, hindering their progress, and could even lead to regression. At that time, the four seas may very well remain unguarded. When the great Pangu vanquished the chaotic demon gods to forge the primordial realm, it was a struggle, a contest for survival, a contest for the path. Since that time, the contest for supremacy has been established in the primordial realm, only to cease upon the arrival of the immeasurable calamities. The path must be contended for, resources must be fought over, and fate and fortune must also be contested. Without striving, one descends. Without contention, one perishes. The primordial realm does not allow for complacency. Observing his three younger brothers, Huang understood that unless he provided a satisfactory explanation, even if he forcibly suppressed their descent, the four brothers would no longer be able to unite with the same strength as before. The internal discord within the dragon clan is equally perilous. Sighing deeply, Huang finally spoke. If the sorcerers and the undead were to repeat the mistakes of our past, following a great battle, what do you think the landscape of the primordial realm would resemble? Even if powerful races were to subsequently emerge upon the primordial stage, would they not require a period of development and accumulation? By discerning who possesses great potential, we could forge alliances in advance, even placing multiple bets to cultivate favorable conditions. Regardless of who rises, we would remain in an invulnerable position. If we do not act out of greed and are willing to concede a portion of the rivers and lakes of the primordial land, how confident can we be in our success? With each of Wang's probing questions, Run and the other dragons wore expressions of shame. Huang was not without his own schemes. However, compared to their short-sightedness and reckless assaults, his calculations extended far deeper. His strategy, remarkably low in risk upon internal deliberation, was found to be fundamentally viable. Ignoring the cycle of good and evil retribution, the notion of repaying kindness with malice was utterly untenable for substantial growth. By not succumbing to greed, Huang's aspirations are undoubtedly attainable. As for how to invest wisely in the rising races, casting a wide net is the key. The Dragon Clan, once the unrivaled sovereign of the primordial world, thrived during an era of unparalleled abundance. Even the western lands flourished with wealth. The resources amassed during that time are beyond enumeration. Even after stepping back from the stage of the primordial world, the vast riches of the four seas have ensured that the Dragon Clan's foundation not only remains intact, but continues to grow year by year. When weighing the gamble of the Dragon Clan's safety against the mere expenditure of resources for future gains, the calculations are clear to all. My elder brother's foresight is commendable, and I, as the younger brother, am convinced it is indeed our three dragons who acted impulsively, and I hope my elder brother will not hold it against us. With these words, Chin, the second brother, solidified the outcome of this gathering of the four dragons. Observing that his three younger brothers genuinely accepted his counsel, Huang's face broke into a smile of satisfaction as he addressed the three dragons. All actions are for the sake of the Dragon Clan. There is no question of blame. As long as you understand my intentions, I am content. Remember, do not take any rash steps. Instead, await the opportune moment. I will rely on my elder brother's guidance. Rest assured, elder brother, I will keep a vigilant watch over the northern sea dragons and will spare you any worry. The three dragons rose, bowing deeply to Huang, reaffirming their commitment once more. Chapter 22. The Treasure Hunt and the Ethereal Spirit Fox. Is this Wui Mountain? It seems rather ordinary. Were it not for the allure of this spiritual treasure, who would ever suspect that such a place harbors an innate spiritual artifact? And a top-tier one at that. Standing at the foot of Wui Mountain, Chin gazed upon its modest height of merely 3,000 zhang. The innate spiritual energy and the geological veins that could nurture such a Tao essence prompted an involuntary exclamation from him. An innate spiritual treasure does not reside in an unworthy place. The geological layout here clearly resembles a remote corner. It is a shared understanding in the primordial world that height does not entirely signify the richness of the earth's blessings. Although the mountain-s form is diminutive, it largely implies a lack of intrinsic value. No longer dwelling on such trivialities, Qin Yu stepped forward, directly arriving at the waist of Wuling Mountain. You are quite audacious. Little one, just as Qin Yu was about to explore the array-s nodes, intending to prepare for its dismantling, he discovered a golden immortal spirit beast had breached the boundaries he had set, resting not far from him, its limbs curled in submission. The spirit fox, with a quivering voice, respectfully articulated its intrusion. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed senior. Upon seeing you travel alone without any means of haste, I wondered if I could be fortunate enough to earn your favor and serve as your steed, seeking your protection in this tumultuous age. She did not expect to become a disciple under Qin Yu. She merely sought a place as a mount to navigate the perils of this chaotic primordial world. The Fox clan is indeed a significant lineage among the demon races. Why have you found yourself in such a predicament? With your golden, immortal consummate realm and your exceptional innate lineage, you have the potential to ascend to the great Luo realm and become a formidable being. Why then do you settle for being a steed? Qin Yu noted that the innate divine lineage and the innate lineage are both nurtured by the heavens and earth, yet their essence cannot be compared. Qin Yu examined the spirit fox's condition, curiosity piqued, and inquired. The notion of having a steed had not crossed his mind before, but since fate had brought them together in this secluded locale, he felt inclined to entertain the idea. Rather than declining, he posed a question, which filled the spirit fox with unbridled joy. Yet, upon recalling her own troubles, her fervent heart calmed, and she began recounting her circumstances in detail. This fox was not of the same lineage as the demon clan-s foxes. She was born of the earth, an innate being. Given the choice, she would not have chosen her current fox form. However, one cannot dictate how the heavens shape one's destiny. Due to her innate origin and her inherent fox form, her fortune inexplicably intertwined with that of the Fox clan beneath the heavens. Moreover, her status was elevated, comparable to that of their ancestral fox. Now, this was quite advantageous. She alone possessed half of the Fox clan's fortune without bearing any karmic consequences. In essence, she reaped the benefits without the burden of obligation. It would be a miracle if the Fox clan were pleased with that arrangement. As for the advantages, with the Fox clan as fortune augmenting her own, she had cultivated her spirit and transformed into her current form, achieving the golden immortal status in no more than 3 gatherings of the Yuan. The downside, however, was that she had attracted the attention of the Fox clan. Previously, within the innate great array she had birthed, she could obscure her existence from their calculations, but she could not remain sheltered in her birthplace indefinitely. The spirit fox had indeed contemplated the possibility of her clan seeking her out, and she had resolved to approach them willingly, eager to join the fox tribe. Unfortunately, before she could reach the ancestral grounds of her kin, she was pursued relentlessly. They offered her no opportunity to explain herself, attacking with lethal intent. As a shadow fox, had it not been for her innate speed and exceptional ability to conceal herself, she would have perished on the spot. The subsequent months were spent evading the relentless pursuit of the Fox tribe. Fortuitously, even without time for cultivation, her realm naturally ascended to the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage, bolstered by her fortuitous circumstances. However, she was utterly unwilling to continue living such a life of peril. As for Qin Yu, his cultivation level was beyond her perception. At the very least, he was a being of the great Luo level. Perhaps even a formidable entity capable of slaying corpses. Her decision to seek his assistance was one born of desperation. Although she possessed an extraordinary lineage from a pragmatic standpoint, accepting her could potentially enrich the Fox tribe's fortune. Yet, doing so would also entail inheriting the burden of their troubles. Those with such power were hard to come by, and Qin Yu was the only one she had encountered thus far who might possess it. This was a gamble, one where her very life was at stake. Should she win, she might gain the protection of a powerful being and escape her precarious existence. If she lost, she could either be subdued by him or captured to be taken back to the fox tribe for leverage. Listening intently to the spirit fox's tale, Qin Yu found himself pondering whether her situation was one of fortune or misfortune. On one hand, she had inexplicably gained the immense fortune of a prominent clan without bearing the burdens that accompany such privilege. On the other hand, the tribe she was entangled with was less than ideal, selfish, and lacking in generosity. It was perplexing that they would not share even half of the benefits. For an increase in their foundational strength would surely amplify their overall prosperity. As the spirit fox awaited her fate with trepidation, Qin Yu slowly spoke. "Reveal your true form for me to see." Upon hearing this, the shadow spirit fox was filled with elation. She was no fool and understood the implications of his request. Instantly, she transformed into her true form, a towering figure of 100 feet. In an effort to appear more formidable, she bared her teeth. Regrettably, her true form leaned towards the endearing side, rendering her attempt at intimidation somewhat foolishly charming. "That will suffice," Qin Yu said with a smile and a wave of his hand. "Remember this well. I am Qin Yu, known as the Purifier of the World, born of Yuguan Mountain, a direct descendant of Pangu. For now, you shall serve as my companion, and I shall shoulder the matters concerning the fox tribe." "Thank you, my lord. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties with utmost diligence," the spirit fox exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she bowed repeatedly before Qin Yu. Voicing her promises, being a direct descendant of Pangu signified that he was at least a top-tier extraordinary being, likely a powerful entity. With Qin Yu's protection, she felt assured that the troubles with her tribe were no longer a concern. After solidifying their identities, Qin Yu sensed a significant surge in his own fortune. As for the shadow spirit fox, even though the fox tribe's fortune would be divided, with 70% going to her, it would also integrate with Qin Yu's own auspicious fate, resulting in an overall decline that was minimal. Moreover, with Qin Yu exerting control over her destiny, the spectral spirit fox perceives that the benefits far outweigh the losses. Without the treasure to suppress fortune, luck tends to dissipate and its utilization becomes dramatically inferior. If she were to genuinely devote herself to her practice, her rate of progress would not only remain steady, but indeed accelerate. Qin Yu's magical arts elevate the spectral spirit fox, entirely disregarding her self-imposed constraints, as he articulates the fundamental tenet of his lineage: rise. For our sect embraces few rigid rules. Harmony and camaraderie among peers are paramount, and one must not deceive others for personal gain. In that brief utterance, the spectral spirit fox finds her typically agile mind somewhat at a loss. Harmony and camaraderie are easily spoken of, as it should be among kin. Yet, to imply that one may exploit others when there is a benefit to be had, can such a notion be openly expressed? Chapter 23. The fox ancestor schemes. As Tai prepared to launch his attack, Qin Yu sought to breach the array and seize the treasure. Meanwhile, in the ancestral grounds of the Fox clan, the blessed realm of Qingqiu, the venerable ancestor Tishan Junmao was in seclusion, shrouded by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. "Who dares to covet the fortune of my Fox clan?" His furious roar reverberated throughout Qingqiu Mountain. Beings, both transformed and untransformed, felt an immense pressure that compelled them to kneel, unable to raise their heads. Even the untransformed spiritual beings quivered on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Previously, when the phantom spirit fox siphoned off the Fox clan's fortune, Tushan Junmao could rely on his accompanying spiritual treasures to suppress and reclaim a portion of it. Yet now, the fortune that had slipped away could not be drawn back, no matter what methods he employed. The only explanation was that the phantom spirit fox had found a powerful ally, one who possessed treasures capable of suppressing fortune. In this era of calamity, as the tide of tribulation loomed, he could not decipher the identity of this ally, even if they shared a fateful connection with his clan. The best he could do was trace the general direction of the phantom spirit fox, with whom he was intricately linked. However, he lacked the audacity to confront them directly. For anyone bold enough to accept the phantom spirit fox would surely not fear the Fox clan. With half of the fortune that should have been his now diverted, Tushan Junmao found his cultivation stagnated at the late stage of Daluo. This level of power, while remarkable prior to the teachings of the saints, had become somewhat inadequate in the current age. In the primordial world, Daluo-level practitioners had receded from the top tier, leaving only the formidable corpse-slaying experts to reign supreme. Tushan Juanmao's anger was not solely due to the theft. It also stemmed from a sense of indignation. Nevertheless, the Fox clan had its own backing. As one of the earliest clans to align with Emperor Jun and Tai in their integration into the demon race, Tushan Junmao held a certain status within the demon realm. After venting his fury, he did not temper his emotions, but instead swiftly unleashed his powers, heading toward a location on the eastern side of the Buzhou Mountain. Along the way, he periodically erupted in anger, his overwhelming presence asserting dominance over all. He intended to escalate the matter, hoping to make it known to all factions in the primordial world. Tushan Juanmao's grand display meant that even before his arrival, the entirety of the incident had already reached Emperor Jun's ears. Tai, it appears that a confrontation with the Wu clan is inevitable for the demon race. Even if they do not strike first, we must take action, Emperor Jun remarked, gazing at Tai from within a palace of exceptional postnatal spiritual treasure. Emperor Jun was well aware of Tushan Juanmao's intentions to elevate him, compelling him to take a stand for the Fox clan. Though his methods were somewhat crude, they proved effective. It was precisely the roughness of his approach that left Emperor Jun unperturbed. The true frustration arose when one was blindsided by cunning schemes, only to realize the gravity of the situation after it had unfolded. Such circumstances were the most disconcerting and unacceptable to Emperor Jun Tushan Junmao. Renowned for his wisdom as the venerable ancestor of the Fox clan, had astutely grasped Emperor Jun's temperament. At this moment, the emperor found himself engaged in introspection. The friction among the Lich has persisted for a considerable time. However, the demon race has consistently occupied a position of weakness. Despite having engaged in skirmishes with the ancestral witches on several occasions, these encounters have always concluded hastily. Within the demon race, numerous factions harbor a profound sense of insecurity, and their sense of belonging remains notably tenuous. This situation elucidates the perception of the two sovereigns, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, among the powerful clans within the demon race. If they were to perform commendably, the subordinate clans would genuinely feel that as long as the two demon emperors were present, any form of bullying would be met with decisive retribution, thus preventing incidents like that of Tushan Junmao from occurring. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's sudden declaration, Tai initially presumed that it marked the moment of his brother's resolute decision. Uncertain of Emperor Jun's thoughts, Tai cautiously inquired, "Brother, have you not already resolved to fight?" Should Emperor Jun abruptly retract his decision, their standing in the primordial realm would indeed become untenable. The unrest among the demon ranks would undoubtedly destabilize their foundational support, let alone the establishment of the heavenly court. Such a turn of events could embolden the previously disadvantaged Eastern King to rise in power. The delicate balance of power among the two clans could easily transform into a three-way struggle for supremacy. If the Witch clan were astute, they might choose to remain spectators, allowing the demon race and the Eastern King to contend while they bide their time, much like a hidden bird waiting to swoop down. Understanding Tai Yi's concerns, Emperor Jun gently shook his head and reassured him, "It's not as you perceive. Rest assured, I am fully cognizant of certain matters, and my resolve regarding the impending battle with the Witch clan remains unshaken." With a sense of relief, Tai Yi's curiosity piqued. "What is it then?" "I shall elaborate later. The uproar caused by Tushan Junmao could ultimately benefit our demon race. Tai Yi, upon bringing Tushan Junmao here, you shall personally receive him, and then accompany him for a while, amplifying the commotion. Once we manage this affair well, we shall engage in battle with the Witch clan, significantly enhancing our chances in the ensuing chaos and bolstering the overall morale and cohesion of our race." Although the specifics remained unclear, Tai Yi confidently pledged, given its importance, "Brother, you need not worry. Regardless of who the opponent may be or what the target is, I shall ensure this matter is executed flawlessly." At present, Tai Yi had already eliminated one adversary, and, equipped with the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, he found it exceedingly difficult to encounter formidable opponents in the primordial realm. Even against the 12 ancestral witches, barring the two most prominent, Tai, he was confident he could triumph over 6 and remain undefeated against 7. It was only due to Emperor Jun's insufficient prowess that they needed to divide the Demon Emperor's fortune into 4 parts to win over Fushi and Yuhua. Master, is this your destined affinity? At this moment, atop Wui Mountain, after Qin Yu breached the innate Great Formation, the elusive fox spirit immediately spotted the coin suspended at the formation center. To find such a superior, innate spiritual treasure in such a desolate place, concealed under the veil of destiny, was indeed remarkable. Had it not been for Qin Yu's inherent connection, it would have been impossible for him to discover it. With everything now within his grasp, Qin Yu nodded affirmatively, stating, to call it a destined affinity is not incorrect. This item is destined to be mine. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the treasure you desired. Surrounded by no true immortals, their presence was overwhelming and assured. The shadow spirit fox immediately bowed in congratulations. As Qin Yu stepped forward to the center of the formation and grasped the falling treasure money in his hand, his golden fingers responded in kind. Unbeknownst to the shadow spirit fox, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the falling treasure money, which had hovered above the formation, transformed into an utterly mundane piece of iron devoid of any spiritual essence after being seized by Qin Yu. He discarded it directly using spatial principles. After the advance, what remained in place was merely a facsimile. Given his prior experiences, Qin Yu was quite accustomed to such occurrences. Chapter 24. Betting against the Eastern Sovereign Tai. The purple cloud lotus seat, the chaos bell my lord, he has arrived. On Wui Mountain, the figure of Qin Yu, seated cross-legged atop the silhouette of the alluring specter, opened his eyes slightly, unfazed, and replied, I have been expecting them. I shall wait in silence. With the acquisition of the falling treasure, Qin Yu initially planned to directly advance with the treasure basin, collecting artifacts before confronting the Fox clan regarding the specter. However, through the threads of causality entwined with the specter's existence, Qin Yu foresaw that the Fox ancestor would soon come knocking. Thus he chose to remain at Wui Mountain in tranquil anticipation. This way, he could avoid being pursued and spare himself the effort of a subsequent journey. As for the fortune of the Fox clan, Qin Yu had no intention of letting it slip through his fingers. Were it not for the fact that the specter was not a male, he would have considered abducting some Fox clan members for the specter to mate with, thereby cleaving the clan's fortune in twain. Several hours later, high above Wui Mountain, Tushan Junmao observed the scene below, where a solitary man and a fox were present, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. The confidence he had derived from the presence of the Eastern Sovereign Tai dissipated upon seeing the figure seated cross-legged atop the specter. Though Qin Yu was a stranger to Tushan Junmao, he could not fail to recognize him. Qin Yu occupied the 4th lotus seat among the 7 in the Palace of Purple Clouds. The Eastern Sovereign Tai was somewhat acquainted with Qin Yu, having once coveted his seat while his brother was in the Palace of Purple Clouds. However, their plans had never reached a stage involving Qin Yu, and thus, no direct grievances existed between them. With a flash of divine light, the Eastern Sovereign Tai, accompanied by Tushan Junmao, appeared not far from Qin Yu. To his surprise, this matter also involved the esteemed friend of the purified world. Qin Yu, taken aback, responded, I had not anticipated that the esteemed Tai would be involved in this affair. The Fox clan is a significant lineage among our demon kin. Their fortune has been unwarrantedly divided, and they seek redress. As the demon emperor, I must intervene. Upon finishing his statement, the Eastern Sovereign Tai fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu, his eyes ablaze with solar essence, while his aura began to rise. This mount of mine is not a mere happenstance. It is a matter of destiny. Should a proper negotiation be undertaken, I would be willing to offer compensation and sever its connection to the Fox clan's fortune. However, the Fox clan shows no intention of resolving this amicably, having pursued my mount for years. Thus, a reckoning must ensue. Qin Yu remained unfazed by the Eastern Sovereign Tai's imposing presence, and even the specter under his protection felt no hint of pressure. Facing the steadfastness of Qin Yu, the Eastern Sovereign Tai's tone grew increasingly severe. What do you believe would be an appropriate resolution to this entanglement of fateful ties? As long as the Fox clan exists, the specter shall enjoy its fortune, thus resolving the cause of the Fox clan's pursuit. Seemingly oblivious to the Eastern sovereign Tai's grim demeanor, Qin Yu articulated the carefully crafted response he had prepared. It appears, esteemed friend, that you do not intend to settle this matter amicably. The Eastern sovereign Tai found Qin Yu inscrutable. Had the latter shown a willingness to cooperate, severing the connection between the specter and the Fox clan's fortune while offering reparations, the matter could have been resolved with the Eastern sovereign Tai's authority. After all, he was a potential formidable being, and with the impending cataclysm of the Witch Demon War, the Eastern sovereign Tai was reluctant to make an enemy of him. Yet, Qin Yu's demeanor suggested he had no intention of yielding. His arrival here indicated that Qin Yu had not granted him an ounce of face. In the primordial realm, where the strong reigned supreme, Qin Yu remained unfazed by the intentions of Dong Huang Tai to engage in a contest of strength, casting a cold glance at his adversary. I consider myself rather sincere, having refrained from delving too deeply into the matter of my mount being pursued. Is it your intention, my friend, to determine right and wrong through sheer power? Tai, taken aback by Qin Yu's bold provocation, felt a glint of coldness in his eyes as he replied icily, "If that is the case, then there is little to discuss. Will you engage in a battle in this small world? Or shall we venture into the chaos for a confrontation?" In response to Dong Huang Tai's challenge, Qin Yu did not refuse outright. Yet he recognized that a direct confrontation would not serve his interests. What would be the stakes of victory or defeat? If one is to support another, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. Although Dong Huang Tai wielded the chaos bell and could not kill Qin Yu, defeating him was certainly within his capabilities. The path of the primordial law that Qin Yu traversed was inherently superior to Dong Huang Tai's simplified cultivation method, not to mention the difference in their realms. If you were to lose, my friend, as per the teachings of the saints, your place should rightfully belong to my elder brother. Regarding the Fox clan and your mount, you must offer either a low-grade innate spiritual treasure or a mid-grade innate spiritual root as an apology, severing the connection of fate between us and resolving the karmic ties. With the chaos bell in hand and possessing the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation, he regarded himself as standing at the forefront of the primordial world. Qin Yu was confident in his ability to surpass Dong Huang Tai, who likewise harbored absolute confidence in his own strength. Such a substantial wager you propose, my friend. What conditions shall we agree upon for this bet? What is it you desire? With a firm heart, I vow that should the chaos bell change hands one day, may the great Tao witness and restore all that is rightfully mine. As far as Qin Yu knew, the chaos bell had vanished after the war of the witches and demons, its whereabouts a complete mystery. However, he leaned towards the belief that it had been reclaimed by the heavenly Tao. If it were in the hands of the heavenly Tao, or Hong Jun, he might not even be able to reclaim it. Yet, with a pledge of loyalty to the destined master of the next Tao of fate, the situation would differ. The heavenly Tao is impartial, and naturally, it would not interfere with the treasure of predetermined fate. Very well. Without hesitation, Dong Huang Tai acquiesced to the terms. For him, this condition was virtually inconsequential. He did not perceive himself as mortal. As long as he existed, Qin Yu, the future master of the Chaos Bell, would merely be a decoration. As the battle and chaos commenced and the agreement between them solidified, Qin Yu ceased his hesitations, leaving behind a divine ability within a shadow body. With a single step, he traversed vast distances with ease. Dong Huang Tai, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his innate divine ability, the Golden Crow transformation, matching Qin Yu's speed without a hint of disadvantage. The destructive power of great beings is immense. In the boundless stars beyond, only cycles of life and death persist. While ordinary damage recovers swiftly, excessive destruction can hinder restoration for a considerable time. The boundless stars are crucial for transforming chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy, thereby weaving the threads of fate between heaven and earth. In a land of chaos, where chaotic winds ravage, even those of the great Daluo realm can barely survive. Yet, mighty beings remain wholly unafraid of the risks posed by chaos. The laws of the body manifest the power of one's own mastery suppressing chaos with their principles. In the realm established by Qin, the once turbulent chaotic currents have become docile under the purifying laws, revealing a domain of sanctity. Surrounding the Eastern Emperor Tai, the true fire of the sun circulates, conjuring a realm of flames. Under the searing heat of the true fire, chaos shatters, while the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire are forever fixed, unable to reoccur. In this grand battle of formidable powers, Qin Yu and Eastern Emperor Tai unleash their might, charging forth into the chaotic expanse. The mighty beings of the primordial earth sense this clash. Such a duel of powers has yet to be witnessed in the primordial realm, piquing the interest of all. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who hold enmity against the demon race and stand at the forefront of the witch-demon confrontation, promptly set out for the chaos. They seek to observe and comprehend the means of the quasi-saint realm, while also gauging the current strength of Eastern Emperor Tai, preparing themselves for the inevitable conflict between the two races. Chapter 25. The duel with Eastern Sovereign Tai. As Qin Yu and Tai clashed, their respective realms of law intertwined, and a fierce battle was imminent. Beyond the immediate vicinity of their confrontation, figures such as the Three Pure Ones, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Emperor Jun, Zi, and Huang Yun, along with nearly all the half-step formidable beings of the primordial era, had gathered. Brother, it seems that our friend from the pure world is not pursuing the path of quasi-saint, said Tong Tian, filled with confusion as he sensed Qin Yu's situation. The disparity in combat power between a Hunyuan golden immortal and a quasi-saint is not insignificant, requiring at least one exceptional innate spiritual treasure to bridge the gap. Were it not for Tai possessing the Chaos Bell, an innate treasure born with him, the outcome of this confrontation would have been predetermined. It appears our friend from the pure world does not seem to be one who forsakes the path for the sake of mere power. There may be secrets we are unaware of, Laozi remarked, his expression darkening. He had already severed his corpse to attain the quasi-saint level, leaving him with no retreat. If the path of Hunyuan Golden Immortal were accessible, it would imply that he would lag behind certain powerful beings of the primordial era right from the start. The formidable beings who had already severed their corpses shared Laozi's thoughts at this moment. Conversely, many of the great Luo Golden Immortals who had yet to sever their corpses were filled with joy. Initially anxious about not being able to keep pace with the first echelon entering the quasi-saint realm, they now perceived that being one step behind might not be a disadvantage after all. Having transitioned from the innate legacy of the Great Luo Law to the Great Luo 33 Heavens Law, the fact that they had not severed their corpses allowed them the opportunity to start anew. Even if it meant wasting some time, it mattered little to them. No wonder our friend is confident of defeating me. It appears he has chosen a path that has already been severed, while an ordinary quasi-saint might indeed struggle against him. When it comes to facing me on equal footing, he falls short, Tai proclaimed. As he spoke, the sound of the chaos bell resonated, causing the swirling, chaotic energies around them to come to a standstill. The sound waves surged forth, directly targeting the primordial spirit of Qin Yu. Not necessarily, Qin Yu countered. In response to Tai's probing assault, he summoned a lotus platform beneath him, channeling the pure world laws, which transformed into a tidal wave that surged forth to confront the attack. The clash of their laws rendered both parties' techniques null and void. The empowerment of the innate treasure was beyond the reach of ordinary top-tier, innate spiritual treasures, capable of subduing the emperor. Unable to discern the depth of his opponent's strength from the initial probing strike, Tai ceased his futile efforts. Under the guidance of his laws, the radiance of the chaos bell intensified above his head, surrounding the bell with the sun, moon, and stars, accompanied by the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Within the bell's body, mountains, rivers, and myriad races of the demon clan shimmered. The five-colored radiance illuminated the heavens, while the holy might of chaos reverberated throughout the universe. The mysteries of the chaos bell were boundless, capable of restraining time and suppressing space. With a resounding chime, the bell echoed again, its intensity incomparable to the previous assault. The sound surged forth, filling the cosmos with grandeur, dimming the chaos itself, and shaking the very fabric of existence. revealing the might of the innate treasure in all its glory. Under the suppression of the chaos spell, Qin Yu's pure world laws governing the branch laws began to ripple, their internal operations thrown into disarray. Empowered by the chaos spell, Tai unleashed a formidable display of law, approaching the mid-phase of the quasi-saint realm. In the chaos of battle, the relentless assault continued, with Tai witnessing Qin Yu's futile struggle. Ultimately, the domain of laws was shattered under his oppression, and just as defeat seemed inevitable, Qin Yu's subsequent actions shattered Tai's illusions. This revelation also astonished all the powerful observers present. Facing Tai's initial advantage, bolstered by the innate treasure, Qin Yu remained composed. Beneath him, the 12th grade lotus platform bloomed. Above him hovered the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, while in his hand he wielded the postnatal treasure of merit, the Hongming Liangtian ruler. An endless array of radiant treasures illuminated the chaotic realm, leaving Red Cloud and the others utterly astonished, their expressions betraying disbelief. How could this be possible? The greatest reaction came from Yuanshi among the three pure ones. Upon seeing Qin Yu adorned with such spiritual treasures, he lost his composure, his gaze fixated on the Hongming Liangtian ruler, igniting a fire of jealousy within him. He could hardly believe that Qin Yu possessed such immense fortune from the heavens and the earth. As a manifestation of Pangu's primordial spirit, claiming to be the true inheritor of Pangu, these treasures imbued with the merits of creation should rightfully belong to them. Their elder brother possessed the postnatal defensive treasure, the Tianyi Linglong Xianhuang Pagoda, and this postnatal offensive treasure should rightly belong to him, the second brother. What merit or capability did Qin Yu possess to deserve such treasures? Though the fragment of Pangu's liver had also transformed, he could not be compared to them. Yuanshi had indeed acknowledged Qin Yu previously, yet within his heart lingered a sense of pride. While everyone else maintained a semblance of decorum amidst their envy, Yuanshi's unrestrained outburst echoed in the presence of all. Second brother. All eyes turned as Laozi and Tong Tian transmitted their thoughts to Yuanshi nearly simultaneously. With their reminders, Yuanshi swiftly adjusted his demeanor. Yet under the veil of subtlety, his gaze towards Qin Yu still bore an unwillingness to concede. What troubles you, sister? Fushi, having regained his focus, noticed something amiss with Niwa. Brother, I sense that the Qian Kuan Ding of my esteemed friend in the pure world is connected to a fortuitous opportunity for me, and it resonates profoundly with my path of cultivation. Even if I cannot attain it, merely borrowing it for insight could yield tremendous rewards. Yuanshi's attention fixated on the Hongming Liangtian ruler, while Niwa, upon seeing the Qian Kuan Ding, felt her own spirit stir. In truth, Niwa had not fully articulated her thoughts. It was not solely the Qian Kuan Ding that drew her interest, but she also sensed other opportunities within Qin Yu. The intensity of this sensation surpassed that which the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, had evoked. We have now entered the realm of the demon race. The enmity between Dong Wang and Qin Yu may prove troublesome, Fushi mused. Naturally, he wished to facilitate his sister's fortune, but given the current circumstances, borrowing treasures from Qin Yu appeared nearly impossible. They were now among the four sovereigns of the demon race. Would it not be an act of antagonism for Qin Yu to assist Niwa in her cultivation? Niwa understood Fushi's concerns, and with a hint of reproach, she remarked, "The actions of the demon emperor and demon sovereign are indeed unwise. To offend a formidable being over such trivial matters is ill-advised. Even if they seek to establish their authority, upon realizing the other party is a being of immense power, one who can occupy a seat in the Purple Cloud Palace, they should promptly recalibrate their approach and treat the situation with the necessary prudence." While the others focused on the magical artifacts, Emperor Jun's attention was fixated on the duel unfolding between the two parties. Several spiritual treasures of Qin Yu radiated brilliance, forming a protective barrier that rendered Tai's attacks utterly ineffective. In contrast, Qin Yu skillfully wielded his Taoist arts, simultaneously countering Tai while launching an assault with his own purifying laws, seeking to suppress Tai's domain of fiery space. The pace was astonishingly swift. In typical confrontations among formidable beings, the clash of laws and the contest of their respective Taoist techniques could span millennia. Yet, observing the current circumstances, it seemed that within mere days, a victor would emerge. With inferior cultivation, lesser techniques, and no advantage in treasures, this was an all-encompassing dominance. Chapter 26. Afoot to defeat Emperor Jun and compensate for the cause, friend Emperor Jun. It seems that my sister and I cannot acquiesce to this matter. Sister? Fushi expressed confusion upon hearing this. Emperor Jun had conveyed the intention to jointly assist the Eastern sovereign in besieging Qinyu. Although Fushi was averse to such actions, having been invited into the demon clan and enjoying its fortune, it was rather inappropriate for Emperor Jun to be so blunt, even if he intended to refuse. The benefits reaped by the two siblings from their association with the demon clan were considerable. To indulge in the advantages without facing any challenges was simply unreasonable. What would be the outcome if the three of us collaborated and still failed to vanquish the opponent? Faced with Emperor Jun's skeptical gaze, Nuwa posed a pragmatic inquiry. It was not that they underestimated themselves. Rather, Qinyu was unexpectedly formidable, both in cultivation and in the profound depth of his spiritual treasures and fortunes. Although Emperor Jun was displeased with Nuwa's tendency to diminish their own prowess while elevating others, he could not dismiss the possibility of such an event occurring. The four sovereigns of the demon clan, lacking martial ethics, attacking a mighty opponent and intervening in another's duel could lead to minimal gains, while the repercussions could indeed be monumental. After some contemplation, Emperor Jun turned to Nuwa and tentatively suggested, "What if we had more than just the three of us? Should two more mighty beings join us, my sister and I will act in accordance with your words, friend Emperor Jun." Very well. With Nuwa's affirmation, Emperor Jun softened his approach and began reaching out to the other potential allies present. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. Even with the offer of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure as compensation, none were swayed. The prospect of an ambush or even inflicting serious harm was feasible, but the current timing was far too delicate. They did not believe they could kill him, but inflicting a severe injury was indeed plausible. Should they be wounded at this juncture, it would likely prevent Qinyu from attending the 3 lectures of the saints. This was a grudge that could obstruct one's path, a hatred that would not cease until resolved. Everyone understood the implications of pursuing an endless vendetta over a spiritual treasure and a mighty being. While Emperor Jun's plans were faltering on the battlefield, Qinyu had roughly discerned the disparity in combat strength between the quasi-saints and the primordial beings, as well as the differences in the efficacy of their divine arts. He had no desire to prolong the duel with Tai any further. He was not at the early stage of the primordial realm, but at the mid-stage, making it quite effortless for him to swiftly defeat Tai. Initially, the assembly of mighty beings estimated that it would take some time to determine the victor. However, as Qinyu's momentum surged, the situation shifted. "I have grown weary of this game. I shall claim this chaos clock for myself." As Qinyu spoke, he wielded the primordial measuring ruler and stepped forth, directly entering the domain constructed by Tai's laws. The boundless pure world laws circulated, and Tai's domain was forcefully suppressed. The sun's true fire, capable of scorching through chaos, diminished in potency under the illumination of Qinyu's pure world light. Even with all his might, Tai could not delay the weakening of these laws for even a moment. In just a few breaths, the domain constructed by Tai was forcibly purified and eradicated by Qinyu. Under the backlash of the laws, Tai's primordial spirit sustained injuries, and the boundless flames ignited within his auspicious cloud began to extinguish. These infinite flames were a direct manifestation of Tai's Tao fruit. Faced with this dire situation, Tai gritted his teeth and resolutely ignited his own vital blood, using it as a catalyst to forcibly rekindle the fire of the auspicious cloud. "You are indeed at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Who decreed that I cannot be at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal?" Breaking through the confines of the law's domain, the Tao fruit had already manifested, and Qinyu would not let this opportunity slip by. He cast the Hongming Liangtian ruler, aimed directly at Tai's auspicious cloud. "I have indeed underestimated you, and while victory may elude me, Do not think you can inflict further harm upon me. As the attack approached, Tai exerted all his strength to activate the Chaos Bell. The sound resonated. Each strike of the Hongmeng Liantian ruler was momentarily restrained with every chime. The chaotic currents surged endlessly, and the chaotic space was torn apart by the residual power of the two artifacts. Regardless of Tai Yi's attempts to obstruct it, the absolute disparity in strength rendered him incapable of repelling the assault of the Hongmeng Liantian ruler. When the ruler struck the immeasurable divine light emanating from the Chaos Bell, a resonant chime echoed again. Yet this time, it was not summoned by Tai Yi, but rather caused by the impact of the Hongmeng Liantian ruler. As the spiritual treasure collided, the immeasurable Tao laws dispersed, swirling countless chaotic currents, capable of forming a chaotic storm that could shred the great Luo under the influence of this residual force. In a single strike, the brilliance of the Chaos Bell dimmed significantly. Although it had absorbed most of the damage, the residual harm that penetrated through caused Tai Yi's blood energy to surge violently, shaking his spiritual platform. Unable to break through in one strike, Qin Yu summoned the Hongmeng Liantian ruler back in his grasp, stepping forward to appear above Tai Yi. Tai Yi could sense the might of this impending strike and exerted every ounce of his strength to defend against it. However, when the ruler descended, he realized the vast gap in power. The Chaos Bell above Tai Yi's head was sent flying, and the imprint of his primordial spirit within was nearly obliterated under Qin Yu's assault. Just as he had merged the innate, indestructible spiritual light of the Chaos Bell into his being, it was almost shattered by the ruler's blow. Without the protection of the Chaos Bell, Qin Yu naturally seized the opportunity, wielding the Hongmeng Liantian ruler to strike directly at Tai Yi's Dao fruit. How dare you! Witnessing Qin Yu's intent to kill, Emperor Jun could no longer concern himself with the propriety of intervening in their battle. He summoned the accompanying spiritual treasures, the river map and the Luo book, to shield Tai Yi within. With a furious strike, he displayed commendable momentum, yet his strength was lacking. He took the brunt of a lethal attack meant for Tai Yi, causing the spiritual light of the river map and Luo book to dissipate, resulting in a backlash that forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing his elder brother injured because of him, and realizing that Emperor Jun's rash intervention had drawn Qin Yu's ire, Tai Yi, worried for his brother's safety and recognizing his own lack of potential for a comeback, chose not to persist further. I concede. Unfortunately, Tai Yi's concession came a moment too late, or perhaps it was Qin Yu's design, as he stepped forward, appearing directly above Emperor Jun, and brought the ruler crashing down upon him. Don't! Tai Yi cried out, his eyes wide with despair. Emperor Jun managed to react just in time, but there was no opportunity to recall the river map and Luo book. He could only hastily summon another refined, superior, innate spiritual treasure, the Sun Wheel, to meet the incoming blow. Chaos knows no distinction. Yet when struck by the heavenly measuring ruler wielded by Qin Yu, Emperor Jun, along with the Sun Wheel he summoned, plummeted towards the ground beneath him. Enduring the blow, Emperor Jun's body revealed a myriad of cracks, and his essence suffered grievous harm from this strike. Though not fatal, the abundance of spiritual herbs amassed would not suffice for a swift recovery. Qin Yu, unyielding against those who dared to interfere in his battle, swiftly subdued the situation, binding the He Tu and Luo Shu. Observing Qin Yu's intent to forcibly claim the two treasures, Emperor Jun composed himself and respectfully implored, "This matter is indeed my fault. As an expression of my contrition, I am willing to offer the 4-symbol spirit pearl as a gesture to settle our karma. However, the He Tu and Luo Shu are treasures of my being, and I humbly ask that you exercise leniency." Having realized the gravity of the situation, it became evident that Qin Yu's strength far surpassed their expectations. Mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, not only were they incapable of contending with him, but perhaps no one in the vast expanse of the primordial realm could have foreseen such prowess. Yet, the He Tu and Luo Shu were integral to his path of corpse slaying and could not be relinquished. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, coolly uttering 2 words, "Not sufficient." He demanded an additional 5 low-grade innate spiritual treasures. Still insufficient. 10 mid-grade innate spiritual roots. This is the utmost I can offer. I acted only out of a protective instinct for my brother and did not intend to confront you. This settlement of karma has exceeded all bounds of reason. Originally, Qin Yu had been content with securing a promise of future karma in exchange for the Chaos Bell, but he had not anticipated that Emperor Jun would present such warmth on a silver platter. He even felt a twinge of regret for his decisive actions, pondering whether he should have feigned weakness, allowing Emperor Jun and Tai Yi to harbor a fleeting illusion of victory, perhaps drawing more participants into the fray. Qin Yu's gaze swept across the surroundings, piercing through the barriers of chaotic energy, and he beheld a throng of spectators, those on the verge of ascension or formidable beings skilled in corpse slaying. A fleeting expression of regret crossed his features. Such a prime opportunity for extortion had been squandered. Chapter 27. The Treasure Trove in Hand. The three-legged golden toad of the East Sea. As for you, the matter of Di Jun's unauthorized interference has reached a conclusion, yet the issues concerning Tai Yi remain unresolved. Simply receiving verbal assurances from the two of them is insufficient to secure the position of the next ordained sovereign. The Tao is paramount, and the heavenly principles bear witness. Should there come a day when the Chaos Bell is no longer under my command, all beneath heaven shall rightfully belong to the pure world Taoist. A thunderous sound echoed within the minds of Qin Yu and Dong Huang Tai Yi, and simultaneously, an inexplicable bond formed between Qin Yu and the Chaos Bell. This resemblance to the connection with his own innate spiritual treasure, not yet fully refined, was unmistakable. However, a barrier still lingered between Qin Yu and the Chaos Bell. This was, of course, due to Dong Huang Tai Yi. Should Tai Yi meet his end while Qin Yu remains, even if the bell were forcibly seized by another, it cannot be entirely refined. Only in Qin Yu's possession could the Chaos Bell be acknowledged and harness its utmost potential. This is the recognition of heaven and the intrinsic value of a fated spiritual treasure. Initially, Qin Yu refrained from claiming the 7 gourds of the primal gourd vine for similar reasons. Those gourds were not destined for him, despite their exquisite quality. He lacked the power to overcome the ordained individual, thus rendering them unattainable. Instead, he opted to sow the seeds of a beneficial connection with a spiritual treasure. Without Qin Yu's mention, others only knew that the spiritual treasure owed a debt of karma, unaware of to whom the debt was owed. Should Qin Yu broach the subject, the debt would inevitably require repayment. What a clever scheme! Upon hearing Di Jun's oath, I could not help but exclaim in admiration. By skillfully concealing his own cultivation to create an information gap, Qin Yu's gains were indeed considerable. Fortunately, the assembly of formidable beings was not blinded by Qin Yu's spiritual treasure, nor did they unite with Di Jun to launch an assault. Otherwise, Qin Yu's rewards would have multiplied exponentially. Given the strength Qin Yu displayed, while not guaranteed victory, he was certainly in an undefeated position from the outset. The coalition of powers was unlikely to be of one mind and could not subsequently align into a singular camp. If they could not secure an immediate win, they would face defeat, for settling scores in the aftermath would be intolerable. Should they fail and entangle themselves in adverse karma, what price would they pay? Tong Tian nodded in agreement with my words, yet expressed some concern. With an abundance of treasures, I wonder if the pure world Taoist can bear it. Given his fortune, the treasures he currently possesses may already surpass his limits, and with ambitions for rare treasures of the primal wilderness, he may face backlash in the future. Tong Tian held a favorable impression of Qin Yu. Excess in any endeavor, including benefits, can lead to disaster. He was uncertain why Qin Yu could advance within the primordial realm and shatter all preconceived notions to swiftly reach the mid-stage of that realm. However, if the sage's words held true, further progress would be challenging, and he would inevitably be pursued. Should Qin Yu's cultivation falter in keeping pace with the era, he would become a target of envy for all. With but a single opportunity, adverse karma would converge upon him, and they would surely swarm to seize his fortunes. Satisfied, Qin Yu departed. Scarcely had he left when the 12 ancestors of sorcery hastily followed suit. In the midst of the impending confrontation, Emperor Juntai found himself gravely injured. His combat prowess diminished to almost nothing. The current standoff with the Lich was an unmissable opportunity, albeit one tinged with the moral ambiguity of taking advantage of another's misfortune. They needed to deliberate meticulously on whether to engage in this battle and when to commence. The gathered powerful beings were equally intrigued about the potential outcomes of the conflict between the Lich and the Demon Clan. Under Emperor Jun's relentless efforts to consolidate power, the Demon Clan's foundation had strengthened, making the outcome of their clash with the Witch Clan uncertain. Yet, unforeseen circumstances had arisen, and the retreat of the Demon Clan seemed almost inevitable. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for the Lich. The aftermath of this battle could very well serve as a catalyst for its rise. As he journeyed back through the primordial wilderness, Dong Wanggong felt a surge of excitement. In contrast to the Demon Clan, his own foundation was far too fragile. Even if he established a celestial court, he would struggle to attract formidable talents. As most skilled and ambitious individuals gravitated towards the Demon Clan, the outcome of the Lich-Demon battle mattered little. Even a slight disadvantage would not significantly tarnish their reputation if they displayed valor. However, who could have anticipated that Emperor Juntai would encounter the obstacle posed by Qin Yu? In Wui Mountain, during the waiting period for Qin Yu's return, Mei Ying had been in a state of constant anxiety. Upon seeing Qin Yu appear before her, exuding an aura of unblemished harmony and bearing no signs of injury, she immediately deduced the circumstances. Mei Ying knelt, her head bowed, her voice brimming with unmasked joy. "Mei Ying welcomes you back, my lord." "Indeed," Qin Yu replied with a slight nod. Alighting upon Mei Ying's back, he spoke softly. "I have comprehended the matters concerning the Fox clan. From now on, their fortunes shall be as they ought to be." "Yes, my lord." With the pressure of survival lifted and the troubles of the past no longer a burden, Mei Ying was elated. Truly, in the primordial wilderness, one must either possess strength or have a solid background. Wui Mountain was indeed a blessed land for her. As for the treasure basin, it could be advanced. Treasure basin. Advance possible cost of advancement. Establish a malignant connection with a primordial variant of the 13th layer of Daluo. Subsequent requirement. Journey to a certain spiritual island in the East Sea. Locate and defeat the primordial variant three-legged golden toad, and either kill it or reclaim it. Will you advance? I shall advance. The three-legged golden toad and the treasure basin seemed a reasonable endeavor. If possible, nurturing it as a pet would be delightful. Qin Yu pondered as he weighed the treasure basin in his hands. The basin's primary function was to generate an innate aura of wealth, which had significant nurturing properties for spiritual treasures. For innate treasures below the highest grade, sufficient wealth aura could greatly enhance their primordial indestructible spiritual light source, elevate their restrictions, and promote their rank. Even the highest grade innate treasures would slowly increase in power when placed within the basin. However, it would be ineffective for innate supreme treasures. As for postnatal treasures, even the most inferior grade of postnatal treasures could be elevated to the level of postnatal supreme treasures under the basin's influence. Currently, Qin Yu's merits and fortune were insufficient to merge the falling treasure money with the treasure basin. After briefly refining the basin, he stored it within the cosmos of his inner starry universe. All of his treasures, apart from the Qian Kuanding and the Hongmeng measuring ruler, were cast into the treasure basin by Qin Yu. Ming, to the eastern sea, he commanded softly, having found his destination. "As you wish, my lord," Ming replied, rising immediately. Manifesting a barrier of magical energy to protect Qin Yu, she transformed into a wisp of ethereal light and swiftly sped towards the eastern sea. Chapter 28. The 12 Ancestors of Witchcraft Stir. The Kunpung unfurls, my lord. The 5 energies converge towards the origin, and the 3 flowers gather atop, ultimately returning to the auspicious clouds. Is it not possible to intentionally harmonize the compatibility between the two from the very beginning of condensing the 5 energies? While on the journey, Qin Yu would also enlighten Mei Ying, and as they drew closer to his perceived location over the East Sea, Mei Ying's pace slowed, allowing her to pose the questions that lingered in her heart. Having already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm with Qin Yu's guidance, the Tai realm no longer held its mysteries. The more she understood, the more her thoughts flourished, and naturally, with Qin Yu's explanations of the subsequent realms, her mind began to formulate plans. Of course, it is possible, Qin Yu affirmed Mei Ying's statement initially. However, before she could revel in her joy and inquire further about how to rest. He doused her enthusiasm with cold water. If you are willing to remain at the bottom of the same realm after Tai, ultimately halting your path at the Great Luo. Upon hearing this, Meng instinctively replied, I would certainly not wish for that. The Great Luo indeed represents a pinnacle that most beings in the primordial world can scarcely hope to attain in their lifetime. Yet, given Mei Ying's potential, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Great Luo was almost a certainty. With Qin Yu imparting wisdom, her ascent to the Great Luo seemed all but assured. Sacrificing her future path for the sake of momentary progress would be an unthinkable decision, unless influenced by chaotic thoughts. Since she had a vision for her future path, it was prudent to refrain from dwelling on trivial matters. The path of cultivation is most perilous for those who seek immediate results. Steady and grounded progress leads to greater distances. A solid foundation is essential for advancing along the path. At this moment, Qin Yu began to understand why most mentors refrain from disclosing realms that significantly exceed their disciples' understanding. The more one knows, the more one contemplates. Faced with a methodical approach, discovering shortcuts in the path of cultivation, it becomes challenging for them to foresee future pitfalls based on their own cultivation level. Sometimes, knowing too much can be counterproductive. Had Qin Yu not guided Mei Ying through the later stages of the Great Luo, she would not have retroactively pondered her path. This was precisely why Mei Ying raised her concerns. For beings of their caliber, a period of seclusion could stretch indefinitely. If, during Qin Yu's retreat, she happened to break through a barrier, it could jeopardize her path. My lord, rest assured, Mei Ying will certainly proceed with caution, even if there are thoughts of ambition. I will consult with you beforehand and will not act impulsively. Qin Yu did not conceal his emotions deliberately, and Mei Ying surmised his thoughts, hastily assuring him. A steed holds considerable status in the primordial world, intertwining with matters of face and reputation. Should she fail to strive and elevate her strength, when Qin Yu takes her out in the future, she would inevitably face embarrassment when compared to other formidable steeds. The master and servant traversed the East Sea, and several decades slipped by in an instant. Qin Yu had yet to locate the overseas immortal island where the three-legged golden toad resided, while the war of witches and demons had already ignited in the eastern continent of the primordial realm. In the balance between face and tangible benefits, the Witch Clan ultimately chose to seize the benefits. To ignore the heavens is to invite calamity. In the vast primal expanse, following the onset of the Great War between the necromancers, the scattered factions of the necromancer race began to engage in bloody conflicts. The various tribes of the necromancers, previously focused on restrained hunting for mere survival, now unleashed indiscriminate hunts against the beast races. Unlike before, where their targets were primarily mindless creatures, this time their focus shifted to those who had awakened their intelligence. Regardless of whether a race had merged with the beastkin or undergone transformation, any entity classified under the beast races fell within the scope of their predation. The beast races, unwilling to yield, escalated their aggression. Previously, conflicts between the beast and necromancer races occurred in remote territories, where the strong preyed upon the weak without venturing into necromancer settlements to slaughter innocents. Now, the moment a necromancer tribe became vulnerable, a powerful beast was likely to invade. From the epicenter of the main battlefield between the necromancers and the undead, a boundless slaughter erupted across the entire primal realm. The two races, driven to madness, began to disregard the unwritten rules of their world. Even formidable entities, such as Tai, and Daluo transcendent beings, cast aside their reservations. Upon encountering adversaries, they no longer sought suitable battlegrounds, but unleashed their might indiscriminately upon the primal lands. Countless mountains and rivers were shattered, and innumerable beings perished as collateral damage in the chaos of war. In the grand hall of the ancestor Zhu Meng stormed into the chamber, his eyes aglow with fury, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Elder brother, another one of my tribes has been ambushed by the beastkin. I can no longer tolerate this, he declared. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged a glance, comprehending each other's sentiments. Di Jiang rose from his seat, decisively proclaiming, "Then let us take action. Since we have already committed, We shall disregard any notions of fairness. It was high time such measures were taken. The 12 ancestors emerged, revealing their true forms, and an overwhelming aura of dread surged forth, reaching the heavens. The sinister energy from all corners of the primal realm converged, enveloping the battlefield in an immense pressure. Gradually, towering phantoms composed of this ominous essence materialized behind the ancestors. At the main stronghold of the beastkin, sensing the manifestation of the ancestors, all half-step transcendent beings, those on the brink of achieving greatness, yet lacking the necessary fortuitous moment or suitable treasures, gathered in unison. We siblings shall contend with 5 of the ancestors, Fushi stated, having previously conferred with Enhua. He stepped forward, unprompted by Jun's allocation of foes. The 4 ancestors were the utmost limit that he and Enhua could manage. This was after Fushi had staunchly argued for their cause. Otherwise, according to Enhua's views, their responsibilities would have been limited to 2 ancestors. The siblings held different perspectives regarding the beastkin. Enhua viewed this merely as a collaboration for mutual benefit, offering her assistance when the beastkin required it, leveraging her connection to their royal fortunes. However, Fushi's sentiments diverged. Having spent time among them, he had grown to regard the beastkin with respect and reverence, increasingly seeing himself as one of them. Excellent, Jun responded with delight. He had not harbored high expectations for Enhua and Fushi. In his calculations, he would have been satisfied if they were willing to engage 3 of the ancestors. With Enhua and Fushi setting an encouraging precedent, Jun promptly shifted his attention to Kunpeng. I shall intercept the ancestor of lightning. Facing the gaze of Jun, Kunpeng respectfully clasped his hands and selected his opponent. Unlike the spontaneous selections made by Enhua and Fushi, Jun felt an overwhelming dissatisfaction with Kunpeng's choice. Among the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the weakest in combat prowess was the ancestor of lightning, Yaozi, who could be easily countered by a being at the half-step grandmaster level, even if the confrontation would prove to be arduous. As for the notion that Kunpeng would exert all his efforts to defeat him and subsequently assist others, Jun harbored not a single thought in that direction. Given Kunpeng's lackadaisical attitude, such an outcome was utterly implausible. Before Jun could voice his discontent, Tai, seated beside him, spoke in a somber tone as he directed his gaze towards Kunpeng. Might I suggest you reconsider? My subordinate has only recently vanquished a corpse. His 3 corpses and indestructible spiritual light have yet to achieve optimal synergy, and his realm is not entirely stable. Thus, he cannot fully unleash his combat potential. Should he confront a more formidable ancestor, I fear he may struggle to withstand the onslaught. In the face of Tai's veiled threat, Kunpeng remained unperturbed, steadfast in his choice of opponent. It was merely fortuitous timing for Jun and Tai, as he stood on the precipice of severing his ties to the dead. Had he successfully completed the act, he would not have been coerced into joining the demon race. Even his position as a demon master was conferred upon him only after his breakthrough. Prior to that, he had been compelled to join with merely a medium-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Given his circumstances, not being betrayed was already a considerable fortune, and to expect him to toil diligently was nothing short of a delusion. Chapter 29. The arrival of the 3 celestials of the East Sea in the skies above the battlefield of the witch and demon war. The 12 ancestor witches stood in opposition to the formidable beings of the demon clan, including Emperor Jun and Tai. Stepping forward, Dijang addressed the Emperor Jun, who also occupied the forefront. Emperor Jun, Tai, should you pledge that the demon clan shall establish the heavenly court as the court of demons, solely governing matters pertaining to our kind, we shall withdraw. The outcome of this battle shall not involve the higher echelons. Thank you for your kind offer, Ancestor Dijang. Yet matters concerning the heavenly court have been decreed by the saints and cannot be altered, replied Emperor Jun. It was apparent that Dijang wished to refrain from taking advantage of their predicament, a gesture worthy of respect. However, the conditions proposed by Dijang were utterly unacceptable to Emperor Jun. The court of demons had been established the moment they proclaimed themselves as demon emperors, albeit without a grand celebration in the vast wilderness. To attempt such an act anew would be redundant. Furthermore, if such an agreement were to be made once, what further discussions could be had regarding the heavenly court? The fortunes of the demon clan had reached a critical juncture. Previously, the combined strength of Emperor Jun and Tai had sufficed, yet now, with numerous powerful entities joining their ranks, and two demon emperors directly sharing the fortune among their brethren, the situation had shifted. While the inclusion of these powerful beings had augmented the demon clan's fortunes, it had also led to a dilution of their share benefits. The significance of fortune in cultivation was not lost on them, as they had previously enjoyed its advantages, particularly after transcending to the quasi-saint realm, fully understanding its crucial role. With strong fortunes, the speed of cultivation could increase exponentially, even by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, it was unreasonable to expect the witch clan to bear the brunt of such a conflict, given that they were unwilling to maintain their dignity. Dijiang chose not to elaborate further. What nonsense it was for the so-called saints to decide. The vast wilderness was carved by their paternal deity. When had such monumental affairs fallen to the whims of an individual? Although they were adversaries, Emperor Jun still held a measure of respect for the 12 ancestor witches. Had the roles been reversed, he doubted he could have exhibited the same restraint as Dijiang, especially considering the time they had afforded to recuperate, which had allowed them a strategic advantage. To battle! To battle! Both Dijiang and Emperor Jun declared in succession, while Nuwa and other powerful beings of the demon clan also sought their designated targets, as previously discussed. The war commenced, despite their injuries. Dong Huang Tai and Emperor Jun faced off against Dijiang and the other foremost ancestor witches. The primordial energy that had existed since the dawn of creation had influenced their souls, resulting in their essence merging with their corporeal blood during gestation. Unable to cultivate a primordial spirit, they could not fully comprehend the laws and thus focused on honing their naturally formidable physical forms while continuously developing the inherent principles they possessed. In this battle among the ancestor witches, there were no extravagant magical arts. Instead, they harnessed their innate malevolence to lock onto their opponents and struck with their fists. Their physical prowess held firm even against the innate spiritual treasures, never yielding an inch. Meanwhile, Nuwa and the other powerful beings of the demon clan, aided by their spiritual treasures and numerical superiority, found themselves evenly matched for a time. However, the brothers Emperor Jun and Tai quickly found themselves at a disadvantage on the battlefield. They bore the greatest pressure, as their injuries hindered their ability to fully unleash their potential. Alas, the witch and demon war raged on, with the might of the ancestor witches sweeping across the vast wilderness, felt by all who had attained the level of Daluo. Not to mention that Qin Yu has already entered the mid-stage of the Hunyuan realm. What is there to lament? The phantom beneath Qin Yu's command voiced its confusion upon hearing his sudden query. No worries, we shall soon arrive. Let us attend to our own matters. Although locating the innate spirit island, the time for its emergence has not yet come, thus making it inherently challenging to find. Qin Yu has already gleaned experience in the task. After investigating several locations, he has successfully pinpointed his target. With the war between the shamans and liches now in full swing, Qin Yu's initial intention of observing the spectacle to seize a few opportunities has naturally dwindled. Yes, my lord. Sensing Qin Yu's reluctance to elaborate, the phantom refrained from further inquiries, only accelerating their pace slightly. As Qin Yu rode the phantom, they traversed the area multiple times, drawing the attention of an innate being residing upon a certain celestial path in this region. Brother, shall we not venture over to try our luck? If we could become disciples of this formidable being, it would undoubtedly benefit us greatly. Indeed, brother, we must not delay. This great power may linger in this vicinity, and missing the chance would be a true loss. Upon the 3 immortal islands, 3 floating clouds were enveloped by a gentle breeze. Communicating through their primordial spirits, upon hearing their sister's words, the previously resolute Zhao Gongming found himself wavering. Yin Xiao, what is your perspective? It is worth a try. Although there may be a future affinity of master and disciple, cultivators must seize each moment. What if that connection vanishes? Presently, this opportunity is very tangible, Should it succeed, it would fulfill this chance, and if not, it merely indicates a lack of fate, which would not bring significant loss to our quartet of siblings. The vast expanse of Huang is rare in its great powers. Encountering one is a rare stroke of fortune. And if we do not attempt, Yin Xiao would feel unfulfilled. After all, whether or not we attain success, we shall continue to await the fateful connections that may arise. Following the decision made by the three heavens and Zhao Gongming, Qin Yu, inspired by a sudden impulse, sensed through his primordial spirit and, upon calculating, discovered that he unexpectedly manifested 4 faint threads of master-disciple affinity. These connections were tenuous, contingent upon his singular thought to solidify them. With the treasure basin now in his possession, and after completing the subsequent steps following the lectures of the Zixiao Palace, Qin Yu intended to commence his plans for establishing a commercial path in Hongwan. The Jade Crown Mountain lineage has little to offer. However, with a few disciples to assist, it would indeed be advantageous. With this in mind, Qin Yu immediately declared halt. The aura bestowed by his command was palpable before them. Although they had searched for so long and were uncertain why he suddenly called for a stop, the phantom's mind had yet to catch up, yet its body had already ceased its movement. While it was permissible to contemplate Qin Yu's words, execution must first precede reflection. Yes, my lord. Not allowing the phantom to dwell in confusion for long, a combination of 3 colorful clouds, surrounded by a gentle breeze, drifted towards their location. Zhao Gongming and the 3 heavens. As Qin Yu beheld the approaching assembly, his expression turned peculiar. It seems he is destined to forge a connection with Tong Tian this time. In his previous life, he held a deep admiration for the 3 heavens and Zhao Gongming, both for their character and virtues. Although this situation appears to be a slight provocation initiated by the other party, it is evident that Tong Tian cannot manifest here instantaneously. If he so desires, this matter would naturally fall into his grasp. 3 clouds and a gentle breeze halted not far from Qin Yu, as his refined primordial spirit detached from his corporeal form. In a display of reverence, the primordial spirits of Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao bowed before him, expressing their respect. Esteemed senior, we wish you a prosperous path in the attainment of the Tao of Hunyuan. What brings you here? Qin Yu's voice resonated, imbued with boundless Taoist authority, as the formidable pressure of a Hunyuan golden immortal descended upon the 4. The very demeanor suggested that should their answers fail to satisfy Qin Yu, he would unleash his wrath with thunderous force. However, this was merely an illusion of intimidation. Qin Yu had deliberately held back. Otherwise, given the disparity in strength, a single exertion of pressure from him could obliterate their primordial spirits. Qin Yu employed merely a fraction of his might to instill fear. Should their resolve be sufficiently steadfast, they would be able to withstand the tremors of their primordial spirits and articulate their desires. This served as a test for Qin Yu. The lens through which he viewed the past was one matter. The reality of accepting disciples was quite another. In the primordial world, the relationship between master and disciple is one of mutual prosperity and detriment. What if the records he once perused contained biases regarding the 4? Chapter 30. Apprenticeship of Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Qin Yu. It was not Zhao Gongming, the eldest brother, who first broke free, but rather Yin Xiao, the foremost among the 3 Xiaos. However, Yin Xiao did not speak immediately. Instead, her gaze turned towards her elder brother and 2 younger sisters. This scene elicited a silent nod of approval from Qin Yu. Although he appeared to be in a fit of rage, it was, in fact, a test, something that Yin Xiao and her sisters likely perceived. To emerge from such a trial with unwavering determination and to maintain their bonds while facing the opportunity to apprentice under a powerful figure is indeed a rare and commendable quality. Those who share a common origin, even when faced with brilliant paths ahead, may easily turn against each other over a mere innate treasure. Not long after Yin Xiao, Zhao Gongming also managed to regain his composure under Qin Yu's formidable presence. Like Yin Xiao, he chose to wait in silence, hesitant to observe the conditions of Bi Xiao and Qiong Xiao. Zhao Gongming began to contemplate how he might refuse the elder if his 2 sisters failed the test. without incurring the elder's wrath. It was important to remember that it was they who sought the apprenticeship, and should they waver now, it could be deemed an affront. Fortunately, the essence of Qin Yu's pressure focused on the heart's desire for enlightenment. As long as one's aspiration to seek the path remained steadfast, the trial would naturally be passed. Months later, Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao finally overcame the immense pressure that had weighed upon their souls, a burden that seemed capable of extinguishing their very essence. Zhao Gongming, sensing his sister's success, rejoiced inwardly and immediately bowed deeply to Qin Yu, sincerely stating, "We have come to seek a bond of master and disciple. Should we be granted entry into your esteemed lineage and learn the true teachings, we 4 siblings shall abide by the rules of the sect and respect our elders. If we deviate from this promise, may heaven and earth condemn us." In unison, the 3 Xiaos echoed Zhao Gongming's vow. "We, the 4 siblings, shall abide by the rules of the sect and respect our elders. If we deviate from this promise, may heaven and earth condemn us." Indeed, the steadfastness of their desire for enlightenment, even in the face of losing a great opportunity due to the actions of one among them, and the potential for misdirected wrath that could threaten their very lives, demonstrated their unwavering loyalty to one another. Such disciples left Qin Yu with no valid reason to refuse them. As Qin Yu's words resonated, the 4 souls returned to their corporeal forms, buoyed by a gentle infusion of Taoist essence. Zhao Gongming, Yin Xiao, Xiong Xiao, Bi Xiao, pay homage to your master. My Taoist sanctuary is situated in the blessed land of Huang, atop Yuan Mountain, a direct lineage of Pangu. You shall be granted the title of Jingshi Taoist, named Qin Yu. Take note of this. This lineage does not impose excessive rules. Harmony and camaraderie among peers are paramount, and do not engage in deceit for personal gain. You 4 siblings shall be my direct disciples, with Zhao Gongming as the eldest brother of Yuan Mountain, Yin Xiao as the second, Xiong Xiao as the third, and Bi Xiao as the youngest sister. Upon hearing these words, the 4 responded in unison. "We shall heed the Master's teachings, and the disciples shall remember them diligently. As the disciple of this esteemed master, I am bestowed with protective treasures. Zhao Gongming, these 2 inferior grade, innate spiritual treasures, the sun-dimming axe and the clear cloud garment, serve both offensive and defensive purposes for your safeguarding. Do not disdain them. Your current abilities render even superior treasures ineffective. Once your cultivation ascends, you may exchange them for more potent artifacts." Hastily, Zhao Gongming expressed, "I would never dare to show disdain for the gifts of my master. I am profoundly grateful for the treasures bestowed upon me." The 3 Xia, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of their inner spirits and gazed longingly at Qin Yu. Clearly, they too were eager to discover the treasures that awaited them. Even the innate sacred beasts might not possess accompanying spiritual treasures, and thus they did not either. The 4 symbols pearl, belonging to Yin Xiao, is composed of 4 inferior-grade innate treasures that combine into a medium-grade artifact, complete with a grand formation, which I now grant to you. Thank you, Master. Xiong Xiao, the Star Moon Whip, and the Soul-Seizing Garment are to be utilized by you. As for Bi Xiao, the Shadow of Enchantment, a series of spiritual treasures were conferred, even including a gift for the enchanting Qin Yu. This bestowal made Qin Yu acutely aware of his own lack of wealth. While his treasures were indeed unparalleled in Huang, those he could bestow were scarce. Were it not for the support of Emperor Jun during the Chaos War, he would have found it challenging to provide suitable gifts for his disciples. Having each received their treasures, they were all overjoyed, immediately branding their spiritual imprints upon them, claiming ownership. Their eagerness was palpable. They longed to commence the process of refining the treasures, fully mastering the innate artifacts that would rightfully belong to them in the future. Remain here and await my return. Yet feel free to explore the surroundings, as long as you do not stray too far. I shall first collect opportunities before imparting teachings to assist you in successfully transcending your current forms. Yes, Master. Observing the expressions of his disciples, Qin Yu stood upon the back of the enchanting shadow and vanished in a single step. The innate sacred beast, the enchanting shadow fox, addressed the esteemed disciples. I, the enchanting shadow, pay my respects to you. my young masters." As Qin Yu's steed, the enchanting shadow naturally held a different status compared to the direct disciples. Just as Qin Yu departed, the enchanting shadow transformed into its true form, introducing itself while bowing respectfully to Zhao Gongming and the three Xia. "In the future, let us address each other by our names. It would be more fitting to call us senior brothers and sisters, as we are not accustomed to being referred to as young masters." In response to the enchanting shadow's courtesy, Zhao Gongming and the three Xia instinctively recoiled. Despite the enchanting shadow being their mount, it possessed superior strength, and while its status might seem lesser, it was clear that the bond with their master was perhaps even closer than theirs. The fact that Qin Yu had not overlooked the enchanting shadow during the bestowal of treasures indicated his regard for it. Yin Xiao remarked, "What the elder brother says resonates with my sentiments. We should refrain from using the title of young master." Bi Xiao added, "Indeed, it sounds rather awkward." Thus, the enchanting shadow felt encouraged by the favorable responses from the group. Through simple exchanges, the distance between them gradually closed, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Naturally, Zhao Gongming and the three Xia were keen to learn more about their master, Qin Yu. As Qin Yu's steed, it is presumed that she has accompanied him for quite some time. Among them, the most spirited, Bai Xiao, was the first to pose a question. In response to the inquiries of the four, the Mirage spoke candidly, though her knowledge was limited due to her relatively brief association with Qin Yu. Unbeknownst to him, discussions regarding his mount and disciples were taking place. At this moment, Qin Yu had arrived at the location of the innate spiritual island, concealed within a great formation. Having attained a certain level of power, he had grown weary of deciphering and dismantling ordinary formations. With a Hongmeng measuring ruler in hand, Qin Yu raised it and cast it forth. The ruler expanded in the wind and descended upon the great formation. The previously desolate sea area revealed an ethereal silhouette of the immortal path as the measuring ruler descended. The innate formation instinctively activated to uphold a barrier against the ruler's assault. Unfortunately, the barrier shattered upon mere contact with the measuring ruler. Consequently, the innate formation was utterly dismantled by Qin Yu's strike, and the innate spiritual island, once sheltered and concealed by the formation, was completely unveiled. Chapter 31. Yin Yang Flood Dragon and the Qinkuan Cauldron Refining Treasure. The innate spiritual treasure, the golden flood dragon scissors, shattered the formation, causing the primordial spiritual island to be enveloped and nearly condensed into a liquid state. The primordial spiritual energy surged wildly, dispersing in all directions. Like a tidal wave, the spiritual energy around the island began to visibly increase at an astonishing rate. With the continuous drawing of spiritual energy from the island's spiritual veins and the self-repair of the innate formation, although the quality of the island's spiritual energy might diminish, it would not do so excessively. On the contrary, the dissipating spiritual energy would benefit the surrounding sea area spanning millions of nautical miles. The young, three-legged golden toad, unaware of the elder's visit, expressed sincere apologies for not having welcomed him properly. As the island's grand formation was violently breached, this extraordinary being, born of the immortal path, sensed the disturbance and immediately leapt before Qin Yu, prostrating in fear. "You share a karmic bond with me. I trust you are already aware of it," Qin Yu remarked, observing the trembling, three-legged golden toad. "Your profound fortune and the sentience of your treasure naturally choose their master. It is time for them to return to their rightful place." He continued. The three-legged golden toad remained prostrate, not daring to move, yet it retrieved the treasure-holding basin from its inner realm, levitating it before Qin Yu with its magical power. Not long ago, the toad's accompanying spiritual treasure had inexplicably lost its efficacy, its brilliance dimmed and rendered completely unusable. Simultaneously, the three-legged golden toad sensed that it had formed a karmic connection with another. By then, it had already prepared for this eventuality. However, it was unexpected that the one entwined with its fate would be a being of formidable strength, nor did it anticipate such a swift and straightforward approach. As the treasure basin came into Qin Yu's possession, the subsequent tasks associated with the golden finger were thus completed. Yet, Qin Yu's nature was one of forceful acquisition, and this karmic connection had not been severed. Either Qin Yu would slay the three-legged golden toad, or he would incorporate it into his lineage. Indeed, Qin Yu had intended to take the toad as a pet. Following his exploration of its background, his interest deepened, and he proposed the bond remains unbroken. I see that you are free of any entanglements. Your foundation is commendable. Would you be willing to join my Jade Crown Mountain lineage as an extraordinary beast, thus fulfilling our karmic connection? The three-legged golden toad's initial fear transformed into overwhelming joy as it repeatedly bowed, exclaiming, "I am deeply honored by your esteemed regard, and I would be more than willing." With the innate formation of its own cultivating ground violently shattered, the toad realized it could not fully restore it with its own capabilities. Without the protection of the formation, it could not safeguard its territory with its current strength. Since its emergence, calamity had befallen it in its own modest domain. How could it find safety in the vast primordial world? Uncertain of its future, it felt genuinely lost. To be able to enter Qin Yu's tutelage, under the protection of a powerful being, and to share in the fortunes of such a mighty lineage. The three-legged golden toad was naturally elated. I shall return to prepare, and, once I have attended to my affairs, I will follow this mark to seek you out. As Qin Yu spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a seal of the Tao coalesced and fell into the toad's spiritual sea. In accordance with my command, you must hasten your journey. There is no need for the three-legged golden toad to perceive. The efficacy of this mystical seal is inherently understood. Within the spiritual platform, it is not a means of controlling life and death, but merely a seal that guides and positions. After the three-legged golden toad once again bowed in reverence, Qin Yu's divine sense expanded, swiftly locating the figures of Mei Ying and her companions, merely 1,000,000 miles away. Such audacity to target my disciple, under the decree of heaven. You are indeed deserving of this tribulation. During the exploration of his divine sense, Mei Ying and her 4 disciples encountered some trouble. 2 primordial ancient WRM dragons lay in wait beneath the sea, poised to strike, clearly regarding the 5 as their targets. These 2 dragons were sufficiently cautious, having attained the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal cultivation, and had secretly set up an array to ensure a precise strike, thereby preventing any possibility of escape. Noticing that his steed and the 4 disciples were unprepared, Qin Yu stepped closer but chose not to act directly. Instead, he concealed himself. It would serve these 2 WIRMs well to learn a lesson. As they traversed the vast wilderness, maintaining a vigilant heart at all times was essential. Days passed, and the 2 WIRM dragons finally completed the grand formation of yin-yang sealing they had devised. Under careful control, the formation encompassed an area of 10,000 miles. It summoned the great forces of heaven and earth, transforming into 2 yin-yang grinding discs that completely enveloped the group. As they were confined, the deadly strike approached swiftly. Although Zhao Gongming and the others reacted at the first moment the formation was activated, they found themselves unable to break free from its bindings, helplessly watching the lethal attack descend upon them. The sensation of impending doom was indeed despairing. Yet amidst this hopelessness, Zhao Gongming and his companions held onto a glimmer of hope. Their esteemed master, adhering strictly to Qin Yu's instructions, had not ventured far, but remained nearly in place, waiting. Surely, their master would arrive in time to render aid. Such audacity to harm both my steed and my disciples, even contemplating lethal measures. Qin Yu's voice resonated throughout the expanse of the sea, and under the impact of his words, the intricately arranged array set by the 2 WIRM dragons shattered. "Master, my lord!" Zhao Gongming and the others exclaimed joyfully as they beheld the figure that appeared before them. Even though they were now safe, the lingering sense of trepidation had yet to fully dissipate. These 2 WRM dragons had indeed encountered misfortune, choosing to provoke someone they ought not to have. The matter of admonishment could wait. Qin Yu raised his hand, condensing his mystical powers into a colossal hand that reached into the water. The 2 WIRM dragons, realizing the peril they were in, fled in a frenzy, but were firmly grasped by this hand imbued with the laws of nature. As he withdrew his hand from the sea, retrieving the 2 WRMs, Qin Yu carefully examined their origins through his divine sense. He glanced at the captured dragons, and then at Bi Xiao, feeling a sense of wonderment regarding their destiny. These two WYRM dragons were not mere hybrids of the dragon lineage. Their origins were quite extraordinary, born from the fusion of the cosmic energies of yin and yang combined with the essence of metal. They represented a rare breed of primordial beings, unique within the vast wilderness. They are inherently exquisite materials for crafting artifacts, requiring no refinement. Some possess the innate ability to manifest their own armaments. These two primordial aberrant serpents, in their original trajectory, were forged by Tong Tian into the magical artifact, the golden serpent scissors, and bestowed upon Bi Xiao. Now, with my intervention, they have presented themselves willingly. As for accepting them, Qin Yu harbored no interest. The karmic burden upon these two serpents was profound, clearly indicating a history of nefarious deeds. Even if they managed to evade the tribulations posed by the three Xiaos this time, it would be arduous to escape the impending judgment by the heavens during the impending calamity of the witch and lich. One must be discerning in the future, should similar primordial aberrant beings arise, regarding the appropriate course of action. As Qin Yu's thoughts meandered, he fixed his gaze upon the two serpents, and before taking action, turned to the three Xiaos and spoke. Indeed, master. Recognizing the guidance from their esteemed mentor, Yun Xiao and the others responded with palpable excitement. However, the tumultuous fluctuations made it challenging for them to stabilize their minds and attain the optimal state for profound comprehension and cultivation. Observing this, Qin Yu withdrew 5 strands of purple energy from his spiritual platform and infused them into their consciousnesses. The efficacy of the purple qi from the creation jade plate is self-evident. As the energy permeated their beings, they swiftly entered a profound state of enlightenment. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not linger. With a mere thought, he shattered the primordial spirits of the two serpents, annihilating their true essences. Effortlessly dispatching the two serpents, Qin Yu summoned the Qiankuan Ding from within himself. With a single command, the Ding emanated an inexhaustible attractive force, drawing the lifeless bodies of the serpents within. The golden serpent scissors would later shine brightly in the annals of history, yet it merely belonged to the postnatal realm. Qin Yu aspired for something grander. He intended to harness the power of the Qiankuan Ding to preserve the innate primordial essence of yin and yang from the two aberrant serpents during the artifact refinement process. By utilizing the primordial yin and yang essence, he sought to transmute it into the indestructible spiritual radiance of the primordial, directly forging this treasure into the primordial spiritual artifact. The Golden Serpent Scissors. Chapter 32. The Mid-Grade Primordial Spirit Treasure. The Golden Jiao Scissors and the Fantasies of the Eastern King Boom. Under Qin Yu's control, the laws of the pristine world and the laws of fire within the Qiankuan cauldron intertwined, transforming into the blazing flames of the pristine world, which began to meld 2 exotic Jiao dragons. Amidst the refining process, Qin Yu continually infused various divine metals and celestial materials into the cauldron. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal Tao, inherently profound and boundless, wielded immense power, rapidly dissolving and refining numerous rare, primordial materials. The anomalous divine abilities within the 2 dragon corpses were forcibly distilled into Tao fruits, while the primordial yin-yang essence was meticulously extracted under Qin Yu's guidance. With the anomalous divine abilities and essence of these 2 primordial yin-yang Jiao dragons at the core, a plethora of divine metals of a status surpassing the primordial served as auxiliary materials. Countless impurities were purged by the flames and laws. Time gradually flowed, and the entire refining process spanned 40 years. According to Qin Yu's estimations, the successful crafting of the treasure should align with the number 7 and 7, anticipated to be completed in 49 years. Given the current pace, it appeared to be just right. The most tedious phase had passed, leaving only the shaping and the substantial investment of fortune or merit. The amount of merit and fortune would directly influence the ultimate quality of the Golden Jiao Scissors. As a direct descendant of Pangu, endowed with the innate merit of opening the heavens, Qin Yu possessed a unique advantage. Unlike the three pure ones or the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who had treasures yet remained unable to utilize them. However, he harbored no such intentions regarding the refining of treasures. What Qin Yu sought was fortune, specifically through the connection of his steed and his own karmic fortune. Utilizing the Fox clan's fortune as a springboard to directly harness the Demon clan's fortune for his own benefit. The uniqueness of the Mei Ying allowed him, provided he exercised proper control to avoid provoking the instinctive backlash of the Demon clan's fortune, to achieve this without incurring the burdens of cosmic karma. As for whether he could conceal his actions from Dijuan and Tai, and whether it would offend them, their adversarial relationship was already established. Thus, a deeper offense mattered little. While refining treasures, Qin Yu was mindful of the three Shaos and others. Naturally, auspicious clouds manifested above him, and his illusory Dao fruit materialized, showcasing the laws he had cultivated at that moment. At his level, the distinction between verbal transmission and comprehension had become negligible. The extent of understanding depended entirely on one's innate perceptiveness. Draw from me, Qin Yu silently commanded, and the pristine fire within the Qian Kuan cauldron vanished, replaced by a colorful flame, imbued with boundless Dao essence. The fuel for this flame was forcibly drawn from the Fox and Demon clan's fortune. Puff! On the battlefield of the Witch and Demon, Dijuan and Tai felt the impact, momentarily losing focus, which allowed their respective adversaries among the ancestral witches to seize the opportunity to strike fiercely. After stabilizing themselves, they uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. The already unfavorable situation became even more perilous due to this incident. Without the luxury of pondering the reason for their disorientation, Dijuan and Tai faced the renewed assault from the ancestral witches. Meanwhile, above the eastern sea, Qin Yu's progress in crafting the primordial spirit treasure accelerated. The form of the golden Jiao scissors had been successfully shaped, with the main body consisting of two interwoven Jiao dragons, rising and falling, cloaked in auspicious clouds, their heads meeting like scissors and their tails intertwining. The innate, indestructible brilliance of the golden Jiao scissors was also coalescing into form under the supply of fortune. As the inherent strength of the artifact reached the level of a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure, Qin Yu faintly sensed a resistance emanating from the fortunes of the Demon clan. Realizing that this refinement had reached its zenith, he prudently severed the connection with the Demon clan's fortunes. Devoid of the subsequent supply of fuel, the flames within the Qian Kuan Ding gradually extinguished, and the innate, undying spiritual light source within the golden Jiao scissors ultimately stabilized at the quality corresponding to a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The restrictions began to take shape. Upon deliberation, Qin Yu deduced that the final formation would entail 20 restrictions, leaving a mere 4 to reach the ultimate threshold for a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. A low-grade innate spiritual treasure contains 1 to 12 layers of innate restrictions. A mid-grade contains 13 to 24 layers. A high-grade contains 25 to 36 layers. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure contains 37 to 48 layers. And a primal treasure contains 49 layers of innate restrictions. To defy the innate order and transcend the constraints of the heavenly path inevitably invites heavenly retribution. Successfully navigating this challenge, the meticulously crafted restrictions achieved their definitive form, earning formal recognition from the heavens. Of course, failure to overcome this trial would not render all efforts futile. Rather, it would result in damage to the source, a reduction in the number of restrictions, and ultimately a decline in the final quality. Such limitations are akin to mere embellishments. Those capable of refining existences can easily weather heavenly retribution, while those unable to withstand it would find themselves incapable of creation. The essence of reversing the innate order lies fundamentally in the ebbing of fortunes or the expenditure of merit. The restrictions continue to take shape through the golden Jiao scissors. While Qin Yu sat cross-legged, invoking the laws of auspicious clouds above his head to evolve under controlled conditions according to the circumstances of Zhao Gongming and others. Boom! Time swiftly passed, and a millennium later, a thunderous sound erupted as a thunderous eye of retribution manifested above Qin Yu. Even though it did not deliberately target any specific being, its mere appearance exuded an aura unique to the heavenly path, one that practitioners below the level of true spirits or those who had integrated their Tao fruits into the laws could not withstand. Even those at the pinnacle of the great Tao found themselves compelled to submit, feelings of subjugation surging within their true spirits. The more one resisted, the more arduous it became, potentially leading to backlash. A simple act of yielding could culminate in the shattering of one's Dharma heart. Such a tremendous disturbance, with the aura of the heavenly path descending, naturally roused Zhao, Gongming, the three heavens, and the phantom shadow from their meditative states. Under Qin Yu's protection, the aura of the heavenly path did not adversely affect them. However, upon the return of consciousness, the attention of Yunxia and the others was drawn to the rotating cauldron before Qin Yu. This was indeed a primal treasure. As they gazed, the lid of the Qian Kuan Ding opened, and a radiant light shot skyward, signifying the emergence of an innate spiritual treasure. Had it not been for the suppression of the retribution above, the range of this radiant phenomenon would likely have increased manifold, defying the innate order. This Qian Kuan Ding was indeed excessively extraordinary. On the vast eastern sea, atop the Penglai immortal island, the Eastern King felt the soaring light and the manifestation of the thunderous eye of retribution, a feeling of envy swelling within him. If he possessed this Qian Kuan Ding, what concerns would he have regarding the success of his grand ambitions? With the aid of an innate spiritual treasure, he could nearly summon the majority of the formidable beings from the primordial chaos to his side. At that time, what demon clan, what witch clan, would not be compelled to seek survival under his leadership? Only under such grand circumstances could one truly be worthy of the title bestowed by the sage as the foremost among the primordial male immortals. Were Qin Yu to learn of this, he would undoubtedly scoff, believing that the cost of refining the innate treasures with the Qianquan cauldron is merely a minor celestial punishment of insufficient magnitude. The mass production of such treasures, even if one were to ascend as the paramount clan of the primordial realm or become the protagonist of the celestial domain, would still be unsustainable. Overindulgence in this practice would lead to a significant reduction in fortune, which would be difficult to recover from, potentially leading to a fall from one's esteemed status as a celestial protagonist. As for personal fortune, it is even more critical. Only a practitioner of immense blessings and capabilities could barely withstand the burden of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 33. Bestowing the treasure of Bixiao and returning to Yuguan Mountain regardless of the East King's covetous gaze upon the Qian Kuan Ding. He harbored no genuine intention of action. The formidable prowess exhibited by Qin Yu during the battle against Di Jun and Tai Yi was etched in the memories of all the great powers of the primordial realm. Due to Qin Yu's influence, many great practitioners had ceased their cultivation, no longer in haste to seek the opportunity to sever their corpses at the critical juncture. Even those who had grasped such an opportunity forcibly restrained their impulses, unwilling to take that fateful step. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation had already gathered and taken shape. Unlike ordinary tribulations, the divine thunder of heavenly punishment descended not in singular strikes, but rather unleashed in a frenzied torrent upon the innate golden jiao cut. Under Qin Yu's control, the Qian Kuan Ding slowly rotated, resting atop the golden jiao cut, as the divine thunder fell, creating mere ripples upon the protective barrier emanating from the ding. The punishment of the treasure was ultimately not a personal invocation of divine retribution, coupled with the infusion of great fortune that diminished the intensity of the heavenly punishment. With Qin Yu at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, and the protection of a congenital supreme treasure, he effortlessly transcended the innate thunder punishment. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the spiritual treasure. Congratulations, esteemed sir, on the successful refinement of the treasure. Observing the golden jiao cut beginning to receive the blessings of the Tao from the eye of heavenly punishment, Zhao Gongming, the three Xiaos, and Meiying immediately bowed in congratulation. Qin Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then spoke with profound meaning. The successful refinement of the treasure is indeed a joyous occasion. However, it It is not I who shall claim the treasure. Mei Ying, somewhat incredulous, inquired. What do you mean, esteemed sir? Is there someone bold enough to seize the treasure? Qin Yu's prowess had already been elucidated by Mei Ying. He was a supreme being who overshadowed the entirety of the demon race. Although Mei Ying was unaware of the matters concerning chaos, she believed that following the battle in chaos, Qin Yu had single-handedly quelled the entire demon race. That is not the case, but this treasure is destined by heavenly fate. Qin Yu, observing the reactions of those present, chuckled lightly and continued, Bi Xiao, why do you linger? While the spiritual treasure is forming, utilize your own primordial spirit to imbue it. This will significantly ease your subsequent refinement and may even achieve a compatibility level akin to a companion spiritual treasure. Sister 3? Junior sister? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao exchanged astonished glances with Bi Xiao. This revelation genuinely surprised them. The treasure crafted by their master, which originated from the innate reversing the acquired, surprisingly bore the mark of heavenly fate. Yet, despite their astonishment, none of them exhibited the slightest hint of jealousy. Instead, they inwardly marveled at Bi Xiao's fortuitous destiny. Bi Xiao indeed felt a response upon the formation of the treasure. However, as Qin Yu had previously bestowed her spiritual treasure, she believed that they already had enough to contend with. She had no intention of mentioning it, trusting that once her strength increased, if this fate remained, her master would undoubtedly bestow the treasure upon her. Little did she expect that she need not wait for the future, as Qin Yu presently intended to confer the treasure upon her. Thank you, master. The connection of heavenly fate within her primordial spirit stirred profound emotions within Bi Xiao. Cherish the kindness of our esteemed master in your heart, without feigning politeness. After expressing gratitude, I directed my essence towards the innate golden-toed scissors, which radiated a celestial brilliance in the sky. The primordial golden dipper of Yun Xiao, the calming sea pearl of Gongming, and the universe-measuring ruler held by the lamp of enlightenment all demanded prior strategic planning. The destined laws of fate naturally align with the most suitable treasures. However, these ties of destiny are not unbreakable. As Qin Yu's disciple, she naturally wishes for them all to attain the very best. Observing the return of the Bai Xiao treasure, Qin Yu began to ponder the innate spiritual treasures that Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao rightfully deserved. The celestial blessings of the heavenly path did not endure for long. Merely 3 years had passed, and the golden-toed scissors had fully manifested. As Qin Yu anticipated, the 20 innate prohibitions ranked among the finest of mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Master, I have not failed my mission. The spiritual treasure has recognized its master, and the 12 innate prohibitions require no further refinement. In no more than a millennium, I shall thoroughly refine the golden-toed scissors. After absorbing the scissors into my being for nurturing, Bai Xiao joyfully congratulated Qin Yu, her form swirling around him in delight. Third sister, must you circle around the master? Such behavior is unbecoming. Bai Xiao, elated by her affinity with the spiritual treasure and the smoothness of her progress, was naturally celebrated by Yun Xiao and the others. However, upon witnessing Bai Xiao's antics, Yun Xiao immediately reprimanded her. Dear sister, the master clearly does not mind. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Bai Xiao, peering at Qin Yu with her primordial spirit, discerned his gentle demeanor and the affectionate smile upon his face, and confidently retorted, Do you dare to contradict me? At her words, Bai Xiao instinctively floated behind Qin Yu, forming a small, playful visage within the cloud, sticking out her tongue in a cheeky manner, as if to say, What can you do about it? Qin Yu had no intention of intervening in the playful banter between Bai Xiao and Yun Xiao. Previously, in solitary cultivation, he found no monotony in his journey. The joy derived from each advancement on the path of enlightenment was unimaginable to those not on the same quest. However, he now found great pleasure in the warmth of their lively exchanges. Transcending worldly entanglements is one form of cultivation, while immersing oneself in the myriad causes and effects of the world to refine one's essence is another. Compared to the former, Qin Yu realized he favored the latter. His current strength had liberated him from the need for solitary virtue. When his disciples were less powerful, they could inadvertently become the source of chaotic entanglements. Yet, as their strength grew, the entanglements they brought forth could become advantageous strategies in the grand scheme of things. Amidst their playful tussles, a beam of golden light approached them. Moments later, a slightly plump figure with golden hair appeared before them. Since their master did not intervene, Yun Xiao and the others refrained from taking action, merely observing the newcomer with curiosity, uncertain of his relation to their master. Perhaps, like them before, he sought to learn and cultivate under their master. Three-legged golden toad. I pay my respects to the master. All is prepared? In response to the master, all is indeed prepared. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qinyu then turned to introduce the newcomer to Yun Xiao and the others. This is a rare creature from the primordial wilderness, the three-legged golden toad, who will henceforth serve as the guardian beast of Yuguan Mountain. Greetings, I am Zhao Gongming, the newly accepted disciple of the esteemed master. I am Yun Xiao. Upon Qinyu's initiation, Yun Xiao and the others exchanged self-introductions before the three-legged golden toad. The toad acknowledged the presence of a young master's and the esteemed companion, Ming. Despite Zhao Gongming and his companion's casual demeanor, the three-legged golden toad responded with utmost respect. From this moment forth, they would reside on Yuguan Mountain to enjoy a prosperous life. It was essential to curry favor with the esteemed steed of their master. With matters settled, the battle between the witches and the demons had already commenced, and the outcome bore little significance to Qinyu. Should he venture alone, he might witness the unfolding spectacle, yet accompanying his four untransformed disciples proved to be rather inconvenient. After careful contemplation, Qinyu decided against further wandering in the primordial realm and, along with his disciples and steed, made their way back to Yuguan Mountain. Upon arrival, he intended to share insights with his disciples regarding the teachings of the Yuguan lineage, while also refining the spiritual treasure he had yet to fully master. Unless unforeseen matters arose, Qinyu had no intention of leaving the confines of his mountain abode before the third lecture. Chapter 34. The Diminishing Power of the Demon Clan. Emperor Junseek's peace negotiations master has instructed us to construct our own caves. Brother, sister, what kind of abode do you intend to build? During our time on the Three Immortals Island, Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao have always floated in the most concentrated area of spiritual essence. Yet they had not considered the design of their caves prior. However, all beings of the primordial world, possessing innate roots, inherit common knowledge and are born with understanding. The lack of contemplation does not equate to a lack of concept. Nonetheless, Bai Xiao is somewhat perplexed about the type of cave she should establish. I plan to seek an open area to construct a roofless courtyard. Zhao Gongming expressed his thoughts first. Yun Xiao remarked, I intend to build a small Dao palace based on Master S Dao Palace as a reference. Sister, may I live with you? Count me in, count me in. After Qiong Xiao spoke, Bai Xiao hurriedly chimed in, fearing she would be left out if both her elder sisters resided together. All right, we shall live together. But before that, we must first find a suitable location. This matter is entrusted to you both. Is that acceptable? Although Yun Xiao usually held high expectations of her two younger sisters, her heart brimmed with affection. Since they considered their small Dao Palace ideas commendable, living together was indeed agreeable. The location of Master S Dao Palace is the most saturated with spiritual essence. Let's build near it. This way, if Master summons us, we can respond more swiftly. Bai Xiao instinctively responded, acknowledging the convenience of the idea, yet the reasoning was undeniably sound. While the disciples busied themselves, Qinyu naturally did not concern himself with their endeavors. After delegating the general matters, he entered a state of seclusion. The creation jade plate and the purple qi are akin to a universal remedy, not only enhancing cultivation, but also significantly aiding in the refinement of restrictions. The two innate spiritual treasures, the falling treasure money and the gathering treasure basin, are Qinyu's primary focus for refinement at present. Mastering these treasures and utilizing their inherent indestructible spiritual light to comprehend their laws would lay the groundwork for the future birth and control of the wealth tree. The grand events of the primordial world would not pause due to Qinyu's detachment. Jade Crown Mountain radiated serenity, untouched by the burdens of causality, as Qinyu, bearing numerous treasured relics, subdued a lineage of fortune, ensuring that the boundless calamity did not descend upon this mountain. Yet beyond Jade Crown Mountain, the vast expanse of the primordial world was enshrouded in chaos, influenced by the aura of calamity, where bloodshed and strife unfolded relentlessly. At every moment, countless beings perished, and entire clans were often obliterated. Time flows swiftly, and the years pass like a shuttle. The war of the witch and demon raged fiercely, lasting for a millennium, marked by extraordinary brutality without any signs of cessation. Above the eastern sea of the primordial world, the Eastern King has lain in wait for 1,000 years. Seizing the opportunity, while the witch and demon remained oblivious to his ambitions, he commenced his own expansionist endeavors. Landing on the shores of the Eastern Sea, the forces led by the Eastern King were ferocious, sweeping across vast stretches of land, and wherever they passed, all beings bowed in submission. Those who comply shall live, while those who resist shall perish. Among them, numerous tribes belonging to the demon race have been annihilated. Some were somewhat renowned in the primordial chaos, having experienced glory, while others had only just begun to emerge. Alas, without exception, they have all become the stepping stones for the rise of the Eastern King. The war between the witch and demon races has resulted in devastating casualties for the demon race. Yet the witch tribe has not fared any better. The demon race encompasses an exceedingly vast array of tribes, nearly impossible to eradicate entirely, and the resurgence of their younger generation is alarmingly formidable. In contrast, the witch tribe faces significant challenges in the birth of new members, leading to a severe imbalance between death and rebirth amidst such brutal combat. After thousands of years of warfare under the rule of Emperor Jiang, the 12 ancestral witches have become increasingly aggressive in their assaults. They urgently need to defeat the upper echelons of the demon race. Even if they cannot suppress them entirely, they must render them incapable of fighting. Only then can they turn their attention to dismantling the core strength of the demon race. Both Emperor Jun and Tai are aware of the witch tribe's predicament and their intentions. Yet even with this knowledge, they find themselves powerless. Having endured injuries and engaged in fierce battles with the ancestral witches for millennia, their endurance is waning. Emperor Jiang declared, "In this battle, my demon race concedes. With the establishment of the heavenly court, let our two races govern the primordial land together." What say you? Imperial, marked by a grievous wound that cut deeply to the bone, felt the relentless erosion of his physical form by the laws of space. As he sensed Emperor Jiang preparing to strike again, he immediately conveyed his thoughts through a telepathic message. Yet, the response to Emperor Jun's message was nothing but the force of Emperor Jiang's fist. The notion of shared governance between the witch and demon races was rather idealistic. As descendants of the Father God, the witch tribe certainly held a claim, but did the demon race deserve the same? With such an advantageous position in terms of timing, location, and harmony, to withdraw so abruptly would be a grave mistake. Their capacity for recuperation pales in comparison to that of the demon race, and there may not be such favorable opportunities in future confrontations. Emperor Jiang's aim was to drive Emperor Jun and his kin back into the starry void. In the primordial land, there was no allowance for a tribe as formidable as the witch race to exist alongside them. Emperor Jiang, what concessions must my demon race make for your tribe to cease hostilities? The pressures were mounting, and Tai's situation was equally dire. The remaining half-step formidable beings of the witch tribe faced immense strain. While they might hold on a while longer, the eventual outcome was likely defeat. Niwa and Fushi might struggle for countless years without a decisive victor. Kuanpeng, on the other hand, had the potential to overcome the ancestral which he faced. Yet he refrained from exerting himself. Should the top-tier forces collapse, the demon race would be like lambs to the slaughter against the ancestral witches, providing ample fodder for their destruction. Once the core strength of the demon race is swept away by the witch tribe, Emperor Jun could scarcely fathom how long it would take to regain their vitality. The shifting tides of power instilled a sense of dread in Emperor Jun regarding the arduous path ahead for the demon race. Initially, he had intended to engage the witch tribe in a balanced confrontation to showcase the strength of the demon race and subsequently announce the establishment of the heavenly court. However, Due to an incident involving the Fox tribe, the situation had devolved into chaos, leaving Emperor Jun lamenting his misfortune. Yet, with the circumstances having unfolded, he could only seek solutions to navigate through this crisis. The primordial land must remain untouched by others. This is the unwavering bottom line of my witch tribe. The offensive from the Dijiang remains unabated, yet this time a response has indeed been made. The starry sky is the very cradle of Dijun, and it is true that the myriad stars can accommodate the demon race. However, above the starry expanse, there exists no earthly vein, nor the blessed mountains and lands akin to those in the primordial wilderness, devoid of the spiritual essence and Daoic profundities. Relying solely on the power of the stars pales in comparison to the cultivation achieved within the celestial mountains and hidden abodes of the primordial realm. Yet, these are not the crux of the matter. The most pressing issue is that Dijun cannot undertake the wholesale relocation of the demon race. In terms of equal prowess, a single shaman can fend off thousands of demons, but what if there are 100,000? The demon race's ability to rival the shaman race hinges on their formidable regenerative capabilities, compensating for the disparity in quality through sheer numbers. The awakening of the starry sky is fraught with difficulties, and the demon race would consequently forfeit their greatest advantage. As for the beasts of the primordial earth, which serve as sustenance for the shaman race, it is indeed impossible for them to exterminate these creatures entirely. However, should a beast transform into a demon, it is likely that before it could attain the strength to soar through the starry sky, it would meet its demise at the hands of the shaman race. Chapter 35. The Lich ceases combat. The conditions set forth by the Witch Clan were utterly unacceptable to the Demon Clan, leading to an impasse that necessitated the continuation of hostilities. Dijun felt himself nearing his limits, desperately enduring. Regardless of the outcome, he was resolute in ensuring that he remained one of the final bastions on the battlefield. Forced into a corner, Dijun had no choice but to ignite his very essence in a fight for survival. Tai Yi observed with growing concern as the ominous chime of the chaos bell echoed. Yet even in such dire straits, self-preservation proved elusive, let alone the ability to provide support. The Demon Emperor was preoccupied with his own survival, while the Demon Clan's half-step Great Ones had already begun to fall. The ancestral witches unleashed their formidable power, and Di Jiang refrained from deploying them against the encirclement to swiftly conclude the confrontation. Instead, he directed them to plunge into the fray of the mixed battle between the witches and demons. Their intervention was akin to a tiger among sheep, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. The balance of the battlefield swiftly tilted, erasing the numerical advantage of the Demon Clan. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin were acutely aware that annihilation of their kind was impossible. Should they compel matters to an extreme, they would have no one to blame but themselves, as the repercussions would undoubtedly be felt by the Witch Clan. The true immortals and golden immortals of the Demon Clan were mercilessly slaughtered. Dijun's fury ignited, and he bellowed a threat towards Di Jiang. This battle had drawn upon the full resources of the Demon Clan, and if the ancestral witches swept through them entirely, the relentless oppression from the Witch Clan would leave the Demon Clan on the brink of extinction. Would you truly allow such a fate? Di Jiang's words belied the calculations brewing within him. The so-called unspoken rules articulated by Di Jun dictated that kings would contend with kings. If pressed too far, the breach of these rules could occur, and even if the Witch Clan were to eliminate a vast portion of the Demon Clan's living forces, as long as their Great Ones survived the onslaught, the Witch Clan would be compelled to retract their defensive lines. Their prospects for survival might then dwindle even further than they were now. Yet, what could they do? The Demon Clan was willing to cede the primordial lands and retreat into the stars. But the Witch Clan must ensure that they would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter of the awakened beasts of the wilderness. If this condition were met, the conflict would cease. Should they refuse, Dijun would vow to disband the Demon Clan and pursue a relentless vendetta against the Witch Clan, dedicating his life to their extermination. This time, Dijun did not resort to whispered communications. Empowered by the principles of the Tao, his voice reverberated throughout the eastern expanse of the primordial realm. It was evident that he had no intention of leaving a path for retreat. Should the ancestral witches decline, he would immediately withdraw with his brother from the battlefield. The elite of the demon clan would be forsaken. As long as he survived, he would eventually exact retribution for the blood debts from the witch clan. What is your perspective, Zhu Jiuyin? In response to Di Zhang's inquiry, Zhu Jiuyin found himself deep in contemplation. Concurrently, in the Zixiao Palace amidst the undulating chaos sea, Huang Jun's heart raced. He was poised to intervene at any moment. The current state of affairs between the witches and demons was far from his desired outcome and did not align with the grand design of the heavenly Tao. Ultimately, all of this stemmed from Qin Yu's wounding of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Otherwise, after suffering significant losses, both sides would have inevitably reached an understanding to cease hostilities, tending to their wounds while awaiting the next encounter, rather than allowing the witch clan to gain the upper hand and force the demon clan into such dire straits. After the dissolution of the demon clan, who could possibly rival the witch clan? The Eastern King, who is merely lurking and developing his powers, is certainly not a worthy opponent. It is not that Hong Jun looks down upon him. Rather, he simply lacks the capability. Zhurong pondered whether there was any possibility of slaying Di Jun and Tai Yi here, but after some reflection, he concluded that there was no opportunity. Although deities like Niuhua, Fuxi, and Kuanping differ from Di Jun, they will not engage in a relentless struggle against the witch clan following the disbandment of the demon clan. However, they will undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect Di Jun and ensure Tai Yi's safe departure. After Zhurong communicated with Di Jiang, he also reached out to the other ancestral witches, sharing his considerations and weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. For the next 10,000 years, the demon clan must not have any golden immortals lingering in the primordial wilderness. If encountered by the witch clan, they may be killed at will. However, should there be resistance resulting in casualties among the witch clan, the demon clan will bear all consequences. Di Jun, gritting his teeth, reluctantly agreed to this entirely unequal treaty. As soon as Di Jun consented, a tacit understanding was established among the ancestral witches and the powerful beings of the demon clan to cease hostilities. Nevertheless, the hearts of the demons remained turbulent. Following this, the demon clan would undoubtedly suffer a drastic decline in fortune. Being halved would be a generous assessment. What had they sought in joining the demon clan? They had barely enjoyed a few days of tranquility before this happened. The prospects for the future were far from optimistic. Niuhua even felt a twinge of regret for agreeing to Di Jun and Tai Yi's invitation. Of course, no thoughts of dissent would be revealed at this juncture, as the high-ranking members of both the witch and demon clans had reached an agreement to halt their actions. Upon receiving the orders, the battlefield below began to cease hostilities, with both sides regrouping. Although tensions remained palpable, punctuated by occasional taunts and provocations from the witch clan, the demon clan, no matter how enraged, could only endure. The demon emperor and the demon king had compromised. What else could they do? The 12 ancestral witches led the witch clan in retreat, returning to assess their casualties. The demon clan faced an even more complex situation than the witch clan. Beyond counting the losses, they were obliged to implement a series of rewards and compensations post-battle to prevent further discord among their ranks in the wake of defeat. This highlighted a clear disparity between the two clans. The witch clan functioned as a cohesive group, while the demon clan operated more like a coalition of interest groups, resulting in a significant difference in unity. With hostilities temporarily ceased, the malevolent and calamity energies in the world began to dissipate and lie dormant. Time passed swiftly, and 3,000 years later, following the battle between the witch and demon clans, the latter, having been defeated, adhered to the agreement and withdrew from the primordial lands. Each year, numerous members of the demon clan relocated to the starry skies. The once desolate primordial cosmos began to flourish with life. Di Jun and Tai Yi, suppressing their emotions, arranged matters before retreating to the sun star to meditate and heal. The plans to establish the heavenly court before the three talks were postponed due to the defeat in this battle. On one particular day, an extraordinary change occurred above Yuguan Mountain. The clear skies rapidly transformed into a mass of dark clouds, and the rumbling of thunder echoed as electric arcs danced within the clouds. This was an ominous sign of impending tribulation. As the witch and demon clans clashed fervently, the dynamics of the primordial realm shifted, yet the lineage of Yuan Mountain remained undisturbed in their dedicated cultivation. Zhao Gongming, along with the three Shaos, often expounded teachings, and with the abundant cultivation environment of Yuan Mountain, the accumulation of realms prior to transformation had reached its zenith. The time for metamorphosis had arrived. The ominous aura of the thunder tribulation pervaded the air, causing many creatures within the mountain to tremble in fear. For them, the thunder tribulation was an unfamiliar phenomenon. They did not belong to the innate stream, and at this juncture, Huang had yet to achieve unity, rendering them unqualified for the transformation thunder tribulation. Although the current heavenly calamity bore the term calamity, it could scarcely be deemed a true disaster. Rather, the transformation thunder tribulation presented a tremendous opportunity. Surmounting this tribulation would invite the blessings of the heavenly Tao, perfecting one's transformative embodiment and aligning it more closely with the Tao. Similarly, attaining a transformative embodiment would place those of the innate stream on an entirely different plane of cultivation aptitude compared to those of the acquired. In the midst of his seclusion, Qin Yu sensed the formidable presence of the rolling thunderclouds and thus emerged from his retreat, appearing not far from Zhao Gongming and the three Shaos. It was astonishing that all four could simultaneously restrain their realms while undergoing tribulation. No wonder the intensity of this transformation thunder tribulation did not align with the qualifications of Yun Xiao and her companions. Chapter 36. The Three Teachings of the Purple Clouds. Leading disciples to attract the tide, Zhao Gongming, the three clouds. And the formidable might of the tribulation thunder were such that, had it not been for the innate great formation of Yuan Mountain, many with profound cultivation would certainly sense it. Even so, the myriad beings within Yuan Mountain gazed upon this spectacle with unabashed envy. This thunderstorm of tribulation symbolizes the depth of one's foundation. Though all were golden immortals in transformation, their foundational strength likely propelled them to the pinnacle of golden immortal perfection, seamlessly transcending into the realm of Tai without encountering any bottleneck, requiring no extraordinary fate to hasten their ascent. They are undoubtedly seeds of the great Luo, destined for greatness. Despite the current abundance of great Luo beings in the primordial wilderness, considering the countless sentient beings that number in the billions, a mere few thousand great Luo truly pales in comparison. The only one among Qin Yu's lineage within Yuan Mountain who felt no envy was the enchanting Shadow. While her foundational accumulation was indeed less profound than that of the four, she naturally possessed a vast reservoir of fortune from her clan. Following Qin Yu, her future appeared exceedingly bright, and although her potential might not rival that of the four true disciples, the gap would not be insurmountably vast. As the crowd looked on with envy and Qin Yu's expectant gaze, Zhao Gongming and the three clouds commenced their transformation tribulation. The four initiated the tribulation together, and what would ordinarily be merely the strength of common golden immortal thunder was forcibly elevated to the intensity befitting golden immortal perfection. Each strike descended as a quartet, the power not experiencing a leap in magnitude, yet without magical artifacts to rely upon, merely depending on personal foundations rendered the passage exceedingly arduous. This was the inherent drawback of undergoing tribulation together, under the current heavenly decree. A thunderstorm that could typically be traversed with relative ease now introduced additional uncertainties. However, greater sacrifices naturally lead to greater rewards, and what Zhao Gongming and the three clouds sought was precisely this effect. By forcibly suppressing their individual strengths and confronting the tribulation collectively, their camaraderie served a dual purpose of kinship and tangible benefit. As the bolts of tribulation fell, the youngest, Bai Xiao, was the first to act, casting forth her golden jiao scissors to block three waves of descending thunder. Should Bai Xiao so desire, she could continue to shield, even enduring all the tribulations alone. Yet prior to their tribulation, a division of labor had already been established. Following Bai Xiao, Qiong Xiao and Yun Xiao took their turns, culminating with Zhao Gongming's decisive closure. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, without a single misstep, enabling them to successfully navigate the tribulation and emerge transformed. Zhao Gongming bore the visage of a hardy middle-aged man. Yun Xiao possessed a more regal stature and demeanor, while Qiong Xiao exuded a sense of approachability. As for Bai Xiao, despite her ample essence and sufficiently profound foundation, she appeared, both in figure and features, as an utterly adorable little girl. "Greetings, Master." Sensing the aura of the three, Qinyu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Stabilize your realms well and strive to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm before the three teachings of the saints. At that time, I shall take you all to seek a fortuitous encounter." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhao's face lit up with excitement. "Master, can we also attend the saints' teachings?" Yin Xiao, overhearing, shot Bai Xiao a sharp glare, admonishing her to speak less if she could not articulate properly, even though she understood the intent behind Bai Zhao's words. The phrasing evidently conveyed a sense of distrust toward their master. Regarding the gaze of Yin Xiao, Bai Xiao remained entirely unconcerned. She had been at Yuguanshan for some time. Qin Yu occasionally provided them with special teachings, and they had regular interactions. Bai Xiao had come to understand the temperament of her master, Qin Yu, quite well. He was quite easygoing and unrestrained, much like he had mentioned when he first accepted them as disciples. In this sect, there are not many rules. Harmony and camaraderie among fellow disciples were of paramount importance, while other matters were not particularly significant. Bai Xiao could also sense that Qin Yu did not harbor any displeasure towards her somewhat impulsive and reckless nature. Perhaps it was because he himself was not overly concerned with the conventional norms of the world. Naturally, while Bai Zhao's behavior and speech might occasionally reflect a carefree attitude, she was always mindful of her limits and maintained a sense of propriety. Regrettably, the timing was not ideal. Had they been able to attend the lecture, they would have greatly benefited. The teachings of the three lectures on the path of the sage could be considered elusive, with the only discernible advantage being the conducive environment of Zixiao Palace for cultivation. Bai Xiao expressed her confusion, asking why this was so. The first lecture of the sage began with the fundamentals of breath control and cultivation, extending to the realm of Daluo. The second lecture pertained to the paths of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal or Quasi-Saint. As for the third lecture, Qin Yu had not elaborated, but based on the progression of realms, both Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao understood its significance. The profundity of the third lecture was immense, involving great transformations. Yet their current realms were insufficient to comprehend its depths. While there was a chance to encounter great opportunities, the likelihood of significant gain was minimal. The four of them bore no resentment towards their circumstances. Their mindset was commendable, with Bai Xiao being the most open-minded among them. The essence of contentment resonated with her. She had aspirations regarding the path, realms, and cultivation, yet they were not overly ambitious. Gongming was resolute in not disappointing his master's high expectations, vowing to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal within 10,000 years. Following Zhao Gongming, both Yin Xiao and Qiong Xiao made similar commitments. Bai Xiao, having just taken form, was not particularly inclined to enter seclusion immediately, as there was ample time before the third lecture. However, since her brothers had already voiced their intentions, she felt compelled to conform and made a similar promise. The breakthrough to Golden Immortal was a topic that Qin Yu had already addressed multiple times, reiterating it would hold little significance. Exiting seclusion merely to oversee her disciples' tribulations, and with all matters resolved, they were signaled by Qin Yu to disperse and continue their cultivation. As time swiftly passed, spanning several millennia, the voice of the Hongjun sage resonated throughout the primordial chaos, heralding the commencement of the sage's third and final lecture. Unlike the previous two occasions, Qin Yu did not travel alone this time. In the celestial realm, he rode his spectral steed, accompanied by his four direct disciples, traversing the membranes of the primordial chaos. This extraordinary scene captured the attention of numerous powerful beings. Those with disciples or promising juniors among them displayed expressions of astonishment. To attend a lecture on the path of the sage in such a manner? Hadn't the sage explicitly stated before the first lecture that seating arrangements were to be fixed and unalterable? No, it was the seating. Those who had cultivated to the level of Daluo or even quasi-saint naturally possessed keen intellects. Previously, they had fallen into a fixed mindset, but now, with Qin Yu's initiative to break through conventional limitations, the clouds of misunderstanding were dispelled. Although everyone sat cross-legged to listen, strictly speaking, there were only 7 seats available. By the time the second lecture commenced, the 3,000 of Zixiao Palace were already insufficiently filled. As the transition from the second to the third lecture unfolded, the vacancies became even more pronounced. In the realm of chaos, Qin Yu's 12-grade lotus platform enveloped several individuals entirely, while the Qinquan tripod above provided a second layer of protection, ensuring their stability as they traversed the chaos. On their journey to Zixiao Palace, Bixiao observed on multiple occasions that powerful beings, upon encountering them, chose to retreat rather than continue onward, returning instead to the primordial wilderness. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to Qin Yu and inquired, "Master, what does this mean?" "Of course, it is for the sake of disciples or descendants. Have you not noticed that, apart from us, these mighty beings from the primordial wilderness are all traveling alone?" Bixiao nodded in understanding. However, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao exchanged glances, concern evident in their eyes. "Master, will our actions not anger the saints?" Yun Xiao then spoke up, "Indeed, Master, perhaps we should reconsider. If our presence leads to your conflict with the saints, it will be better to forego this fate altogether." Chapter 37. The Purple Cloud Palace and the Entanglements of the Tao of Heaven. The sage, willing to forsake both connections and laws, finds himself swayed solely by a mere conjecture. Indeed, this disciple possesses remarkable qualities. With a smile gracing his countenance, Qin Yu confidently declared, "With the heart of a sage, there is no need for concern. Simply accompany me at ease." "Yes, Master," came the reply. Observing Qin Yu's demeanor, the trepidation within Zhao, Gongming, and the others dissipated. However, upon deeper reflection, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao discerned the flaws in their earlier proposal. Naturally, they chose to remain silent rather than further burden Qin Yu with apologies. If the sage were to assign blame, he would not bear it alone. The tumult was ignited by him, and returning it to Zhao Gongming and his companions would yield no benefit. Such actions could even provoke the ire of all the formidable beings in the primordial realm, even if they were merely following the tide. Without Qin Yu's instigation, they would not have conjured such notions. Had it not been for the prior agreement made during Hongjuan's private summons, Qin Yu, despite his belief that Hongjun would likely remain indifferent, would not have taken such a step. Armed with his unique advantages and foresight into the grand trajectory of the cosmos, Qin Yu's future appeared promising, rendering it unnecessary to entangle himself with Hongjun over trivial matters, thereby complicating his own path. At the Purple Cloud Palace, due to Qin Yu's influence, Tong Tian made a detour back to the primordial realm to retrieve his recently acquired disciple, Duo Bao, prompting the 3 Pure Ones to revisit the Purple Cloud Palace, where Qin Yu had already arrived. Upon entering, Tong Tian, relying on that faint connection to the essence of the Tao, which, though diminished, still lingered, immediately noticed Zhao Gongming and the other 3, who were meditating in the rear of the palace. Thousands of years prior, the bond between master and disciple had been abruptly severed, and now the target was finally in sight. The one who had intercepted him, possessing a fated connection with his disciple, had also been identified. If it had been anyone else, Tong Tian might have charged forward demanding an explanation. Yet, faced with Qin Yu, he found himself in a quandary. During Qin Yu's battle against Di Jun and Tai Yi in the chaos, the 3 Pure Ones had been mere spectators. Based on the combat prowess displayed by Qin Yu and his formidable entourage, they had returned to their realm with the realization that, despite their pride, even their combined efforts would struggle to surpass Qin Yu. Once Yuanshi settled down, he noticed Tong Tian's awareness repeatedly scanning Zhao Gongming and the San Shao. And upon recalling Tong Tian's recent disciple, he surmised that Tong Tian had developed an interest. Contemplating this as a potential opportunity for counsel, he spoke up, "Third brother, have you taken a liking to your esteemed friend's exceptional disciple? With such extraordinary roots and profound heritage, it is only fitting that we..." As the orthodox disciples of Pangu, adhere to this standard in our selection of students. As for Duo, let that matter rest. In the future, we must exercise caution in choosing our disciples. As the three pure ones are one, they share in each other's honors. Yuanshu's teasing advice struck a chord, and Laozi, recognizing the wisdom of the moment, concurred, indeed, let the matter of Duo pass. In the future, third brother, be prudent in your selections. Hearing his two elder brothers harmonizing in this manner, Tong Tian felt a tinge of helplessness. He and Laozi, along with Yuanshu, indeed had differing views on the matter of accepting disciples, but he understood their intentions were rooted in goodwill. Counter it, but unable to do so, as the weight of lineage bears down upon them. To prevent further persuasion on their part, Tong Tian shook his head and shifted the topic, saying, "Indeed, I envy you. Yet it is not merely due to your foundation. Dear brothers, do you recall, several millennia ago, during the War of the Lich, why I suddenly chose to wander the vast wilderness? Naturally, they remembered, for at that time, you had mentioned sensing a severed master-disciple bond. Yuanshu, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the implication. You mean to say? Tong Tian, with a pained expression, nodded, precisely as you surmised, dear second brother. The four of them share a similar aura, three originating from the same source. That master-disciple bond, to be precise, is a connection shared among the four. At this moment, both Laozi and Yuanshu comprehended why Tong Tian frequently scrutinized Qin Yu and his disciples. It appeared that the destined relationship of their third brother's exceptional student had been usurped. Third brother, you indeed ought to seek an explanation from the friend of purity. Laozi spoke, and Yuanshu immediately concurred, agreed. Qin Yu, possessing formidable strength and maintaining a decent rapport with them, would not be unjustly provoked by the Sanqing. However, given the circumstances and their position of righteousness, they would not simply swallow their grievances due to Qin Yu's power. With the support of his two elder brothers, Tong Tian would naturally not oppose. Yet the manner of seeking an explanation required careful consideration. Once Tong Tian had devised a plan, he directed his divine sense towards Qin Yu. Noticing Qin Yu emerging from his meditative state, looking at him in confusion, Tong Tian finally spoke. Friend of purity, you are blessed with four exceptional disciples. It has brought me anguish. This predetermined master-disciple bond has turned to naught. Thus you owe me a debt of causality. Should you not compensate me with four fine seedlings in the future, this debt shall remain unresolved. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, the Sanqing communicated through their primordial spirits. Anticipating that Tong Tian would approach him regarding the matter of Yin Shao and the others, Qin Yu had foreseen this during the selection of his disciples. Although Tong Tian's demeanor was amicable, it seemed he intended to address the situation with goodwill due to the nature of the usurpation. Given the consideration extended towards him, and acknowledging his own culpability, Qin Yu contemplated and presented one of the amicable resolutions he had prepared. This debt of causality, I shall acknowledge. Allow me to settle it with a mid-grade innate spiritual root. What say you, my friend? The notion of compensating for a few disciples was, of course, jest, as it was merely a means to seek an explanation and regain some dignity. With Qin Yu offering a tangible benefit, what could Tong Tian possibly say? He readily accepted the opportunity to descend from the high ground. Now that the matter is laid bare and the causality is clear, this incident primarily arose from their impulsive decision. You cannot be held culpable for an intentional usurpation, and the debt is not profound. A mid-grade innate spiritual root is indeed quite generous. Should I refuse, it would only reflect my own ingratitude. With a smile, Qin Yu retrieved a mid-grade innate spiritual root, which had been planted in the cosmic starry soil and could not bear fruit, serving only as material for refining treasures. He presented it to Tong Tian with the protection of his Tao. Thus, let our causality be concluded here. Agreed. The innate spiritual root bears either fruits of extraordinary efficacy or materials for refining treasures, albeit with differing emphasis. Their values are commensurate, contingent upon what each individual values most. Thus, each harbors a unique assessment of worth. For Tong Tian, whether it yields results or produces materials for treasure refinement makes little difference. Upon acknowledgement, he promptly secured the innate spiritual root. Upon witnessing Qin Yu wield a medium-grade, innate spiritual root, Laozi had little to discuss with Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi's envy towards Qin Yu's possession of such a precious treasure diminished slightly at this moment, though it lingered just the same. One must acknowledge the distinction. In Yuan Shi's heart, Qin Yu's origins and lineage appeared to surpass the profoundness of their three purity spiritual treasures, a disparity that seemed unjust in the grand scheme of virtue and position. In contrast to Yuan Shi's lingering resentment towards Qin Yu, Laozi exhibited a far more composed demeanor. His attitude towards Qin Yu mirrored that of Tong Tian, leaning towards amiability, viewing him as a worthy fellow cultivator, and furthermore, after this incident, he regarded him as a generous ally. The three purities each harbored their own sentiments regarding Qin Yu, of which he remained oblivious. On the surface, at least, the trio appeared amicable, and Qin Yu did not possess the ability to discern the innermost thoughts of the three purities. Chapter 38. The Final Gift of Huang. Half-step mixed Yuan Daluo, golden immortal, as time flowed on. The atmosphere within the Purple Cloud Palace was considerably more vibrant than during the previous sermon. All 3,000 attendees were present. Yet unlike before, it was not the closure of the palace doors prior to Hongjuan's arrival that marked the occasion, but rather the sealing of the entrance by Hao Yin and Yao Qi once the number reached 3,000. Perhaps it was an unspoken understanding, or perhaps uncertainty lingered over whether such an act would draw the ire of the sages. Aside from Qin Yu, most powerful beings brought only one additional companion at most. Salutations to the master. Salutations to the sage. Years passed after the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace were closed, when at last, the figure of Hong Jun slowly materialized upon the Dao platform at the front of the Grand Hall. All present bowed in reverence. Those of Daluo and higher addressed him as master, while those below Daluo, being brought along, naturally did not presume to elevate their status, and instead referred to him as the sole authority of the current wilderness. This lecture spanned 10,000 years, culminating in the complete transmission of Dao to the wilderness. Hongjuan's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall. After his words concluded, as was customary, he spoke no further and commenced expounding upon the great Dao. The principles of Dao are inherently natural, returning to simplicity and authenticity. The path of the sage was not shrouded in the enigmatic complexities of the first lecture. Instead, it was presented in a manner accessible to both golden immortals and higher beings, though comprehension remained elusive. Ordinary language was employed for exposition, yet immediate understanding proved challenging. Thus, attendees refrained from straining themselves and began recording the content instead. This practice, in itself, opened the door to a more effective method of attentive learning. Depending on their strength and circumstances, the capacity to record varied among them. For those beneath the Daluo level, persisting in attempts to listen and memorize after a century would lead to confusion and result in their primordial spirits succumbing to slumber, causing them to miss the most opportune moments. Conversely, figures such as Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao were different. They adhered strictly to Qin Yu's prior instructions before her arrival, ensuring that upon realizing they could not reap any benefits, they ceased to dwell on the implications of the sage's teachings and instead focused entirely on utilizing the immense advantages of the Purple Cloud Palace to elevate their own realms of cultivation. This pursuit also included Qin Yu, who, while engaging with the mixed Yuan Dao, primarily directed her focus toward her own cultivation, merely allowing her spirit to partake in the teachings. As time progressed, 3,000 years into the lecture, the majority within the Purple Cloud Palace had succumbed to slumber. Advanced to mid-stage mixed Yuan Golden Immortal completion. Current advance opportunities. 2. Advanced to late-stage mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. The information from the golden finger roused Qin Yu from her deep meditative state, and without a moment's hesitation, she resolutely internalized and issued her command. Realm of cultivation. Late-stage mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Available for advance, post-advance. Comprehension of the laws valued at 10,000. Heavenly Dao merit. 100 million. Current advance opportunities. 2. Shall the advance be executed? Advance. Upon confirmation of the advance command, the previously evolved 1,000 branches of law instantaneously doubled. Entering the mid-stage mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, the evolution of branches commenced, with 1,000 branches signifying completion and 2,000 required for the late stage. As for perfection, it necessitated a clear understanding beneath one's own laws, affirming the existence of 3,000 tributaries of law, 3,000 paths of Tao, with my Tao reigning supreme. As Qin Yu experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, he was determined to continue his practice, fully leveraging the unparalleled advantages within the Zixiao Palace during the sage's discourse. However, at that moment, amidst the ongoing teachings of Huang, Qin Yu heard a voice filled with emotional resonance. I shall assist you one final time. Whether you can thrive thereafter depends on your own efforts, my young friend. Grateful, Qin Yu silently expressed his thanks to Huang by intoning his true name in his heart. The sage's cultivation was such that Huang could certainly perceive it, even at the late stages of his Hunyuan golden immortal state. This was also why Qin Yu often referred to him by that title on other occasions. Their brief exchange concluded without further response from Huang, and Qin Yu refrained from inquiring about the nature of the benefits. Instead, he centered himself, allowing his primordial spirit to once again immerse in the depths of his practice. Once Qin Yu entered a state of complete meditation, the density of the Tao's essence in the realm he occupied surged dramatically, revealing the boundless heavenly principles before his eyes. In that moment, Qin Yu felt as if he had returned to the ocean of laws, or rather, the experience surpassed even that. Beyond the Tao's essence, streams of purple qi rose from the cushion upon which Qin Yu sat, merging into his being. Surrounding him, a multitude of golden lotuses manifested, flowing into him. These were the remnants of Hongjuan's merit, a genuine and untainted essence of virtue. Had Qin Yu not been present, Hongjun intended to dilute this merit post-unification and merge it with the innate spiritual energy of the Tao to celebrate the harmony of the cosmos, bestowing blessings upon the myriad beings of the world. Now, all of this had fortuitously benefited Qin Yu. One could not deny Hongjuan's foresight. What he provided were essential elements for Qin Yu's arduous journey toward the Hunyuan path. Although Qin Yu shattered the shackles of his cultivation realms through his own means, the assistance offered by Hongjun would significantly reduce the time required for him to repay his debts. Initially, Qin Yu intended to halt his progression at the late stage of Hunyuan during this lecture, but with Hongjuan's support, he now felt confident in his ability to strive for the pinnacle of Hunyuan. Even if he could not fully settle his debts subsequently, he aspired to come very close. This wave of sponsorship alleviated a significant portion of Qin Yu's worries. As Hongjuan's teachings culminated in the unification of the Tao, the era of sages was about to dawn. If Qin Yu could clear his debts by the time the sages achieved enlightenment, he would be able to advance directly to the cultivation of the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal. In the face of absolute power, all schemes appeared futile. Without the cultivation of the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal, even with his advantage of foresight regarding the future trends, Qin Yu would be unable to exert much influence in the sage's era. Now emboldened, Qin Yu felt assured that he could stand among the players of destiny, intervening in the world to seize fortune and merit to the fullest extent. Pre-advancement to the late stage of Hunyuan golden immortal completed. Current available pre-advancement count: 5,000 years, 6,000 years, and as the discourse approached its 7th millennium, Qin Yu was once again drawn from his meditative state by the influence of his extraordinary abilities. In the realm of cultivation, time is a nebulous concept. Qin Yu calculated with a flick of his fingers, discovering that merely 3,000 years remained. Dismissing all other thoughts, he immediately intoned, advanced the great perfection of the primordial golden immortal. Cultivation level, great perfection of the primordial golden immortal. Available for advancement, subsequent advancement. Comprehension of the law of one catastrophe, also known as one measure catastrophe, 5 million yuan assembly, heavenly Tao merits, 1 billion. Current available advancements, 2. Shall the advancement proceed? Proceed. Within the lotus flower, born from the unity of the 3 flowers, the roots of the Tao fruit began to burgeon within the flower's core. As the roots multiplied to 3,000, they began to envelop the core of the flower. Merging with the lotus formed from the 3 flowers and 5 qi, the Tao fruit gestated anew, transforming towards the primordial Tao fruit. This signifies the great perfection, which may also be referred to as the half-step primordial great Luo golden immortal. Chapter 39. The hidden hand of primordial purple qi, an astonishing revelation dawned upon Qinyu. The overwhelming aura of a fully realized Hunyuan golden immortal resonated throughout the realm he inhabited. Observing this, Hongjun felt an immense surge of joy, repeatedly expressing his admiration. Initially, Qinyu was merely an incidental piece on the chessboard that Hongjun had casually laid out. However, as Qinyu's strength surged beyond expectations, his significance in Hongjun's eyes grew correspondingly. With increased investment in Qinyu's potential, Hongjun's elation intensified with each of Qinyu's accomplishments. Ultimately, the leap beyond the heavenly path bolstered Hongjun's confidence in Qinyu's ability to provide substantial support. The act of imparting teachings aligned with the will of heaven, requiring little exertion from Hongjun. While continuing to share his wisdom, Hongjun's mind began to strategize for the impending shifts in the cosmic balance. The plans he had meticulously crafted were abruptly overturned by Qinyu's recent breakthrough into the realm of the fully realized Hunyuan golden immortal. Time and cultivation is fleeting. A millennium passes in the blink of an eye, and thus, Hongjun's teachings reached their culmination. Upon ceasing his discourse, whether those who had succumbed to confusion and slumber or those aware of their inability to absorb the teachings and instead focused on their own cultivation, all awakened simultaneously. As they surveyed their surroundings, the guests within the Purple Cloud Palace found their gains this time markedly less fruitful than during the previous two teachings. Not a single soul had successfully severed their ties to the corporeal world. This was not due to a lack of opportunity within the sanctified halls of the Purple Cloud Palace. Rather, everyone had tacitly suppressed their impulses to break through. Some decisive individuals even took advantage of the past millennium to fully cultivate the 33 layers of the Daluo realm, forcefully dispersing their previous attainments to reforge their understanding of Hunyuan principles, ultimately returning to the pinnacle of Daluo golden immortal. With Qinyu as a shining example, they merely awaited a viable plan from the sage to embark on their own journeys to transcend into the realm of Hunyuan golden immortal. Thus, the transmission of teachings concluded. Master, your compassion is greatly appreciated. We are truly grateful for your impartation of wisdom, the assembly expressed, with all but Qinyu voicing their thanks. He chose to convey his gratitude silently, fearing that vocal acknowledgement would attract undue attention. Although his cultivation placed him in a unique tier beneath Hongjun, he had not completely transcended the realm, leaving him at a loss regarding how others would address him. Would they call him senior? As a Hunyuan golden immortal himself, he felt unworthy of such a title. Yet, to avoid being called senior would elevate his status, potentially offending the sage. Such trivialities were not worth the trouble. For to Qinyu, the essence of reality far outweighed hierarchical labels. With the teachings concluded, the moment for inquiry arrived, especially poignant as this discourse marked the final one. The future of encountering the sage again remained uncertain. An abundance of questions filled the minds of the attendees, yet they collectively directed their spiritual awareness toward Laozi. In this situation, Laozi found himself at a loss as to whether to feel honored or otherwise. This group truly regarded him as a mere tool for inquiry. With a heart full of inner turmoil, I nevertheless rose, my body betraying my true feelings, and, bowing respectfully to the esteemed Hongjun, I inquired, might I ask, Master, what constitutes a sage? To govern the cosmos and the universe, enduring countless tribulations without being diminished, remaining untouched by the threads of cause and effect. This is the essence of a sage. The fruit of the Tao is entrusted to the heavenly way, coexisting eternally with the heavens and the Tao. The sage embodies the truth of the Tao, and there exists no fundamental shift from quantity to quality between the sage and the non-sage. Within the primordial realm, the sage comprehends all matters and phenomena. They perceive the past, present, and future, manipulating the fabric of time and space, life and death, and the cycle of reincarnation. With but a thought, they invoke the transformations of the heavenly way, boundless and immeasurable, neither born nor perished, returning to the tranquil void, capable of gathering or dispersing, existing beyond birth and death. Impervious to the tribulations of time, untouched by cause and effect, transcending the material world, not relying on the cycles of time and space as their foundation, but existing in eternal permanence. For the sage, countless eons are but a mere chessboard, regardless of how the chaos unfolds or the world reincarnates. It cannot affect them in the slightest. The sage is the Tao. Thus, the sage possesses boundless knowledge and capability, rendering all beneath them akin to mere ants. The vivid descriptions, even after experiencing the sage's formidable presence through Huang, filled all present with an exhilarating sense of longing. Even if heaven and earth perish, I shall remain. Uncountable causes and effects shall not touch me. What tremendous power this is! What everyone seeks is nothing less than transcendence and eternal existence. Though the true spirit of the great Luo is immortal and everlasting, the original self may still succumb to the tides of innumerable eons, unable to transcend. Relying on the immortality of the true spirit, the cycle of existence may indeed allow for a return. Yet, when the true spirit remains in ignorance, perpetually sinking, how arduous it is to cleanse it of dust and return to the original self. Perhaps it is a singular aeon, or perhaps countless such eons. Or perhaps the original self may never return, though it does not face annihilation. If the true spirit remains enshrouded in dust, it is as if it were dead. Emerging from my stupor, I hastily pressed, "Might I inquire, Master, how one can attain sagehood?" with the might of the sages preceding me as a backdrop. My question ignited an eruption of fervent gazes and insatiable thirst for knowledge directed at Huang, great wielders of power, who among them is not a child of destiny, their aspirations as lofty as the heavens. Who does not wish to ascend further? In response to the crowd's fervor, Huang's expression remained unchanged, and he replied with calmness, "I, fortunate to have the favor of heaven, have discerned 3 feasible paths from the boundless Tao through the treasured artifact of creation. The first is to validate the Tao through strength. This requires immense willpower, great fortune, and unparalleled wisdom, qualities that only the most profound can possess. To forcefully tread this path without such qualifications will lead to one's demise, making it the most arduous route, yet it also yields the most formidable attainment. A path I myself am unqualified to walk." Though powerful, the sage's words effectively condemned this path to a death sentence. If even Huang deemed himself unworthy, what hope do they have? The second path entails the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain the Tao, using the indestructible innate spiritual light as a medium to cut away the self's 3 corpses. By aligning with the heavenly Tao, when the 3 corpses unite, the fruit of the Tao begins to transform. Once this transformation is complete and the heavens grant recognition, one may attain sagehood. This method, while valid, is subordinate in strength to the first. After allowing ample time for the assembly to absorb his words, Huang continued, "The third method is that of merit. Through supreme merit, one gains the favor of heaven, with the heavenly Tao providing assistance to transform into a sage. This method, while legitimate, possesses the weakest potential." Upon the completion of his discourse on the path of enlightenment, Huang turned and unleashed a profound revelation. To attain sanctity, one must establish a foundation with the primordial purple qi. Without the opportunity for enlightenment, the primordial purple qi is indispensable for achieving holiness. The primordial purple qi, an entity previously unheard of, remains an enigma to all. Its rarity is such that even those who may have encountered it have likely overlooked its immense value. The expressions of the crowd betrayed their astonishment. Confronted with such a divine substance, it was impossible for anyone to remain composed. Observing their reactions, Huang extended his right hand, and 7 streams of purple qi hovered within his palm. This contained the essence of the primal chaos jade butterfly. Qin gazed at the purple qi in Huang hand, his heart gripped by terror. He was all too familiar with this phenomenon, possessing a shard of the primal chaos jade butterfly himself. However, he was unable to extract its primordial essence. Even if he attempted to do so, he would likely be incapable of condensing a single stream of purple qi. Of course, aside from the essence of the primal chaos jade butterfly, the primordial purple qi comprised other elements that Qin Yu's discerning capabilities could not fully analyze or comprehend. The theory of the primordial purple qi as a trap in the primordial wilderness did not seem to be unfounded. As the master of the primal chaos jade butterfly, Hong Jun could effortlessly summon back any essence he had separated. In the future, those who would achieve enlightenment through the primordial purple qi, should their strength not reach a certain threshold, would still have their sanctified status contingent upon Hong Jun's will, even if they were forcibly cast down. Naturally, whether Hong Jun harbored ulterior motives or not had no bearing on Qin Yu. On the surface, their relationship retained an alliance, and Hong Jun treated him with a degree of respect. Even if he had intentions, he was forthright about them. The situation regarding the primordial purple qi, which allowed Qin Yu to discern certain insights, was undoubtedly a deliberate act on Hong Jun's part. Otherwise, it would have been effortless for him to conceal such matters from Qin Yu's understanding. Chapter 40. Weeping for two sacred positions, the assembly stunned. Can be played this way? The powerful beings present, whether disciples or kin brought by these formidable figures, with the exception of Qin Yu, gazed at the swirling primordial purple energy in Hong Juan's hands, their eyes glimmering with envy. They implored the Tao ancestor for mercy, yearning to know where this primordial purple energy could be found. While they dared not covet it, within the purple cloud's palace, upon one person speaking, only Qin Yu remained seated on his mat, while all others prostrated themselves in reverence. The primordial purple energy could only be condensed by the heavenly Tao, and beneath heaven and earth there existed but 9 strands, attainable only through divine fate. After many years of seeking, I, a humble practitioner, have obtained merely 8. Upon hearing these words from Hong Jun, a wail of despair erupted within the purple cloud's palace. Those present were not foolish. They understood the implications of this revelation, as well as the significance of the 7 mats within the palace. They had long recognized that these mats held profound meaning, promising great opportunities. They had never imagined they were linked to the chance of becoming a sage. Without primordial purple energy, one could not attain sagehood. The Tao ancestor himself had consumed 1 strand in his own ascension, leaving only the one in his possession, which meant that the entire expanse of the primordial world had but a single strand remaining. Where could they possibly seek it? Consequently, Impel Yun, Cai Yi, and Kuan-Ping cast their furious gazes upon Hong Yun, wishing they could bind his true spirit and torment him with endless divine abilities to quell their seething anger. As the crowd's emotions gradually settled, a great Luo bowed respectfully to Hong Jun and inquired, "Dare I ask, Tao ancestor, you once stated that the path of the Hunyuan laws has been severed. Might I inquire why our friend from the pure world remains unaffected? Is it merely that ordinary cultivation cannot traverse this path, or might there be other methods still available?" Upon this query, the focus of the other powerful beings who had yet to attain the body of a corpse shifted significantly from Hong Jun and the primordial purple energy. Although the memories of the innate divine saints only reached the great Luo realm, they were inherently capable of traversing the Hunyuan law's path, which required no primordial energy. The opportunities granted by the sages primarily belonged to the foremost mats, and in comparison to the remaining strand of purple energy, they were more inclined towards the path of Hunyuan laws. Faced with the hopeful gazes of numerous powerful practitioners, Hong Jun doused their hopes with cold water. In the vast primordial expanse, I am the sole exception. Should you seek to emulate my path, you shall undoubtedly meet with failure. My fate and laws are not replicable by you. While there existed a fragment of the creation jade plate, alongside the one possessed by Qin Yu, there was indeed another piece, yet its return to the world was utterly impossible, at least within Hong Juan's understanding. The emergence of Qin Yu's fragment had already far exceeded his expectations. Naturally, even if someone were to unexpectedly acquire the last fragment, it would bear no significance. At present, the path of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal was already exceedingly arduous. Once he achieved unity with the Tao, the difficulty of cultivation would escalate dramatically. The challenges of cultivation are but one aspect. The disdain of heaven and earth would continually erode your fortune and blessings if you did not cultivate. Every hurdle along the path of cultivation would necessitate immense fortune and great merit to surmount. The path of Huang would entirely transform into a forsaken road, a path where one would perish upon treading. This was also why Hong Jun had previously offered Qin Yu special instruction and intentionally bestowed upon him his remaining merits. Receiving such a response from Hong Jun, the great Luo who had risen to inquire fell back down in a state of despair. He took a bold leap, only to find himself in solitude, losing even his undergarments in the process. After enduring great trials to reach the 33 heavens of Daluo, all the opportunities for enlightenment he had gained were squandered as he dissipated his cultivation to reforge the path of the primordial laws. Now, he must once again undertake the arduous journey of reconstruction. Fortunately, this endeavor will not undermine his foundation, though it will demand considerable time and effort. Otherwise, his resolve may shatter. Many others in similar circumstances among the Daluo also face this plight. Meanwhile, the mighty beings who had already severed their mortal coils breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that the path of the primordial laws was indeed unattainable. Otherwise, those who had ventured to sever their ties early would find themselves relegated to the fringes in the vast expanse of the Huang. The formidable nature of the primordial laws had already been vividly demonstrated in the combat between Qin Yu and Chaos. Unique in his own right, Qin Yu's pursuit of the primordial laws would remain unbroken. Disappointment weighed heavily on Emperor Jun and Tai, who began to contemplate ways to mend their relationship with Qin Yu. The hope of attaining sainthood appeared dim, yet beneath the saints, Qin Yu would undoubtedly stand as the foremost figure. It would be unwise to harbor enmity towards him. The remaining powerful practitioners also categorized Qin Yu as a being not to be trifled with. Within the Zixiao Palace, the 3,000 guests exhibited varied expressions. Once their emotions steadied, Hong Jun spoke, "Under the heavenly Tao, my disciple shall encompass 6 saints. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, you 3 are the transformed essence of the great Pangu, having contributed significantly to the opening of the heavens. With great fortune and celestial luck, do you wish to join my sect?" Even though the 3 pure ones were aware of the profundity of the lotus seat, they felt elated upon hearing these words and bowed in reverence. "We are willing. We pay our respects to our master." Hongju nodded. "Good. I bestow upon you these 3 strands of primordial energy." As he spoke, 3 strands of primordial energy flew from his hands into the spiritual abodes of the 3 pure ones. "We thank our master." Upon receiving the primordial energy, the 3 pure ones were filled with excitement and bowed once more. "Enwa, under the decree of heaven, you are destined for a great act of merit. Will you become my 4th disciple?" Although she was puzzled as to why Qin Yu was bypassed for the 4th lotus seat, the magnitude of this opportunity left Enwa no room for hesitation, and she promptly bowed. "Enwa is willing. I pay my respects to my master." "Good. This strand of primordial energy is granted to you. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, master." Of the 7 strands of primordial energy, for had been claimed in an instant. All others could only watch in anticipation, particularly the figures of Jean and Juenti, who were eager yet anxious, their hearts racing with thoughts prepared. However, it was unclear whether Hong Jun acted with intention or not, as he regarded Jean and Juenti with a hint of hesitation in his gaze. Now, Jean and Juenti felt urgency. Having just seen Qin Yu bypassed, could it be that they too were fated to miss this opportunity? Exchanging glances, they ultimately resolved to take the initiative. "We implore our master to show compassion towards the impoverished West and bestow upon us a chance." The dignified beings who had severed their mortal ties spoke with a tone of lamentation, their voices tinged with sorrow, evoking a sense of pity. Observers within the Zixiao Palace frowned at their behavior, holding little respect for their actions, yet secretly, a sense of joy arose within them. Such a disregard for one's dignity. Originally, there was a possibility of attaining the chance of becoming a sage, but now it seems that such an opportunity has slipped further away. Moreover, with the 2 of them lacking connection, and with Qin Yu being omitted from the past, Does this not imply that the primordial purple qi in the hands of the sage could yield 3 additional strands? One could see Huang Jun sigh deeply, as if moved by the situation. Alas, be it so. In that case, you too shall be acknowledged as my named disciples, and these 2 strands of purple qi shall be granted to you. This astonishing scene left everyone astounded. As the 2 strands of purple qi entered the spiritual platforms of the 2, all present were thrown into a state of turmoil. Is this truly permissible? Is it merely a matter of evoking sympathy? Who among us cannot feign hardship? As for dignity, what does it amount to in the face of the path to enlightenment? If one can seize the opportunity to attain sagehood, who would still cling to their pride? Chapter 41. The primordial purple qi exchanges fate and causality. Huang Jun distributes treasures within the hallowed halls of the Purple Cloud Palace. A cacophony of wails and lamentations echoed, a plethora of pitiful expressions resounding in the air. Qin Yu found himself enlightened by this spectacle. In response to such behavior, he promptly devised a new mystical technique, capturing the essence of this moment where the past and future had been severed, and the singularity of the great Luo was vividly recorded. Who among the mighty beings of the primordial era would not value their reputation? The incriminating evidence gathered by Qin Yu would serve him for a lifetime. A hush fell over the crowd, and they took their seats. After several hours of fervent expressions, Huang Jun finally issued a gentle reprimand. With a single utterance, all present found themselves compelled to sit cross-legged as if by an unseen force, demonstrating the true power of his words. While the strength of the saints was anticipated, it was elevated to an unimaginable degree. Thus the attendees were not overly alarmed. Instead, they cast pitiful glances at Huang Jun, some even allowing tears to trickle down their cheeks. Observing this, Huang Jun summoned the primordial purple qi, which flew from his palm and danced through the 3,000 realms of the Purple Cloud Palace. This display instantly captivated the attention of all, shifting their focus from Huang Jun to the shimmering primordial purple qi that occasionally flickered above them. However, influenced perhaps by the fragments of the creation jade plate that Qin Yu possessed, the primordial purple qi ultimately drifted and settled above his head. Instinctively, Qin Yu glanced towards Huang Jun seated at the pinnacle, and a mysterious sensation guided him, revealing the fleeting image of Huang Yun before his eyes. In that moment, Qin Yu comprehended Huang Jun's intent. He sought to allow Qin Yu to utilize the primordial purple qi to garner another favor. Yet, it was destined to culminate with Huang Yun, and how Qin Yu would navigate this opportunity for maximum benefit rested solely upon him. Despite Huang Jun initially overlooking Qin Yu, the primordial purple qi chose him in the end. Among the assembly of powerful beings, emotions of envy and admiration mingled with a collective sigh of relief. After all, Qin Yu was one of the esteemed seats, and given the current dispersal of the saints' purple qi, it was inherently tied to the fate of the seating arrangement. If it were to fall into the hands of another, it would be preferable for it to be Qin Yu who received it. As they watched Qin Yu lift his hand, the primordial purple qi obediently descended into his palm, yet his subsequent actions left the mighty beings perplexed. Rising from his seat, with the primordial purple qi cradled in his hands, Qin Yu extended his spiritual perception throughout the entirety of the Purple Cloud Palace. All eyes turned towards him in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Esteemed friends, while the primordial purple qi is indeed precious, my path lies within the principles of the Hunyuan. It is not a necessity for me. Therefore, I am willing to relinquish this qi, allowing you all one more opportunity to test your fate. However, I must clarify that I cannot influence who the qi ultimately selects. Might you all be interested in this proposition? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Indeed, their interest was piqued. Noble friend, your selflessness is commendable. We express our gratitude, and regardless of the outcome, I, Emperor Jun, am willing to owe this favor, accepting the weight of this causality. We too are willing to accept this burden of causality for the sake of this opportunity. And we as well. Following Emperor Jun's lead, the assembly of mighty beings within the Purple Cloud Palace began to voice their intentions. As for those who had yet to reach the great Luo, their yearning was evident, yet they were acutely aware that this was a realm beyond their reach. Jun silently observed all that transpired, and within, he harbored a sense of approval towards Qin Yu's actions. This could be deemed a maximization of benefits. Currently, within the Purple Cloud Palace, there are over 1,000 formidable practitioners, encompassing nearly all the great powers of the primordial world. Each individual owed Qin Yu a debt of opportunity for a saintly position, a boon of considerable magnitude. Such a favor is not easily repaid, especially considering the connections to the three Pure Ones, Niuhua, and the likes of Jin and Jundi. In the future, should Qin Yu wield this advantage judiciously, its worth would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. As for why they, despite already possessing the purple qi, would still seek to partake in this endeavor, who would shun the abundance of opportunities presented by the sacred path, a mere 1 in 1,000 chance, should it materialize. The shared fortune of the sage's opportunity would surely surpass the significance of a singular saintly causation, even if one were not to utilize it personally. Merely trading it away would yield immense profit. Naturally, if one's lineage possessed the potential to ascend to the saintly realm, the gains would be even greater, bestowing upon their clan an additional foundation of sanctity. In the Hongjun Dao field, with the heavenly Dao as witness, Qin Yu required no further oaths from them. Once verbal promises were given, he promptly cast forth the purple qi from his hand. As before, the qi began to meander, yet gravitated more towards Qin Yu's location. He remained unperturbed. Despite the purple qi's newfound affinity towards him, it could not return to his grasp, for Hongjun watched over the proceedings. And the next steps were naturally his to orchestrate. No unforeseen events transpired as the purple qi traversed and eventually settled in the realm where Hongyun resided, trembling and struggling for several moments before plunging into Hongyun's spiritual platform. To assert that there was no behind-the-scenes maneuvering would be utterly implausible. At that moment, Hongyun was utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Only Xinyuanzi, standing by, felt joy for Hongyun, yet could not shake a twinge of concern. The affair concerning Qin Yu had proven that the purple qi could be transferred, and the Dao ancestor would remain indifferent. Qin Yu, possessing extraordinary prowess and seated upon a mat, evoked a sense of reverence, and even though he was not a disciple of Hongjun, none dared to covet his position. But what of Hongyun? Alone and solitary, despite his reputation as the benevolent elder of the primordial realm, this title brought him not goodwill, but an array of tangled causations. Just as Xinyuanzi suspected, the multitude of powerful beings within the Purple Cloud Palace were already deliberating. Were they not currently within the palace, they would likely have already set their plans into motion. Hongjun, unconcerned with the inner thoughts of the assembly, acknowledged the successful division of the primordial purple qi and proclaimed, "Following this triadic discourse, I shall soon merge with the heavenly Dao. Henceforth, the heavenly Dao shall be Hongjun, and Hongjun shall not be mere instrument of the heavenly Dao. The Purple Cloud Palace shall not engage in significant matters without my consent, and I shall no longer intervene in the affairs of the primordial realm. As your master, I feel a sense of responsibility for the lack of further assistance I can provide. Thus, I shall bestow upon you the treasures I obtained during my explorations of the primordial world prior to my enlightenment. Moreover, owing to the shared destiny we hold, aside from the treasures belonging to my disciples, I shall also grant you an opportunity for further treasures." Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the eyes of the assembly brightened. The schemes regarding Hongyun's primordial purple qi could be deliberated later. For now, it was prudent to seize the immediate benefits at hand. Moreover, it is not merely the acquisition of treasures. The sage's retreat signifies a momentous event for the myriad formidable beings as well. With the sage present, their every action must be tempered with caution, for none can predict the transgressions that may inadvertently offend the sage's sensibilities. Even the most powerful among them often find themselves in discomfort. Disregarding the myriad forms of existence, Hongjun waved his hand, and a scroll depicting the duality of yin and yang materialized. This is the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, a transformation derived from the primordial deity Pangu's accompanying spiritual treasures, the divine acts that open the heavens. It possesses the ability to stabilize the earth, wind, fire, and suppress fortune. Laozi, as my foremost disciple, I bestow this treasure upon you." With such a magnificent gesture, Laozi felt a profound joy as he received the Taiji diagram into his being, bowing in gratitude. Subsequently, Hongjun produced a banner. This is the Pangu banner, also a manifestation of the primordial deity Pangu's accompanying spiritual treasures, the divine axe that opened the heavens. It can unleash chaotic sword chi, summon chaotic divine thunder, and suppress fortune. Yuanshi, you are my second disciple, and this Pangu banner is granted to you. Thank you, Master. Yuanshi accepted the Pangu banner, expressing his gratitude, but choosing to hold it in hand, admiring it with increasing affection. As a true descendant of Pangu and one of the three purities, Yuanshi felt a sense of pride. His source of fortune was substantial, yet he had never possessed an innate supreme treasure until now, thus fulfilling a long-held desire. Tong Tian, your disciple is here. I perceive your affinity for the sword path. You are naturally inclined towards it. Therefore, I present to you the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram. Although this set of sword techniques is not an innate supreme treasure and lacks the ability to suppress fortune, it possesses formidable lethality. Once you attain sainthood, wielding this precious set to lay down the extermination sword array, you may contend with 3 saints, impervious to any force but the 4 saints. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, all present were astonished, for Hongjun had previously stated that the pinnacle of the saints in the primordial realm is 9, excluding the Tao ancestor. It implies that there shall only be 8 future saints. Currently, only 7 manifestations of purple chi have emerged, with Tong Tian capable of vanquishing 3. Does this not suggest that the future era of Hongjun and the saints shall be the era of the 3 purities? Initially absorbed in admiring his Pangu banner, Yuanshi now found it less appealing in light of Tong Tian's newfound treasure. With such a divine artifact, any admonitions he might wish to impart to Tong Tian would surely lose their weight. Thank you, Master. Regardless of the thoughts of others, Tong Tian felt immense satisfaction as he expressed his gratitude to Hongjun, eagerly examining this treasure that resonated so profoundly with his heart's desire. Chapter 42. The acquisition of treasures at the dividing cliff. The reactions of the crowd were varied, yet Hongjun remained unfazed, continuing the process of bestowing treasures as usual. Much like the previous instance when the primordial purple energy swept past Qinyu, this time Hongjun similarly bypassed him. Niwa, as a disciple of mine, I bestow upon you this red embroidered ball and the map of mountains and rivers. Compared to the previous 3 pure ones, although Niwa received one additional spiritual treasure, its quality was relatively inferior. Nonetheless, Niwa harbored no resentment and respectfully accepted the spiritual treasures. Upon receiving the 2 treasures, a surge of information flooded into Niwa's primordial spirit, instantly illuminating her gaze. It was evident that her master had not shown favoritism. 2 exceptional innate spiritual treasures indeed could not match a single innate supreme treasure. However, if one of these treasures possessed a predetermined affinity and was accompanied by a status within the realms of heaven and earth, the situation would be vastly different. The red embroidered ball, as it turned out, possessed such an affinity. Although the specifics of this affinity were not entirely clear to Niwa, she understood that it would yield her a continuous stream of merit and fortuitous fortune in the future. As the 4 direct disciples received their endowments of affinity, Hongjun once again mirrored his previous bestowal of primordial purple energy to Jane and Juandi, observing that he did not immediately grant them treasures. It appeared as though he was contemplating his decision. Whether he was deliberating on what treasures to bestow or whether to grant any at all remained inscrutable. With the successful precedent of acquiring primordial purple energy, Jane and Juandi needed no exchange of glances. They bowed in unison to Hongjun and began their earnest supplications. They did not expect to receive the same treatment as the direct disciples, but they reasoned that a fervent appeal would incur little loss. Should they be fortunate enough to receive a treasure, it would be a splendid outcome. Despite the general disdain held by the powerful beings of the primordial chaos towards the duo from the west, it was undeniable that had they not blazed the trail, the opportunity to seek the final vestige of primordial purple energy would not have arisen. As the tension hung in the air, Hongjun let out a sigh, seemingly moved, and wave his hand, sending two exceptional innate spiritual treasures flying toward the two. Thank you, Master, for your generous bestowal. Jane and Juanti, having anticipated their situation, were quite content with receiving two exceptional innate spiritual treasures. Their faces transformed from expressions of despair to radiant smiles in an instant, astonishing many of the great powers present. Simultaneously, a sense of vigilance began to brew within the hearts of the onlookers towards the two from the west. Now, with even the named disciples of the saints benefiting, it was naturally time for the myriad adept beings within the Purple Cloud Palace to receive their due. In the face of everyone's scrutiny, Huang did not hesitate. He waved his hand, and the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace swung wide open. In the chaotic expanse beyond, a brilliant treasure light illuminated the skies for miles. Even the most powerful could not pierce through this resplendent aura to discern the multitude of spiritual treasures contained within. I have collected innate spiritual treasures over the years. Along with some postnatal artifacts I have forged myself, as well as various spiritual roots from heaven and earth, all placed upon the dividing cliff. You may take what you wish according to your own affinities. After Huang concluded his words, he did not wait for the crowd to pay their respects. His figure gradually faded as he sat cross-legged on the Dao platform and departed. The crowd, though eager to seize the treasures, still respectfully bowed towards the empty Dao platform before transforming into beams of light, each displaying their divine abilities as they made their way to the treasure division cliff. Naturally, Qin Yu was unwilling to lag behind. As a paragon of the great perfection of Hunyuan, he had one foot firmly planted in the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortals. With a mere flicker of his form, Qin Yu forcefully shattered the inherent limitations of chaos, employing the purest world principles to suppress the spatial laws. And wielding the Dao techniques to manipulate the forces of space, he swiftly appeared above the treasure division cliff. It seemed that arriving early or late made little difference. The restrictions imposed by the sages were insurmountable, relying entirely on fate. Positioned atop the treasure division cliff, Qin Yu initially intended to forcibly seize the spiritual treasures below using his Dao techniques. However, after a thorough mental deduction, he realized such an endeavor was unattainable. Yet, his formidable cultivation was not without its advantages. Qin Yu began to connect with the spiritual treasures beneath using his divine consciousness. Any treasure that could resonate with him, even if only by a slender thread of fate, would autonomously leap forth and land in his grasp. The treasure division cliff was modest in size, and with Qin Yu's capabilities, even a meticulous exploration could be completed in mere moments. Observing the more than 10 spiritual treasures and over 20 innate spiritual roots that had shrunk and suspended in his palm through his divine techniques, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Among them were the Hunyuan Golden Dipper of Yinxiao and the 24 Sea Calming Pearls of Zhao Gongming. Not 12, but indeed 24. In addition to these, there were two exceptional innate spiritual treasures, the Azure Lotus Precious Flag from the Five Elements banner and the Xin Yuan Water Control Flag. The rest were all of medium-grade innate spiritual treasures, while the innate spiritual roots were of high quality and capable of bearing fruit. For Qin Yu, this haul was indeed bountiful. Meanwhile, those powerful beings who had rushed towards the Purple Cloud Palace were still en route. However, due to Qin Yu's spatial maneuvers, which allowed him to travel directly back and forth, none were aware that he had already made a round trip and obtained what he desired. Master, my lord, Zhao Gongming, the three heavens, and Maying expressed their confusion almost simultaneously upon seeing Qin Yu's return. The great adept and powerful beings had all gone to the treasure division. How could their master return after merely a few moments? Qin Yu offered no explanations. Instead, he sensed the cultivation progress of the group and remarked with satisfaction. It seems you have all reaped considerable rewards. Well done. Zhao Gongming had achieved the great perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal, with 3 flowers faintly visible. Poised on the brink of the Daluo realm, the 3 heavens, Yunxiao, having attained the great perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal, was similarly half a step into the Daluo realm. Qiongxiao and Bixiao were also at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Meiying was on the verge of blooming with 3 flowers. indicating that she was well on her way to the Daluo realm, and given her foundation, it seemed she could potentially reach the ninth grade flowering. Even amidst the flourishing era of the innate divine beings, she held a prominent position, qualifying her to glimpse the mysteries of Huang. However, Qin Yu harbored little hope that she could truly reach the other shore. He did not fall prey to the illusion that, due to his unique advantages, the path of cultivation beyond the Daluo realm would be effortlessly accessible. Conversely, the more profound one's cultivation, the more one becomes acutely aware of the challenges that lie ahead. Just as Qin Yu intended to return to the primordial wilderness with the Sanxiao within the Zixiao Palace, the two disciples of Hongjun, Haoyan, and the Yaoqi appeared not far from Qin Yu and his companions. Coming to a halt, Haoyan and Yaoqi respectfully saluted Qin Yu, addressing him as esteemed ancestor of the purified world. After greeting Qin Yu, they offered a gesture of respect to the Sanxiao, saying, "Greetings, esteemed friends." After the mutual exchanges of respect, Qin Yu regarded the two with a look of curiosity and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you both here?" Chapter 43. A secluded retreat for millennia. The emergence of the heavenly realm, it is with great respect that I convey a message from my esteemed master to you. Venerable Elder, within the Yuanhui assembly, my master shall merge with the Tao of heaven, and at that time, the path of cultivating the primordial laws will become exceedingly arduous. Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully and inquired further, "Is there anything else?" Both Hao Yin and Yao Dai shook their heads in unison. "This matter is all-encompassing. There is nothing else. Kindly accept these spiritual fruits as a token of gratitude. Please indulge in their exquisite flavors," Qin Yu said, gesturing with his hand. A collection of ethereal fruits, enveloped in a concentrated aura of power, gracefully descended before Hao Yin and Yao Dai, as they beheld the diverse array of fruits, each of which were at least of the superior grade produced by acquired spiritual roots. Both Hao Yin and Yao Dai could not suppress their salivation. However, upon exchanging glances, they discerned the hesitation mirrored in each other's hearts. The other spiritual fruits were a trivial matter. Even those of innate quality would yield little benefit to Hao Yin and Yao Dai. Receiving them as a gesture of thanks from Qin Yu did not constitute a debt of gratitude. Yet, the two yellow zhong li fruits amongst them were a different story. Accepting them would irrevocably bind them to a significant favor. The gift from my esteemed friend, the pure world, shall be received without reservations, provided it is rooted in benevolence. They pondered. As they lingered in a state of indecision, a voice resonated within their minds, that of Hongjun. Upon hearing his words, Hao Yin and Yao Dai were filled with elation. With their master's endorsement, they felt emboldened to accept not only the fruits of the innate 10 supreme spiritual roots, but even the most exquisite treasures. They exchanged glances once more and, in unison, bowed to Qin Yu, expressing their gratitude. Hao Qian Yao Dai humbly accepts. "Thank you, esteemed elder of the pure world." Seeing Qin Yu prepare to depart, Yao Dai's eyes sparkled with cunning, and she stepped forward to quietly inquire, "Elder, would you desire us to notify you when our master merges with the Tao? It shall undoubtedly prove to be a fortuitous occasion." Ao Xiong, witnessing Yao Dai's initiative, felt a pang of regret for not having thought of such a proposal himself. Their master had never stipulated that the merging could not be witnessed by others. While others might miss this opportunity, the presence of the two would undoubtedly alter the circumstances. Others were inconsequential, yet Qin Yu was regarded as a peer by their master. The various gestures their master had made indicated a desire for them to cultivate a rapport with Qin Yu. Was this not an exceptional opportunity? In the tranquil chambers of the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun regarded Yao Dai's actions with commendation. He had already contemplated this matter internally. During the merging, he would naturally inform Qin Yu. He had not anticipated that the young one would astutely seize the opportunity. For him, Qin Yu owing a favor was of little consequence, but for the two children, this karma would undoubtedly bear significant implications in the future. In the grand hall of Zixiao, Qin Yu graciously accepted this favor extended to him. "Then, I shall trouble you both." The merging of saints promised substantial benefits for Qin Yu, and he would never decline such an opportunity. He readily acquiesced. As for the potential repercussions of this favor, he was unconcerned. He would surely find ample opportunities to repay this karma in the days to come. Qin Yu's regard for Yao Dai had also markedly increased. In contemplating the current situation and adeptly seizing the opportunities at hand, it is evident that had it not been for the exceedingly dire circumstances facing the celestial realm, and with the assistance of the Yao Qi, Hao Yin's plight would surely not be so arduous. Once their affairs concluded, Qin Yu departed with the 3 Xiaos, and upon exiting the Zixiao Hall, Hao Yin and Yao Qi bid them farewell. Hao Yin and Yao Qi, we respectfully send off our esteemed elder. The Zixiao Palace, adrift in chaos, gradually faded from view only after Qin Yu had distanced himself significantly. Upon returning to Yuguan Mountain over the subsequent years, numerous powerful beings and masters returned to the primordial wilderness. However, not all entered seclusion. Only those striving to re-establish their Daluo realm or those nearing the threshold of the corpse severing were compelled to retreat into closed-door cultivation. The others roamed various locales of the primordial wilderness, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs and treasures. Unfortunately, during this recent assembly of saints, the understanding gleaned was scant, yielding little in terms of tangible gains. Without substantial rewards, there was no necessity to spend time in seclusion to digest and consolidate their cultivation. Within the tranquil chambers of the Dao Palace on Yuguan Mountain, Qin Yu sat cross-legged, merging his consciousness with the current state of the primordial wilderness and the future trajectory, contemplating events in the War of the Witch and Demon that he could engage in for personal benefit. Through extensive reflection, Qin Yu established some overarching objectives. The transformation of the earth into the cycle of reincarnation and the cultivation of merit were imperative goals for him. Beyond this, refining the cycle of reincarnation could also be strategically planned. For instance, the construction of the 18 layers of hell, the Naiha Bridge, Meng Po's soup, and the 3 Lives flower. Given Qin Yu's prior knowledge of the underworld, he believed that most of it could be adapted to the circumstances of the primordial wilderness, thus integrating into a comprehensive operational system. The earlier the cycle of reincarnation was perfected, the more advantageous it would be for the primordial wilderness, inevitably leading to a substantial accumulation of merit. In addition to merit, there was also the potential to strategize regarding fortune. For example, concerning the Oxhead and Horseface, Qin Yu felt it prudent to search for these 2 races within the primordial wilderness. Securing them for the lineage of Yuguan Mountain would be ideal. Should that prove impossible, he could seek other races aligned with the path of souls or those attuned to the energies of the netherworld as substitutes. Given that the Witch clan would not be able to claim this substantial portion alone, it seemed more prudent to unite with them rather than allow the saints to infiltrate and divide the spoils among themselves. In terms of benefits accrued, Qin Yu was convinced that the Witch clan would secure far more than if the saints were to intercede in the natural course of the primordial wilderness. The path of commerce could also seamlessly extend into the realms of yin and yang, encompassing the entirety. He sought fortune in life and in death. Provided his strategies unfolded smoothly, the future relationship between the celestial court and the underworld would not be one of hierarchy, but rather a partnership. Naturally, aside from the 6 paths and the underworld, Qin Yu envisioned numerous other avenues for intervention. However, for the time being, he could only simulate and refine his future endeavors in his mind. When the opportune moment arrived, he would act without hesitation. In the passage of time, Qin Yu diligently refined his future plans while cultivating his insights, aiming to achieve the consummation of the primordial golden immortal as soon as possible. As the years flowed quietly by, it has been over 10,000 years since he last listened to the teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. While in seclusion, Qin Yu was awakened by a surge of heavenly aura. Seizing this opportunity presented by the descent of the Tao, he calculated and discerned the situation with clarity. It was indeed the moment to emerge from his retreat. Rising from his meditation cushion, Qin Yu exhaled a breath imbued with the essence of the Tao, his gaze piercing through the Tao Palace and the grand formation of Jade Crown Mountain, fixating on the summit of Mount Buzhou. The recent heavenly aura that swept across the vast wilderness was due to the emergence of the heavenly court. During the discussions of Emperor Jun and the others, the consent of the Tao ancestor was obtained, and the demon race established the heavenly court to govern the wilderness. However, after injuring the two, he was subsequently defeated by the witch clan, which led to his plans being thwarted. Now, with the heavenly blessings descending and the affairs of the heavenly court unfolding, it seems that the opportunity for the demon race to establish the heavenly court is indeed imminent. Chapter 44. Establishing an orchard had the mountain veins of Yuguan transformed into the ancestral roots. As Qin Yu exited the confines of his retreat, a flash of light appeared before him, accompanied by a respectful greeting. "Welcome, Master, from your seclusion." Observing the reverent demeanor of Bai Xiao, Qin Yu feigned displeasure and remarked, "Bai Xiao, while your senior brothers and sisters are engrossed in their meditative practices, how is it that you find yourself so leisurely?" Pouting slightly, Bai Xiao, with her sparkling eyes, attempted to explain, "Master, I assure you, I am not being idle. I am in search of a breakthrough opportunity. But in the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal, it appears you have encountered no obstacles. After countless years, you remain at the late stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. Are you truly just emerging from your retreat? What opportunity have you discovered?" Well, that is faced with Qin Yu's barrage of inquiries. Bai Xiao struggled to conjure a satisfactory justification. The process of comprehending the mysteries of the laws and enhancing one's cultivation was indeed intoxicating. However, if one were to advance in realms first, solidifying their foundation and refining the essence of heaven and earth into personal power could become rather tedious and monotonous. The mechanical act of absorbing the energies of the Tao and refining innate spiritual energy had worn her thin after 4,000 years of seclusion. In contrast, frolicking and playing on Yuguan Mountain was genuinely delightful. As Qin Yu's direct disciple, even setting aside her abilities, none dared to defy her wishes. Engaging in mischief today and playing pranks tomorrow was far more entertaining than arduous cultivation. Given that her cultivation level was already established, the flow of her techniques would naturally lead to an increase in her power, albeit at a pace incomparable to diligent practice. According to her estimates, while diligent cultivation might allow her to accumulate power matching her realm within 10,000 years, this laissez-faire approach would require several times that duration. Enough of this and that. Qin Yu interrupted. "I must soon embark on a journey and have a task for you. If you perform it well, I shall overlook your previous negligence, and there may even be rewards for you within." Seeing the urgency in Bai Xiao's eyes as she struggled to devise a suitable excuse, Qin Yu decided not to tease her further. After all, her lack of diligence in cultivation was hardly a grave matter. With Qin Yu no longer pressing her about her idleness, Bai Xiao, unfazed by what task he intended to assign, promptly thumped her chest and assured him, "Master, fret not. I, Bai Xiao, am the most reliable. Whatever you command, I shall see it done flawlessly. Shortly, I shall transplant a portion of the heavenly spiritual roots to Yuguan Mountain. You will be responsible for their care and the timely harvesting of the spiritual fruits once they ripen. To ensure you are not toiling in vain, you may keep 1/10 of the harvest for yourself. Can you manage that?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao could not suppress a gulp, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her head nodding vigorously in agreement. Taking care of spiritual fruits was indeed a delightful task. She had already savored the fruits produced by Qin Yu's innate spiritual roots, each one superior, particularly effective in enhancing her power. Consuming them hastened her accumulation of energy. What could be more advantageous for Bai Xiao than this? With the agreement established between the master and disciple, Qin Yu ascended gracefully into the air above Yuguan Mountain. In a fleeting moment, the mountains trembled. At the midsection of Yuguan Mountain, a flat expanse gradually took shape, with a pit remaining at its center. Once the site was prepared, Qin Yu summoned forth his thoughts, dividing the cosmic essence of the 9 heavens and the earth's primal soil within him, allowing the remaining spiritual earth to gracefully descend upon this newfound ground. Using the principles of purification as a foundation, he interwove and derived laws to form an array, thoroughly sealing the spiritual soil and the essence of the Tao within this area. The 9 heavens primal soil served as the base layer, while the ethereal spiritual soil cloaked it above, with the surface exposed being the profound yellow spiritual earth. With the spiritual soil in place, Qin Yu summoned the divine water of the three lights from within, dispersing it into the central pit, transforming it into a serene lake. Beside this lake, he erected a well, containing the spiritual liquid harvested during the collection of the Huang Li, formed from the confluence of earthly spiritual energy and celestial power, intended for ordinary irrigation. With preparations complete, Qin Yu began the meticulous process of transplanting the heavenly spiritual roots he had accumulated. The higher the grade, the closer it was to the lake of divine water, with the outermost area housing the postnatal spiritual roots. With such an endeavor, Qin Yu boldly declared that this locale would undoubtedly be the optimal environment for the growth of primordial spiritual roots, a true paradise for spiritual cultivation. Under such conditions, the fruits borne by the spiritual roots would possess unparalleled quality, potentially surpassing the inherent limits of the roots themselves without compromising their essence. The spiritual roots would, in subtlety, undergo a transformation. Boom! Just as all was set in stone, the resonant sound of the heavens echoed through Yuguan Mountain. The terrain of the entire mountain began to rise at an observable pace. The Earth's veins, stretching for billions of miles, began to shift under the influence of the heavens. At this moment, the very veins of Yuguan Mountain commenced their metamorphosis and ascension. As a natural sacred being nurtured by Yuguan Mountain, Qin Yu could intuitively sense that his fortune was augmenting alongside the mountain's changes. Such a commotion inevitably roused Zhao, Gongming, and others from their meditative state. Due to the array set by Qin Yu at the mountainside, they were unable to peer into the happenings. Left in perplexity, their gazes drawn to the flabbergasted by Xiao hovering above. "Junior sister, what has Master done?" Zhao Gongming inquired, snapping Bai Xiao back to her senses. "Brother, I am also a loss," Bai Xiao replied. "Master mentioned transplanting some innate spiritual roots to Yuguan Mountain to create an orchard, and then this happened." Upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, Zhao Gongming and the others grew even more bewildered, particularly at her references to innate spiritual roots and orchards. How could these concepts possibly intertwine? Who among the virtuous would consider the fruits of innate spiritual roots as mere fruit? They were, after all, resources for cultivation, strategic assets coveted by various factions. The mountain's ascent and the transformation of the Earth's veins reached their conclusion within mere years. Throughout this period, Yin Xiao, who had been quietly sensing the changes in Yuguan Mountain, began to perceive certain truths, yet hesitated to confirm due to the involvement of their master. He turned to Zhao Gongming, tentatively suggesting, "Brother, do you sense that Master S Dao Palace may no longer remain the most concentrated place of spiritual essence within Yuguan Mountain?" Zhao Gongming nodded in response, stating, "Indeed. I have also discerned that the source of the earth vein beneath Yuguan Mountain has shifted from the location of our esteemed Master S Dao Palace to the midsection of the mountain. If our senses as siblings have not erred, this area will emerge as the most auspicious place for cultivation within Yuguan Mountain." The significant upheaval in the earth veins across a vast expanse of 1 billion miles naturally drew the attention of various formidable beings. However, upon discovering that the source lay within Yuguan Mountain and Qin Yu's domain, he tacitly withdrew his spiritual perception, burying his curiosity deep within, abandoning any intention of further inquiry. In the present age of the primordial wilderness, no one dares to provoke Qin Yu. With a firm grasp on a third of the fortune of the eastern primordial lands, the transformation of Yuguan Mountain's earth vein into a primordial root has yielded unexpected benefits, akin to an unintentional stroke of luck. The myriad blessed lands and celestial mountains of the primordial realm are countless, and each blessed site is imbued with a certain fortune. Typically, this fortune is bestowed upon the master of the celestial mountain or cave. Yet, if a region possesses a primordial root, a portion of that fortune is forcibly siphoned away. Previously, the area encompassing Yuguan Mountain lacked such a primordial root. The greater the number of primordial roots, the more stable the primordial land becomes, which is undoubtedly advantageous for the realm. Now, with Qin Yu's diligent efforts, the foundation of Yuguan Mountain has significantly increased, prompting a response from the heavenly Tao, which naturally lends its support. As he savored the rich essence of Tao and spiritual energy emanating from Yuguan Mountain, magnified several-fold. Qin Yu could hardly contain his joy. For this was an unearned boon. It is widely acknowledged that fostering the transformation of one's blessed land is beneficial, yet few possess the capability to achieve it. While resources such as the three lights divine water, the harmonious spirit soil, and various innate spiritual roots of lower and middle grades are relatively attainable. The top 10 innate roots and the 9 heavens essence soil are exceedingly rare, with the latter being a true rarity of the primordial era. Chapter 45. Epiphany of the Phantasmic Fate. The orchard stirs as the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated. San Shao and the others swiftly soared to Qin Yu's side, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome our master from seclusion." Qin Yu's perceptive gaze swept over the group. Xiong Shao was still in the late stage of Tai, golden immortal. It would not be long before she could break through once more. Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao, however, brought Qin Yu considerable delight, having advanced to Daluo several millennia earlier than he had anticipated. You have indeed arrived at a fortuitous moment. With this retreat, it will take no more than a century for you to reach the realm of Daluo, Qin Yu remarked. Zhao Gongming and Yin Xiao, well aware of whom Qin Yu referred to, expressed their gratitude in unison, then simultaneously glanced towards the mist-shrouded array below. May we inquire, Master, what lies within the formation below? Since we are here, let's explore together, Qin Yu replied, gesturing as the grand array opened a passage, allowing him to step inside first. Zhao Gongming, San Shao, and the Phantasmic, along with the three-legged golden toad, exchanged glances before following suit. Upon entering the innate grand array, the group felt their Tao bodies and primordial spirits rejoicing. An indescribable sense of elation surged within them. The air was thick with nearly liquid, innate spiritual energy. The essence of heaven and earth and the profound principles of the Tao flowed freely in this realm. If it was said that after the auspicious shift of Yuguan Mountain, as disciples of Qin Yu, their cultivation speed had accelerated over tenfold due to the fortuitous blessings, then in this environment, their overall cultivation pace would double once more. This was merely the enlightenment of the Tao and comprehension of realms. In terms of accumulating magical power, under such conditions, the increase might be several dozen times. The Phantasmic, who had long since reached the threshold of the 3 flowers atop the head, suddenly found herself immersed in such a rich source of spiritual essence and Tao principles. Her spirit platform sparkled with enlightenment, entering the coveted state of epiphany that every cultivator yearns for. Her consciousness soared through the cosmos, with boundless Tao principles rushing into her being. Above her head, auspicious clouds materialized, 3 ethereal-colored lotuses blossoming, accompanied by a flurry of lotus leaves. The 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity culminated in 9 lotus leaves, and the lotus platform finally blossomed into the 9th tier. Zhao Gongming and the others looked on with envy at her fortuitous breakthrough, genuinely delighted for her. Since you have this opportunity, I shall lend you my assistance, Qin Yu declared, observing from a distance as the Phantasmic's 3 flowers converged, the 5 energies coalescing, indicating her imminent breakthrough. Seeing her on the verge of exiting the state of epiphany, he estimated the limits she could endure and extracted several dozen creation jade discs from his own sea of primordial spirit, bestowing upon her the purple chi. As the purple chi surged into her spirit platform, the Phantasmic, who was about to depart from the state of enlightenment, was once again enveloped in its depths. The laws of darkness and the laws of allure both demanded choices. It remained to be seen how the Phantasmic would decide. The Daluo cultivator comprehends the heavenly principles and masters the laws. Yet cultivation must prioritize. Just as he, grounded in the laws of purity, expands into other paths of law. Under normal circumstances, the Phantasmic's innate affinity would lean towards the laws of allure. But now, in this state of enlightenment, the progress of the laws of darkness she cultivated had also caught up, granting her a tangible choice between the two. The influence of one's inherent nature is not significantly affected after the emergence of the Great Luo. The 3,000 laws do not differentiate between high and low. Yet, prior to achieving enlightenment, there exists a distinction in strength when contending at the same realm. This enlightenment refers to the great Tao, wherein even within the realm of mixed origins, holy realm, there remains a hierarchy among the laws. For instance, among those of the same mixed origin and great Luo golden immortal status, the law of power undeniably surpasses the 3,000 virtual laws. The laws governing time and space exhibit a marked advantage over others. The path of the shadow of charm is arduous. From Qin Yu's perspective, the shadow's choice of the law of darkness is naturally aligned with her inherent affinity for the law of seduction. Although Qin Yu could intervene, he chose not to. For him, the slight variance in combat ability of his steed is inconsequential. If the lineage of Jade Crown Mountain has reached a juncture where the combat strength of the shadow must be accounted for, then her slight enhancements do not significantly alter the situation. Years swiftly passed, and the shadow ultimately achieved a profound breakthrough. She has now grazed the threshold of the mid-great Luo realm, with her cultivation firmly keeping pace with her level, thereby eliminating the arduous process of stabilizing her realm and refining her Dao methods after the breakthrough. The overall time saved from relentless training is beyond measure, yielding substantial rewards. The shadow expressed her gratitude for the Lord's support. Upon awakening from her cultivation, she immediately knelt before Qin Yu in thanks. She sensed the connection and assistance Qin Yu provided at the pivotal moment of her enlightenment. Had it not been for Qin Yu's purple aura, her gains would have been substantially less. As for the law she chose, it indeed aligns with Qin Yu's preference for the law of darkness. The shadow is not driven by mere combat strength, but rather by speed. As a steed, swiftness holds paramount importance. The multitude of Dao methods and divine powers associated with the law of darkness greatly enhance speed, far surpassing that of the charm law. Perhaps Qin Yu is indifferent to the minutiae of her speed, yet the shadow is acutely aware. Even though she has long since escaped the perilous life of being hunted and has become a formidable practitioner capable of establishing a lineage in the primordial world, her self-perception remains unchanged. She is, and always will be, Qin Yu's steed, an irreplaceable presence. While she may be quite casual regarding other matters, any attempt to usurp her position will provoke her to fight fiercely. This, too, is a manifestation of her own karmic ties. Qin Yu gracefully accepted the shadow's gesture of respect, simultaneously lifting her with his Dao methods. "Congratulations, Sister Shadow." The three-legged golden toad remarked, "Congratulations, Sister Shadow." Zhao Gongming added, "Congratulations, Sister Shadow." In the hierarchy of primordial cultivation, Zhao Gongming and the three celestials initially referred to the shadow as their junior sister. Yet, following her breakthrough to the great Luo, their titles were revised. The three-legged golden toad now addressed her as senior sister, while only Zhao Gongming, the elder brother of the Jade Crown Mountain lineage, retained his original title. As the foremost disciple of Jade Crown Mountain, beneath Qin Yu, none may surpass her. And though Qin Yu does not impose rigid rules, this principle is universally acknowledged and respected. Upon hearing these words, the shadow smiled and returned the gesture, saying, "Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters. All right, let us accompany the master on a stroll through this orchard as described by Bai Xiao. From now on, Bai Xiao shall take the lead here, while you all assist in its diligent management." "Understood, master." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone responded in unison. With Qin Yu in the forefront and Zhao Gongming and others trailing behind, they commenced their exploration of this enchanting paradise, meticulously crafted by Qin Yu. As they wandered, Bai Zhao's exclamations of awe were incessant, while Zhao Gongming and his companions, though more reserved in their demeanor, could not conceal their astonishment. The spiritual roots were secondary. What truly captivated them was the sheer opulence of this place. After completing their circuit, a fervent desire began to stir within Zhao Gongming and the others, compelling them to acquire more innate spiritual plants to enhance this blessed land. It was not that Qin Yu's spiritual roots were lacking, but in conjunction with this locale, both in quality and quantity, they fell short of expectations. Had it not been for the presence of Huang Zhongli, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, to uphold the prestige, the remaining spiritual roots would have seemed utterly inadequate in such a splendid domain, akin to squandering celestial treasures and a blatant waste of resources. Chapter 46. Fuxi's thought process. Nuwa's resignation. Meiying slowed down a bit. In the eastern wilderness, after delegating certain matters regarding Yuguan Mountain to his disciples, Qin Yu set out with Meiying. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Qin Yu's command, Meiying immediately reduced her speed. Even at the level of a true immortal, she could perceive everything around her clearly without employing any supernatural means, relying solely on her own physical senses. Qin Yu ventured forth to prepare for the subsequent transformation of Hutu into the cycle of reincarnation and the establishment of the underworld. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai also stepped out from the Sun Star. After their previous battle with Qin Yu, they had subsequently faced the ancestral witches, leaving them significantly injured. However, a recent lecture at the Zixiao Palace had facilitated a considerable recovery. Whether this was purely due to the divine nature of Zixiao Palace or if Huang Jun had lent assistance remained unclear to them. Now that their injuries had healed, upon emerging from seclusion, they felt an inexplicable pull towards the heavenly court at the peak of Buzhou Mountain. For the brothers Jun and Tai, this was indeed a double blessing. Though the coincidence seemed rather remarkable, who could truly unravel the intricacies of fate? They merely contemplated their connection with the heavenly court, granted by the Tao ancestor, without overthinking it. In the vast wilderness, Emperor Jun and Tai swiftly arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain using their transformation technique. Gazing up at the towering mountain that seemed to reach the heavens, Tai inquired of Emperor Jun, "Brother, should we remain discreet or not?" After a moment's reflection, Emperor Jun made a decision. Our intention is to seek fate, not to scheme against the witch clan. Surely the ancestral witches will not act unjustly. If we hide and are discovered, it may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, and any ensuing conflict would be even more inappropriate. Tai, upon hearing his brother's reasoning, concurred. What you say is indeed sensible. With their opinions aligned, although Emperor Jun and Tai chose not to conceal their presence, they also refrained from being overly ostentatious. At this moment, their priority was to ascertain the opportunity presented by the heavenly court. If they were to make a grand display, it could be perceived as provocation by the witch clan, potentially leading to consequences akin to being discovered while hiding. In a cavern at Mid-Mountain, Nuwa awakened from her meditative state and emerged from her secluded chamber. Fuxi, who had been waiting outside for her release, remarked upon her appearance. Emperor Jun and Tai have come to Buzhou Mountain. Surprised by Fuxi's expression, Nuwa asked, "What is my brother worried about? Unless they have lost their minds." Emperor Jun and Tai would not come to the heart of the witch clan without reason. Seeing Nuwa's demeanor and tone, Fuxi felt somewhat speechless. Did his sister truly view him as such a fool? Yet, recognizing that it was she who underestimated him, Fuxi could only explain with resignation. What I'm concerned about is not that. Their arrival is certainly for the fate at the peak of Buzhou Mountain. But this mountain is practically surrounded by the witch clan, and the wilderness acknowledges Buzhou Mountain as their ancestral land, essentially their territory. The heavenly court, this divinely bestowed realm, inconveniently lies within Buzhou, and I fear that this may lead to conflict with the witch clan. I have yet to conceive a way to avoid such a clash, which is why I am troubled. Nuwa's expression shifted to one of realization, yet soon turned to frustration as she admonished her elder brother. Regarding the affairs of the demon clan and the future of the heavenly court, your involvement is one thing, but do not become too enmeshed. Our alliance with the demon clan is merely a transaction of interests, as beings of innate divinity. Please do not delude yourself into thinking you are truly one of them. As for joining the demon clan, I now harbor immense regret. Not because the fortune is lacking, nor due to my current circumstances being dire. The crux of my discontent lies with you, dear brother. Had I known your steadfastness, I would have never acquiesced to your proposal after witnessing the flattery and heartfelt overtures from Emperor Jun and Tai upon our entry. Initially, things were manageable. Yet after acquiring the primordial purple energy, I developed a unique perception of the grand design of the heavenly way. I hold little optimism for the future of the demon clan, as the two clans of shaman and demon may very well repeat the historical dominance of the dragons, phoenixes, and Cheelants of old. In response to his sister's unabashed attitude, Fuxi, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "Sister, in the vastness of the primordial world, the birth of innate divinities has become exceedingly rare. It is even possible that no more will be born in the future. The demon clan's ambition to encompass all under heaven means they will undoubtedly emerge as the preeminent clan in the primordial realm, potentially even the principal players in the future of the heavenly court. My efforts are directed towards ensuring we can enjoy greater fortunes in the future, and my intentions are entirely earnest." Through Fuxi's words, Nuwa finally grasped the underlying motives. It seemed her brother's endorsement of the demon clan was not merely a matter of preference, but rather a significant part of his aspirations. Essentially, Fuxi's approval was only a portion of his rationale, as he was primarily optimistic about the future of the demon clan, diligently working for the promise of greater returns. If their connection with the demon clan was merely nominal, devoid of extensive entanglements, it was indeed true that they shared the imperial fortune alongside Emperor Jun and Tai. However, as the demon clan establishes the heavenly court and solidifies various positions, other powerful beings would begin to reap greater fortunes as well. The top-tier fortune would inevitably trickle down, with Emperor Jun and Tai remaining unchanged, leaving the benefits to fall upon the two siblings, since they bore the title without corresponding obligations. Nuwa, uninterested in the struggles for power, recognized Fuxi's good intentions and resolved to remain a hands-off participant. All duties associated with the demon clan's royalty were seized by him, effectively dividing the labor, not just for Fuxi, but also for her. It was thus understandable why Fuxi appeared so devoted to the affairs of the demon clan, as long as he maintained this fervor. Regardless of how the demon clan flourished in the future, the imperial fortune they enjoyed would remain justified. However, the foundation of Fuxi's actions depended on the genuine promise of the demon clan's future. One could not fault him for this. Had it not been for the primordial purple energy's resonance, she might have succumbed to his analysis and found herself ensnared deeper in the situation. Brother, regardless of your views on the demon clan, I must unequivocally convey my skepticism regarding their future. Even if the principal figure of the heavenly court emerges from among the myriad beings, it will undoubtedly be a singular race, not the demon clan. Fuxi was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Are you implying the witch clan?" He found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Nuwa's directness. If there were any misunderstandings, they were trivial. The essence of a race must be singular, for in the vast expanse of the primordial world, who could rival the witch clan? The monster clan, with its formidable alliances forged from countless races, might stand as an equal. Yet, the witch clan remained the primary concern. Nuwa's subtle perceptions of the primordial purple energy were primarily relevant to her own existence, leaving her somewhat uninformed about the witch clan. However, her intuition, combined with the witch clan's notorious conduct, did not inspire confidence in her. After all, the witch clan's survival and cultivation depended on the myriad spirits they consumed as sustenance. If the witch clan possessed any semblance of self-restraint, confining their predation to unawakened beasts, it might not pose an issue. Yet, it was evident that they lacked such awareness. Rather than limiting their diet to beasts, they exhibited an insatiable appetite for increasingly powerful beings. The stronger the creature, the greater the spiritual essence contained within its corporeal form, thus providing more substantial benefits for their cultivation. Over the years, the witch clan's karmic burdens would inevitably accumulate. Even with the blessings bestowed by the great Pangu, the day would come when those resources would be depleted. In the grand tapestry of the primordial realm, the destined protagonists of heaven and earth were not meant to embody such a fate. Chapter 47. The contest of paths in this realm. Only positions exist, devoid of good or evil. Mount Bujo, imbued with the lingering essence of the great deity Pangu, presents formidable challenges in the application of divine methods at elevated altitudes. Though quasi-saintly beings can force their way to the summit, out of respect for Pangu, it has become an unspoken rule among them to walk up after sensing the limits of their capabilities. Following the emergence of the Wu clan, this tacit understanding has transformed into an unwritten law that must be upheld. Jun and Tai had no intention of provoking the Wu clan. and their reverence for Pangu naturally guided their actions. As quasi-saintly entities, the two brothers did not perceive their own limitations and chose to ascend the mountain relying solely on their innate strength, devoid of any divine enhancements. Upon witnessing this scene at the Pangu shrine atop Mount Buzhou, Gong Gong could not help but remark, these two avian beings display a commendable understanding. Though Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances without uttering a word, their expressions conveyed their agreement with their brother's sentiments. Indeed, certain aspects of the ancestral Wu's character are quite admirable. In contrast to the deceitful nature of other beings in the primordial world, they possess an endearing simplicity. Even though the fortuitous opportunities at the summit would significantly bolster the demon clan's foundation, ultimately disadvantaging the Wu clan, the 12 ancestral witches did not even convene or conspire to create trouble for Dijun and Tai Yi, nor did they harbor intentions to disrupt their fortune. The actions of Dijun and Tai Yi have effectively eradicated any possibility of conflict. In the eyes of the Wu clan, even if one were to be sworn enemies, if they fervently express their respect for the father god Pangu, as long as the Wu clan perceives sincerity in their hearts, not only might they find a sliver of hope, but with sufficient magnanimity, they could even cultivate a friendship with the Wu clan. Unbeknownst to Dijun and Tai, their conduct has spared them potential troubles. At this moment, their minds are captivated by the heavenly court atop the mountain, and as they ascend, the allure of fortune grows ever stronger. Fortunately, the demon clan faces the Wu clan. In the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun, who orchestrates events from behind the scenes, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing this occurrence, where the roles reversed and the major opportunities of the Wu clan to fall upon the demon clan's territory. It would be utterly impossible for them to obtain without undergoing fierce battles. Hong Jun harbors no animosity towards either the Wu or demon clans and remains impartial. Currently, the demon clan is too weak, compelling him to draw forth their opportunities in advance, while being prepared to intervene at any moment. However, had the roles been switched, he would have accorded the Wu clan equal treatment. In the primordial world, all beings vie for fortune and opportunities, striving for their paths. Hong Jun is no exception. To achieve harmony with the Tao, he must strive to control the trajectory of the heavenly principles. Once in harmony, the stronger the heavenly Tao becomes, the more powerful he shall be, enhancing his cultivation. Thus, he must diligently maintain the trajectory of the heavenly principles. Beneath the grand Tao, the heavenly principles are not complete, leaving a sliver of hope. Yet, should Hong Jun fully align with the heavenly Tao post-harmony, the possibility of that sliver of hope will be significantly diminished. The originally minuscule probability, when subjectively intervened by Hong Jun, could be compressed to 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, with perhaps only one chance in a million to seize the opportunity. The saying that while the grand trend remains unchanged, the minor trends may vary, offers a glimmer of hope for all beings. Advancing in complete accordance with the heavenly principles until the boundless calamity, one cannot ascertain the extent to which the heavenly path will grow formidable. Hongju may not know, but it is certain that his desire to break free from his shackles and take a shortcut to transcendence renders his hope nearly non-existent. By leaving a path for survival to the myriad beings, Hong Jun is, in essence, providing himself with a retreat. However, even with such considerations, one cannot claim that Hong Jun's situation is particularly favorable. Did he fail to anticipate the subtle maneuvers of Luo, who during the great catastrophe of Longhan? Not necessarily. Ultimately, the outcome aligns with what Hong Jun most desired. Thus, the events unfolded as they did. The fate of the three clans mirrors that of the witch and demon races. Regardless of their struggles, they cannot escape the grave depletion of their vitality, leading them to withdraw from the grand stage of the primordial world. For those beings capable of influencing the great trends of the universe, Hong Jun's existence and his alignment with the heavenly path sever their chances of breaking free from the overarching destiny, making him a formidable adversary. From Hong Jun's lofty perch to the struggling beings of the primordial world, there exists no absolute good or evil. All is merely a contest for survival. The stakes of this contest vary according to one's strength, status, and vision. Without further digression, at the moment when Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, under the watchful eyes of the ancestral witches, Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Gong Gong, ascended toward the peak of Buzhou Mountain, they formally set foot on the highest summit of the primordial world after thousands of years. It was at the precise moment they both reached this pinnacle that a magnificent radiance erupted. This brilliance cascaded down from the peak, resonating with the aura left by the great Pangu, imbuing it with an endless majesty. Regardless of their location, even the most primitive beings, who had yet to awaken their consciousness and relied solely on instinct, instinctively directed their awareness toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain at that moment. Such a wondrous fate. The demon race, bestowed with this blessed land, would not only restore their severed fortune, but also witness an explosive surge, a remarkable occurrence indeed. The three pure ones stood shoulder to shoulder atop Kunlun Mountain, gazing at Buzhou Mountain, with Yuan Shi unable to restrain his admiration. However, Laozi, positioned in the middle, expressed a differing opinion. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent for the demon race. Gaining the heavenly court brings both benefits and drawbacks. Tan Tian nodded in agreement and elaborated upon Laozi's words. At the establishment of the heavenly court, due to the demon race's relative weakness, they may initially restrain themselves and endure, but once the demon race assimilates this opportunity, their foundation will undoubtedly grow significantly, leading to inevitable future discord. Unless an unexpected force arises to disrupt the witch-demon paradigm, their conjectures align with the inevitable trajectory of the grand trend. This is not mere prophecy or a deduction derived from the heavenly secrets, nor is it insight possessed solely by the three pure ones. It is something all the great powers of the primordial world, including the mighty Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, can foresee. But could one truly forsake such a tremendous opportunity due to the potential conflicts and wars that may arise in the future? In the realm of contention, those who have advanced to a certain stage harbor no trepidation. Di Jun and Tai Yi, as prominent figures, possess immense self-assurance. Their defeats against Qin Yu and the Witch Clan, rather than shattering their spirits, have failed to even waver their determination. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, having just concluded another observation of clan, gazes at Mount Buzhou alongside his steed Shadow. Master, the celestial opportunities presented by the heavenly court have existed for quite some time. Why have no other formidable beings sought to compete for them? The heavenly court represents, to date, the most significant venue for spiritual advancement in the primordial world. While those of great prowess may lack the capacity to engage, one wonders why the powerful do not strive for a share. Destiny is predetermined. With such a substantial opportunity at hand, surely one could at least claim a portion. If not the ultimate fate, the emergence of the heavenly court resonates with all beings under the celestial laws, encompassing a staggering 36 heavens. Even seizing the opportunity of just one heaven would yield an immense bounty of resources and fortuitous blessings. Qin Yu responded to Shadow in a half-explanatory manner. Once you transcend to the realm of the mighty, you will inherently comprehend that certain fated destinies are not to be trifled with. Engaging in such endeavors is destined to be futile, and thus, wise individuals refrain from actions that may provoke enmity without recompense. The mighty possess a deep connection to the laws of the universe, their understanding of celestial secrets vastly superior to that of the great practitioners. Unlike the latter, who might act impulsively, the powerful seldom take action without reason. Their aspirations for resources do not vanish post-transcendence. Rather, they simply recognize that typical opportunities do not warrant their involvement. In contrast, when faced with extraordinary prospects, they can intuitively sense the potential through celestial insights. They will not relinquish what can be contested, yet they will also avoid engaging in fruitless endeavors that are bound to yield no results. Chapter 48. Tai Yi invites the celestial court to witness the ceremony and seeks cause and effect, stepping onto a golden pathway that extends from the summit of the unbroken mountain. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were suddenly enveloped by a ripple of spatial resonance, momentarily bewildering their consciousness. As their awareness returned, the scene before them filled Emperor Jun with unrestrained joy, prompting him to laugh heartily. Ah, Indeed, a grand fortune, Tai. The opportunity for our demon race to rise is right here. Gazing upward, they beheld a towering grand portal. At its center hung a plaque inscribed with 3 ancient Taoist symbols, radiating the essence of the southern heavenly gate. Brother, why not step inside and behold? Thui, equally elated, shared in Emperor Jun's anticipation of the celestial opportunities that awaited them. Together, the brothers strode through the southern heavenly gate, revealing an interior of unparalleled opulence. Each palace within was resplendent, adorned with golden nails and jade doors. Vibrant phoenixes danced before crimson gates, and the intricate corridors sparkled with brilliance. Illuminated by a resplendent golden light, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. With such resources at their disposal, how could the demon race possibly falter? After a cursory exploration of this celestial realm, Emperor Jun was filled with a sense of grandeur and remarked with admiration. The celestial court can serve as the foundation for our demon race, especially with its unparalleled cultivation environment. The abundant, immortal materials and spiritual herbs contained within, which had nearly depleted the demon treasury following the initial battles with the Wu, would now flourish once again. Aside from the 33rd layer of heaven, the brothers did not meticulously explore the other layers, relying instead on their formidable powers to take in the essence of the realm. They soon returned to the 33rd layer, finding the descent simple, yet the ascent to the 34th layer remained elusive for Tai despite numerous attempts. With a hint of regret, he remarked, Brother, it is indeed a pity that we have yet to reach the uppermost 3 layers. As they ascended, it became evident that the resources became increasingly abundant the higher they climbed. The upper 3 layers undoubtedly held the greatest opportunities. In contrast to Tai, Emperor Jun was more composed and, noticing his brother's expression, offered words of comfort. With these 33 layers, our demon race has ample resources to absorb for quite some time. We, as brothers, should be content with such blessings. Furthermore, these 3 upper layers reside within the celestial court, and when the destined moment arrives, they shall rightfully belong to our demon race. Your words are indeed wise, brother. In your opinion, where should the 4 great portals of the celestial court lead? Tai inquired, nodding in agreement, no longer troubled by indecision, for they had already feasted on enough for now. Any more would simply be set aside for later use. The essence of Emperor Jun's final remark resonated with him. Ultimately, everything would belong to them. It was merely a matter of time. The 4 great portals included one leading to the solar star, while the remaining 3 would open to the vast cosmos, to be decided after consultation with the demon tribes. Prior to their arrival, Emperor Jun had harbored concerns about the celestial court's location, but the existence of these 4 portals assuaged all his worries. In the present moment, the celestial court indeed resided atop the unbroken mountain, yet it was not the sole entrance. The 4 portals within could connect to various realms across the primordial expanse. As the stronghold of the demon clan, the entrance and exit for the demons no longer required any concern regarding the witch clan. With this blessed land secured, Dijuan and Tai wasted no time. Every moment utilized was a gain. Reluctantly, the 2 brothers departed from the heavenly court, parting ways atop Mount Buzhou. Dijuan commenced preparations for the relocation of the demon clan, establishing the necessary arrangements for the demon heavenly court. Meanwhile, Tai descended into the primordial realm, personally visiting the powerful beings scattered across various blessed lands, extending invitations. In a certain part of the primordial land, Qin Yu leisurely floated through the sky atop his phantom steed. A fiery red light dashed swiftly toward him, landing a short distance ahead. Tai, having previously met with the purification Taoist, greeted Qin Yu with a smile and a respectful bow. Qin Yu reciprocated in kind, acknowledging Tai with the words, "You speak rightly, Taoist Tai." The atmosphere between the 2 was amicable. Had one not known of their past life and death battle, they would be seen as kindred spirits. If one were to inquire about the most challenging individual to invite among the great powers of the primordial realm, it would undoubtedly be Qin Yu. Yet Tai felt compelled to extend the invitation. Should he fail to secure Qin Yu's presence for the ceremony establishing the heavenly court, the occasion's prestige would significantly diminish. Furthermore, Attracting personnel to the demon clan's new heavenly court would become a formidable obstacle. Qin Yu, having mastered the chaotic laws of the universe, was unparalleled in combat prowess and was explicitly stated by the Tao ancestor to be on an unceasingly powerful path. He could be regarded as the sole entity still traversing the path of supreme strength in the primordial realm. The existence of Qin Yu instilled trepidation among many formidable beings. Even those who might have intended to join the demon clan could be deterred by his formidable presence. After cordial greetings, seeing that Qin Yu was somewhat accommodating, Tai relaxed. Acknowledging their past conflicts, Tai understood that a complete reconciliation was implausible, and thus he refrained from superficial pleasantries. With a respectful gesture, he directly conveyed his purpose. I have come to invite you to witness the establishment of the heavenly court for our demon clan. Qin Yu maintained his gentle smile and responded courteously, with Daoist Tai extending such a gracious invitation. How could I refuse? When the time arrives, I shall certainly attend. My sincere thanks to you, Daoist. With matters proceeding smoothly, Tai planned to return to the heavenly court, having invited Qin Yu as his final guest. However, just as Tai was about to take his leave, Qin Yu called out, Daoist, wait a moment. Tai, poised to employ his transformation technique, felt a sudden jolt of concern. Turning back, he looked at Qin Yu with curiosity and inquired, does the purification Taoist have any further guidance? Guidance is too grand a term. I merely wish to settle a debt of karma owed to Taoist Tai, Qin Yu replied. This statement puzzled Tai further. Purification Taoist, it seems we have no karmic ties, do we? Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, Tai noticed the phantom steed beneath Qin Yu. His expression darkened. For the phantom steed had brought considerable shame upon their clan. Presently, the phantom steed still enjoyed the fortune of the fox tribe, a fact they had tacitly accepted. Even during the fierce conflict with the Lich, Qin Yu, utilizing the shadow as a medium, deftly extracted a wave of causality from the demon clan, further ensnaring them in his web. In the face of such circumstances, both Emperor Jun and Tai chose not to pursue the matter further, resigning themselves to this unspoken loss. While it is true that Qin Yu owes them a debt of causality, he audaciously invoked the shadow to his advantage, crossing a line that could be seen as excessively oppressive towards the demons. Dear friend, do not misconstrue my intentions. The matter of my steed is indeed resolved. Yet what I truly seek is the exquisite innate spiritual treasure Gordu acquired at Mount Buzhou. Upon the utterance of these words by Qin Yu, the once obscured threads of causality surrounding Tai Yi became vividly apparent. The previously sullen expression on Tai Yi's face underwent a rapid transformation, culminating in a deeply frustrated acknowledgement. You possess remarkable skills, my friend. Chapter 49. The old trick revisited in response to Tai Yi's frustration. Qin Yu merely waved his hand, humbly stating, it is merely the workings of fate. I, too, sought this destiny and arrived at Mount Buzhou by chance. It cannot be deemed a deliberate scheme. One can only say that you and I are destined to share this karmic bond. At Qin Yu's level, it was exceedingly simple to obscure one's true thoughts. Yet he could not be bothered to feign modesty. His words were one thing, but the smug demeanor he exhibited only served to infuriate Tai further. The destiny that was bestowed upon him, which ought to have belonged to him alone, now compelled him to owe a debt of karma. Who would not feel distressed in such a situation? Indeed, karma exists, but it is not of significant magnitude. I propose to settle this karmic debt with a mid-grade innate spirit treasure. Would that suffice? With the terms laid bare, Tai was disinclined to discern what Qin Yu truly desired, and was the first to state his offer. It was merely a matter of karma that had not obstructed the natural order, and even if it involved a supreme innate spirit treasure, it could hardly be deemed excessive. To settle with a mid-grade innate spirit treasure was, without a doubt, more than adequate. Initially, Qin Yu intended to leverage this opportunity to extricate two postnatal clans that had already become part of the demon race, but he had not anticipated Tai's generous offer. There was nothing more to discuss. He promptly accepted the spirit treasure offered by Tai, declaring, very well, let us consider this karmic matter settled. Though he felt a twinge of misfortune within, the conclusion of this affair was a relief. For this concealed karma might be wielded by Qin Yu in unpredictable ways in the future. Now that all matters were concluded, Tai had no desire to linger with Qin Yu. He inclined his hand in a gesture of farewell, stating, "If you would permit me." Before Tai could finish his polite farewell, Qin Yu interjected with a light laugh, "Tai, my friend, why the haste?" Tai's expression darkened further, and he made to depart. Acknowledging that he could not contend with Qin Yu, with resignation, he inquired, "Is there anything else you require?" "Not much else. Merely a reminder, my friend. Your previous assertion that we share no significant karma is rather misguided. Let us not forget the matter of the primordial purple qi within the Zixiao Palace." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Tai's countenance brightened considerably. This time, Qin Yu's statement was reasonable and devoid of deceit. He promptly displayed a look of contrition. Bowing to Qin Yu in apology, "It was I who momentarily forgot. This is my fault, and I hope you can forgive me." Qin Yu graciously waved his hand, saying, "No harm done. Since we are on this subject, let us consider the karma in question settled between us. This matter, guided by the principles of the Tao, could not be evaded." Tai, not one to be reticent, and regardless of Qin Yu's ulterior motives, added, "Since you are asking, perhaps we could also include the karmic share of my elder brother in this agreement." "That is acceptable." Noticing Qin Yu's contemplative expression, as if he had not yet determined what to request, Tai quickly added, "You may specify your demands, but anything within the realm of what my brother possesses is open to negotiation." Taoist Di Jun expressed a certain interest in the river diagram and the Luo book. Upon hearing this, Tai's expression changed dramatically as he immediately voiced his opposition, stating, "Friend, you may be going too far. The river diagram and the Luo book are undoubtedly unattainable, and the primordial purple energy and its causal laws cannot be equated to two supreme, innate spiritual treasures. You should temper your impulsive nature. Surely this is open to negotiation. Moreover, I do not require these artifacts immediately. Much like your chaos clock, all I need is a promise from you, Taoist Di Jun. Should there come a day when the river diagram and the Luo book are no longer under your dominion, they shall rightfully belong to me, the pure world Taoist." This represented a significant reversal. If it were merely this, Tai could accept it. However, he still felt a twinge of unease and retorted, "Is that all?" Qin Yu confidently replied, "That is indeed all." After scrutinizing Qin Yu for a moment without discerning anything further, Tai found this arrangement entirely acceptable, even feeling as though he had gained a substantial advantage. He decisively declared, "In that case, I shall represent my elder brother and agree to this," thus resolving the causal relationship concerning the primordial purple energy between you and my brother. Originally, Qin Yu had intended to negotiate the river diagram and the Luo book based on their shared causal relationship. Unexpectedly, with Tai Yi's statement, which only included Di Jun, Qin Yu inadvertently gained a fraction of causality. Elated, Qin Yu publicly proclaimed, "Good. With their destinies intertwined, Tai could indeed represent Di Jun." This unanimous agreement between Qin Yu and Tai, witnessed by heaven and earth, solidified their pact. Tai was confident that he and his brother would surely transcend alongside the Taoist, while Qin Yu, the destined one for future spiritual treasures, would remain perpetually in the realm of the future. Thus, the so-called transaction that Qin Yu sought became almost inconsequential, as both parties were highly satisfied and felt they had profited from the exchange. With Di Jun's matters settled, it was now Tai Yi's turn to address causality. After some contemplation, Qin Yu made his decision. "Friend, you are quite agreeable, and I shall not make it difficult for you. Let us conclude our causal relationship with 3 clans within your demon tribe. What do you think?" "What 3 clans?" Although Tai was not particularly astute regarding many matters, his intellect was certainly sharp. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, alarm bells rang in his mind. The demon tribe encompasses countless clans. A few would ordinarily be inconsequential, provided they were not of exceptional fortune or potential, which Tai could accept. However, considering Qin Yu's status, it was unlikely that he would be interested in ordinary clans. Furthermore, Tai was concerned whether Qin Yu had encountered specific clans that might involve significant causal laws in the future. Without confirming these 2 points, Tai would absolutely refuse. Understanding Tai Yi's concerns, Qin Yu reassured him, "Just watch. As he spoke, he forcefully tore open a corner of the heavenly Tao, unleashing the river of fortune. With another wave of his hand, he extracted the fortunes of 3 clans from the vast currents of the demon tribe's immense fortune. Tai Yi was profoundly shaken by Qin Yu's seemingly effortless actions, his apprehension unmistakable in his gaze. It was not that he was incapable. As the sovereign of the demon tribe, he certainly had the means to manipulate its fortunes. However, should one consider other groups of equal fortune to that of the demon clan, and transpose the roles such that he, devoid of any entanglement with the demon clan, could forcibly extricate 3 clans from the torrent of the demon clan's fortune without detection or backlash, is a feat that Tai Yi cannot accomplish. Indeed, in the vast expanse of the primordial realm, only Qin Yu possesses the audacity and capability to undertake such an endeavor. A misstep could provoke a backlash of fortune, summoning divine retribution, and without the proof of either transcending to the level of a primordial chaos great, Luo, golden immortal, or attaining saintly status. One would not merely perish but be left in a state of ruin. Suppressing the shock within, Tai Yi managed to calm his mind and cease to dwell on the strengths or weaknesses of Qin Yu's divine abilities, redirecting his focus to the 3 clans that Qin Yu had extricated. 2 of these clans were inconspicuous postnatal groups, while one could be regarded as a significant clan among the demons. Tai Yi's calculating prowess was not particularly formidable, and on the surface, he could discern no discernible clues. The former 2 clans appeared merely as supplementary offerings to the larger clan that was sought thereafter. After some contemplation, Tai Yi turned to Qin Yu and spoke. "Could you allow this humble one a moment to ponder? When you come to the heavenly court to witness the proceedings, I shall certainly provide you with a response." Time was of no essence here, and Qin Yu, understanding the courtesy, readily nodded in affirmation. Of course. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your understanding. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Unlike the previous occasions, Qin Yu did not attempt to retain him this time, politely returning the gesture. "Safe travels, my friend." Chapter 50. The Calculation of the Demon Clan in the Heavenly Realm. Within the 33 layers of heaven at the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun has designated the rear hall as his future abode, while the Lingxiao Palace serves as the venue for discussions. After Tai Yi elucidated the circumstances regarding the 3 clans requested by Qin Yu, Emperor Jun, sharing Tai Yi's concerns, summoned all the formidable beings of the demon clan to the Lingxiao Palace. Without fully explaining the situation, he requested that the adept diviner, Emperor Fuxi, take the lead in deducing the future trajectories of the 3 clans indicated by Qin Yu, with the assistance of other powerful demons. As the years swiftly passed, the river diagram and Luo book borrowed from Emperor Jun returned to his possession, leaving Fuxi with a profound sense of reluctance to part with the 2 treasures, though he concealed his feelings. After calming his mind and organizing the information obtained, Fuxi addressed Emperor Jun, stating, "Demon Emperor, these 2 clans indeed possess a certain connection. It does not solely rely on their own attributes. Furthermore, the specifics of this connection remain elusive." "Thank you for your hard work, Emperor Fuxi. Knowing this, I can rest easy," replied Emperor Jun. Fuxi, somewhat puzzled, exchanged a glance with Tai Yi, who had already grasped the situation. Since the hidden opportunity did not lie within the clans themselves, but rather with Qin Yu, it became apparent that granting these 3 clans was feasible. Without them, Qin Yu could seek alliances elsewhere. The assembly, upon hearing these words, cast bewildered glances at Emperor Jun. They could not comprehend the basis of his reassurance. Among the demon clans, aside from the Fox clan, which held some merit, the other 2 were relatively insignificant, hardly worthy of attention. The task of calculating their fates began with the teachings from the Zixiao Palace. As the matter unfolded, Emperor Jun did not withhold the background from the powerful demons. In fact, he provided a detailed account, especially since he had been remiss in revealing the circumstances prior to the calculations. After all had been shared, several powerful beings displayed displeasure, most notably Kunpeng and Yuhua. Kunpeng, harboring no fondness for either Emperor Jun or Tai Yi, had been forcibly conscripted as a laborer. Even though he had been compelled to swear an oath restricting his freedom, he had remained wary. Should he choose to leave, as long as he did not oppose the demon clan, it would not significantly affect him. Had it not been for the demon clan's rising fortunes, Kunpeng would have long vanished from their midst. Now, having been inexplicably ensnared by Emperor Jun, he felt greatly aggrieved. Nuwa, on the other hand, expressed her dissatisfaction solely regarding Emperor Jun's prior concealment, particularly as he had shifted responsibility to her elder brother. The situation was trivial. Qin Yu's request and Emperor Jun's response were entirely reasonable, and had Emperor Jun addressed it directly, there would have been no issue. With Fuxi at the helm, if Qin Yu were even slightly vindictive, he could easily use this opportunity to turn the tables on Fuxi. Dear Fuxi, once the heavenly court is established, would you be willing to join me in contemplating the river diagram and Luo book? I have also gleaned some profound insights from them, Emperor Jun proposed. He observed the reactions of those present. While others remained inscrutable, the expressions of Nuwa and Kunpeng were exceedingly evident. As a candidate for the sacred realm, Nuwa naturally required alliances, a matter that had not previously occupied his thoughts. It was solely due to Fuxi's unparalleled suitability for leadership that he wished to prevent any rift between them over such trivialities. With a smile, Emperor Jun turned to Fuxi and extended an invitation. This declaration resonated deeply with Fuxi, leaving no room for refusal. I am willing, thank you, Demon Emperor. Having just engaged in a joint analysis of the river diagram and the Luo book and their compatibility with Fuxi, Nuwa had also discerned the significance of her innate spiritual treasure, which was intrinsically linked to her fundamental path. It was inevitable that she would face challenges in the future. Allowing others to share in this understanding meant revealing her vulnerabilities, a feat few could achieve. Since Emperor Jun was capable of this, Nuwa's grievances naturally dissipated. With Nuwa pacified, Emperor Jun turned his attention to Kunpeng. Kunpeng, my friend, once the heavenly court is established, would you be willing to serve as a demon master for the demon race? The position of demon master grants the highest fortune beneath the demon emperor. Thank you, your majesty, Kunpeng replied. I am willing. Without the assistance of fortune post-immortal severance, his cultivation would progress at a snail's pace. Such a significant opportunity regarding the path was something Kunpeng could not refuse. With these two reassured and benefits already granted, Emperor Jun was forthcoming about other arrangements for those present. Once the heavenly court was established, each would assume their respective roles. The better the demon race thrived, the greater the benefits for all. May the demon race flourish, and let us strive together, he encouraged. Thank you, Demon Emperor. We shall dedicate ourselves to the development of the demon race. With the formation of the heavenly court, the fortunes of the demon race began to soar, heralding a promising future. Within the Lingxiao Palace, harmony prevailed among the demon race, a scene of tranquility. Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness, upon Emperor Jun and Tai's decisions, an inexplicable sensation stirred within Qin Yu, prompting him to instruct Mei Ying to change course. Each on their mount, they returned to the territory where the Niu and Ma tribes coexisted. The arrival of a powerful being, coupled with Qin Yu's unmasked presence, left the ancestors of both tribes in trepidation, hastily approaching. Niu Huang, Ma Huan, pay our respect to the esteemed elder of the pure world. Although this was not their first encounter, seeing the elders of the two tribes again still evoked wonder in Qin Yu. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he directly stated his intent. The mysteries of creation are indeed inscrutable. Your two tribes share a bond with me. Would you be willing to join my Yuguan mountain lineage as vassal races? Faced with Qin Yu's invitation and sensing the latent power emanating from him, at the very least a great sage, even the venerable Ma Hong, who was merely a Tai golden immortal, could not dare to refuse. However, the current circumstances were far from favorable. Had their tribes not yet joined the demon race, this would have been an extraordinary opportunity. However, in the present moment, it has become a calamity. Even though he might incite the wrath of Qin Yu by refusing, potentially bringing disaster upon his clan, Ma Huan still mustered the courage to advocate for himself. At the very least, he felt it imperative to express his family's stance. After careful consideration and organization of his words, he finally spoke. To be esteemed by an elder such as yourself is indeed a fortune for our clan. Ma, I'm genuinely willing. However, we have already entered the demon clan. Although we are of the lower echelon and not held in high regard, we are still tied to the fortunes of the demon race. Should we leave without the demon emperor's consent, it may bring misfortune upon you. Beside him, Huang promptly echoed Ma Huan's sentiments. I feel the same. Ma Huan felt a surge of irritation toward his old friend. Good heavens, his mind was nearly overwhelmed. Could Huang not at least contribute something more substantial to further illustrate before the elder that their reluctance stems from circumstances beyond their control, rather than mere compliance? Upon hearing their concerns, Qin Yu merely waved them off, saying, it matters not. As long as you both agree. A decree from the demon race allowing your two clans to separate will arrive shortly. The demeanor and expression of the two ancestral figures exchanged glances, instilling a measure of belief within them. After all, to disregard the demon race, one must either be foolish or possess formidable confidence. While they were unaware of each other's backgrounds or sources of strength, it was certain that anyone who had cultivated to such a degree could not be lacking in intellect. Perhaps within those grandiose words, there lay a hint of exaggeration. Grateful for the esteemed attention of the venerable Jing Shi, our two clans are willing to join the lineage of Yuguan Mountain, henceforth holding Yuguan Mountain in the highest regard. Yet, even if there were imperfections in those claims, they were not in a position to openly challenge them. With Qin Yu's words having reached such a weighty conclusion, the two had no choice but to acquiesce. After a brief exchange of glances, they resolutely knelt and paid their respects to Qin Yu. Chapter 51. Ambling westward on a sudden whim. A visit was made to Zhen Yuanzi, resulting in a formal acknowledgement and acceptance into his fold. Upon rising, the bull and horse turned to Qin Yu and inquired, Respected sage, shall we remain here, or should our entire clan relocate to your esteemed domain? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before posing a question. Do you harbor any fondness for your ancestral land? None whatsoever, was the swift and harmonious reply from the bull and horse. For their clan, their presence in the primordial wilderness was rather inconspicuous. Even residing on a mere hill adjacent to the esteemed sage's abode would surely surpass their current territory. In that case, return to gather your clan. Once you have made the necessary preparations, activate this mark, and I shall intervene, Qin Yu instructed, nodding slightly. As he spoke, two 12th-grade white lotuses materialized in his hand, descending gracefully before the bull and horse. Understood, respected sage, they replied. The bull Huang and horse Huang carefully cradled the lotuses, their joy unmistakable. The perils of migrating alone in the face of the primordial beasts and the conflicts of powerful beings could spell doom for their clans without the assurance of life provided by Qin Yu. Excellent. Qin Yu acknowledged their expressions and, having conveyed the necessary instructions, made no further delay. He leapt onto the back of the shadowy phantom. Years of companionship had cultivated a deep understanding. Without the need for further cues, the phantom bore Qin Yu aloft, transforming into a streak of light, and in an instant, they found themselves thousands of miles away. The direction and location were of little consequence. As long as Qin Yu remained silent, the phantom would navigate through the skies with abandon. The vastness of the primordial wilderness posed no threat to Qin Yu's formidable abilities, and he was unperturbed by the prospect of stumbling into forbidden realms. Flying westward through the wilderness, as they neared the western expanse, the aura of spiritual energy, inspiration, and the essence of the Tao began to noticeably wane. Qin Yu patted the phantom, signaling it to halt, and inquired if it wished to visit the Fox clan. All depends on your wishes, Master, the phantom replied. Though it manifested in the form of a fox, it did not embody its true essence, and its heart leaned towards the Fox clan, albeit not as a member of their lineage. While Qin Yu conversed with Tai Yi, the phantom attentively observed, aware that in the future, the Fox clan would indeed be associated with the Jade Crown Mountain lineage. It recognized its own influence in this matter and felt a sense of gratitude. However, regarding the management of the Jade Crown Mountain's Fox clan and other related matters, the phantom was unequivocal. It would not develop any special sentiments towards the Fox clan simply due to superficial similarities or shared fortunes. Should Qin Yu entrust the Fox clan to its care, it would accept with joy, but solely out of obedience to his command. The phantom's thoughts were indeed sharp, and Qin Yu discerned its intentions. Some of his previous notions were overturned, and he chose not to pursue the matter of the Fox clan further. Since we're in the West, let us pay a visit to our friend Jin Yuanzi at the Huang temple. Yes, master, the phantom responded, understanding Qin Yu's intent. It seemed that even if the Fox clan were to migrate to the Jade Crown Mountain lineage in the future, there would be no need for it to concern itself, which naturally brought it joy. If given the choice, she would prefer to accompany Qin Yu solely as his steed, refraining from any other engagements to avoid delays that might hinder her ability to accompany him promptly. Over time, she feared for the security of her position as his mount. During her idle hours, she would reside in the Jade Crown Mountain, practicing her cultivation and engaging in philosophical discussions with the Sanshao. This way, she could be readily available whenever Qin Yu needed to embark on a journey. This was the life she yearned for. With the swift pace of her mount, a creature of the great Daluo realm, they traversed numerous mountains and rivers, swiftly arriving at the foot of Wuzhuangwen, nestled within the blessed grounds of Mount Wanshou. Along the journey, Qin Yu acutely sensed the stark contrast between the East and the West. Even in the border regions, the differences were palpable, but they paled in comparison as they ventured further west, where the innate spiritual energy grew increasingly sparse. The renowned mountains and rivers were lamentably few, and Qin Yu encountered only a handful of locations suitable for the cultivation needs of the Great Luo. The Wui Mountains, which Qin Yu had once deemed a mere corner of the world, would be considered a mid-tier blessed land in the West. The underground veins were a chaotic mess, with vast regions incapable of forming connections. The thought of organizing the primordial western veins was daunting, even for someone of Qin Yu's caliber. Having arrived at the mountain's base on a whim without prior notice, Qin Yu chose not to proceed directly, but instead released his aura. Within a tranquil chamber of Wuzhuangwen, Zhen Yuanzi, who was meditating, immediately sensed Qin Yu's presence and stepped forth to meet him. No wonder the veins of Mount Wanshou are stirring today, with the essence of the Tao flowing abundantly. Our distinguished guest from the pure world has arrived, he thought, seeing Zhen Yuanzi greet him with enthusiasm. Qin Yu responded with a warm smile. You are too kind, Zhenyuan Taoist. I apologize for my abrupt visit and lack of formalities. I hope you will forgive me. Not at all. It is my fortune that you have come. Please, come inside, Zhen Yuanzi replied, gesturing with a wave of his hand to conjure a shimmering silver bridge leading directly to Wuzhuangwen. As Zhen Yuanzi extended the invitation, he demonstrated his utmost respect for Qin Yu, who, despite being considerably more powerful, acknowledged their peerage and refrained from overstepping. Please, lead the way, he insisted. Zhen Yuanzi laughed heartily, saying, my friend, please. As they walked, once Qin Yu stepped onto the silver bridge, he felt the flow of spatial Tao principles. With another step, they arrived at the entrance of Wuzhuangwen. Your mastery of spatial laws is truly commendable, Qin Yu remarked as he set foot on the ground, gazing at the temple before him and reflecting on the profound magic of the bridge. As a manifestation of the innate essence of Earth, Zhen Yuanzi naturally specialized in the laws of the Earth. Possessing one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit tree, he also had insights into the laws of life and wood. Had the primary focus been on the principles of Earth, with the auxiliary derivations centered on the essence of life or wood, it would not have surprised Qin Yu. However, the mastery of the spatial principles by Zhen Yuanzi being merely beneath the primary focus on Earth is indeed remarkable. Qin Yu's praise struck a chord deep within Zhen Yuanzi's heart, so much so that in a moment of elevated spirits, he recounted an embarrassing incident from his past. I have always harbored a profound interest in the domain of space. I share this not to invite mockery from my esteemed friend, but during my initial endeavors to refine my Tao fruit, I entertained reckless thoughts that disregarded the path of cultivation as one inherently rooted in the earth. To pursue the principles of space instead of those of Earth is a grave irresponsibility towards one's own path. In the vastness of the primordial world, such behavior is undeniably absurd. Even merely contemplating it is difficult for others to comprehend. Although Zhen Yuanzi spoke with self-deprecating humor, one could detect a hint of sincerity in his tone, suggesting that he may have genuinely contemplated such actions, perhaps even to the brink of realization, for otherwise he would not have broached the subject. Chapter 52. Zhen Yuan takes the initiative to extend a hand of friendship accompanying Zhen Yuanzi. They arrived at the guest chamber where they faced each other across the table. Qin Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is Taoist Huang not present?" With a heavy sigh, Zhen Yuanzi lamented, "Ah, my old friend, burdened with endless karmic ties and possessing extraordinary treasures, lacks the virtue of restraint. He acts impulsively. After my earnest request, he stayed at the Purple Cloud Palace for less than 5,000 years before departing, regardless of my entreaties." As Zhen Yuanzi spoke of Hong Yun, the worry etched on his visage was unmistakable. Hong Yun, renowned in the primordial era as a good-natured individual, bore a name that belied the truth. In the tumultuous realm of the primordial world, what disputes exist but those of survival, resources, and the path of cultivation? Each side is fraught with complexities, rendering it impossible to discern right from wrong. Regardless of which faction one aids, it invariably results in a bias, forging benevolent ties while inevitably incurring malevolent consequences. If the balance were maintained, it might not pose a problem. However, those who seek your assistance are often the weaker party, continuously fostering goodwill with the weak while reaping enmity from the strong cannot yield favorable outcomes. It is fortunate that Hong Yun possesses extraordinary roots and strength, allowing him to hold his ground in the primordial realm, unburdened by any clan affiliations and devoid of lingering concerns. He benefits from the reputation of having a friend such as myself. To this day, despite the many criticisms directed at him within the primordial world, they remain largely unvoiced. Yet, the primordial purple energy surrounding Hong Yun now serves as a harbinger of calamity. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuanzi has done all he can. Were it not for his sense of obligation and personal disposition, he could have severed ties with Hong Yun over the matter of relinquishing his position at the Purple Cloud Palace, thus missing the chance for a sacred status. He could have even confronted him without fear of reproach. Do you believe that Taoist Hong Yun is in peril? It is not merely peril I foresee. I suspect that after the demon clan establishes the heavenly court, I also urged Taoist Hong Yun to reconsider, but he would not listen and insisted on proceeding. If circumstances improve, he may lose his opportunity for the sacred status. If they worsen at this point, Zhen Yuanzi chose to remain silent, his meaning clear. He harbors considerable pessimism regarding Hong Yun's current predicament. If Hong Yun could endure and remain at Mount Wanshou to contemplate the primordial purple energy, he might at least cultivate to a level of absolute self-protection before venturing out again. However, if Hong Yun were to do so, he would no longer resemble the Hong Yun I once knew. Zhen Yuanzi, with remarkable candor, revealed his thoughts, leaving Qin Yu somewhat astonished. "Taoist, you have indeed engaged in profound discourse with me despite our brief acquaintance. I genuinely wish to forge a benevolent connection with you, to be friends along the path of cultivation. My approach to friendship is founded on sincerity. I hope you do not take offense at my forthrightness." Fearing that Qin Yu might misconstrue his intentions as ulterior or insidiously calculated, Zhen Yuanzi spoke plainly, laying bare his desires. Qin Yu, possessing considerable strength, had evidently advanced in his cultivation, yet Zhen Yuanzi could not discern the depths of his realm. From Zhen Yuanzi's perspective, it was apparent that Qin Yu stood as the mightiest being beneath the saints. His desire for camaraderie, thus, could be seen as an attempt to elevate his own standing. Yet he was determined to express his intent clearly. It is indeed a fortunate occurrence to have a companion such as you on this path of enlightenment. Perhaps I have been overly suspicious. I beg your pardon. The sincerity reflected in Zhen Yuanzi's demeanor is palpable, and based on his esteemed reputation, Qin Yu felt an 8-part trust, responding with a hearty laugh, thus accepting Zhen Yuanzi's overture for friendship. Gaining the recognition of a fellow cultivator is a joyful event deserving of celebration. I possess but this ginseng fruit to present, which may be of little utility to you, yet I hope it may satisfy your palate. As Zhen Yuanzi spoke, he gestured, and a jade plate accompanied by 2 jade cups materialized. Soon, a dozen ginseng fruits appeared atop the plate. "You have brought forth the fruits. Allow me to contribute a morsel for our shared enjoyment." Upon finishing his words, both jade cups were instantly filled with the primordial three-light divine water. Xinyuanzi was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "This method of consumption is indeed novel to me. I have been graced by your presence, my friend. Henceforth, I shall possess greater means when hosting guests." The ginseng fruit dissolved upon contact with the water, and the three-light divine water proved to be equally accommodating. Xinyuanzi had never contemplated this aspect before. In the future, when faced with distinguished guests, he could differentiate their standing based solely on the rarity of the water source and the ginseng fruit. "Please, my friend, do indulge." Xinyuanzi and Qin Yu engaged in discussions about the fruits, delving into the circumstances of the primordial world. One was eager to forge a connection, while the other had no intentions of refusal, creating a harmonious and congenial atmosphere. Time swiftly passed, and after several centuries, the resounding echoes of the chaotic bell reverberated from the peak of Mount Buzhou, marking the conclusion of their enlightening discourse. Although their methods of cultivation diverged, they ultimately converged toward the same truth. Both parties benefited from one another's strengths. As the less powerful, Xinyuanzi gained considerable insights, while Qin Yu made notable advancements in the realms of spatial laws and earth principles. Moreover, during their philosophical exchange, Qin Yu gleaned significant inspirations regarding the application of various laws, leading to subtle enhancements in his cultivation. The essence of cultivation lies in the comprehensive and efficient development and application of one's acquired laws, including the creation of skills and divine abilities, as well as the enhancement of these powers through skill leveling and buffing, thereby amplifying their potency. This is a personal interpretation. Constructive feedback is welcome, and adjustments will be made on the spot. As they emerged from their contemplative silence, Qin Yu turned to Xinyuanzi and invited, "Dear Xinyuan, shall we venture to the heavenly court together?" Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi's smile widened, and he promptly replied, "How could I refuse such an invitation? Let's go together." As they journeyed towards the heavenly court, Qin Yu naturally rode upon his shadow steed. Since there was no urgency, the steed did not move swiftly, and Xinyuanzi did not need to employ any divine techniques, merely conjuring clouds with his powers. Walking side by side, after a while, Xinyuanzi glanced at Qin Yu and jested, "Seeing your steed in action has filled me with envy. I must seek to explore the matter further in the future. In this way, it seems that your steed shall owe me a karmic connection. Dear friend, you flatter me. Rather, it is my steed that shall find fortune in establishing a karmic bond with you." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Xinyuanzi was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly comprehend that Qin Yu was acknowledging his strength and status. To become his steed was indeed a significant opportunity, one that arose from their connection. Thus it could be regarded as a karmic bond. Since Qin Yu had broached the subject, Xinyuanzi generously accepted this karmic relationship on behalf of his future mount. The notion of incurring karma is not exclusively detrimental. The ebb and flow of human relations also constitutes karma. At times, in pursuit of amicable relations, it is quite customary to willingly incur a measure of karmic debt, provided such actions are not reckless. A good intention, when misaligned, may lead to adverse consequences, but as long as one maintains a judicious approach, there is little cause for concern. Chapter 53. The celestial court of the demonic clan emerges. The eye of the heavenly Tao unveils, and an abundance of meritorious deeds descends. Atop the summit of Mount Buzhou, a grand platform of divine gold and jade stands majestically, at the center of which rises an enormous portal, adorned with a vertically inscribed plaque. The plaque, with its noble and arcane purple background and white jade edging, bears the three characters, Eastern Heavenly Gate. Through the portal, one can perceive 2 rows of armored demonic guards, each possessing the formidable cultivation of golden immortals, standing resolutely on either side, exuding an aura of martial prowess that speaks of seasoned veterans of countless battles. As Qin Yu and Xinyuanzi arrive, they find that most of the primordial powerhouses have already gathered upon the divine platform. Before the two can even land, numerous formidable beings eager to forge connections with Qin Yu have already approached, extending their greetings and goodwill. Upon Qin Yu's arrival, a multitude of powerful entities, using the Eastern Heavenly Gate as a reference, seamlessly repositioned themselves behind him, a display of unspoken consensus. Among those present, some, like the three pure ones, are less than enthusiastic. However, the prevailing tide compels them to acquiesce. They are acutely aware that to offend so many potent beings over trivial matters would be folly, especially as they have yet to attain the Tao. Thus, they must yield to the collective will. Moreover, a significant factor influencing the compliance of figures like Yuan Shi is Qin Yu's unfathomable cultivation level. They find themselves unable to perceive his apex. The quasi-saint, Hun Yuan Golden Immortal, stands as a pillar of celestial authority, and with the saints absent, Qin Yu reigns supreme in the primordial realm. With his continued advancements, who would dare provoke him? In this moment, the significance of strength within the primordial realm is laid bare. As the primordial powerhouses convene, the Eastern Heavenly Gate begins to resonate with activity following the arrival of Qin Yu and Jin Yuanzi. The sonorous tolling of the chaos bell rings out once more. Unlike the previous proclamations of the primordial's majesty, this time the chime is remarkably melodious, refreshing the spirit and bestowing a sense of purification upon the soul. Once the chime subsides, Di Jun and Tai Yi emerge from the Eastern Heavenly Gate, addressing Qin Yu and the assembly of primordial powerhouses with warmth. On behalf of the demonic clan, we express our gratitude for your esteemed presence. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, we kindly ask for your understanding. After a series of humble acknowledgments, guided by Di Jun and Tai Yi, Qin Yu leads the assembly as they commence their passage through the Eastern Heavenly Gate, meticulously considering strength, influence, and status in a disciplined and orderly manner. The celestial court is divided into 36 heavens, each distinct from the other, with the uppermost 3 heavens yet to be unveiled. The demonic clan's court is established in the 33rd heaven, directly accessible through the Eastern Heavenly Gate. In the 33rd heaven, the ambience is even more opulent and grand than when Di Jun and Tai Yi first arrived, adorned with the celestial architecture that embodies the primal essence of the world. Rich with countless opportunities for elevation and status, numerous elegant and splendid demonic clans traverse the heavenly palace. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Di Jun occupies the imperial throne at the forefront, while Tai Yi stands slightly to his left. As for the reason, they stand rather than sit. The hall is filled with primordial powerhouses from across the realm. Out of respect, they remain standing, aware that if they were to sit while Di Jun stands at the apex, it might provoke discontent among the assembly. Lesser beings, aware of their own vulnerabilities and lacking in strength, might endure such indignities, mindful of the demonic clan's formidable presence. However, Qin Yu and the 3 pure ones would not be so lenient. They might very well storm out in disdain. A joyous banquet that should have been fruitful not only failed to yield benefits, but also offended a multitude. Di Jun would never engage in such foolishness. Positioned comparably to Tai Yi, on the right side sat Nuwa and Fushi. Further down on the left were the formidable high-ranking beings of the Kunpeng and other demon clans. As for the assembly of powerful beings observing the ceremony, they were entirely situated on the right side. Leading among them was Qin Yu, closely followed by the 3 pure ones, with the likes of Zhuani, Jin, Xinyuanzi, and Mingyi among the most distinguished figures of the primordial world. The moment had arrived. After several hours passed, as Fushi's voice resonated, the eager Di Jun immediately interjected, his authoritative voice echoing through the Lingxiao Palace. Since the great Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, we have endured numerous calamities, such as the Beast Calamity and the Dragon Han Calamity, amidst the incessant chaos throughout the primordial realms, leading to significant afflictions for the world. As the Demon Emperor Di Jun, I am acutely aware of the suffering of all beings in the heavens. Di Jun spoke for over half an hour, captivating the assembly of powerful beings, including Qin Yu. After all, in the primordial realm, those who reached a certain level of power held great regard for their reputations and the substance of their words. Such ostentatious self-praise and grand proclamations were indeed rare spectacles. Once all the boasting concluded, and after a plethora of promises, each one loosely tethered to future responsibilities of cosmic consequences. The speech finally approached its conclusion. Thus, after much contemplation, I have resolved that the demon clan, united in purpose, shall contribute its strength to the primordial lands. We shall employ the innate treasure, the chaos bell, and the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the river map and the Luo book, to establish the demon heavenly court, which will henceforth protect our clan and benefit the primordial realm. I implore the heavenly Tao to witness this. With D. Jun's declaration, auspicious clouds naturally manifested for the two brothers, and the accompanying spiritual treasures within their spiritual platforms soared into the clouds. The chaos bell resonated thrice, its sound reverberating throughout the primordial realm. The eye of the heavenly Tao appeared above the Lingxiao Palace, revealing boundless celestial pressure. Empowered by the force of the heavenly Tao, the concept of the heavenly court became known to all beings in the primordial realm. Following this, the eye of the heavenly Tao began to coalesce golden radiance. Throughout the 33 heavens of the heavenly court, wondrous phenomena emerged. Golden lotuses sprang forth from the earth, and celestial sounds echoed throughout the 33 heavens. The golden light was not a sign of divine retribution, but rather an immense bestowal of merit. All the powerful beings present, having awakened their true spiritual consciousness, had never witnessed such a rich display of celestial merit. Dijun, Tai Yi, and the other formidable beings of the demon clan were utterly overjoyed. They had not anticipated that the demon clan's endeavor to establish a heavenly court and engage in boastful declarations would result in such a deluge of merit. At that moment, Dijun and Tai Yi felt a pang of regret, realizing they had underestimated their own proclamations. They found it astonishing how simple it was for the heavens to recognize their endeavors. They could have boasted even more, as the potential responsibilities born from their words could easily be managed. After all, the demon clan was vast, and there would always be suitable individuals to handle any obligations without impeding their cultivation. Within the grand hall of Lingxiao, the powerful beings and great practitioners eagerly sensed the status of the merits bestowed by the Eye of Heaven's Tao. Two of the most prominent beams of merit were directed towards Emperor Jun and Tai. The remaining merits were dispersed among countless recipients, beginning with the higher echelons of the demon clan, unfurling from the grand to the diminutive. Every awakened beast from the demon race benefited from this wave, as even a mere fraction of the distribution provided considerable assistance in their circumstances. At the moment the merits were fully bestowed, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. The river of fortune surged forth, causing the demon clan's luck to ascend rapidly, recovering from the devastation it suffered during its battles against Qin Yu and the Witch Clan. With the emergence of the celestial court, the demon race experienced a resurgence, swiftly regaining its former strength. And although it had not yet surpassed the Witch Clan, it was close to achieving parity. Observing the continued upward trajectory, it seemed merely a matter of time before the demon clan would surpass the Witch Clan, becoming the most formidable race in the primordial world. The sequence of changes left the majority of the powerful beings astounded and envious, particularly among those bathing in the ocean of merits within the Lingxiao Hall. The great practitioners of the demon race felt their momentum surge rapidly. It was anticipated that the four sovereigns of the demon clan, Emperor Jun, Tai, Nuwa, and Fuxi, will be able to utilize this wave of merit to circumvent countless years of arduous cultivation, directly severing their second corpses. Chapter 54. The arrangements of the red cloud should I encounter unforeseen misfortune. The primordial purple energy shall discreetly bestow upon me the essence of Jinyuan. Time has swiftly passed, and as the foremost beneficiary of the heavenly court, Emperor Jun was the first to sever his malevolent corpse with a river diagram. His aura surged, emanating a formidable pressure that enveloped the entire Lingxiao Palace as he ascended to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Following his breakthrough, bolstered by the merits accrued, Emperor Jun's cultivation rapidly solidified and continued to rise steadily. In the wake of Emperor Jun, Tai, Nuwa, and Fuxi each also eliminated a corpse. As anticipated by the other formidable beings within Lingxiao Palace, The four sovereigns of the demon race capitalized on this wave of celestial merit to eradicate their second corpses, achieving mid-stage quasi-sainthood. The fortune of the demon race ascended once again under the auspices of these four mid-stage quasi-saints, and their previously closely matched fortunes with the witch clan were now fully balanced. Beyond the four sovereigns, the 12 demon saints of the race all attained the perfected state of the 33 heavens of Daluo. Among them, Kuanpeng, the strongest early-stage quasi-saint beneath the four sovereigns, also made significant progress in his cultivation. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, the merits were precisely capped at a threshold, leaving him tantalizingly close to severing his second corpse, yet frustratingly just shy of that line. This limbo was profoundly distressing for Kuanping. As the grand celestial merits approached their conclusion, the myriad powerful beings of the demon race gradually stabilized their realms and awakened from their meditative states. Emperor Jun and Tai, sensing the profound fortunes of their race and the leaps in their own strength post-breakthrough, felt invigorated. The two brothers instinctively directed their perceptions towards Qinyu. However, this very action caused their smiles to falter. Delving into the chaotic sea, they found themselves unable to discern its depths. They could not ascertain how Qinyu had fared before their breakthroughs, nor how he fared now. What they had initially believed to be an imminent catching up with Qinyu's pace now seemed a distant dream. Due to Qinyu's influence, the joy of Emperor Jun and Tai's breakthroughs was significantly diminished, and their rapid growth felt constrained once more. Nonetheless, the brothers did not suffer excessively from the setback. With the backing of the demon race's fortune, their future cultivation was assured to advance triumphantly. If mid-stage quasi-sainthood eluded them, they could strive for late stage. And if that too fell short, then they would aspire towards the position of sub-saint. The expressions of Emperor Jun and Tai did not conceal their shifting emotions, and the other great beings in Lingxiao Palace took note. None present were foolish. They understood the implications of their observations. From this alone, they could gauge Qinyu's cultivation level, which was at least at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, if not already at the pinnacle, standing at the threshold of enlightenment, the apex beneath the saints. Initially, they had been reluctant to provoke Qinyu, preferring to cultivate amicable relations, and now this inclination was further solidified. Regrettably, had Red Cloud Taoist spent recent years at Wuzhuang Temple nurturing ties with the pure world Taoist, perhaps with that connection, Red Cloud could have circumvented his tribulations. Meanwhile, in the rear of the three pure ones, Xinyuanzi lamented silently for his dear friend. With the demon race establishing their presence in the heavenly court, their foundation had significantly strengthened, and a grand banquet was naturally prepared to celebrate this achievement. After a banquet lasting a century, an array of ethereal fruits and celestial treasures were presented, though the majority belonged to the realm of the mundane. The sheer variety was astonishing. As the heavenly feast concluded and the guests departed, Qinyu had no intention of visiting the Wuzhuang Temple. At the moment of parting, Xinyuanzi, standing alongside Hongyun, offered a respectful gesture to Qinyu and warmly invited him, saying, "Brother Jingshi, I shall await your esteemed visit at Mount Wanshou at any time. Once the ginseng fruits mature, do reserve a few for me, and I shall come to indulge." "Certainly, brother. Do come, and the ginseng fruits shall not be lacking," Qinyu responded. However, Xinyuanzi's reference to brother piqued the interest of the remaining powerful beings who had yet to leave. They inwardly lamented Xinyuanzi's deft maneuvering and fortunate connections. Realizing the depth of his friendship with brother Jingshi, it is worth noting that since his emergence, no one had heard of Qinyu seeking friends to discuss the Tao. Yet, many had spread tales of his amiable relations. Naturally, Xinyuanzi was the one who had cultivated this camaraderie, and while the other formidable figures felt envy, their thoughts did not dwell overly on it. If Hongyun is renowned as the amiable figure of the Honghuang realm, akin to a busybody, then Xinyuanzi is universally acknowledged as the quintessential gentleman. This is not merely due to his willingness to assist others, but rather his long-standing residence in his Taoist sanctuary, where his amiable nature prevails, making him courteous to all, steering clear of disputes over interests in the Honghuang realm. As they watched Xin Yu ride off on his steed, the three pure ones, who had not yet acquired mounts of their own, began to contemplate the idea. The trend of having mounts was not particularly widespread in Huang. However, inspired by Xin Yu, many would inevitably follow suit, thereby establishing a new representation among the powerful beings. As the mighty departed, Zenyuanzi, observing that Hongyun was reluctant to return with him after hearing the news of the lost fruit, earnestly implored, "Hongyun, heed my words and accompany me back to the Wuzhuang temple. At the very least, you ought to sever your two corpses before venturing out to explore." Previously, Hongyun, as a quasi-saint, was somewhat secure. Though not the strongest in combat, his flying rainbow escape technique was among the fastest in the Huang realm. Other powerful beings coveted the opportunities associated with Hongyun or sought to resolve grievances, yet they could hardly pose a genuine threat to him. However, the situation has now changed. Not to mention the demon clan's Kunpeng, who harbors a deep animosity towards Hongyun. Should he enlist the aid of Dijuan or Tai, even disregarding Kunpeng's standing, they would likely respond favorably, considering Hongyun's potential for the sacred path. With any one of the two mid-phase quasi-saints intervening, Hongyun would find himself in significant peril. If both were to act together, escape would be nearly impossible for him. Jinyuan, I am not unaware of your concerns, yet you also know my restless nature, of course. That is not the crux of the matter. Our friendship is profound and sincere, and I must be candid with you. I have attained some understanding of the path of causality. I am burdened with an excess of karma, and unless I clear a portion, if not the majority, merely secluding myself for arduous cultivation will yield little progress. This calamity of purple chi represents both tribulation and opportunity for me. Should I overcome it, I will be able to sever the two corpses in due course. At this moment, Hongyun confided his innermost thoughts to Zenyuanzi. He was neither oblivious to the gravity of his situation nor entirely unaware of his circumstances. Yet, with the path to enlightenment obstructed, he found himself unable to evade certain challenges. Some matters could only be faced head-on. To hear the Tao in the morning and meet death by evening is acceptable, he mused, as he struggled to navigate the tumultuous waters of his spiritual journey. Zenyuanzi could find no compelling rationale to dissuade him. After much contemplation, he ultimately ventured to inquire, "Might I accompany you on your journey? Your good intentions are appreciated, but I must insist, dear friend, that you refrain from involving yourself in this matter," Hongyun replied. "Should I encounter unforeseen misfortune, I will leave behind a means of communication, ensuring my treasured 99 Scattersoul gourd reaches Wanshou Mountain. Beyond this artifact, I shall also bestow upon you a fateful connection to be received at your leisure." Having spoken, Hongyun did not wait for Zenyuanzi to respond. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving only a lingering shadow in his wake. As Zenyuanzi watched Hongyun depart, he pondered the implications of the fateful connection mentioned, realizing that even the supreme, innate spiritual treasures were secondary to it. The emphasis on receiving it with peace of mind suddenly struck him with alarm. Could it possibly be? Chapter 55. Emperor Jun and Tai, surrounding and slaying Hongyun. As Qin Yu observed the unfolding drama, he parted ways with Hongyun. On his journey back to the Wuzhuang temple, Zenyuanzi remained in a state of restless contemplation. The thoughts swirling within him were profoundly stirring, for the opportunity for sanctity was at stake. Having missed it in the Zixiao Palace, the chance to reclaim it had now presented itself once more. Zenyuanzi found himself torn. He genuinely feared for Hongyun's safety, yet he could not deny the flicker of morally ambiguous thoughts that lingered deep within his heart. Meanwhile, as Zenyuanzi grappled with his return, Hongyun's premonition gradually materialized into reality. Having just established the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Tai were burdened with numerous responsibilities. They were meant to remain in the heavenly court, lacking the time for any ulterior motives. However, the truth was that after the banquet concluded, they merely left their three corporeal forms in the heavenly court to attend to matters, while their true selves followed the Kunpeng and the river of the underworld, whom they had enticed during their time in the court. Emerging from the unusual mountain in the eastern wilderness, Hongyun traversed vast distances with the technique of flying rainbows and escaping light. Yet, The feeling of being pursued lingered, prompting Hong Yun to abandon any futile efforts. Why must you all conceal your intentions? If there are karmic ties, why not reveal yourselves? He boldly challenged. No sooner had his words faded than Kunpeng and the river of the underworld appeared before him. Unlike before, this time they had completely locked on a Hong Yun's presence. Without needing Hong Yun to speak, Kunpeng unabashedly revealed his motives, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Hong Yun. Hong Yun, my friend, you must surely understand why I seek you. For the sake of Xinyuanzi, if you hand over the primordial purple qi, I shall overlook the consequences stemming from Zixiao and allow you to depart unscathed. The incident at Zixiao Palace did indeed have some repercussions for you, but the fundamental karmic essence should not be attributed to me. The primordial purple qi, the source of chaos, had brought Hong Yun no enlightenment, nor had he reaped the myriad benefits that it was meant to bestow upon its possessor. Although he valued it greatly, he did not regard it as his very life. In terms of perspective, while he believed he could not compare to Qinyu, who had also received the purple qi and exchanged it for karmic favor, he did not consider himself significantly inferior. Yet, regarding the affair at Zixiao Palace, it was his old friend Xinyuanzi whom he felt more indebted to. At that time, he had been unaware of the circumstances and had acted impulsively. If he were to relinquish his position, it should have been to Xinyuanzi, who had fought alongside him to seize it. Hong Yun had erred once and was determined not to repeat that mistake. His desire for the primordial purple qi and the path of the saints remained, which is why he hesitated to relinquish it outright. However, he believed that if it were not to be used for himself, then it rightfully belonged to Xinyuanzi. His attitude was unmistakably conveyed in his words, and Kunpeng's eyes darkened with a fiercer intent. It seems you are unwilling to resolve our karmic ties in this manner. The murderous aura emanating from him caught the attention of the river of the underworld, a master of blood and slaughter. Indeed, enmity against the Tao should not be easily forged. If such a bond were to be established, one must be swift in settling the karmic account, lest it lead to endless repercussions. There was no possibility of retreat. After Hong Yun finished speaking, he did not wait for the two to respond and immediately activated his escape technique, transforming into a streak of light, intent on fleeing. However, scarcely a few hundred miles away, he was abruptly halted by a powerful sound wave. Hong Yun, you have caused the loss of the sacred position for my demon clan sorcerers. Now, you remain obstinate and unwilling to resolve matters peacefully. Do you believe there are none among my demon clan who can confront you? Stabilizing his form, the voice of Tai Yi echoed above Hong Yun. The approaching Kunpeng and Ming He, alongside the following Di Jun, were completely unaware of the two's presence until they met eyes with them, sensing an ominous turn of events. This matter of cause and effect with fellow Taoist Hong Yun need not trouble the demon emperor or the demon sovereign. I, Kunpeng, can handle it myself. Despite knowing the odds were slim, Kunpeng still intended to make an effort. Do not be hesitant, esteemed sorcerer. I hold great regard for your affairs. How could I, as the emperor, remain indifferent to such significant matters? Di Jun proclaimed with righteous fervor, not granting Kunpeng the chance to argue further. The He Tu and Luo Shu flew forth from his spiritual platform. The Luo Shu integrated into the earth below, drawing upon the surrounding veins of the land, while the He Tu hovered above Hong Yun's head, sealing a space around him. The two spiritual treasures complemented each other perfectly, forming a grand formation that completely enveloped Hong Yun. This sequence of events transpired in mere moments. It was not that Hong Yun was unable to react, but rather that he had no opportunity to do so. Not far away, Tai Yi, with the chaos bell above his head, firmly restrained Hong Yun, leaving him no chance to escape. Friend Kunpeng, since your demon clan's emperor and sovereign have intervened, I shall withdraw from this matter. As for the cause and effect you promised me, reduce it by half, and I take my leave. With both Di Jun and Tai Yi acting in concert, Ming He decisively made a choice, informing Kunpeng before stepping onto the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus and vanishing from Kunpeng's perception. Of course, Ming He did not immediately return to the Blood Sea. He concealed himself 1,000,000 miles from the battlefield, waiting for a contingency. What if Hong Yun, in a desperate struggle, managed to break through and was gravely injured? Who would covet the fortune of a saint's affinity? If he truly succeeded, even if it meant offending the demon clan, he could always dive into the blood sea, where the might of the demons would be of no consequence to him. Unbeknownst to Di Jun and the others, above their clash, Qin Yu stood upon the back of the alluring shadow, quietly observing the unfolding events. Watching Hong Yun struggle within the He Tu and Luo Shu formation, the alluring shadow inquired, "Master, if you were to intervene, surely success would be within your grasp?" Qin Yu, upon hearing this, gently shook his head. "What cannot be obtained, this strand of purple Qi-S fortune, has already been predetermined. Within the Hongming Palace, Hong Jun provided me with advantages, granting me substantial causal benefits. That is my limit." As soon as he appeared, he sensed a warning breath from Hong Jun. Initially, Qin Yu was uncertain about what specific matter Hong Jun's subtle hint referred to, so he exhibited a slight sign of intention to act as a test. Indeed, when Hong Jun's aura re-emerged, Qin Yu reached a conclusion. Should he act again, success would be assured, yet would bear no significance, for the primordial purple Qi would slip away regardless. This strand of purple Qi would not grant him another opportunity to scheme for benefits. His visit this time is purely for the spectacle. As for rescuing Hong Yun, Qin Yu harbors no such intentions. His interactions with Hong Yun have been rather limited. In fact, when Emperor Jun coveted his position, the trouble began with Kunpeng. Hong Yun's relinquishment of power had repercussions that extended to Kunpeng, and had it not been for Hong Juan's timely intervention, he too might have found himself entangled in subsequent troubles, though he was unperturbed by such possibilities. Considering this series of developments, had Hong Jun not appeared at that moment, and given that his strength was comparable to Kunpeng's, he could have very well faced a fate akin to Kunpeng's. Upon reflection, the situation between him and Hong Yun bears resemblance to that between Hong Yun and Kunpeng, and one could argue there exists a grudge in both cases. Regarding Qin Yu's words, the phantom accepted them with blind faith, expressing surprise. If that is the case, does it mean their arduous struggles would ultimately amount to naught? Your understanding is not misplaced. As the events unfold, the truth will become apparent. Once Qin Yu finished speaking, he fell silent, redirecting his focus back to the array of Hichu and Luoshu. Chapter 56. A series of twists and turns. The elusive gourd finally secured in a clash of formidable powers. Even the most astute minds found themselves at a disadvantage. Thus, Hong Yun initially struggled to retaliate. The courage to fight against desperate odds is a trait not lacking even among true immortals in this ancient land. And it is even more pronounced in those exalted beings above the realm of great powers. Realizing that their intentions extended beyond merely acquiring the primordial purple energy to perhaps taking his very life, Hong Yun began to unleash forbidden techniques. He ignited his innate, sacred essence, and even the fruits of his own path began to burn. This life-risking strategy elevated Hong Yun's combat prowess to a new echelon, granting him the equal footing to contend against the likes of Emperor Jun and Tai, who had previously severed two corpses of quasi-saints. Moreover, Hong Yun's reckless approach instilled a sense of caution in Emperor Jun and Tai, with the demon race establishing their celestial court and flourishing fortunes. They were eager to seize this golden opportunity for cultivation rather than succumb to injuries. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. The ascent of the 12 ancestors of sorcery brooked no delays. As Hong Yun appeared poised to tear away to escape, even at the cost of exhausting his essence and nearly severing his path, Emperor Jun and Tai were determined to prevent such an eventuality. Their objective was the primordial purple energy. Even if Hong Yun attempted to flee, he must extract it first. However, before the two could unleash their full might, the Kunpeng, who had been lurking at the periphery of the formation, sprang into action. Convinced that he could not lay claim to the primordial purple energy, the Kunpeng sought only to rid himself of the pent-up resentment within, thereby resolving this karmic entanglement that might obstruct his path in the future. Hong Yun, you shall not escape. As the He Tu and Luo Shu formation was breached, and even before Hong Yun could dash through the opening, the Kunpeng's commanding shout resonated. His divine powers manifested as the mysterious underworld True Water transformed into an ocean, crashing down upon Hong Yun and forcefully pushing him back through the breach. The deadly opportunity created by the Kunpeng's powerful strike could not be overlooked by Emperor Jun and Tai. Tai summoned the Chaos Bell with all his strength, immobilizing the beleaguered Huang. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun released his treasured sword, aimed directly at Huang's spiritual platform. Should this sword connect, it would utterly shatter the already burdened fruits of Huang's path, which had suffered from the flames of sacrifice. Facing imminent death, Huang realized that even a desperate struggle for survival was futile. He swiftly made a decision, extracting the primordial purple energy from his spiritual platform and storing it within his treasured gourd. Without a moment's hesitation, he detonated his path's fruit, the quasi-saint's path's fruit, harmonizing with the indestructible innate brilliance and resonating with the laws, erupted with devastating force. With a resounding boom, the surrounding heavenly laws fell into chaos, and the grand formation woven through the Earth's veins by the He2 and Luo Shu collapsed under the force of the explosion. The very Earth trembled, and countless beings perished as a result of the ensuing tumult in the Earth's veins. The spiritual energy, divine inspiration, and the essence of the surrounding mountains and rivers visibly diminished, ravaged by the damage to the Earth's veins. If left to fester, this land shall inevitably deteriorate, its surrounding veins of earth depleted, resources scarce, ultimately descending into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Huang, in a bold display, revealed his Tao fruit. Even if the shards of his primordial spirit were to persist, and he were to reincarnate and cultivate anew, he would never reclaim his innate sanctity and divine foundation. Moreover, the true spirit would henceforth remain in ignorance, with no prospect of return. Such audacity genuinely astonished Emperor Jun and Tai. It must be noted that in the vast expanse of the primordial world, even beings of the great Luo level cannot be utterly subdued. Regardless of circumstances, the true spirit must exist, indelible, though adversaries often seek to manipulate its ignorance, ensuring that even through endless tribulations, clarity and resurgence remain unattainable. Yet, no matter how sophisticated the methods employed, there will always be vulnerabilities. If one extends time indefinitely, an opportunity for return will eventually arise. Huang, by sacrificing his essence and revealing his Tao fruit while intertwining the causality of heaven and earth, would ensure that even upon future return, he would possess only the memories of his former self, not his true essence. Of course, the events have transpired, and Emperor Jun has little desire to contemplate the aftermath. At this moment, his focus was solely on the spiritual treasure gourd that Huang had sent forth during his self-detonation, with his capabilities already stretched to their limits in self-defense. He had missed the optimal moment for interception and could only place his hopes in his brother, Tai. Rest assured, brother, this gourd shall not escape, Tai declared, activating the Chaos Bell once more. The resonant chimes echoed as the gourd, having traversed 1,000,000 miles, was abruptly frozen in place. Just then, as Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged relieved glances, a flash of crimson suddenly appeared, enveloping the suspended gourd and causing it to vanish in an instant. Dare you, Mingi? Emperor Jun, witnessing this, erupted in fury, his voice reverberating across billions of miles. The surrounding beings, already beleaguered by the tremors of the earth, were further crushed under the weight of his wrath, resulting in a significant loss of life. Such disregard for karmic retribution, coupled with the fortuitous blessings of merit and fortune, enabled him to exert control. However, once the accumulated backlash manifests, it would be a heavy toll to bear. In the air, Qin Yu, observing the unfolding events, could not help but reflect on the situation. To obstruct a quasi-saint of Huang's caliber, Emperor Jun had chosen to ensnare the veins of the earth. Yet the number he manipulated was insufficient, rendering them vulnerable. His lack of foresight in considering the consequences was glaring. There were numerous alternative methods to reinforce the formation. Yet he opted for expediency, disregarding the inherent dangers. In this moment of anger, he had unwittingly caused collateral damage to the innocent. If such calamities were unavoidable, it would be one matter. However, this was clearly preventable. Judging by his conduct, it was certain that similar incidents would arise in the future. Emperor Jun, Tai, and Mingi, in a relentless pursuit, traversed nearly half of the eastern expanse of the primordial world. Alas, despite their intentions and strategies, under the pressure of their might, they were caught before Mingi could reach the Blood Sea. Recognizing their approach, Mingi understood that the opportunity for the auspicious purple chi of the sacred position was now beyond his reach. Were he a typical mid-stage quasi-saint, relying on his supreme, innate defensive treasure, the flaming lotus of karma, and the formidable offensive treasures, the primordial slayer and the Abhij dual swords, he might have had a fighting chance. However, either of the two, Emperor Jun or Tai, was beyond his capacity to contend with. With a reckless charge, heedless of the consequences, it is not entirely impossible to plunge into the sea of blood. However, the very nature of the river of Hades is such that while it embraces danger, it maintains a boundary when it comes to peril, one that forbids wagering one's life. Without entering the sea of blood, the river of Hades' ability to preserve its existence cannot be fully realized. The Emperor Jun and Tai could only force Red Cloud to self-destruct, or perhaps they would claim his life even before he could enter the Blood Sea. Having made a resolute decision, the river of Hades turned to the fiercely glaring Emperor Jun and calmly spoke, who does not desire the fortune of the sacred position. This time I concede. Let us not entangle our fates, if you would allow it. Without hesitation, to avoid any unforeseen changes, Emperor Jun readily acquiesced to the river of Hades' request. Please, my friend, he replied. The river of Hades, being decisive in nature, did not linger after receiving the desired affirmation. With a flourish of divine arts, it hurled the 9-9 soul-severing gourd towards a position contrary to the Blood Sea with all its might. The two brothers primarily sought the opportunity of the purple aura, and the river of Hades' minor schemes were of no concern to Emperor Jun and Tai. They swiftly departed, employing their escape techniques, and soon intercepted the 9-9 red cloud, soul-severing gourd cast by the river of Hades. As Emperor Jun examined the gourd in his hand, an indescribable excitement surged within him. After enduring numerous trials, he had finally succeeded. The fury ignited by Red Cloud's self-destruction and a near interception by the river of Hades dissipated completely, with the opportunity of the sacred position secured. Such minor tribulations were of little consequence. Chapter 57. Jun's frustration with the unfairness of heaven's will in the beginning. Jun's expression was one of exhilaration upon obtaining the coveted items. However, it was not long before he noticed a gradual shift in Jun's demeanor. A profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, and suppressed emotions erupted when Tai tentatively called out to him. In that moment, Jun's composure as a sovereign shattered completely. Overwhelmed, he nearly roared in protest. I refuse to accept this. Heaven's will is unjust. Heaven's will is unjust. In stark contrast to Jun's impassioned words, a celestial eye began to coalesce above his head. The oppressive weight of heaven's decree descended upon Jun, causing him to stiffen. Thunder rumbled ominously as the divine punishment flickered within the celestial eye. The pressure upon Jun was held at a precarious threshold, making it exceedingly difficult for him to withstand, yet not entirely overwhelming him. At this juncture, Tai had already begun to grasp the situation. Though this was not the time for lengthy discussions, he leaped to Jun's side, enveloping him within the protective embrace of the chaos bell hovering above. With Tai sharing the burden, Jun found some relief. Gazing up at the celestial eye, confronted with the imminent threat of divine retribution, Jun, despite the turmoil and resentment swirling within him, could only yield. He performed a deep bow towards the celestial eye in an act of reverence. It was only after this gesture that the celestial eye began to dissipate, leaving behind a lingering aura of heaven's decree that served as a reminder to Jun. Above us lies the heavens, and they must not be taken lightly, nor insulted. With the threat of divine punishment receding, Tai breathed a sigh of relief, retracting the chaos bell back into his spiritual realm, and once again turned his attention to Jun brother. This tentative call was laden with understanding, and Jun was acutely aware of what his younger brother was inquiring about. Resentfully, he nodded in acknowledgement. Upon sensing the primordial purple chi, Jun, as an elder brother, could feel its presence, Yet when he attempted to draw it into his spiritual sea, the primordial qi inexplicably vanished without a trace. No clues remained, and across the vast expanse of the primordial world, only that singular figure possessed the capability to manipulate such forces. After Di Jun's explanation, Tai Yi began to comprehend. This purple qi originated from that being's hand, and even when Qin Yu had exchanged it through causality, there had been no objections from that entity. Naturally, neither Di Jun nor Tai Yi doubted its origin. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that beneath the heavens, this fated connection had already been predetermined. Heavens ordained connections. As beings of the primordial realm endowed with great fortune and blessings, Di Jun and the other innate deities were indeed beneficiaries of this fate. And there was no disputing that. Di Jun lamented the unfairness of it all, questioning why this ordained connection remained unknown to them. It is crucial to note that such ordained connections could be sensed by all, just as Qin Yu had approached the innate gourd vine, choosing not to seize it but to seek a benevolent connection instead. This was the most prudent course of action, yet this particular strand of purple qi, though evidently ordained by heaven, remained shrouded in mystery. The considerable efforts and expectations they had invested resulted in nothing but futility, leaving Di Jun feeling utterly defeated by the stark contrast of their hopes and reality. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Jun turned his gaze toward Tai Yi, expressing a profound sense of bewilderment. Tai Yi pondered, "Do you truly believe that the disparity between the path of primordial unity and the path of corpse severing is so vast? Given the current circumstances, Emperor Jun had ample reason to suspect that the pure world sage had been aware of the immutable fate under the heavenly Tao within the purple cloud palace, which prompted him to relinquish his claims decisively. Those of them, oblivious to the celestial order, had unwittingly ventured into a trap, showering Qin Yu with gratitude in their ignorance. Observing the situation within the purple cloud palace, it became evident that only Qin Yu stood as an exception, suggesting that what the saints had proclaimed about the future being forsaken by the heavenly Tao was, paradoxically, the most aligned with the principles of heaven and earth. Faced with Emperor Jun's inquiry, Tai Yi fell silent. Unbeknownst to him, Emperor Jun's thoughts were far from the realm of combat prowess. Having engaged in battle with Qin Yu, Emperor Jun was acutely aware of his formidable strength. In confrontations of equal realms, the methods of quasi-saints indeed paled in comparison to the path of primordial unity. Recognizing his own influence on Tai Yi, Emperor Jun's despondency lifted, and he sought to reassure his brother. "Fear not, my resolve to seek the Tao remains unshaken. What care I for the absence of the primordial purple qi? Our path has not been entirely severed. To unify the vast wilderness, bolstered by the grand fortune of the primordial, complemented by the essence of heaven and earth, though not a saint, the difference is negligible." As they observed the ephemeral dust of existence beneath the passage of time, the opportunity to attain enlightenment would eventually reveal itself. From Emperor Jun's words, Tai Yi discerned ambition, an ambition even grander than before. The road ahead was fraught with difficulties. The three clans had failed to navigate it, and had fallen victim to the machinations of others, resulting in a dismal defeat. Yet, Tai Yi exhibited no trace of fear or retreat, resolutely declaring, "Regardless of how you choose to proceed, I shall stand by you unwaveringly. Together as brothers, there is nothing we cannot achieve." The two siblings, invigorated by their mutual encouragement, seemed to dismiss the earlier loss of the purple qi as if it had never transpired. However, both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were acutely aware that this was not a genuine release. It was merely a forced distraction born of necessity. The purple qi was unattainable. At least this particular strand of it was not theirs to possess, and further entanglement would serve no purpose. Ironically, the one who took the greatest satisfaction from the brothers' fruitless endeavor was Kunpeng, who harbored an intense obsession with the purple qi belonging to Huang. Unable to claim the purple qi for himself, Kunpeng found solace in the notion that neither Emperor Jun nor Tai Yi had succeeded, bringing him a sense of balance. Moreover, the grievances he bore in relation to Hongyun's destiny were now resolved. In a moment of clarity and inspiration, Kunpeng felt a surge of insight regarding the opportunity to sever the two corpses. To seize this fleeting moment of inspiration, He refrained from bidding farewell to Emperor Jun and Tai, allowing the ethereal semblance of his great wings to manifest as he swiftly journeyed toward the northern sea. Rather than harboring resentment towards Kunpeng's actions, Emperor Jun and Tai relinquished their prior intent to eliminate him, realizing that the absence of the purple chi rendered such a course of action unwise. It would be unprofitable to sacrifice a powerful entity of the demon race, even if that entity's sentiments did not align with theirs. Unbeknownst to the departing Kunpeng, Emperor Jun's failure to acquire the purple chi inadvertently salvaged him from the brink of peril. Confronted by Emperor Jun and Tai, he found it exceedingly difficult to escape, having failed to sever even the second corpse. Emperor Jun and Tai, having missed their opportunity, found themselves in a predicament. The gourd of Huang, too, suffered due to his reckless act of severing corpses with it, which led to the burning of his own essence and simultaneously igniting his innate indestructible spiritual light. If he did not compensate for the loss of his essence, he would undoubtedly face a decline in his realm. In the end, after much calculation, he was left with an innate spiritual treasure whose quality might fall to the upper grade level. Dear friend, please hold on. Just as the two intended to return to the heavenly court, a voice resonated above them. Chapter 58. Qinyu, the Gourd of Red Cloud. A fateful connection, friend Jingshi. Following the direction of the voice, both Di Jun and Tai raised their heads in unison. There, seated cross-legged upon the back of the enchanting spirit fox, was Qinyu. In a flash, Qinyu appeared before the two, offering a polite bow. Greetings. With a warm smile and courteous demeanor, he presented himself. Yet within the hearts of Di Jun and Tai, an unsettling anxiety began to brew. They could not shake the feeling that being summoned by Qinyu boded ill. Despite their internal trepidations, they concealed their concerns, and in a fleeting moment, Di Jun swiftly composed himself and responded politely. Friend Jingshi, you honor us with your presence. May I inquire what you wish to impart to us? Impart? I dare not presume, Qinyu replied. However, I must mention that my connection with friend Huang is profound. Though it is said that once a person perishes, their debts dissipate, the direct cause of this entanglement still lies with the two of you. As Qinyu spoke, the anger within Di Jun and Tai began to simmer. What audacity! Could one truly transfer karmic ties in such a manner? They found themselves enlightened by this unexpected perspective, yet it felt like an affront. The very logic behind it seemed twisted, and such karmic calculations could not possibly hold true. If such were the case, the balance of karma across the realms would be an endless cycle of reckoning. Impetuous Tai was on the verge of interjecting to refute Qinyu, but Di Jun raised a hand to silence him. Observing this exchange, Qinyu felt a tinge of regret. He had no intention of forcibly claiming karmic ties. Even if he could, initiating such a precedent was not wise. A person who disregards the rules cannot thrive. Qinyu had a long journey ahead before transcending the chaos of the primordial world. He would not risk future calamities for trifling gains. Once the process of karmic reckoning devolved into chaos, who could predict if the repercussions would return to haunt him? However, should Tai fail to fully comprehend his words and instead hastily characterize his actions, then Qinyu would have room to maneuver. Of course, he had never anticipated such unforeseen gains, and thus he held no excessive expectations, ensuring he would not face significant disappointment. Under the watchful gazes of Di Jun and Tai, Qinyu deftly shifted the conversation. Naturally, karmic reckoning cannot be approached in this manner. The direct ties between you and Huang Yun bear no relation to me. Yet despite Huang Yun's demise, there remains a karmic connection between us. And that very object lies within your possession, friend Di Jun. As he spoke, Qinyu's gaze settled upon the 9-9 scatter soul gourd in Di Jun's hand. Di Jun examined the gourd, then glanced at Qinyu, weighing his options. In the end, he chose to endure. His strength was lesser. Should the situation escalate, they might fall into Qinyu's trap. Should the matter turn to confrontation, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. Relinquishing a potentially downgraded supreme innate treasure was a small price to pay. Having rationalized his thoughts, Di Jun suppressed his inner resentment, maintaining a smile and responding nonchalantly. Indeed, I had not thoroughly sensed the treasure's celestial secrets. Since this object is entwined with you, it rightfully belongs to you. As Dijun spoke, he tossed the gourd towards Qinyu. Pleased, Qinyu nodded in satisfaction, accepted the treasure, and performed a respectful gesture, declaring, "Excellent." Seeing that Qinyu had not departed, Dijun patiently spoke again. "Do you have any other matters, my friend?" Qinyu waved his hand dismissively, replying casually, "No, you may proceed as you wish." Having forcibly taken the only spoils of hard-earned cultivation, Dijun and Tai felt an intense frustration. They wished to avoid further encounters with Qinyu, promptly responding, "Then we shall take our leave." As they observed Dijun, who swiftly employed his magical escape techniques to vanish, Qinyu merely smiled at the departing brothers. Strictly speaking, the justification for his demand for the 99 soul-splitting gourd was somewhat tenuous. He relied on the inherent benevolence associated with the primordial gourd vine, while Dijun and Tai, as the ones who eliminated Huang, had a reasonable claim to the gourd as well. Had their strengths been more evenly matched, Qinyu might have attempted to negotiate, but the likely outcome would have been a renewed clash of powers, settled by brute force. However, to engage in such a conflict would yield an unequal assessment of their capabilities. If Qinyu were to lose, he would suffer significant humiliation, appearing as a fool, while even a victory would garner him no accolades. It can be said that in the vast expanse of the Huang, strength speaks volumes. Most of the time, sheer might dictates reason, and many nuances can be overlooked. Many subsequent events, due to disparities in power, would essentially not occur. Just as now, Dijun and Tai were acutely aware of the vast gap in their strengths and had no desire to engage in battle. Noticing Qinyu's growing delight as he examined the gourd in his hands, the enigmatic figure, Mei Ying, curiously inquired, "My lord, is this gourd of great significance?" It was not that acquiring a top-tier innate treasure should not elicit joy. Rather, having accompanied Qinyu and witnessed his numerous treasures had numbed her senses. A potentially declining top-tier innate treasure, considering her master's wealth and temperament, should not be viewed in such a manner. The true importance lay in the fragment of residual soul contained within the gourd, which promised substantial future merits and blessings. Mei Ying carefully sensed the residual soul fragment within the gourd, and recalling Hong Yun's prior self-disclosure, she remained puzzled. Senior Hong Yun's true spirit is not merely obscured. It is utterly immersed in the sea of the laws of heaven. Even if this residual soul were forcibly restored, would it not be futile in reclaiming his true essence? It appears incapable of returning to its rightful place. This fragment of residual soul, devoid of any wisdom, lacked even the slightest spark of sentience. Even those who have attained enlightenment would find themselves powerless to alter its fate. The secrets of destiny cannot be revealed. The specifics will eventually unfold in due time. As Qinyu spoke, Mei Ying grasped the situation, her curiosity now satiated. She wisely refrained from further inquiries and shifted the topic, asking, "My lord, where shall we head next?" "Let us return to Yuan Mountain," he replied. "Yes, my lord." During their return journey, the master and servant exchanged no further words. Understanding her master's demeanor, Mei Ying discerned that there was no need to hasten their pace. As time passed, Qinyu's objectives were largely fulfilled, and with a pleasant mood, he journeyed homeward. However, the mighty Kunpeng found himself obstructed by the dark river on his way to attend the banquet of the demon clan's heavenly court. This ultimately led to the emergence of Emperor Jun and Tai, who besieged Hong Yun, compelling him to reveal the circumstances of his demise, thereby igniting a series of events. The ownership of the primordial purple qi, however, remains an enigma. Some speculate that it has fallen into the hands of Emperor Jun and Tai, while others believe it has ultimately been claimed by Qinyu, who acquired the spiritual treasure left behind by Hong Yun. Many powerful beings express their regrets over Hong Yun's fate, yet a greater number revel in schadenfreude, as there are numerous who covet what he possessed. It was meant to be his fortune, yet it was forcibly seized, only to eventually return to him after a tumultuous journey. Such a grand source of fortune, who would not envy it? Yet, who could have anticipated that even as a formidable being, with the esteemed Jin Yuanzi as a friend, The opportunity to ascend to sanctity would not bestow the long-awaited leap towards the path of the sages, but instead bring forth a death warrant. Had Huang not relinquished his position and become a disciple of a sage, would his fate have differed? Naturally, the fall of a mighty being prompts brief lamentation. Yet the primordial purple chi draws the keen interest of all. In light of the speculations, the myriad of powerful beings in the primordial world began to display their abilities in pursuit of verification. Many secretly wished for the purple chi to land in the hands of their esteemed friend, the pure world Taoist. As Qin used prior transgressions, grant them hope for opportunity should it fall into his grasp. Conversely, if it were be claimed by Emperor Jun or Tai, they would undoubtedly be left with no chance. Chapter 59. The Visit to Jade Crown Mountain Pu Ming. You shall wait outside the mountain. An esteemed guest is sure to arrive. Yes, master. As the voice of Qin Yu resonated through the fruit orchard of Jade Crown Mountain, Zhao Gongming bid farewell to the San Shao and hurriedly made his way toward the foot of the mountain gate. Once Zhao Gongming had departed, Bi Xiao leaned closer to Yin Xiao. Her curiosity piqued. Sister, who do you think in this primordial realm could be regarded as an esteemed guest by master? Yin Xiao, tending to a low-grade, innate spirit root with some spiritual liquid, examined its growth with satisfaction before turning to Bi Xiao. From the insights I've gathered from the powerful beings who have previously sought an audience with master, aside from Senior Zhenyuan, I can think of no other candidate. Senior Zhenyuan? Bi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement of Yin Xiao's words, murmuring softly before her gaze began to wander around Qin Yu's orchard. Understanding Bi Xiao's demeanor all too well, Yin Xiao could surmise the girl's thoughts. Without hesitation, she playfully tapped Bi Xiao's head as her eyes darted about. Ouch! Sister, what are you doing? Bi Xiao exclaimed, rubbing the back of her head in confusion. Unmoved by Bi Xiao's innocent expression, Yin Xiao retorted, shouldn't it be you asking what you intend to do? When master returned, did he not gift us a ginseng fruit? I barely got a taste, and I was thinking of exchanging some with Senior Zhenyuan later. Seeing Bi Xiao's naive nature, Yin Xiao sighed in exasperation. Exchange? If you even suggest that, you might as well be prepared to have your legs broken. Bi Xiao protested softly. I'm not asking for it for free. His ginseng fruit is exceptional, and we have plenty of good fruits ourselves. Yin Xiao was left both amused and exasperated by Bi Xiao's stubbornness. This glutton had been overly sheltered, completely oblivious to the nuances of social etiquette. It wasn't that she couldn't comprehend, but rather that Bi Xiao was reluctant to expend any mental effort on such matters. While it was acceptable among their own, one would think she would exercise some discernment, especially when dealing with a figure like Zhenyuanzi, who was referred to as an esteemed guest. How could a junior presume to barter with a senior, especially a friend of their master, during such a visit? What was she thinking? Even a subtle expression of gratitude would have sufficed, rather than implying a direct exchange. Qiong Xiao, you should take it upon yourself to enlighten Bi Xiao on these matters, lest she embarrass our master in the future. Qiong Xiao, who had been observing the exchange, found herself bewildered by the predicament. Explaining the intricacies of social graces to Bi Xiao felt like a torment. Though she was not truly foolish, she was simply too clear-headed. After all, in Bi Xiao's view, with their master present, unless it was a significant matter, why would anyone nitpick at them? Since there would be no issues, why burden themselves with unnecessary thoughts? Moreover, their master had validated her perspective before. How could one contradict that? Yes, sister. Despite her reluctance, Qiong Xiao could only acquiesce, as it involved their master. However, with regard to instigating any change in Bai Xiao, Qiong Xiao harbors little hope. As per the words of their esteemed master, as long as one does not indulge in reckless behaviors that could unleash chaos upon the primordial world or accumulate insurmountable karmic burdens, it is of no consequence. Given Bai Xiao's temperament, such turmoil is unlikely. Thus, she may proceed as she wishes. Qin Yu did indeed take note of the events transpiring within the orchard, yet he remained indifferent to them. Bai Xiao possesses a commendable nature, devoid of malice. Prior to her transformation, she had the protection of her elder siblings, and post-transformation, she is cherished in her own right. Compared to her original allegiance to the Tongtian sect, Bai Xiao now embodies a greater purity. Within the Tongtian sect, Numerous disciples vied for status, resources, or social connections, leading to inevitable discord. In contrast, within his own sect, there are merely the few siblings, leaving no room for conflict. The simplicity of thought is indeed refreshing. In the vast primordial realm, where schemes for the Tao abound and disputes are relentless, one must tread carefully in interactions. For a misstep could sow the seeds of karmic entanglement and future calamity. Bai Zhao's disposition is a veritable breath of fresh air amidst such turbulence. For the time being, he can safeguard her, but with the advent of the Age of Saints, even if he attains the Tao of the primordial unity, the circumstances will be vastly different from now, where only Huang reigns supreme and the primordial realm is largely unrestrained. This innocence may not endure for long. At this moment, Zhao Gongming, having arrived at the foot of Yuguan Mountain, spotted Zhen Yuanzi approaching on a cloud, exuding an aura of celestial grace, confirming Yin Zhao's conjecture. Zhao Gongming, acting on his master's orders, extended a warm welcome to the elder. With Zhen Yuanzi's profound cultivation, he could easily discern Zhao Gongming's situation, and he could not help but express admiration. Brother Jingshi, you are indeed fortunate. Blossoming at the 9th rank, the prospect of becoming a quasi-saint is within reach. In response to Zhen Yuanzi's praise, Zhao Gongming, maintaining a respectful demeanor, returned a courteous bow and replied, "Elder, your words flatter me. I am unworthy of such commendation. My current fortune is entirely due to my master's guidance." He continued, "Our master awaits your presence in the Tao Palace. Please allow me to lead you." As he spoke, Zhao Gongming employed the mystical techniques imparted by Qin Yu to activate a primordial formation. A beam of spiritual light coalesced into a jade bridge that extended before Zhen Yuanzi. This was not a feature intrinsic to the primordial formation that birthed Qin Yu, but rather enhancements that Qin Yu had personally incorporated. Zhen Yuanzi, no longer engaging in superfluous pleasantries, stepped onto the jade bridge at Zhao Gongming's invitation. As he traversed the bridge, a 12-petal white lotus materialized beneath his feet, elevating him towards a mountain. This design, capable of purifying the spirit and cleansing impurities, was indeed novel for a friend of the pure world. The ascent was not lengthy, yet the effects of the jade bridge and white lotus invigorated him. To welcome guests and alleviate their travel fatigue is one of the finest ways to host, he mused. Zhen Yuanzi resolved to emulate this thoughtful arrangement. A subtle innovation, a spark of inspiration blossomed within him. Following Zhen Yuanzi, it is likely that many powerful beings and great practitioners would soon seek to replicate this approach, although its significance may not be immediately apparent. As the primordial realm evolves, its impact will undoubtedly be profound. As the primordial deities recede into the background and primordial beings become scarce, the postnatal beings will rise to prominence. Upon traversing this path, one may experience a profound transformation, defying the innate route of the Jade Bridge, a manifestation of remarkable fortune. It is not inconceivable that in the future, Qin Yu might once again attain renown through this very opportunity. Introducing Zhen Yuanzi into the guest hall of the Tao Palace, Zhao Gongming respectfully saluted Qin Yu and withdrew. Once the hall was left with only the two of them, Zhen Yuanzi took the initiative to clasp his hands and spoke. "I hope you will not take offense at my unannounced visit." In response, Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, feigning displeasure as he remarked, "What are you saying, my friend? Wasn't my visit to Wu Zhuang Guan also rather impromptu?" "Ha. Indeed, I have been rather pretentious. Please, be seated." At Qin Yu's invitation, both parties settled cross-legged upon the Tao couches. Upon the table, an array of rare spiritual fruits was displayed, among which the two most striking were the yellow plums. Within them resided the essence of Tao fruits, with one capable of reaching the grand Tao instantly. Even Zhen Yuanzi could derive benefits from the principles contained within these Tao fruits. As for comparing them to his own ginseng fruits, it can only be said that each possesses its own merits and drawbacks. Chapter 60. Dijun and Fu Shi's enlightenment on the celestial stars, after engaging in a profound discussion on the principles of the cosmos and the essence of fruit. Zhen Yuanzi finally revealed his intentions. "My dear Tao brother, I have indeed come to seek your confirmation on a matter of significance." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was not surprised. He retrieved the Juju Sampo Hulu, the treasured gourd of Huang, from the gathering treasure basin and presented it to Zhen Yuanzi. The gourd, exuding an aura of precious energy, evoked a sense of nostalgia and melancholy in Zhen Yuanzi as he gazed upon it. Qin Yu, with an open demeanor, directly drew forth the object, and Zhen Yuanzi, without hesitation, employed his divine abilities to infuse his own primordial essence into the gourd. As he performed his incantations, the residual soul within the Jojo Sampo Hulu began to respond. Observing this, Zhen Yuanzi's sorrow regarding Hong Yun's plight began to dissipate. His eyes filled with anticipation for the lingering spirit. Regrettably, after a brief moment, the spirit showed no further signs of change, returning to a state of silence despite Zhen Yuanzi's earnest efforts. With the combination of Hong Yun's final actions and Zhen Yuanzi's current demeanor, Qin Yu had surmised the situation quite accurately. Dao friend Jin Yuan, that purple aura was indeed sealed within the Jojo Sampo Hulu by Hong Yun. He attempted to send it away at the last moment, but was unsuccessful. However, Di Jun did not acquire it either. Ultimately, that purple aura vanished into the void on its own. Sighing, Zhen Yuanzi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Dao brother. I consider my disposition to be relatively stable, and I do not worry that this matter will become a source of mental obstruction." Upon hearing Qin Yu's somewhat comforting words, Zhen Yuanzi sighed in resignation, yet his tumultuous heart gradually found peace. He had come prepared for such a scenario, but the response from Hong Yun's lingering soul rekindled a flicker of hope. Otherwise, with Zhen Yuanzi's temperament, he would have felt disappointment, yet never to the point of losing composure. Seeing that Zhen Yuanzi had genuinely regained his tranquility, Qin Yu could not help but commend. In the vastness of the primordial world, opportunities for sanctity are rare. It is indeed uncommon to encounter a Dao friend as unperturbed as yourself. Zhen Yuanzi accepted Qin Yu's words with poise, but then, in a moment of sorrow, lamented, "Alas, my dear friend Hong Yun, if only he had heeded my counsel, things would not have ended this way." As Qin Yu and Zhen Yuanzi exchanged their philosophical insights atop Yuan Mountain in the celestial realm, Di Jun and Fu Shi were reaping immense rewards from their studies of the He Tu and Luo Shu. Drawing inspiration from these ancient texts and observing the celestial body's movements, they began to form the rudimentary structure of a formidable array. Even in its nascent form, Di Jun could perceive the extraordinary power of this formation. Should the demon clan possess such an array, even if the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan attained great power, the imbalance in numbers would not deter them from engaging in battle. The fortunes of the demon clan flourished, yet the blessings were not confined to Di Jun alone. The demon master Kunpeng, invited by Di Jun and Tai Yi to the demon clan, also successfully captured the fleeting glimpse of spiritual light that had appeared during Hong Yun's final moments within this millennium. In the North Sea, within a tranquil chamber of a Taoist palace, Kunpeng was enveloped in a swirling vortex of 3,000 Dao patterns. The 3,000 patterns represent the innate sacredness, a celestial script inherently recognized by the majority of primordial beings. Yet, the profundity of these celestial inscriptions is such that each character is imbued with intricate principles of the Tao. They cannot be borne by just any material. Even beings of true immortality find it impossible to gaze upon them directly, as they lack universal applicability. This is particularly true for the demon clan, whose essence increasingly reflects the nature of postnatal beings. The luminous essence of the Kunpeng has birthed a script that can be universally applicable to the demon race, a form akin to the innate sacredness, a celestial script instinctively known by primordial beings, inscribed into the very bloodline of the demons for the purpose of inheritance, allowing all members of the clan to inherently grasp its meaning. With the flourishing fortune of the demon race, this endeavor is in harmony with the natural order, benefiting the cosmos. The Kunpeng's research progressed at an astonishing pace, unhindered, and within less than a millennium, it had simulated the 3,000 patterns, integrating the profound laws of heaven and earth to create a cohesive script for the demon race. The 3,000 celestial inscriptions enveloping the Kunpeng began to tremble and transform under its divine will, radiating a golden brilliance. As the elusive essence of the patterns faded, the transformation of the inscriptions reached completion. At this moment, the meditative Kunpeng opened its eyes and, raising a hand to point upwards, sent the golden-hued demon script soaring from the northern sea palace, traversing the boundless North Sea and ascending into the heavens. With the celestial mandate above, the Kunpeng observed the ignorance of all beings and the arduous transmission of the demon legacy. Thus, it created the 3,000 demon scripts to benefit all creatures in the primordial realm, allowing the demon script to merge with their bloodline. Henceforth, the demon script would endure, ensuring the continuity of the demon legacy witnessed by the Tao. Under the celestial endorsement, the voice of the Kunpeng resonated throughout the primordial realm. Like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, the news stirred the great powers of the primordial realm, prompting them to rush towards the North Sea. The formidable ones transcended distances, projecting their divine consciousness to this location. With the support of heaven and earth amplifying its message, the Kunpeng recognized the stability of the situation, anticipating great merit to follow. The eye of the Tao manifested, and at that moment, the 3,000 demon scripts seemed to respond to a summons, flowing into the heavenly eye. With the scripts in place, heaven and earth acknowledged their inscription, and the eye of the Tao began to coalesce a golden radiance, reminiscent of the establishment of the heavenly court by Emperor Jun. The entire North Sea began to exhibit celestial phenomena, with golden lotuses emerging from the earth as the 3,000 demon scripts echoed continuously. As this sound spread outward, all demons began to perceive the resonance of the demon script, instinctively understanding its significance. With the assistance of the Tao, the script merged with their bloodlines, just as the Kunpeng had proclaimed to the heavens as a testament. Henceforth, the demon script could serve as a lineage transmission akin to the 3,000 patterns and the innate sacredness, enabling the awakened beings of the demon race to possess inherent knowledge. Indeed, this endeavor of the demon master is a profound act of goodness. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun, who was collaborating with Fuxi to refine the grand celestial array, received this news with the support of the Tao. He felt the surge of fortune among the demon race, rejoicing exuberantly and resolved to reward the Kunpeng generously afterward. The rift between them and Kunpeng is nearly indelible. It can be mended. There is no aspiration for an idyllic relationship, but the current state is untenable. It is a widely acknowledged truth, even beyond the realm of the demon clan, that such circumstances are unsustainable. Once again, the demon clan is poised to unveil yet another formidable being of mid-stage quasi-saint caliber. As the one who has been conferred the title of the foremost male immortal of the Huang by the Tao ancestor, I find myself hindered by the unvanquished 2 corpses and must take decisive action. Otherwise, not only will I lose the authority to govern Huang, but I may also forfeit the very qualification to contend with the demon clan. Should I fall to such a plight, it would indeed betray the lofty expectations of the Tao ancestor. On the eastern sea's Pangu island, the flames of jealousy blaze fiercely in the eyes of the Eastern King. He perceives that Kunpeng's acquisition of such merit and heavenly secrets is undoubtedly a consequence of the demon clan's establishment of the heavenly court and the accompanying celestial fortune. Initially, seizing the opportunity during the first battle between the witch and demon clans, he had amassed a considerable territory, but now his previously settled ambitions have stirred once more. The demon clan's establishment of the heavenly court promises great merit. If he appeals to the Tao of heaven and widely disseminates the confirmation of the establishment of the immortal court in Huang, he too can reap a share of that merit, thereby facilitating the severance of his 2 corpses. With the fortuitous growth stemming from the establishment of the immortal court, he is bound to gain tremendous blessings. While a steady ascent is commendable, the current circumstances, with the visible advancements of the witch and demon clans, leave no room for cautious progress. By the time he methodically elevates his standing, others, buoyed by celestial favor, may have surged far beyond his reach. Chapter 61. The Rising Fortune of the Monster Clan Use Appraisal. prosperity leads to decline. It is both a curse and a blessing. With the divine virtue infused into his being, Kunpeng, who was already on the verge of severing his own corpse, successfully liberated his virtuous corpse. Coupled with the malevolent corpse that was the first to be severed, Kunpeng has now ascended to a genuine quasi-saint mid-stage prowess, positioning himself among the foremost powers within the realm of corpse severing in the primordial world. With the assistance of divine virtue, Kunpeng's cultivation swiftly stabilized, and he continued to ascend higher. By the conclusion of the infusion of virtue, Kunpeng had traversed a considerable distance within the quasi-saint mid-stage. He stood on par with the likes of Daluo and Tai, though there remained a significant disparity in their combat prowess. The spiritual treasures from the corpses Kunpeng severed were not of high rank. The malevolent corpse was a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the soul-churning seal, while the virtuous corpse was severed with a superior innate spiritual treasure, the illusory light tome, obtained from the treasure cliff. As Kunpeng completed his acquisition of divine virtue, the eye of heaven dissipated, and Daluo's hearty laughter echoed across the sea. "Ha! Congratulations, Master Monster, having severed 2 corpses. Do come to the heavenly court when you have the leisure. I shall certainly show my appreciation regarding the matter of the monster texts." Despite his significant advancement, it was not the moment for Kunpeng to confront Daluo or Tai. Recognizing the benefits available, and with the attention of many great beings in the primordial world focused on this juncture, Kunpeng graciously inclined toward the direction of Mount Buzhou. "Once I have organized my gains, I shall make my way to the heavenly court." Seeing Kunpeng's understanding demeanor, Daluo's already elevated spirits soared even higher due to the resurgence of the monster clan's fortune through the emergence of monster texts. In his heart, he silently contemplated enhancing the scale of his congratulatory gifts to Kunpeng. As Daluo withdrew his spiritual consciousness, the other great beings gradually dissipated their own probing spirits. Kunpeng's monumental achievements through the monster texts have increasingly captured the attention of numerous powerful figures in the primordial realm, prompting them to take the matter of divine virtue more seriously. While they could not replicate Daluo and Tai's establishment of the heavenly court, the act of creating characters, as Kunpeng had done, was well within their capabilities. The acquisition of divine virtue may not be as rare as many had presumed. With newfound perspectives and myriad attempts, it was inevitable that various methods would emerge in due course. At Jade Crown Mountain, Qin Yu and Zhen Yuanzi naturally directed their spiritual consciousness to observe the complete process. Particularly regarding the vast divine virtue Kunpeng had garnered, Zhen Yuanzi pondered aloud. "My dear friend Kunpeng has indeed encountered fortunate circumstances, achieving such significant divine virtue from a relatively simple endeavor. The matter of the monster text has also intertwined him with the fate of the monster clan. On this solid foundation, it is conservatively estimated that he can directly enjoy a fraction of the monster clan's fortune. Moving forward, Kunpeng's cultivation will surely yield remarkable results with less effort. His path is promising. The monster clan's fortune is now surging fiercely, and enjoying even a fraction of their fortune will greatly enhance one's cultivation. You yourself possess great blessings. Why envy others? The momentum of the monster clan is overwhelming, even more exaggerated than in the days of the 3 clans, which may not necessarily bode well." Qin Yu remained non-committal, reflecting that when heaven desires to bring about one's downfall, it first incites madness. Thus, the saying, "prosperity leads to decline." In the appropriate moment, the heavenly realm emerged into existence, and in the following millennium, the Kunpeng comprehended the continuation of the demon script, leading to a substantial surge in fortune, wave upon wave. Within less than a millennium, the fortunes of the demon clan multiplied several times, transforming from a state of despair after a significant setback to becoming the most powerful race in the primordial realm, an exaggeration indeed. The short-term increase in fortune during the frenzied expansion of the 3 clans had never been so rapid. Zhen Yuanzi, discerning something from Qin Yu's words, did not conceal his inner doubts and straightforwardly inquired, "Do you not hold a favorable view of the demon clan's future? Just observe, and you shall know." Some words are best left unspoken. Zhen Yuanzi slightly nodded, indicating his understanding. He believed 7 or 8 parts of Qin Yu's conjecture. Given Qin Yu's cultivation level, he would not engage in baseless speculation out of jealousy. With matters concluded and having discussed the incident regarding Kunpeng, Zhen Yuanzi felt inclined to take his leave. He rose and, with a respectful gesture towards Qin Yu, spoke, "Pure world, now that the matter concerning our old friend Huang Yun has reached a resolution. With a knot in my heart untied, I intend to retreat for a period of seclusion. However, if you find yourself free, do visit Wanshou Mountain. I shall surely welcome you." Noticing this, Qin Yu stood to return the gesture and jested, "If there is a matter, I shall not be courteous. I may disturb your seclusion, so do not hold any grievances." Understanding that Qin Yu was merely jesting, Zhen Yuanzi feigned displeasure and replied, "What do you mean by that? I'm not such a person." Ha ha ha. Their gazes met, and both erupted into hearty laughter. Accompanying Zhen Yuanzi to the entrance of the Dao Palace, Qin Yu waved his hand, summoning the Jade Bridge once more. Just before Zhen Yuanzi set foot upon it, Qin Yu addressed him, "Before you depart, I have a matter to discuss." Having waited until nearly leaving to mention it, Zhen Yuanzi, though unaware of the topic, readily agreed, "Please speak, my friend. I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. If it is beyond my capability, I shall still make an effort. It is not so exaggerated. I simply wish to inquire if you have any remaining ginseng fruits. The last time I visited your abode, I brought back a few, and that young disciple is quite eager for them. If you happen to have any surplus, I would like to request a few from you." Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, then generously responded, "I thought it was something else. Since your disciple wishes for them, I shall certainly oblige. However, I do not have many ginseng fruits myself. These 20 shall be a gift from me as an elder to my disciple." This is not a matter of Zhen Yuanzi being stingy. The face value of Qin Yu personally asking for them holds significance. The ginseng fruit can be harvested in 30 years, and after ripening, they can only be stored for an additional 20,000 years. Thus, under normal circumstances, Zhen Yuanzi could stock a maximum of 60. Should there be a third harvest perfectly timed, the maximum stock could reach 90. Currently, these 20 represent all the inventory Zhen Yuanzi possesses. During his visit to the Wuzhuang Temple, Qin Yu learned of the situation regarding one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit. Aware of Zhen Yuanzi's genuine intentions, he graciously accepted the ginseng fruit that Zhen Yuanzi presented to him, and then expressed his gratitude, saying, "In this case, I shall convey my thanks on behalf of my young disciple." Upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuanzi's smile broadened, for such exchanges of kindness were precisely what he wished to see. It resembled the time at Wuzhuang Temple when Qin Yu casually made a remark, leading Zhen Yuanzi to willingly embrace a karmic connection for his future steed. Qin Yu's current gesture echoed that sentiment, prompting him to bow respectfully and declare, "Very well, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, my friend," Zhen Yuanzi responded. As Zhen Yuanzi stepped onto the Jade Bridge, a white lotus appeared, and he was seen off as he descended the mountain, riding on clouds, until Qin Yu finally withdrew his senses. Not far away, Bai Xiao, who had been patiently waiting, immediately leaped out to greet Qin Yu with a beaming expression, saying, "Disciple Bai Xiao pays respects to the master." Qin Yu affectionately ruffled Bai Xiao's small head, aware that she had witnessed his request for the ginseng fruit. He had no intention of teasing her, and thus, without hesitation, he produced 12 ginseng fruits and presented them before Bai Xiao. Chapter 62. Refining Treasures in Seclusion. Preparing for the underworld's emergence, gratitude surged within Bai Xiao as she expressed her heartfelt thanks to her master. Exclaiming how wonderful he was, she meticulously stowed away the ginseng fruit, her smile radiating like the sun, her eyes curving into crescent moons, embodying pure bliss and contentment. The affection she felt from her master was a source of immense joy for Bai Xiao, although her elder brother and sisters showered her with affection as well. Their expressions and styles of endearment were entirely distinct. Before Qin Yu could utter another word, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao arrived at the scene, greeting their master with reverence. Upon sensing their cultivation levels, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction, commending them for their steady and consistent progress. "Well done. In a millennium, you siblings shall embark on a journey together. "Yes, master," Yuan Shao replied, while Bai Xiao's face lit up with delight. "We can go out and play. This is splendid. Searching for treasures and resources is far more exciting than being cooped up at home." Bi Xiao, seeing her sister's unruly behavior, Yuan Shao shot her a stern glare. At the sound of her elder sister's call and meeting her gaze, Bai Xiao instinctively shrank her neck and skillfully darted behind Qin Yu, peeking out with a playful tongue stuck out, teasing the two. Yuan Shao and Qiong Shao exchanged glances. Brisant go Bi Xiao sentix. While Bai Xiao felt free to hide behind Qin Yu, their personalities did not permit them to scold her in his presence. However, once Qin Yu departed, Bai Xiao would undoubtedly face the consequences. She was well aware of this, yet remained unfazed. Even if reprimanded later, she cherished every moment of mischief while her master was around. Furthermore, Bai Xiao had a backup plan with the ginseng fruits gifted by Qin Yu. With 12 fruits at her disposal, she certainly would not indulge alone, but would share them among her 4 siblings, the enchanting shadow and the mountain-guarding golden toad. Although her master's intention was not to single her out, these fruits were procured due to her influence, and she believed she deserved her share of the credit. After all, her elder sister and second sister could hardly scold her further in such circumstances. After indulging in playful antics with his disciples, Qin Yu retreated to his quiet chamber. This time, however, he did not enter a meditative state to comprehend the profound laws. Instead, he procured a substantial amount of divine gold and celestial ore. Qin Yu planned to begin crafting treasures associated with the underworld. While he was uncertain about the original power and quality of the underworld's requisite treasures, his aspirations were high, and he was determined to elevate everything concerning the underworld. From the soul-collecting banners and soul-capturing rods to the instruments of punishment in the 18 layers of hell, he aimed to create the best possible artifacts. When the underworld is restored to its rightful place, it will proclaim its existence to the cosmos, forming the foundation of the underworld. By harnessing heavenly merits and the underworld's fortune, the innate quality of these treasures would enhance, transforming them into treasures of innate spiritual quality. These items would undoubtedly serve as instruments for Qin Yu to accrue merits in the future. When souls perish, he could use his treasures to extract one, earning a measure of merit, while the addition of another condemned soul in the 18 layers of hell would yield further income. Perhaps the individual gains may seem imperceptible, yet as they accumulate over time, they will undoubtedly yield astonishing rewards. With the likes of the 3 Live Stone and the Naiha Bridge, one can traverse the depths of the underworld and acquire the merits therein, leaving no stone unturned. The initial investment pales in comparison to the ceaseless benefits that will follow. By integrating the treasures into well-prepared clans, if all proceeds smoothly, Qin Yu estimates that he could secure at least 30% of the total merits and fortunes produced by the underworld, coupled with his premeditated strategies for wealth acquisition. The synergy of these two paths ensures that, even without contending against the heavenly saints for the protagonist's fortune, he and his lineage from Yuguan Mountain will remain at the pinnacle of cultivation, buoyed by this fortune. With a safety net in place, he can then aspire to the protagonist's merits and engage in strategic confrontations with the saints. Even if he faces temporary setbacks during calamities, it would bear no significant consequence. After retreating to contemplate the potential equipment and configurations the underworld may require, he meticulously recorded his thoughts, preparing for an extensive refining of artifacts. Time and cultivation is elusive, and the eons swiftly pass. As the primordial chaos stirs, the demon race, under the surge of fortune, has begun to flourish, producing an array of exceptional talents. Originally, due to the agreements following the War of Witches and Demons, the demon race had withdrawn from the primordial realm, with the witch clan reigning supreme over the land. However, as time progressed, the dynamics began to shift, and the demon race's resurgence became evident. While the demons settled in the heavenly court, those powerful beings confined within the starry void, particularly the golden immortals and Tai stage experts, grew increasingly discontented with their circumstances. It remains unclear who instigated it, but one by one, demon powerhouses began to depart the starry skies and re-enter the primordial realm. Upon closer inspection, It was evident that many of these provocateurs deliberately lingered near the witch clans, seemingly eager for them to notice their violation of the peace agreement established after the war. Seeing the demons gaining momentum and breaking the verbal agreements, they brazenly provoked the witches. Naturally, the witch clan, unwilling to tolerate such insolence, retaliated fiercely against any demons they encountered, even extending their wrath to encompass the clans of the primordial realm. Through brutal measures, they aimed to instill fear while expressing their discontent. In the heavenly court, within the rear hall of Lingxiao Palace, Tai rushed in, his face etched with concern as he observed Emperor Jun engaged in a discussion with Fushi regarding formations. Brother, the witch clan's actions are becoming increasingly intolerable. Many demon clans now harbor grievances against us. Shall we truly continue to turn a blind eye? Emperor Jun, having retracted his aura, offered a silent apology to Fushi for the interruption caused by his brother's impetuous entrance before responding to Tai. I have not commanded the abrogation of the agreement with the witch clan. Their own arrogance, fueled by the demon race's resurgence, has led them to bear the consequences of their choices. Among those affected, who among them has received our mutual endorsement to tread upon the primordial realm? Tai pondered this and replied, Indeed, none have. However, after a brief pause, he continued, Yet I have received applications from below, which were reported to me. Have you granted them approval? Tai pressed, Brother, without your directive, how could I presume to grant such permission? Di Jun spread his hands, asserting with a sense of inevitability. Isn't it so? Disregarding the imperial decree and acting independently, if one meets their demise, so be it. From the perspective of the witch clan, it is we who have unilaterally breached the agreement. What is there to be indignant about? Are you upset that the witch clan's response is excessively fierce? That is hardly justified. We have not explicitly opposed it, have we? This merely signals an implicit acceptance. Our actions may leave many factions of the monster clan disheartened. Brother, why do you still lean towards the witch clan's perspective? Tai, he found Di Jun's attitude utterly perplexing, with no inkling of what his brother was truly contemplating. Observing the unfolding drama, Fu Shi, who was watching from the sidelines, interjected with a suggestion, Tai, perhaps you should join us in perfecting the great array of the heavenly stars. Once the formation is complete, the intentions of the monster emperor will become evident to you. Realizing that withholding certain insights would leave Tai unsettled, Di Jun remarked, Tai, in all matters, maintain your composure. When the great array of the heavenly stars is successfully established, it shall mark the day of our monster clan's resurgence in the primordial realm. During this interim, you need not concern yourself with the affairs of the lower factions of our clan. I can assure you that some of those lower-tier monsters are being discreetly influenced by me. Tai was taken aback, bewildered that his brother would willingly sacrifice the elite forces of their clan, provoking the witch clan and consequently risking repercussions for the lower foundations of their own. While Tai struggled to comprehend the intricacies, one thing remained clear: his unwavering trust and support for his brother. He decided to follow Di Jun's counsel without further inquiry, realizing that delving into his brother's reasoning would only prove arduous for both of them. Tai, the monster emperor, was too impulsive. The intricacies of political strategy were ill-suited for him. After Tai departed, Fu Shi could not help but express his sentiments. Di Jun acknowledged Fu Shi's assessment with a nod, fully aware of Tai's nature. This was a timely opportunity, for he merely wished to refine Tai's abilities. Should Tai grow in these aspects, it would be advantageous for him. In a vast expanse of the primordial realm, the person Di Jun could trust the most was undoubtedly Tai. If Tai were to mature, he could provide insights and suggestions in future matters, alleviating the burden of solitary contemplation for Di Jun. Yet, as Fu Shi observed, some individuals are inherently predisposed in their temperament, and such traits cannot be forced to change. Chapter 63. Qin Yu emerges from seclusion. Nuwas visit master. Your disciple requests an audience. After countless millennia of crafting artifacts, Qin Yu has meticulously prepared an array of equipment that might be essential for the underworld. Utilizing the best materials is ideal. Those that remain in use can serve as stock for the future establishment of the Yuguanshan trade network, ensuring nothing goes to waste. Qin Yu's strategy is one of saturated supply. Upon exiting the artifact crafting chamber, Qin Yu noticed Zhao Gongming waiting at the entrance and inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" "Master, I bring word from the esteemed Dong Wang Gong of the Eastern Sea, who has sent an invitation requesting your presence in Penglai for a ceremony a century hence." Zhao Gongming replied, presenting a jade invitation with both hands. The celestial court governs the male immortals of the primordial world, but lacks any female immortals, suggesting that they could not sway the Western Mother. After briefly scanning the contents with his spiritual sense, Qin Yu pondered to himself. He tucked the invitation away and then turned to Zhao Gongming to ask, "Is there anything else?" "The demon race's sovereign, Nuwa, has also inquired about your well-being and wishes to pay a visit. However, due to your seclusion, her request has been temporarily set aside. I will notify her once you emerge," Zhao Gongming answered. "Aside from these two matters, there's nothing else." Qin Yu nodded, signaling Zhao Gongming to depart. While his mind began to contemplate, he saw little benefit to be gained from Dong Wang Gong. Once the celestial court is established, it would suffice for Zhao Gongming and the three Xiaos to make the journey. As for whether Dong Wang Gong might hold a grudge for perceived disdain, Qin Yu paid it no mind. At this juncture, the emergence of the celestial court would inevitably lead to overlapping jurisdictions with the heavenly court, resulting in inevitable conflicts. The demon race, now bolstered by great fortune, possesses strength that endures for millennia, transforming the landscape. For the demons to re-enter the primordial realm, Dong Wang Gong would likely serve as a stepping stone, using him as a pretext to re-establish their presence. The demons could even bolster their morale by vanquishing Dong Wang Gong, thus igniting a second war with the witch race. Dong Wang Gong's proclamation of the celestial court, whether timely or not, is tantamount to a gift. While Dijuan may outwardly express fury, he likely harbors gratitude for Dong Wang Gong's actions. The truly astute one is the Western Mother, who perceives the situation with clarity. As the foremost female immortal granted authority by the Tao ancestor, she cannot wield actual power. Thus, rather than contend, she chooses to withdraw and remain at peace. By refraining from rivalry, she secures an unassailable position, garnering respect from all who encounter her. This status may also serve as a lifeline amidst the tumultuous tides of primordial calamities, provided that the Western Mother does not infringe upon fundamental interests and maintains her composure. Even minor grievances against others are likely to be overlooked in light of the Tao ancestors' favor. Setting aside Dong Wang Gong, Nuwa's impending visit holds significant intrigue. Qin Yu feels at least 70% assured that the time has come. Nuwa has grasped the opportunity for enlightenment. She has sensed the path to her own sanctification, linked to the 9 heavens essence soil he once used to nurture spiritual roots. As Qin Yu contemplated how to maximize the merits of Nuwa's potential ascent to sainthood, news of his emergence from seclusion had already reached Nuwa through Zhao Gongming's spiritual communication, as he had not indicated need for discretion regarding this matter. Upon receiving this news, Nuwa wasted no time and emerged from her cave abode, employing her most formidable evasion technique to hasten towards Yuguan Mountain. Nearly 10 millennia ago, during her comprehension of the primordial purple aura, Nuwa sensed a faint opportunity for her ascension to sanctity. Numerous related connections began to crystallize in her mind, and she meticulously confirmed each one as she gathered them. Ultimately, only the residual connection at Yuguan Mountain remained. Although Nuwa was uncertain about the precise purpose of these elements, she firmly believed that their culmination would undoubtedly provide her with profound insights. Given the significance of attaining sanctity, it was impossible for Nuwa not to be deeply invested. For thousands of years, while awaiting news from Yuguan Mountain, she endured a constant state of torment, eagerly anticipating Qin Yu's emergence from his seclusion. Her urgency only intensified with each passing moment. She feared that this opportunity to touch the sacred realm might be time-sensitive, should she miss it. Even if she eventually gathered all necessary conditions, it would likely elude her grasp. If she were to miss this chance, who could say when the next would arise? As for the impact on Qin Yu's retreat, she prioritized her own needs. It was not that Nuwa did not wish to intervene. Rather, She found herself unable to do so. At the core of this dilemma lay the issue of strength. Qin Yu had always had a contentious relationship with the demon clan, and he would be reluctant to wait should she require something from him. To interrupt his meditation recklessly could potentially disrupt his path to enlightenment and lead to greater animosity. Even if he were to break his seclusion to receive her, what guarantee was there that he would offer her what she sought? Having a connection was one thing, but if the desired item rested in his hands and he refused to part with it, what recourse would she have? She was no match for him in a confrontation. Has the master not emerged yet? Has he returned to his seclusion? Outside the Dao Palace, Bai Xiao gazed at the departing Zhao Gongming with curiosity. Zhao Gongming, observing Bai Xiao's eagerness, recalled the expression Qin Yu had conveyed to him before suggesting he leave, and he spoke, "If you wish to see the master, you may enter. He likely has no intention of continuing his retreat." Bai Xiao shook her head vigorously. "There is no rush. Since the master has emerged, he will eventually come forth. I can wait a little longer. I shan't enter the Dao Palace. You should really devote more thought to your cultivation," Zhao Gongming chided lightly, fully aware of Bai Xiao's intentions. Yet he refrained from elaborating further, transforming into a gentle breeze and vanishing from the vicinity of the palace. Watching Zhao Gongming depart, Bai Xiao felt a sense of loss, muttering softly, "How could I not cultivate? I have reached the 5 qi returning to origin stage, and my 3 flowers are on the verge of blossoming. I have made significant progress over these 10,000 years." After internally chastising her elder brother, Bai Xiao cast another glance at the grand doors of the Dao Palace. Despite not seeing Qin Yu, she felt no disappointment. Adjusting her emotions, she soon transformed into a buoyant spirit, skipping joyfully towards the orchard. With the master out of seclusion, he might wander to the orchard. She had been diligent in her fruit-picking visits. The nurturing of these postnatal and innate spiritual roots required her immediate attention. After all, one must at least maintain appearances. Mustn't he one? Of course, Bai Xiao's lackadaisical nature was largely due to the minimal distinction between diligent care and neglect in the enchanted environment of the orchard. In truth, whether she devoted herself to attentive nurturing or not, the differences were scarcely perceptible. After merely a few hours, Niwa appeared at the foot of Jade Crown Mountain, at the edge of the primordial formation's coverage. Standing beneath the mountain, Niwa exuded an aura of authority and spoke respectfully. "I am Niwa of Buzhou Mountain, here to pay my respects to my esteemed friend of the pure world." As her words fell, a figure emerged before her. "I am Zhao Gongming, sent by my master to welcome you. Please, esteemed elder." Much like the reverence shown upon the arrival of Xinyuzi, a jade bridge materialized, leading directly to the Qingyue Dao Palace atop Jade Crown Mountain. In response to Zhao Gongming's invitation, "Thank you for your trouble," Niwa acknowledged, and as she spoke, she took out a postnatal spiritual root and handed it to Zhao Gongming. "I am grateful, esteemed elder Niwa," he replied. This spiritual root, while merely a medium-grade postnatal one and not particularly valuable, was accepted by Zhao Gongming without hesitation, as he and his fellow disciples had developed a penchant for collecting such roots, initially intending to enrich their master's orchard during their travels, which had spanned countless years. Chapter 64. The Innate Gourd Vine and Qin Yu's Spiritual Root in Winter. An endless innate spiritual treasure? Such a beautiful thought. As Niwa descended from the Jade Bridge, she immediately beheld Qin Yu standing at the entrance of a rather unpretentious Taoist palace. Qin Yu promptly paid his respects. Greetings, pure world Taoist friend." Niwa replied, "Please, Taoist friend." After exchanging customary pleasantries, Qin Yu gestured for her to enter. Thus, the host and guest proceeded into the guest hall of the Taoist palace, with Qin Yu leading the way. The reception followed the standard protocol for spiritual fruit gatherings. From the foot of the mountain to this moment, Qin Yu's demeanor had greatly relieved Niwa's inner apprehensions. Though not particularly warm or friendly, his attitude bore no trace of aloofness or hostility. Clearly, the friction between Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Qin Yu had not implicated her in any way. After sampling some spiritual fruit and given her unfamiliarity with Niwa, Qin Yu was not inclined to engage in idle chatter. Instead, he straightforwardly inquired, "Might I ask, Daoist friend, what brings you here? Upon stepping onto Jade Crown Mountain, the nature of the opportunity had become exceedingly apparent. The treasure lay within the mountain's midsection, yet due to the propriety of not intruding on another's territory, Qinyu refrained from probing with his spiritual sense. Niuhua, contemplating her approach, tentatively asked, might there be any extraordinary treasures within the heart of Jade Crown Mountain? In response, Qinyu indicated that the area she referred to was a fruit orchard he had cultivated, lacking in novelty. However, he did mention one remarkable item, a Huang Li, one of the top 10 spiritual roots which he had planted there. If you seek the Huang Li, I currently possess two. If you desire them, I would gladly present them to you. Feigning ignorance, Qinyu waved his hand, causing the two Huang Li fruits to land upon the fruit platter that Niuhua had just finished. Surprised by the sight of the two exquisite fruits, Niuhua was taken aback. She was certain that this was not what she sought, even if the fruit was indeed extraordinary, serving as a passport for a great Luo, divine master. Grateful for his generosity, Niuhua tactfully refrained from directly indicating that Qinyu might have misunderstood her intentions. Thank you for your kindness, Daoist friend. After acknowledging his goodwill, she finally articulated her thoughts. However, what I referred to was not the Huang Li. To be candid, I sense a fateful connection between us. Now that I have entered Jade Crown Mountain, this opportunity appears to be located within the heart of your Taoist abode. If you do not mind, I would humbly request to accompany you to that place where this opportunity resides. Upon hearing this, Qinyu did not respond immediately, but fell into silence. As someone with a request, Niuhua refrained from pressing him. It was only after Qinyu remained quiet that she realized her oversight. It was no wonder he had deflected her earlier inquiry with the fruit. The midsection of the mountain was the very source of Jade Crown Mountain's ancestral veins, a crucial area connected to Qinyu's fortune and vitality. Its significance was self-evident. After a considerable time, Niuhua could hardly contain her desire to make guarantees or promises in a bid to persuade. However, Qinyu spoke first. As we are connected by destiny, I, a humble Taoist, am naturally willing to assist in this endeavor. Please follow me. Hearing this, Niuhua was filled with joy, her gaze towards Qinyu imbued with gratitude. Rising from her cushion, she pledged to Qinyu, your noble intentions grant me great reassurance. Niuhua swears by the heavens that I shall never act in a manner that would harm your Jade Crown Mountain's ancestral vein. Should I betray this oath? Yet before Niuhua could articulate the consequences, Qinyu raised his hand to interrupt, since I am willing to guide you. There is no need for you to worry about such matters. With that, Qinyu employed his mystical powers, transporting Niuhua directly into the spiritual root realm safeguarded by his grand array. The removal of the 9 heaven soil from Qinyu's orchard would undoubtedly incur significant losses, affecting Jade Crown Mountain considerably, weakening its ancestral vein and diminishing its fortune by 20%. The absence of the 9 heaven soil would halt the ongoing enhancements, leading to even greater ramifications. Niuhua's oath was not to be taken lightly. Otherwise, a mutually beneficial exchange might become stagnant. If Niuhua were to propose additional oaths, who could predict the burdens she would impose? Given the stakes, she might find them intolerable, let alone consider compensating Qinyu. The interplay of these factors could compel Niuhua to withdraw. Qinyu did not believe that Niuhua could be certain that the 9 heaven soil was intrinsically linked to her path to enlightenment. Without it, her confidence would wane, and whether out of fear of future repercussions or greed, she would likely choose to relinquish her claim to this destiny. Niuhua's reluctance to proceed would create significant issues for Qinyu, who was supposed to be the aggrieved party. Even if he intended to allow her to take it without concern, complications would arise. Niuhua would not perceive any irregularities. After extensive contemplation, she might solidify her resolve to withdraw. Being a cog in the grand scheme of the heavenly order, one could only speculate how the cosmic forces would react to such an event. In such matters, Hong Jun would not be inclined to favor him, and it was conceivable that when Hong Jun reached a state of unity, he might even demand that Qinyu relinquish the 9 heaven soil. Given the karmic debts owed to Hong Jun, Qinyu would have no grounds to refuse. This chain of events would leave him at a disadvantage. As Qinyu facilitated her repositioning, Niuhua offered no resistance. Yet, As she regained her senses and surveyed her surroundings, her expression morphed into one of astonishment. What a grand display of power, my friend. It is no wonder that Jade Crown Mountain is capable of such transformations, evolving into the pinnacle of this realm's geography. Across the vast expanse of the primordial world, I dare say, this is the only location of such exceptional spiritual roots and fortune. Even the place where we, the mighty, once converged, the birthplace of the primordial gourd vine, pales in comparison. Had the primordial gourd vine been blessed with such an environment from the outset, it is conceivable that as one of the 10 most exquisite innate spiritual roots, it would not have succumbed to total desiccation due to the gestation of 7 gourds. Regardless of how protracted the fruiting period may be, yielding 7 exceptional innate treasures in one batch is no trifling matter. Even if subsequent yields fall short of the inaugural harvest, they would at least rank as mid-tier at the very least. In the past, even when the gourd vine had not withered, Nuwa could not envision an environment conducive to its continued growth, merely maintaining its existence without further contemplation. However, upon the emergence of this auspicious land, a wave of sorrow inevitably crossed Nuwa's visage, her heart heavy with regret. What does a spiritual root that continuously produces innate treasures signify for the realms of cultivation in the primordial wilderness following the teachings of the saints? What immense benefits does this entail? While Nuwa contemplated such profound implications, Qin Yu remained oblivious. Had he known, he would merely deem Nuwa overly optimistic. He overestimated the potential of this fortunate land while underestimating the gourd vine's insatiable demand for resources and its ruthless nature. It is one thing for the vine to merely sustain itself without bearing fruit, but once it commences the process of gourd cultivation, this blessed ground would be hard-pressed to endure. The 9 heavens' essence can gradually replenish itself, provided it is not excessively drained to the core. Yet, what a gourd vine! The remnants of the 9 heavens' essence in the vicinity of the primordial gourd vine stand as testament to this. When he initially acquired the 9 heavens' essence, his golden finger had provided a warning. Even a slight excess would prevent the gourds from forming. As a premier innate spiritual root, the gourd vine's essence is not as extraordinary as one might think. Producing 7 exceptional innate treasures in one go is contingent upon numerous factors beyond its inherent qualities. Perhaps this locale could allow the gourd vine to bear fruit once more, but the likelihood of achieving 7 exceptional innate treasures seems slim. Should his orchard be ravaged and left barren, witnessing its demise, this transaction is one Qin you would resolutely decline. Chapter 65. The Awakening of Nuwa Amidst the Primordial Purple Qi. The orchard reveals enlightenment once more. It seems that the humble practitioner possesses a profound affinity with various types of spiritual soil. For this place serves as the optimal site for my transformation, as well as the very source of the ancestral pulse within the mountains. If fate permits, dear friend, you may discover that your connection to the laws of nature lies within the very depths of Yuguan Mountain. I implore you to explore and sense the essence of this place. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Nuwa did not hesitate. She nodded in agreement and began to extend her spiritual awareness outward. One by one, the spiritual roots and patches of spiritual soil came under her scrutiny, as Nuwa meticulously examined every detail. Regrettably, despite her extensive search throughout the orchard, she could not find the fateful opportunity she sensed. Just as a sense of urgency began to rise within her, her spiritual consciousness detected the location of the 9 heaven Shiram. Suddenly, the primordial purple Qi residing within Nuwa's spiritual platform surged forth. The elusive glimmer of spiritual light, once vague, became distinctly clear in that moment. Unconsciously, guided by the primordial purple Qi, Nuwa's spirit entered a state of enlightenment that all practitioners yearn for. The profound understanding of the laws of creation surged within her, and a celebratory cloud manifested above her head, while a lotus platform, embodying her Tao fruit, materialized upon it. The purple Qi from her spiritual platform, too, began to entwine and envelop her lotus platform. As the primordial purple Qi stirred, the entire Tao essence of Yuguan Mountain was drawn forth, continuously flowing into Nuwa's being. In that moment, The quality of Nuwa's cultivation surpassed even the time when the Tao ancestor Huang drew everyone into the Sea of Laws during the second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace. Qin Yu could not help but marvel at Nuwa's enlightenment. Indeed, this spiritual root and blessed land is a remarkable place. Years ago, when it was first established, his mount, the Shadow of Charm, attained enlightenment here and gained immense benefits. Now, with Nuwa's arrival, it has occurred once more. Nuwa's period of enlightenment lasted for several years, during which her Tao fruit revealed the depths of her cultivation without reservation. Qin Yu, observing from the side, also reaped significant rewards. The prepaid debts of his perfected golden immortal status were settled in merely a few years, far exceeding the normal pace of understanding the laws of cultivation. Though it may seem like only several millennia, it holds great significance for Qin Yu. His ambition is to seize the opportunity presented during Hongjuan's confluence of Tao to fully settle his prepaid debts, thus allowing him to advance to the initial stage of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. When the era of saints arrives, he will seamlessly attain the primordial realm. Even if the subsequent settlement takes longer, he shall not be hurried. Of course, there remains a disparity between Nuwa's realm and Qin Yu's, and thus her elevation of the laws he primarily cultivates does not yield the greatest benefit to him. Nevertheless, the most substantial gain from this observation for Qin Yu lies in the insights he garnered regarding the laws of creation, which arose from his primary cultivation of the pure world laws. Nuwa, recognized as the foremost practitioner of the path of creation in the current primordial era, provided Qin Yu with a rare opportunity to witness her unreserved expression of her Tao. In mere years, he successfully aligned his progress in the laws of creation with the forefront of the other derivative laws stemming from his pure world laws. Isolated endeavors, when reaching a certain realm, may not always represent the most effective approach to cultivation, even amidst disparities in strength and the precedence of paths. As long as both parties reside within the same echelon, they may candidly showcase their respective philosophies and, through mutual validation, reap substantial benefits. Regrettably, such profound exchanges are rare and elusive. The advantages are indeed well understood, yet few are genuinely inclined to reveal their insights without reservation. When the opportune moment arises, it often manifests as a subtle exchange between close friends, each withholding their core secrets. The discourse between Qin Yu and Zhen Yuanzi at Wuzhuang Temple exemplified this understanding. Marked by mutual reticence, in the realm beyond the Great Luo, the battles of magic hinge upon the unique applications of their respective laws. Even if practitioners specialize in the same law, their differing focuses in cultivation lead to vastly different approaches. If one were to unveil the path they have traversed and their areas of emphasis, how could the other tailor their spells and methods accordingly? Alas, as Nuwa's primordial consciousness gradually returned, the moment of enlightenment seemed imminent, leaving Qin Yu with a sense of regret for her. Had she accumulated more profound insights prior to her awakening, extending the duration of her enlightenment by a decade or so, bolstered by the primordial purple qi, Nuwa could have decisively severed the third corpse. While Qin Yu lamented this, Nuwa, in contrast, felt quite satisfied with her gains. After spending several moments stabilizing her inner turmoil, she turned to Qin Yu, offering a respectful bow of gratitude. This fortunate outcome owes much to your assistance in this celestial realm, and I shall forever remember your kindness in safeguarding my path. Your auspicious fortune is indeed profound, and such blessings are well-deserved, whether here or elsewhere. However, witnessing your unwavering resolve, I humbly accept this karmic exchange. Qin Yu paused briefly before presenting a slight twist that caused Nuwa's smile to falter. She had prepared herself to endure a bit longer, having already formulated her response regarding the karmic implications of this encounter. Yet, despite Qin Yu's initial remarks appearing to be mere pleasantries, he had no intention of yielding any further. Although she felt a sense of discomfort at having her words stifled, Nuwa did not dwell on it excessively. The outcome remained unchanged, and the process was of little consequence. Observing the subtleties, she perceived a different facet of Qin Yu's character. Such minor disruptions were inconsequential, and once Nuwa regained her focus on the tasks ahead, she found herself confronted with a daunting challenge. Her mind raced as she grappled with how best to articulate her thoughts. The unexpected enlightenment, intertwined with the purple chi and a significant leap along the path to sanctification, was merely an unforeseen boon. Initially, Nuwa had not anticipated this outcome, but the clarity gained from her recent enlightenment prompted her to regard the final element of this opportunity with heightened seriousness. Attentively observing Nuwa's emotional reactions, Qin Yu discerned her unmasked expressions and surmised the reasons behind them. He promptly spoke, "Dear friend Nuwa, feel free to voice your concerns. Since I have brought you here and pledged to assist you in your endeavors, I assure you that I will not retract my promise, even if it involves parting with the esteemed Huang Zhong Li among the 10 innate spiritual roots." Noticing that Qin Yu had broached the subject and spoken so candidly, Nuwa set aside her reservations. After carefully organizing her thoughts, she gazed at Qin Yu and began to articulate, "Though I am aware that my request may seem rather presumptuous, even overreaching, it pertains to the very foundation of my path, making it difficult to relinquish. The object of my desire is none other than the 9 heavens essence found within your sacred realm of spiritual roots. I fully recognize the significance of this 9 heavens essence to your sacred land and to Yuguan Mountain. I am open to negotiations regarding conditions. Whether it be in exchange for a spiritual treasure or any matter I can assist you with, I am amenable to discussion." As Nuwa concluded her plea, her gaze subtly averted from Qin Yu, and before her materialized all her spiritual treasures, save for the red embroidered ball. Qin Yu, not even glancing at the multitude of treasures suspended before Nuwa, expressed with an air of resignation, "The 9 heavens essence indeed presents a formidable challenge for me, dear friend." Chapter 66. The Agreement on the 9 heavens soil. Qin Yu lowered his head in contemplation. For a being of Nuwa's caliber, even the passage of countless years was hardly perceptible. Yet each moment now was acutely felt by her. Nuwa had never experienced time as painfully as she did now. Even the thousands of years spent waiting for Qin Yu's emergence from seclusion felt trivial in comparison to her current state of anxious anticipation. As Nuwa's emotions surged and ebbed, and she awaited with bated breath, a brief span of tea brewing passed, during which Qin Yu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, his previously troubled expression replaced by resolute determination. He raised his gaze to Nuwa, and though his tone still bore a hint of reluctance, he steeled himself to speak. "The significance of the 9 heavens soil to me is self-evident. However, since it pertains to your path, dear friend, I would not wish to become an obstacle in your journey." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Nuwa's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, found relief. Although she understood that Qin Yu would likely have further demands, which could entail substantial costs, her heart swelled with joy. She feared not the prospect of Qin Yu asking for too much, but rather the silence of his refusal to negotiate. As long as there was room for discussion, there was hope. At such a high level of power, a promise made was not easily broken, and since Qin Yu had resolved to agree, he would likely stand by his word. Though elated internally, Nuwa refrained from revealing her excitement or interjecting prematurely. She chose instead to await Qin Yu's next words and the terms he would propose. "Dear Nuwa," he continued, "truth be told, I cannot presently conceive of what you possess that I might require. I am not lacking in supreme spiritual treasures. As for settling matters through the cultivation level, I have no rivals beneath the saint level. Therefore, I propose this. You may take the 9 heavens soil, and in doing so, it shall be considered that you owe me a debt of karmic fortune. Subsequently, we shall calculate according to the opportunities you gain from the 9 heavens soil." As Qin Yu concluded, Nuwa fell into a thoughtful silence. His terms bore no hint of unreasonable demands. On the contrary, they seemed quite fair and even generous. At present, she only needed to acknowledge the karmic consequences arising from her acquisition of the 9 heavens soil, which would inevitably affect Yuguan Mountain and Qin Yu's future. Thereafter, the implications of the 9 heavens soil could be assessed anew. Should it ultimately prove of little use to her, the karmic debt would be negligible. Conversely, if it were to yield significant benefits, it would only be natural for Qin Yu, as the original possessor, to partake in the fruits. Had this conversation taken place earlier, Nuwa would have readily accepted without hesitation. However, following her recent enlightenment, she had come to realize that the nine heaven soil was closely intertwined with her path to enlightenment, fundamentally linked to her ascension as a saint. Aware of the vast ramifications of this karmic relationship, she was understandably reluctant to accept the nine heaven soil without deferring the settlement of such consequences. This kind of karma, she feared, might not be easily resolved even after achieving sainthood. It was akin to the case of the Western saints, Jane and Junie. Had it not been for the demise of Huang at the hands of Emperor Jun and Tai, would still owe a significant karmic debt for the saint position they had taken from him. Of course, there were alternatives, much like Jane and Junti's situation. Due to Huang's fall, all debts were absolved. After her own enlightenment, she could adopt a similar approach, merely postponing the resolution of karmic debts without settling them immediately. After the fact, an opportunity to eliminate Qin Yu would arise. The might of the sage resonates throughout the primordial realm. No matter how formidable Qin Yu may be, he remains but a speck in comparison to the sage. To scheme against Qin Yu with the stature of a sage, Nuwa sees no potential for failure, at most. It would be a matter of preserving her dignity by extending the timeline of her calculations. Once her machinations succeed, the debt would be settled, and the causal links would naturally dissolve. However, given Nuwa's character, such actions would be uncharacteristic, a deviation from her true nature. To contravene her own heart for the sake of causality could yield unforeseen obstacles detrimental to her future cultivation. Achieving sagehood is not merely a matter of reaching the pinnacle of the path. It requires continuous refinement. The esteemed rank of sage will not belong solely to her. There are others destined for such ascension, including 5 individuals that reside in her heart, 3 direct disciples, and 2 recognized by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. After much contemplation, Nuwa ultimately resolved to acquiesce. Without attaining sagehood, all efforts would be in vain. As for the future, whatever price must be paid would be addressed post-ascension. Even if the causal ramifications were substantial, Qin Yu would likely exercise caution. Nuwa accepted the terms proposed by her associate and proceeded accordingly. Once everything aligned as anticipated, Qin Yu, without hesitation, declared the matter settled. Very well, Nuwa, you may proceed as you wish. I shall handle the ensuing circumstances resulting from the extraction of the nine heavens essence. Observing Qin Yu's gesture direction, Nuwa no longer held back, emanating her formidable aura. She transformed the laws of creation into a verdant hand that reached for the nine heavens essence. A mere grain of this essence, as significant as the great mountains of the primordial realm, was effortlessly drawn into her grasp under the power of her divine hand. The ley lines of Yuguan Mountain, under the weight of Nuwa's laws, stirred not, easily severed from their roots. As the nine heavens essence was extracted from Yuguan Mountain, the entire mountain began to quake violently. As the progenitor of life nurtured by Yuguan Mountain, and its fate intertwined with it, Qin Yu acutely felt the mountain's lament. As the essence of Yuguan Mountain began to dissipate, resolute, Qin Yu commanded the Qian Kuan Ding to soar from his spiritual platform, plunging into the earth to suppress the mountain's essence. Subsequently, invoking the laws of purification, he conjured numerous seals to quell the surging roots of the earth. Although it appeared stable for the moment, this was merely a superficial remedy. The overall essence would inevitably decline due to the loss of the nine heavens essence, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Should Qin Yu be resolute, complete stabilization was not beyond reach. Ordinarily, the emergence of a root vein within a region complements and enhances the surrounding ley lines. Yet, the elevated status of a root vein granted it an additional aspect. By harnessing its power, Qin Yu could extract the spiritual essence and Tao insights from the surrounding ley lines to nourish Yuguan Mountain. The consequence of such an act would be a complete depletion of spiritual insights and Tao essence in areas influenced by the root vein, though this would be preferable to the disconnected ley line situation prevalent in the West. As the master of this blessed ancestral vein, Qin Yu could wield its inherent power without incurring the risks of cosmic repercussions. The only cost would be the cessation of the root vein's potential for continued growth. When one stretches the timeline infinitely, The supply that merely maintains the status quo will not weaken the surrounding ley lines, yet it also cannot strengthen them. The reciprocal nurturing that fosters mutual accomplishment will cease to exist. For others, after weighing the pros and cons, it is inevitable that they would not opt for immediate gains. After all, for the primordial beings, particularly those of Qin Yu's extraordinary caliber, time is the least valuable commodity. However, Qin Yu's perspective diverges. The foundational roots of the earth rely solely on reciprocal growth, and thus time must be meticulously calculated during cataclysmic epochs. How many more calamities can this magnificent primordial realm withstand? With a modicum of understanding regarding the future trajectory, Qin Yu undoubtedly possesses the answer. 2. Calamities. The conflict between the witches and the liches merely deliver another blow to the primordial world, yet it can still barely endure. The ensuing battle of canonization, however, will lead to true fragmentation of heaven and earth. Unless Qin Yu can attain the strength to confront the heavenly Tao by the end of the canonization phase, even his presence will not alter the overall direction of the calamities. The ultimate fate of the primordial realm's destruction remains unchanged. Beneath the heavenly Tao, the grand trajectory is immutable. Even Huang, in alignment with the Tao, will exert every effort to uphold this trajectory. Aware of this reality, Qin Yu has strategically focused his plans, never fixating on the land of the primordial realm from the outset. What he prioritizes is the underworld. Whether the primordial realm suffers devastation or fragmentation, it will scarcely affect the underworld. Thus, he need not fear that being overly invested in the primordial realm will entangle him in the intricate web of cause and effect, compelling him to act contrary to the grand trend of heaven and earth. Chapter 67. The departure of Enhua and the final arrangements. With the moment the 9 heaven soil was secured, Enhua finally felt a profound sense of relief. She sensed the transformation of Yuguan Mountain, and although she understood that future endeavors would demand a commensurate sacrifice, perhaps even exceeding what she had anticipated, she still felt a measure of gratitude. If Qin Yu had so wished, he could have refrained from this transaction. Even with all her connections, Enhua did not believe she could compel him unduly. Qin Yu had long prepared himself for the consequences of the 9 heaven soil being taken, and everything unfolded within the parameters of his calculations. He graciously accepted Enhua's gratitude and, with curiosity, inquired about her next course of action. To be candid, Enhua replied, under the guidance of the purple aura, I sense the opportunity for enlightenment is imminent, yet I am unable to discern it with precision. I intend to follow the directive and traverse the vast wilderness to see if I can capture a fleeting spark of inspiration, advancing further along my path. Even though she had obtained the 9 heaven soil and was now pursuing the attainment of sanctity, Qin Yu was acutely aware that this opportunity pertained to the sacred realm. Enhua spoke openly, recognizing that certain causalities were immutable, preferring to be forthright. In that case, allow me to extend my congratulations to you, esteemed friend. The path to sanctity is promising. Perhaps in the future, I shall address you as a senior, Qin Yu remarked, his tone revealing mere courtesy. Although Enhua was uncertain of the source of his confidence, she was not inclined to ponder it. Given their current amicable relationship, she responded naturally, You flatter me. Even when I attain enlightenment, you shall always remain my friend. With the item secured, Enhua took her leave. Unlike before, Qin Yu personally escorted her to the foot of the mountain. As she departed, unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu left behind subtle markings on her being. In due time, these marks would guide him effortlessly to her whereabouts. When Enhua's opportunities arose, Qin Yu would be alerted by these traces, allowing him to arrive promptly. As for the possibility of being discovered, Qin Yu harbored not a single worry. The distinction between the primordial, quasi-sacred, and the next realm was vast. At Yuguan Mountain, Qin Yu summoned his 4 direct disciples to the great hall of the Tao Palace. Raising his right hand, he pointed, channeling a grand formation into his spiritual essence. Gongming, accompanied by Yun Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, how long will it take to arrange this great formation around Yuguan Mountain? After a careful assessment, Zhao Gongming provided a conservative estimate. Master, many materials required for the formation are not at hand. If we need to venture out to gather them, it will likely take around 8,000 years. Do not concern yourselves with the materials needed. Qin Yu replied, compressing a vast quantity of resources into the palm of his hand and tossing them to Zhao Gongming. The total amount exceeded half of what was necessary. After contemplating, Zhao Gongming concluded, in that case, 2,000 years will suffice. Excellent, Qin Yu affirmed. 2,000 years was entirely acceptable. Of course, had he undertaken the task himself, he might have completed it in a mere decade. However, there was no immediate urgency. Given the current state of Yuan Mountain, he could stabilize it with his divine powers and, along with the suppression of treasures, ensure that fortune remained steady for several epochs. As matters were settled, Zhao Gongming could not suppress his doubts any longer and voiced them. Master, is this truly a wise decision? The grand formation of Qin Yu serves primarily as a means to cover the earth veins, nourishing Yuan Mountain with the surrounding ley lines. To exhaust the resources for immediate gain is to fish in a drying pond, while the roots of Yuan Mountain are nascent and hold tremendous potential for growth. The loss of the Zhoutian Shirong would indeed be significant. However, the vastness of the primordial world offers alternatives. Rather than damage the surroundings to sustain Yuan Mountain, it would be more prudent to temporarily allow it to stand idle. After all, Yuan Mountain is currently stable, and during this period, one could seek substitutes for Zhoutian Shirong. If none are found, it would not be too late to resort to this method later. Otherwise, if a substitute is discovered midway and Yuan Mountain returns to normal, it would re-enter a virtuous cycle, yet substantial time would still be required to nurture the ley lines that were exploited. If nothing is found, the outcome would remain unchanged. If a substitute is discovered, much time could be saved. Thus, it is illogical to implement this strategy at once. Zhao Gongming's thoughts mirrored those of Qin Yu, who offered no clarification, simply stating in a calm tone, just follow the plan. Recognizing his master's steadfastness, Zhao Gongming understood that there must be deeper considerations at play that he could not fathom, and thus he refrained from further inquiries, respectfully responding, yes, master. If there are no matters at hand, you may return to your tasks. Please refrain from wandering for the time being. Zhao Gongming, along with Yun Xiao and Bi Xiao, nodded lightly. After rising, he announced, disciple takes his leave. While Zhao Gongming and the other two seemed unfazed, Bi Xiao emerged from the Dao Palace with a visibly sullen demeanor. Sister, what troubles you? Xiong Xiao inquired, sensing Bi Xiao's despondence and feeling puzzled. Unlike Xiong Xiao, Yun Xiao had a keen understanding of Bi Xiao's sentiments and, before Bi Xiao could speak, pointedly remarked on her feelings. Pay her no mind. She has made considerable progress during her recent travels and sought a few words of praise from Master, only to be disappointed. Upon hearing Yun Xiao's observation, Xiong Xiao quickly grasped the situation and teased Bi Xiao. Eldest sister, I suspect you desire more than just a few words of commendation. Perhaps you seek additional rewards from Master. Eldest sister, second sister, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? I merely noticed that Master has only recently emerged from seclusion and has not spent much time with us. We have been assigned tasks, and it seems Master is preparing to wander again, which leaves me feeling a bit reluctant, Bi Xiao retorted, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed. However, her loud defense was met with a unified gaze of disdain from Zhao Gongming, Yun Xiao, and Xiong Xiao, who found it hard to believe she would voice such sentiments. Indeed, while there may be some reluctance, it likely did not weigh heavily upon her. Among cultivators, it is entirely natural to reunite hastily after years apart. After all, time is infinite, and as long as life and death do not part them, there is little to be concerned about. Even in the event of separation by death, as long as one reaches the Daluo realm and does not, like Han Yun, expose their true essence and leave no path of return, retaining their true spirit, the matter is not particularly grave. As they continue on the path of enlightenment, as long as one remains, the day of reunion shall come. Observing the reaction of her elder brother and sister, Bai Xiao, with a touch of playful arrogance, let out a soft huff, unable to maintain her facade any longer. I shall ignore you all. Eldest brother, please inform me of the matters I am responsible for, and I shall attend to them. With a light-hearted laugh, Bai Xiao departed. Once she was gone, the three exchanged glances and burst into laughter almost in unison. Although Yuan Mountain was neither particularly small nor exceptionally large. They showed no restraint. Bai Zhao's cultivation level was such that she could undoubtedly hear them, and they could only internally roll their eyes at the situation. They calculated discreetly, hoping not to provide her with any opportunities. If she were to seize a moment, she would surely take delight in teasing them. It was prudent to arrange a retreat, particularly for Yun Xiao, for if she were to become enraged, it could lead to a rather unpleasant turn of events. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the flush of embarrassment and anger faded from Bai Zhao's face, replaced by a dreamy smile, as if she were envisioning a delightful scene. Chapter 68. Arrival of Hao Yan and Yao Qi at Zixiao Palace. Hongjuan's union of Dao. Several centuries have swiftly passed, not as Bai Zhao had envisioned. After giving his instructions, Qin Yu did not depart from Yuan Mountain, but remained within his own Dao Palace. He diligently continued to refine and improve a series of instruments, or rather, instruments of punishment that might be utilized in the framework of the underworld. The 18 layers of hell must be meticulously arranged to truly reflect their ominous reputation. During these few hundred years, Qin Yu further processed the array of instruments he had previously crafted to adapt them for the 18 layers of purgatory. Utilizing his profound cultivation and understanding of the laws, he inscribed targeted law patterns upon these instruments. This transformation enabled them to extend beyond merely affecting the soul or primordial spirit, reaching into the realm of the true spirit. Even a great Luo golden immortal, upon committing heinous sins, would, in the case of their true spirit remaining and not having returned to the heavenly path, be compelled to endure the full experience of the underworld. Even amidst the boundless calamities, should the true spirit find liberation and reincarnate in the next world, this experience would eternally accompany them. Of course, these instruments remain inherently post-heavenly and have yet to ascend to the innate level. Moreover, as Qin Yu's own cultivation still resides at the level of the primordial golden immortal, the limitations of his methods restrict their efficacy solely to the great Luo. For those at the level of the primordial golden immortal, or the quasi-saint of severing corpses, these instruments would prove utterly ineffective. From outside Yuan Mountain, a voice resonated. Hao Yan and Yao Qi have come to invite the esteemed senior to a journey into the chaos. The myriad beings of Yuan Mountain instinctively looked up. However, shrouded under the great formation, they found their eyes and primordial spirits incapable of perceiving the visitors, rendering it impossible to discern their identities. Naturally, the beings of Yuan Mountain paid little heed to this, returning to their own affairs after their brief instinctive reaction. Yet, Zhao Gongming and others observed Hao Yan and Yao Qi bowing in the air beyond the formation. Their curiosity piqued. Within the quiet chamber, upon hearing the voice, Qin Yu gradually faded from view, only to reappear before Hao Yan and Yao Qi in an instant. He clasped his hands in greeting, expressing, "I appreciate your efforts, both of you." Yao Qi, with a tone of reverence, gazed at Qin Yu and inquired, "Esteemed senior, do you require any further arrangements?" Though merely a routine question, it revealed the attentiveness of Yao Qi. In response, Qin Yu courteously replied, "There is nothing else. We may depart at once. Please lead the way." Under the guidance of Hao Yan and Yao Qi, the trio swiftly made their way towards the realm of chaos. The invitation extended to Qin Yu by Hao Yan and Yao Qi sparked considerable speculation among the great powers of the wilderness. Most sentiments were dominated by envy, as they regarded Qin Yu's summons by a saint as a portent of significant fortune. On Kunlun Mountain, the three Pure Ones convened in the guest hall of Laozi's Dao Palace. Yuan Shi turned to Laozi and suggested, "Elder brother, should we take this opportunity to pay a visit to our revered master?" Laozi, glancing at Yuan Shi and discerning his thoughts, pondered briefly before gently shaking his head. "If we truly possess a connection to the laws involving our master, he will naturally summon us. We have no other matters at hand. To intrude without purpose would be inappropriate." Seeing Yuan Shi poised to speak further, Laozi deftly shifted the topic, redirecting Yuan Shi's focus. "How has your comprehension of the primordial purple qi progressed, younger brother?" Though Yuan Shi understood why Laozi suddenly spoke up, he nonetheless chose to steer the conversation onward. Laozi's dissent was evident, and it was certain that Tong Tian would also disapprove. What could he possibly gain by venturing forth alone? The ethereal essence of the purple chi was indeed profound, granting significant aid to one's cultivation. Yet at present, I could only discern its supportive influence, while the deeper mysteries remained elusive. After Yuanshi spoke, the two exchanged glances before turning their attention to Tong Tian. Seeing this, Tong Tian shrugged his hands, a look of helplessness adorning his face. Elder brother, second brother, I too have gleaned little. Aside from Laozi encapsulated the sentiment perfectly. When it comes to the sanctity of the Tao, the intricacies of the purple chi undoubtedly extend far beyond their current grasp. Yet they found themselves guardians of a treasure trove they could not fully explore, relegated to merely benefiting from its fringes. The three pure ones exchanged glances, each recognizing the discontent simmering within, coupled with an urgency. After all, the path to sanctification was not solely theirs to claim. There were others, the demon empress Nuwa, the Western figures of Jin and Junti. As for Hong Yun, he was no longer present. They had once delved deeply into that vanished purple chi with their primordial spirits, meticulously searching the area, but to no avail, leading them to abandon the pursuit. Their concern was not merely the time required or the energy expended to unravel the mysteries of the purple chi. Rather, they feared that someone might decipher its secrets before them, leveraging the primordial purple chi to achieve sanctification ahead of their own endeavors. As the Pangu three pure ones, their renowned pride was well known, with Yuanshi being the most overtly arrogant, unreserved in his disdain for all beings beneath the three pure ones. He held contempt for any being whose cultivation fell short of his own. With the emergence of the saints, a new figure, Hongjun Daozu, had also joined the ranks. While Laozi and Tong Tian exhibited a more reserved demeanor, their intrinsic pride was not markedly different. Brothers, since solitary contemplation yields little, why not jointly explore the mysteries of the purple chi and cultivate together? The strength of three is undoubtedly superior to that of one, Tong Tian proposed, a spark of inspiration illuminating his thoughts after a moment of reflection. Although the three pure ones originated from the same source, the division of Pangu's primordial spirit had led to differing inheritances. Prior to the teachings at the Zixiao Palace, they often engaged in shared discussions of the Tao. However, after the second lecture and the slaying of their corporeal forms to attain enlightenment, they had not engaged in completely open exchanges of their insights since. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Alas, following their decision, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, who had prepared for the convergence of the Tao and awaited Qin Yu's arrival, suddenly opened his eyes and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Under the grand design of the heavenly Tao, the separation of the three pure ones became irreversible from that moment onward. Each resolutely embarked on their own paths. Laozi fared somewhat better. Yet, the ideological differences in the paths of Yuanshi and Tong Tian were profoundly contradictory. While retaining some reservations was acceptable, the notion of unreservedly discussing the Tao was something both Yuanshi and Tong Tian recognized as irreconcilable. Despite the familiar emotions resurfacing, they did not linger for long. Hongjun quickly regained his composure, restoring his state of mind to one of tranquil stillness. In this moment of convergence, there is an 80% certainty. Although Hongjun possesses immense confidence, it is indeed essential to approach the situation in the best possible state. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, under the guidance of Hao Yin and Yao Qi, swiftly returned to the Chaos Sea, the location of the Zixiao Palace. The two paused outside the tranquil chamber, and without hesitation, Qin Yu stepped into Hongjun's meditation room. However, unlike his previous visit, this time Hongjun occupied the center of the Tao platform, leaving no space on either side. It was evident that he did not intend for any additional exchange. "Greetings, Tao friend Hongjun," Qin Yu addressed him. As anticipated, upon acknowledging Qin Yu, Hongjun lifted his gaze, his eyes betraying not a hint of emotional fluctuation. After a slight nod, a meditation cushion materialized behind Qin Yu. Realizing Hongjun's intention, Qin Yu calmly took his seat. It was only after he settled down that the cushion began to emanate strands of laws, interweaving and ultimately forming a protective barrier constructed from these laws. enveloping Qin Yu entirely. Once assured that no issues would arise on Qin Yu's end, Hong Jun summoned his auspicious clouds, with the creation jade plate manifesting above his head. In that moment, although Hong Juan's physical form remained, to Qin Yu, it felt as though he was not merely observing a Dao body, but rather confronting the essence of Hong Juan's Dao directly, unreservedly, a pinnacle of a mortal path, surrounded by the 3,000 virtual laws. Naturally, all practitioners share a similar mode, prioritizing their primary laws while mastering the 3,000 virtual laws. Chapter 69. The convergence of Hong Jun and the transformation of primordial rules. As Hong Jun adjusted his essence to its optimal state, he, already in splendid harmony with the heavenly Tao, commenced his final leap. The eye of the heavenly Tao manifested within the tranquil chamber, hovering above the creation jade plate. Hong Juan's own Tao fruit began to gradually merge with the eye of the heavenly Tao. The celestial laws that Hong Jun primarily cultivated, along with the derivative laws, started to integrate with the laws of the heavenly Tao through the medium of the creation jade plate, one by one, following the fusion of the Tao fruit with the eye of the heavenly Tao. In terms of magnitude, it was inevitable that the heavenly Tao would ultimately envelop Hong Jun entirely. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, devoid of any discrepancies. However, as the convergence unfolded, an unexpected turn of events transpired. At the critical moment of fusion between Hong Juan's Tao fruit and the eye of the heavenly Tao, the creation jade plate suddenly transformed, abruptly intervening from above Hong Juan's head to engage in a merging process. It was as though Hong Juan's Tao fruit had been anticipating this moment, seamlessly accepting the integration of the creation jade plate the instant it merged. The original two-way fusion swiftly transformed into a three-way convergence. Yet, the pace of the creation jade plate integration was significantly swifter than that of Hong Juan's Tao fruit. After the creation jade plate successfully united with the eye of the heavenly Tao, the Tao fruit, which was originally poised to achieve perfect alignment with the eye, shifted direction and swiftly merged into the creation jade plate. Ultimately, the result was a flawless concord between the eye of the heavenly Tao and the creation jade plate. While Hong Juan's Tao fruit found its residence upon the creation jade plate, the path of the three corpses. This was the crux of the matter, witnessing the entire sequence unfold. Qin Yu's countenance reflected realization, and he could not help but express his sentiments aloud. It was evident that Hong Jun also attained the Tao through the slaying of the three corpses, though Qin Yu was uncertain of the means by which Hong Jun accomplished this feat. However, upon the unification of the three corpses, Hong Jun did not assimilate them into his being, but rather forcibly entrusted the unified form of the three corpses to the creation jade plate. With his own unified three corpses and the creation jade plate, he completed the process of perfect unification with the heavenly Tao. Of course, relying solely on a unified three corpses would not deceive the heavenly Tao, so Hong Jun entrusted his Tao fruit within as well. This act of entrustment served not only to obscure his intentions from the heavenly Tao, but also to facilitate his own cultivation. The stronger the heavenly Tao, the longer the time required for unification, rendering it increasingly difficult for the three corpses and the Tao fruit entrusted by Hong Jun to transcend. Numerous constraints and inherent risks existed, yet ultimately, it provided him with a degree of operational leeway and the potential for future transcendence. Those who tread the path of the three corpses should, in the future, emulate Hong Jun, utilizing the unified form of the three corpses to replace their own selves in merging with the heavenly Tao, thereby employing this form as a vessel for entrusting their Tao fruit, rather than directly placing their Tao fruit upon the heavenly Tao, thus allowing for the possibility of transcendence. Regrettably, whether it be the three pure ones, Nuwa, or those like Jin and Juni, they appear to have embarked upon the path of the three corpses. Although Hong Juan's lineage of the three corpses seemed to have been passed down, in reality, it was a solitary legacy. Among the four direct disciples, none truly attained the Tao through the method of the three corpses. They all took shortcuts halfway through, abandoning the path of the three corpses and instead pursuing the path of merit to attain enlightenment. Most relied on immense merit combined with the primordial purple energy to forcefully cultivate their Tao fruit to fruition, subsequently allowing the heavenly Tao to accept it with the aid of the purple energy and merit. Initially, Qin Yu believed that the actions within the purple energy were Hong Juan's means of restraining the saints. It now appears that Hong Jun has bestowed a glimmer of hope upon the six saints. Should the six saints adhere to a methodical approach, diligently cultivating until they sever their three corpses, merging them into one, and subsequently, with the aid of virtuous purple qi, attain the path of sanctification. Hong Jun could effortlessly elevate their primordial fruits of the Tao to the same echelon as his own. With the primordial jade disc, imbued with the essence of creation left by Hong Jun in the primordial purple qi, he could channel their Tao fruits and entrust them to the jade disc. Naturally, had they not been privy to the entire process, such obscurity would render it understandable that none of the six comprehended this intricacy. Under the advancement of the heavenly Tao, the opportunity for the six saints to attain enlightenment would inevitably manifest once their three corpses were completely severed and unified. The chance for a sacred position lies before them. Who can ascertain if such an opportunity will arise again? And who can resist? Interestingly, among Hong Jun's six disciples, it is the two less favored named disciples who stand the greatest chance. Their foundational merits for establishing the teachings were initially insufficient to directly facilitate their sanctification. By halting to digest their merits, they could systematically sever their three corpses, ultimately achieving unity and seeking a breakthrough. What was once a misfortune transformed into a boon. Regrettably, they did not seize the opportunity. Instead, they sought to borrow from the heavens, forcefully breaking through barriers with their merits to attain sanctification. Alas, the reverberating voice of Hong Jun roused Qin Yu from his tempestuous thoughts. The assistance previously granted to Qin Yu was not the most substantial. The crux lies now. Had Qin Yu remained focused, there would have been no need for such a declaration from Hong Jun. This seemingly authoritative pronouncement was merely a reminder for Qin Yu. Although, given Qin Yu's profound cultivation and formidable primordial spirit, a fleeting thought would hardly impede him. Indeed, while Qin Yu did not fully grasp Hong Jun's intent, the sound of his Tao still prompted him to instantaneously adjust his state and immerse himself completely in observation. Within the Zixiao Palace, as the final step of unification unfolded, only Qin Yu bore witness. Ultimately, he alone would comprehend the events of that momentous conclusion. In the heavens, Yao Tai accompanied Qin Yu to the gates of the Zixiao Palace. After bidding him farewell, Hao Yin remarked enviously, "It seems that the esteemed predecessor, Jing Shi, has reaped substantial rewards." "Do not entertain such thoughts," he continued. "What realm does our master occupy? What realm does the predecessor occupy? And what realm do we occupy? Even if our master were to permit us to observe, do you truly believe you could achieve the same level of enlightenment as Jing Shi?" Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, Yao Tai discerned his inner thoughts and promptly bombarded him with a series of inquiries, sparing him no face. Perhaps we cannot compare to Jing Shi, but differing levels of cultivation yield distinct advantages. Yao Tai's retort elicited laughter tinged with irritation. "What confidence do you possess? Did you comprehend even a fraction of the primordial principles our master expounded upon? Did you gain any insights? The realm of unification is the domain accessible only to those above the primordial saints." As Yao Tai attempted to elucidate further, he noticed how Yin still harbored some reluctance to concede. Thus, he swallowed his subsequent words. "Forget it, I shan't waste my breath. I sense that the opportunity to sever the corpses is approaching. Do not let it be that I ascend to great heights while you remain stuck in the Daluo realm." Hao Yin, though generally fine, possessed an overly lofty ambition, often failing to accurately assess his own standing. Fortunately, they need not struggle as the myriad beings of the Huang, for they are under the protection of their master. Otherwise, given his temperament, their lives may become exceedingly arduous. Upon witnessing Yao Qi's furious departure, Hao Yin subtly seized the opportunity. However, unlike Yao Qi who severed the malevolent corpse, Hao Yin grasped the chance to eliminate the wicked entity. This distinction illuminates the tumultuous emotions and mental states of the two individuals at present. After Hao Yin and Yao Qi closed the gates of Zhixiao Palace, it gradually concealed itself, marking the true convergence of Hong Jun and the Tao, an event of significant magnitude. Of course, the union of Hong Jun and the Tao is not solely known to Qin Yu, Hao Yin, and Yao Qi. As the Tao achieves completion, the heavenly way bestows its blessings, and all beings of the primordial chaos become aware. Moreover, it is not just the current beings. Any creature of the primordial chaos, even those who will awaken their spiritual wisdom in the future, will instinctively comprehend the existence of Hong Jun without the need for external enlightenment. However, the essence of this union is not the focal point. The paramount aspect lies in the alterations of the laws of the primordial realm subsequent to the completion of the heavenly way. This affects nearly all beings within the primordial chaos. To elaborate, using the calamity of thunder as an example, the transformation thunder, tribulation prior to the primordial chaos, is a divine gift from the heavenly way. Essentially, those capable of transcending it can do so with ease, reaping unearned benefits. The future, however, presents a different scenario. The heavenly tribulation will pose genuine risks to life and death. The more potent the karma, the more formidable the challenge to overcome it. In addition to the thunder tribulation, there is the matter of lifespan. For beings of the primordial chaos, attaining immortality ensures freedom from concerns about longevity. Given the abundant cultivation resources and environment of the primordial chaos, achieving immortality is quite simple, and those who embark on the path of cultivation will generally not worry about their lifespan. Conversely, the future will be dissimilar, below the golden immortal level. All will face the limitation of their lifespan, even if their life expectancy remains lengthy. The era where time in the primordial chaos is unaccounted for has come to an end. The golden immortal realm is not without its perils. Below the Daluo level, various factors such as fortune, merit, and karma will determine the timing of calamities. The severity of these calamities varies, and while some may transcend them and enjoy leisure, others may face the ultimate dissolution of life. In the past, cultivation was devoid of restrictions, with only the fear of calamities. In the future, practitioners will have to consider a multitude of factors. Naturally, all of this has minimal impact on those with great powers. They will continue as they always have, with their only concern being the looming calamities. Nevertheless, the efficacy of fortune and merit will be regarded with greater value than before, igniting their fervor in performing virtuous deeds and seeking fortuitous circumstances. Chapter 70. The Eastern Prince establishes the celestial court. As Qin Yu approached the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan realm, he respectfully bid farewell to the Tao ancestor. After the myriad beings of the primordial chaos assimilated the bestowed knowledge from the heavens, they paid homage to the celestial realm according to their varying levels of cultivation. In the East Sea, on the Pangu Immortal Island, after the Eastern Prince completed his reverence to Hong Jun, he promptly commanded the gathering of the celestial court's ministers. Simultaneously, through divine means, he notified all the powerful beings who received the invitations that a grand banquet would be formally held in 49 years to announce the establishment of the celestial court to the primordial beings. He intended to seize the opportunity presented by the significant transformation of the primordial laws, as the beings of the chaos craved luck and merit even more fervently, to recruit a cadre of individuals to enrich the foundation of the celestial court. The celestial court, I fear, may not have room for me. Observing Hongjuan's harmonious creation allowed Qin Yu to gain insights into the laws and clear his debts of karmic merit. What he lacked now was the assistance of merit, and his pressing concern was to closely monitor Nuwa's movements. After departing from the chaos, Qin Yu swiftly arrived at Nuwa's location by employing the means he had left on her. Concealing his presence, he quietly followed her, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for her to achieve sanctification, at which point he would seize the chance to intervene and potentially garner further merit. In terms of the merit of creating humanity, Qin Yu estimated that it would suffice to settle his pending debts. Once that was accomplished, he could once again advance his cultivation level. The day Nuwa attained her Tao would also coincide with Qin Yu's breakthrough into the mixed Yuan Daluo. Regarding the matters of the celestial court, Qin Yu directly communicated with Zhao Gongming, allowing his fellow disciples to arrange matters as they saw fit. Zhao Gongming and the three heavenly maidens convened, with Yun Xiao turning to Zhao Gongming inquiringly, "Elder brother, who do you think should go?" Upon hearing Yun Xiao's words, Bi Xiao felt a sense of foreboding, as it implied that the number of attendees would be limited. If it were to be just one person, she understood that her elder brother and two sisters would certainly not let her go. Feigning confusion, she replied, "What do you mean, who should go? Can't we all go together?" Xiong Xiao, with a knowing glance at Bi Xiao, asked, "Do you believe the matters instructed by our master are more important? Or is attending the banquet more significant?" Without needing to ponder, Bi Xiao instinctively responded, "Of course, it is the matters instructed by our master." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she noticed Xiong Xiao's teasing gaze and quickly added, "Well, I think the Eastern Prince is indeed one of the most formidable beings in the primordial chaos, and the celestial court is not a minor force. If our master does not attend, wouldn't it seem overly dismissive if we only sent one of us? Moreover, attending the banquet won't take much time, right?" As Bi Xiao continued, her voice diminished in the face of her elder brother and sister's scrutinizing looks, and eventually, she felt her own reasoning growing tenuous. Seeing Bi Xiao in such a predicament, Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao exchanged smiles, though they still held affection for her. Their eyes met, and soon they reached a consensus. Zhao Gongming glanced at Xiong Xiao, and then at Bi Xiao before speaking. "Xiong Xiao, you should take Bi Xiao with you. As for the arrangements, I and Yun Xiao will handle them for now. Keep an eye on Bi Xiao during your journey. The sooner you go and return, the better, so as not to delay our progress." Before Xiong Xiao could utter a word, Bi Xiao beamed a radiant smile and eagerly interjected, "Elder brother is the best." "Thank you, elder brother. Once the banquet concludes, I shall certainly seize the opportunity to bring second sister back without allowing her to stray." Upon hearing Bai Zhao's words, Zhao Gongming and the others were rendered speechless, glancing at Xiong Xiao, questioning whether her hearing was impaired. However, Xiong Xiao, being the most lenient among the four siblings towards Bai Xiao, chose not to dwell on such trivialities. Her gentle disposition and mild temperament meant that she could merely act as a supportive figure when elder brother or elder sister reprimanded Bai Xiao. Upon the Isle of Penglai, tables laden with exquisite delicacies were set, the opulence surpassing even that of the demon clan during their reign. Many of these treasures were not exclusive to the celestial court, but were acquired by the Eastern Prince through the dispatch of emissaries to various powerful factions and eminent beings. It can be said that in terms of face value, the Eastern Prince had pursued extravagance to its utmost limits. However, the esteemed guests he had invited, those of formidable prowess and top-tier abilities, capable of potentially slaying corpses beyond the 30 heavens of Daluo, were not as numerous as expected. More often than not, individuals like Qin Yu sent their direct disciples or the closest members of their lineage as substitutes. The primary reason for this was evident. The demon clan's presence made it clear that the Eastern Prince's establishment of the celestial court would not be warmly received by them. Although attending a banquet should not incite any significant opinions from the demon clan towards such powerful beings, it was impossible to assert that there would be no repercussions, especially in light of the recent changes in the laws of the primordial world following the Tao ancestors' unification. The significance of fortune and merit had become increasingly paramount, leading many who contemplated joining the demon clan to exercise caution. Of course, there were also those who viewed the celestial court as a promising venture, given its endorsement by the Tao ancestor, believing it would endure in the long run. These individuals not only attended the banquet in person, but also prepared generous gifts to present. For the myriad beings of the primordial realm, 49 years seemed negligible. Yet with the celestial court's announcement of its impending establishment, guests began to arrive steadily. The powerful beings and eminent practitioners approached the limits of time, making their way to the Isle of Penglai. Upon arrival, their first instinct was to seek out the most formidable entity in the primordial realm, the purifying world Taoist. When they discovered that only the first-generation disciples of Yuan Mountain had arrived, and notably not the chief disciple, their thoughts inevitably began to stir. Many eminent practitioners discreetly replaced their originally prepared gifts, their intentions to ally with the celestial court wavering. It is noteworthy that prior to the Tao ancestors' unification, Qin Yu had been personally received by him. Logically, one would expect Qin Yu to show deference to such significant matters as those concerning the Tao ancestors' appointed Eastern Prince. Was there an underlying implication in his absence? The seemingly minor detail of Qin Yu's non-attendance, coupled with the arrival of individuals other than the foremost disciple of Yuan Mountain, incited considerable consequential reactions. Others began to speculate that, for the Eastern Prince, the effectiveness of recruiting talents might not be as fruitful as anticipated. However, for the Heavenly Court, the implications of the news relayed by the Demon Clan's envoy to Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were dire. If Qin Yu's attitude reflected, to some extent, the Tao ancestors' regard for the Eastern Prince, the ramifications could be profound. In dealing with the Eastern Prince, they will truly have no lingering worries. The conflict between the two parties is foreseeable. When the time comes that reconciliation fails and force is employed, it will not merely result in a grievous blow to the celestial court or diminish the Eastern Prince's spirit, but rather it will threaten his very life. Of course, even if Qin Yu were to learn that the tolling of the bell for the Eastern Prince's demise began with his absence, it would evoke no particular sentiment within him. Not only is the Eastern Prince of little consequence to him, but even if there were a profound karmic connection, Qin Yu would still refrain from involvement, unless Nuwa were to attend as well. The matter concerning Nuwa is of paramount importance. Even a moment's delay could prove detrimental, particularly as the three pure ones achieve sainthood, which would significantly impact Qin Yu's future arrangements. Qin Yu can fully anticipate that should Nuwa attain sainthood, while he remains ensnared at the pinnacle of the perfected golden immortal, she would undoubtedly exert her influence, forcibly resolving the entangled fates of both parties. Even if the outcome were not particularly unsightly, it would still yield far less benefit compared to what might be garnered under conditions of equal strength. This is a conjecture made from self-reflection, were their positions reversed. He would act similarly. One could wager that Nuwa's virtue vastly surpasses his own, but is that truly plausible? Ultimately, individuals must bear the consequences of their actions. The Eastern Prince's inability to recognize his own identity in the prevailing circumstances has already been acknowledged throughout the primordial realm, particularly with the impending cataclysm of the witch and demon war. At this critical juncture, amidst the rising tide of calamity, seeking to gain amidst the chaos relies not on one's own strength, but rather on the support of others. And thus one must be prepared for the backlash and reckoning that such a catastrophe may bring. Chapter 71. The Enlightenment of Enwa, the Understanding of the Sacred Path. The creation of beings, the heavenly Tao reigns supreme, and the Tao ancestor bears witness. I, the Eastern King, am honored by the Tao ancestor, elevated to the position of the foremost male immortal. I am deeply moved by the plight of the myriad male beings who, lacking a lineage of Tao transmission, act without principles and virtues. I shall take the mantle of leadership to instruct and guide these male immortals. Thus, I have established my court on Pangu Island, naming it the Immortal Court, where I, the Eastern King, shall serve as the Emperor of the Immortal Court. The edicts of the Emperor shall serve as the standard for the male immortals, and those who show disrespect shall face dire consequences. With the dragon head staff, a treasure bestowed upon me by the Tao ancestor, I shall suppress the fortunes of those who stray from the path. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. May the Tao ancestor bear witness. Within the grand hall of the immortal court on Pangu, the number of formidable beings present is limited. Unlike Emperor Jun, the Eastern King stands before the imperial throne, and after announcing the celestial decree, confidently takes his seat upon the throne. As the Eastern King settles down, the voice of Huang reverberates throughout the expanse of the wilderness, devoid of any emotion, cold and detached compared to his earlier proclamations at Zhixiao Palace. The eye of the heavenly Tao manifests after his words, gathering a substantial amount of merit. However, the total pales in comparison to the merit amassed when the Demon Clan established their heavenly court, only slightly surpassing the merit generated during the creation of the Demon Scriptures by Kunping. As the merit begins to coalesce and is distributed, the Eastern King, bathed in this merit, experiences a significant rise in his cultivation. Approaching the threshold of severing the two corpses, he breaks through with ease. With the aid of merit, he makes substantial progress in the mid-stage of quasi-saint, achieving a complete balance in his Dao realm, no longer needing to spend time stabilizing or adapting to his cultivation level. The establishment of the immortal court not only brings merit, but also fortuitous blessings. Following the recognition by the heavens, the total fortune of the immortal court surges dramatically. In stark contrast, the fortune of the demon clan plummets to a lower tier. The Eastern King is not naive. He has proclaimed dominion over beings solely of the postnatal realm. Why? Because innate beings typically possess opportunities, and few lack a mentor or originate from a potent lineage, leaving him with very few that he can actually govern. As for the innate sanctified beings, they are beyond his control. Rather than incurring enmity over a nominal title by attempting to govern those he cannot manage, the Eastern King wisely cuts off the issue at its root. Yet, the most populous group among the postnatal beings is undoubtedly the demon clan. It is only reasonable for the immortal court to oversee the demon clan, which constitutes a significant portion of their fortune. Although the Eastern King does not entirely sever this fortune, he claims a substantial share. It can be said that the growth of the immortal court's fortune is largely derived from the demons. If Emperor Jun and Tai can endure this, it would indeed be an extraordinary sight. With the establishment of the immortal court and the recognition of the heavenly Tao, it is not enough to simply dismantle the immortal court to reclaim what has been gained by the Eastern King. As long as he remains alive, the title of Emperor of the immortal court recognized by the heavenly Tao persists, continuing to allow him to share in the fortune, albeit in lesser amounts. The demon clan can only prevent the significant loss of fortune by eliminating the Eastern King. In the heavenly court, within the rear hall of the Lingxiao Palace, shortly after the inquiry regarding the conflict between the demon and witch clans, Tai stormed in with a countenance filled with indignation. Even before he arrived, his voice echoed through the air. "Elder brother, that Eastern King is truly insufferable. Does he think us easy to bully? Just give the word, and I shall dismantle his so-called celestial court and subdue the Eastern King along with it. Patience is essential. This matter shall indeed be resolved. The demon clan will not suffer such losses lightly. However, before we act, we must first verify a certain issue. Should our suspicions be confirmed, not only will we suppress him, but should it come to it, we might even annihilate him without hesitation." As Emperor Jun spoke, his eyes glinted with a fierce light, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Under the governance of the imperial Tao's principles, the laws of slaughter manifested around him, like blades and swords swirling in the atmosphere. For ordinary beings of great powers, even the unintentional harm wrought by these laws would be nearly insurmountable. Emperor Jun harbored intentions of eliminating the Eastern King, a resolve even more resolute than he had initially anticipated. Tai, naturally, was immensely satisfied with this stance. In order to expedite the resolution of this matter and prevent the decline of the demon clan's fortunes from affecting the passage of time, Tai promptly inquired, "What issue must we verify? Shall I go? I have already made arrangements. Your duty is to remain here in the heavenly court, overseeing the demon clan and managing the responsibilities that are rightfully yours. There is no need for you to concern yourself with other matters. When the time comes to take action against the Eastern King, I shall inform you." Tai nodded in acknowledgement of Emperor Jun's directive, but turned back before leaving to add, "Brother, do not forget your words. The Eastern King is ungrateful. I must take matters into my own hands to quell the fury in my heart. Confronting a mid-stage quasi-saint is no simple task. Without your assistance, success is uncertain. Your concerns are unwarranted," the elder brother reassured. Tai relished this praise, and true to his character, he did not feign modesty. Indeed, while our demon clan flourishes with many powerful beings, I, Tai, am undoubtedly the strongest among them, bar none. Emperor Jun, far from feeling offended, acknowledged the truth in Tai's words, recognizing that his combat prowess did not match that of his brother. The two siblings were not inclined to dwell on such matters. Rather, they playfully concurred. "Yes, yes, you are the strongest. Now, go about your business. My calculations with the Shi Emperor S formations are nearing completion. Unless there is urgent business, do not disturb me. As the celestial court was established, it was evident to all that it had siphoned a significant portion of the heavenly court's fortunes, resulting in a noticeable decline in the demon clan's auspicious energy, abruptly halting its previously upward trajectory. All eyes were on the heavenly court, but regrettably, it seemed indifferent to the situation. For several centuries, not only had there been no military pressure applied, but even private negotiations for redress had not occurred. The behavior of the heavenly court led many powerful beings, who had previously hesitated due to their respect for the heavenly court and the absence of Qinyu, to contemplate the Tao ancestors' stance towards the Eastern King. Perhaps Emperor Jun and Tai still harbored trepidations regarding the Tao ancestor, especially since the Eastern King was personally appointed by him. With fewer reservations, some of those powerful beings who had already considered aligning with the Eastern King began to initiate contact with the Celestial Court. Even those who had not previously felt any stirrings of emotion began to take notice of the flourishing aura surrounding the Celestial Realm, which was currently experiencing a remarkable momentum. The various powers of the primordial world, along with numerous deities and formidable beings, displayed their reactions, yet Qinyu paid them no heed. For hundreds of years, he had accompanied Nuwa, witnessing her transformation from a simple traveler in search of opportunities to a being immersed in an ineffable state of enlightenment over a century ago. Initially, the laws of creation surrounding Nuwa manifested naturally, but subsequently, she began to unconsciously influence an area spanning millions of miles with her own laws of creation. After the Tao ancestor achieved unity with the Tao, the limitations of lifespan became increasingly apparent. However, where Nuwa traversed, the laws of creation bestowed their blessings, significantly benefiting the flora and fauna, thereby greatly extending the lifespans of the beings born of the earth. When Nuwa arrived at a valley in Mount Buzhou, the state of distortion and unconsciousness began to fade. As her consciousness returned, the insights accumulated over the past century flooded into her primordial spirit. At that moment, Nuwa's realm began to ascend, her understanding of the laws of creation amplifying manifold over the course of a century. She even comprehended a miraculous ability of the laws of creation, mastering the manipulation of existence and non-existence, transforming death into life. While absorbing the essence of these laws and experiencing her elevation in realm, Nuwa's mind was also busy recalling the myriad sights and sounds of the past century. Doubts surged within her heart, yet answers began to surface, accompanied by a brightness in her gaze, as auspicious clouds appeared above her head. The primordial purple energy entwining with her Tao fruit began to further integrate with it. Whether among the Witch Clan, the Demon Clan, or the myriad races of the primordial world, all beings contended fiercely, their aggression and conflict taking precedence. The primordial realm was shrouded in turmoil due to incessant disputes. As I once spoke with my brother, it was clear that the prominent races of the primordial world could neither be the Witch Clan nor the Demon Clan, nor any of the countless races of the present time. If no single race could bear the heavens and earth, prioritizing virtue and benefiting the primordial realm, why should I not aspire to create a new race inspired by my ideals? Indeed, to forge a new race. When Nuwa whispered these words, the purple energy trembled, and she achieved a profound realization of her path. Her purpose lay in creating beings that could earn the heavens' recognition, crafting an ideal race. My path is realized. My path is realized, she exclaimed in joyous revelation. In her elation, Nuwa stepped forth to the lakeside of the valley, summoning the 9 heaven soil and the abundant spiritual materials gathered under its guiding light, embarking on her grand endeavor of creation. Nuwa's joy resonated, and at that moment, Qinyu, high above the clouds in the valley, shared in her delight, for with Nuwa's attainment, his own path too was destined to be fulfilled. Chapter 72. Nuwa attains sanctity. Qinyu pondered. This won't do. The potential is insufficient. This one is also inadequate. After Nuwa attained enlightenment, she began to create living beings using divine materials. Within a mere few years, the entire valley became teeming with an array of bizarre creatures, some resembling cattle with 8 legs, others resembling rabbits with 7 heads. Due to the high-quality materials she sourced, these beings held a position among the innate, albeit of a lower grade. Yet they were indeed remarkable. Countless thoughts surged through her mind, each one acted upon, yet none fully aligned with Nuwa's expectations. Similarly, the heavenly Tao showed no response to Nuwa's creation of diverse beings to enrich the primordial world, bestowing not an ounce of merit. The birth of these beings was a natural evolution within the primordial realm, thus not deemed a significant virtue. When the beings she created failed to meet even her own recognition, Nuwa ceased her endeavors. It was not that she could not continue. Rather, she found her materials had run low. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for her to gather more resources. Missing this fortuitous moment rendered the arrival of another such favorable opportunity uncertain. Having closely observed Nuwa's progress, Qin Yu recognized that his moment had arrived. Even without his intervention, propelled by the heavenly Tao and guided by the purple energy, Nuwa would undoubtedly succeed in creating the human race. However, that outcome bore little relevance to him. He was merely capitalizing on the disparity in information. Dear Nuwa, why not attempt to use our Daoic forms as templates? Qin Yu's voice suddenly resonated, startling Nuwa and pulling her from her deep contemplation. Before she could ponder why Qin Yu was present, the radiant purple energy entwined with the Tao fruit intensified. Under the influence of this purple energy, Nuwa swiftly entered a unique state of enlightenment akin to her previous explorations of the primordial realm. Her consciousness began to drift into a semi-ignorant state, reminiscent of her earlier journeys. Her half-awake, primordial spirit commenced another attempt at creating living beings. Materials deemed unworthy were brushed aside, and with the control of her divine arts, she began to mix the 9 heaven soil and the innate Ren water. In the midst of this, she intended to draw upon the lake's water in the valley, but Qin Yu intervened once more, using his grand divine powers to directly replace the lake water with the 3 light divine water. As there were no drawbacks to the creation of humanity, rather, it was beneficial. Nuwa was not affected by this change and naturally adopted the 3 light divine water provided by Qin Yu in lieu of the lake water. Since the suggestion originated from Qin Yu, she subconsciously used him as a reference and shaped the first clay figure. Following that, she used herself as a model to mold the second clay figure. The 9 heaven soil, the 3 light divine water, and the innate Ren water were all premier materials. And the other mixed elements were also top-tier divine materials of the primordial realm. Thus, the creations naturally possessed extraordinary foundations. Nuwa's creative laws transformed into a gentle light, infusing the 2 clay figures, which began to pulsate with the vitality of life. With the shaping of the bodies complete, Nuwa extended her right hand, allowing a drop of her blood to coalesce and fly toward the foreheads of the 2 clay figures. After bestowing her essence, Nuwa once again extended her hand and parted her lips, awakened. The convergence of various laws, such as the law of the soul and the law of wisdom, intertwines with the celestial essence of the universe, revealing the profound and arcane secrets of awakening. This moment marks the transformation of 2 clay figures into true sentient beings. Unlike the natural birth of creatures in the primordial world, which, even those created by Nuwa, possess a core essence of true spirit, these newly formed human entities lack such a spiritual foundation. The first and second beings of humanity emerged, their extraordinary origins bolstered by the supreme, innate divine bloodline of Nuwa, radiating an exquisite aura of Tao from their very inception. Both human figures are endowed with innate qualities, standing on the verge of achieving the pinnacle of primordial beings. As Nuwa gazed upon the 2 vibrant, naked figures enveloped in light, a look of satisfaction gradually graced her countenance. A maternal radiance emanated from her, a unique tenderness that stirred emotions within Qin Yu, who was close enough to feel its impact. At this moment, the primordial purple energy fully integrated into Nuwa's Tao fruit, transforming into a purple light that enveloped it, exuding an enigmatic aura that began to permeate the surroundings. Qin Yu, having reached the stage of nurturing the Tao fruit of the primordial unity, understood the significance of Nua's situation. She, like him, had arrived at the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal, quasi-saint, albeit through the forceful aid of the primordial purple energy, while Qin Yu had ascended through his own cultivation methods. After all, Nua's 3 corpses remained unrefined, let alone unified to nurture the Tao fruit of primordial unity. The primordial purple energy serves not only as an essential medium for achieving sainthood, but also as a shortcut to the sacred ranks. This is the race I desire, innately aligned with the Tao, their souls pure and unblemished. Nua cast a loving glance at the 2 lively little beings, excitement bubbling within her as she resumed her actions. One by one, the clay figures were created through her divine craftsmanship, nearly following the same process. In the final step, her divine blood was infused, and as the number reached 3,000, the remaining essence of the 9 heaven soil was nearly depleted. Seeing the scarcity of 3,000, Nua ceased her meticulous sculpting and instead retrieved the exquisite primordial spiritual root of the gourd vine. A drop of her blood fell into the already prepared malleable materials, and with a flick of the vine, several thousand human beings were birthed. After 3 iterations, the eye of heaven began to converge above Nua's head, accumulating boundless merit. The valley where Nua resided was instantly enveloped in golden radiance, extending across tens of thousands of miles. This golden auspicious cloud expanded visibly in tandem with Nua's actions. Perhaps by coincidence, or perhaps by divine decree, when a number of created humans reached 129,600, coinciding with the number of the Yuan meeting, the materials were entirely consumed, neither more nor less. Having ceased her actions, Nua stood in the valley, holding the gourd vine, her eyes gently closing as she quietly contemplated the transformation of her Tao fruit under the support of the purple energy. A magnificent aura of purple light emanated from Nua, dazzling and imposing, gradually merging with the celestial essence radiated by the eye of heaven above. Under the illumination of the purple glow, Nua, already regal in her demeanor, appeared even more unattainably noble. Coupled with her innate maternal radiance, a unique gentleness enveloped her, imbuing her with a sense of sacred intimacy that prevented her highness from creating an insurmountable distance from the beings of the world. Salutations to the Holy Mother, and gratitude for the blessings she bestows upon us. In the valley, the multitude of 129,600 human beings felt a profound calling and, in unison, knelt before Nua in reverence. With the first bow, the immense merit they had accumulated doubled. With the second bow, it doubled once more. By the third bow, the merit had reached the pinnacle of what could be achieved in this act of creation. Without waiting for further bows, Nua, her eyes tightly shut, opened them and elevated all the humans before her. From henceforth, you shall be known as the human race. Her voice resonated not only within the valley, but, with the aid of the eye of heaven, reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. Those who had attained the golden immortal realm were granted a vision of Nua in the valley alongside the newly formed humans. Humans, humans, humans. The newly born race cried out in response. Though they lacked cultivation, the support of the celestial way allowed them to invoke the laws of heaven and earth, resulting in a thunderous response that shook the heavens. The eye of heaven, along with boundless merit, began to descend alongside the cries of the human race. Each participant received their share, with Nua claiming 70%, the gourd vine receiving half a portion, and Qin Yu obtaining 1/10, while the remaining 1.5 portions scattered among the human beings. With an immense influx of merit, Nua's Tao fruit underwent a rapid transformation, trending towards achieving a harmonious union with the heavens within mere days. At that critical moment, however, Nua exerted her formidable willpower to suppress the transformation of her Tao fruit. The vast merit that was originally intended to assist in her evolution was redirected under her intent, elevating her comprehension of the 3 corpses method. With a low exhalation, she declared, "Sever," utilizing the supreme, innate spiritual treasure of the gourd as a vessel. Nua successfully severed her attachment to the corporeal form at the final moment of her enlightenment. As the 3 corpses were nearly severed, Nuwa ceased her deliberate suppression, allowing the merit to empower her. The Tao fruit completed its transformation, merging with the purple aura and becoming enshrined upon the celestial path. Though the fruition of her saintly essence was achieved, the journey was far from over, as the totality of merit was overwhelming. Following her breakthrough into the saintly realm, Nuwa's cultivation continued to ascend. As she transcended, the pressure of her saintly presence began to sweep across the entire primordial world from the valley. The heavens celebrated, showering the earth with sunlight and starlight, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground. For Qinyu, who faced the saintly pressure directly, the resistance was undoubtedly the most arduous. Yet, he remained unfazed, aware that Nuwa's unique celestial assistance greatly enhanced her efficiency in absorbing merit, far surpassing his own capacity. Even though his share of merit paled in comparison to Nuwa's, it was only after her successful ascension to sainthood that he fully digested the merit obtained from the act of creation. With the merit in hand, Qinyu not only settled his previous cultivation debts, but also retained surplus. Upon receiving the latest update on the golden finger panel, Qinyu promptly issued another advance directive, silently invoking the first level of the primordial chaos great Daluo Golden Immortal. Chapter 73. The Path to the Supreme Golden Immortal. Hongjun questions existence, realm. First level of the Supreme Golden Immortal. Advance available. Advancement benefits. Acquire a unit of fortune for one calamity. Exclusive possession of all fortunes during that calamity. Accumulative. Heavenly Tao merits. Hundreds of billions. Comprehend the Heavenly Tao to select the pure world path for harmonious cultivation through 3 calamities, also known as 3 calamities. With a cost of 15 million yuan. Current advance opportunities, 2. Would you like to advance? Upon glancing at the conditions, Qinyu did not hesitate in the slightest and, with a silent resolution, made his choice, advance. Once Qinyu issued the command, the flower core, which had already taken root, began its final transformation after merging with the 3 flowers and 5 qi of the lotus fruit. The essence of the primordial Tao fruit began to coalesce. At the stage of the supreme golden immortal, the essence had not yet reached a level of parity with the laws. It could be controlled and commanded, but not genuinely touched. However, as the Tao fruit approached its final metamorphosis and gradually took shape, Qinyu distinctly sensed that the pure world laws were transitioning from the abstract to the concrete for him. In the end, the pure world laws revealed themselves before Qinyu, no longer shrouded in secrecy. He could effortlessly manifest this grand principle. By conceiving the pure world path as a flowing river, the myriad paths derived from the pure world laws would coalesce into tributaries. From Qinyu's perspective, this was no different from the essence he had perceived while immersed in the sea of heavenly Tao laws. The only distinctions lay in scale and quality. Prior to the primordial realm, the smaller realms were classified into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and consummate. The supreme golden immortal, however, encompasses 9 smaller realms. The classification of realms into 4 and 9 perfectly aligns with the celestial transformation of the number 4 and 9. The supreme golden immortal represents a transformative journey wherein one's primary laws continuously ascend, ultimately achieving the exalted level of being able to replace the heavens and revere the pure world of the 3,000 paths as the supreme law. Much like Hongjun's harmonious confluence with the Tao, it signifies the alignment of celestial laws with the myriad paths he has cultivated. The notion of Hongjun merging with the Tao suggests a profound alteration in the heavenly Tao laws, making ancient cultivation methods arduous. However, this is somewhat misleading. The crux of the matter lies with Hongjun himself. The heavenly Tao remains unchanged, as do its laws. Just as the heavenly Tao obscures the great paths, it becomes challenging for beings to connect with the grand principles obstructed by the heavenly Tao. To cultivate the great path, one must first cultivate the heavenly Tao. After Hongjun's merging with the Tao, the heavenly Tao became concealed behind his being. Before reaching the quasi-saint level, this had little effect. Hongjun's alignment with the heavens placed his level of understanding on par with the heavenly Tao. Cultivating his path also led directly to the primordial realm. Yet, After attaining the consummation of the great Luo, the implications became significant. A quasi-saint, wielding their own laws, governs the laws of nature and integrates the path of heaven, an ability that Huang's encompassing heavenly laws cannot provide. The laws of Huang cannot be severed or relied upon by cultivators. To confront the heavenly Tao posed quasi-saint, one must utilize merits or fortune as a conduit to breach the barriers of Huang's laws, thereby truly accessing the heavenly Tao. It appears to resemble a nested doll. After Huang's merging with the Tao, if the difficulty of quasi-saint laws is quantified as 1, then the difficulty of the primordial laws escalates to 10,000, or even 1,000,000. What magnitude of fortune or merit would be required to keep pace with the quasi-saint laws in the realm of primordial laws? To declare that the road ahead is severed is not without merit. Were it not for Qin Yu possessing fragments of the creation jade disc, the Tao fruit entrusted to Huang would not reside in the heavenly Tao, but rather in the creation jade disc itself. Qin Yu could circumvent Huang. For the challenges of cultivating the primordial and the saintly paths are of equal measure, even with the advantage of a preemptive boon. The burden of repayment after attaining that realm is unimaginably arduous, leaving him unable to keep pace with the saints. Each calamity henceforth is orchestrated by the victors, entwined with the grand destiny, and each great merit is a part of this scheme, making it impossible to catch up. After all, a preemption is not a gift without cost. Its essence is still calculated based on oneself, enjoying first and paying later, with the foundation resting upon one's own being. For instance, the previously indicated preemption reflected a certain number of yuan meetings, derived solely from calculating Qin Yu's diligent progress without any external aid. Should fortune and merit assist, or in a specific milieu, the years required for repayment would diminish significantly. Moreover, the most significant advantage of this preemption is that it liberates Qin Yu from any existing bottlenecks. At times in cultivation, reaching an ultimate realm without a sudden epiphany or a flicker of enlightenment can lead to stagnation for countless years. However, Qin Yu is spared from such phenomena. As time flows, following Nuwa's surge in momentum, Qin Yu's Tao fruit undergoes its final metamorphosis. The auspicious clouds above converge within him, and as the primordial Tao fruit returns to the spirit platform, merging with the true spirit, the aura of Qin Yu, once a primordial golden immortal, transforms. The essence of the primordial great, Luo golden immortal radiates outward. Nuwa, feeling the impact of this aura, experiences a momentary disturbance in her state of mind. Nonetheless, bolstered by the merits, she manages to maintain her composure, remaining in a state of enlightenment. In the valley above, amidst the vast primordial cosmos, a new presence emerges alongside the overwhelming might of a saint's position, equaling its oppressive aura, yet far more domineering. Nuwa's saintly pressure compels even those of the golden immortal level to stand in reverence, while Qin Yu's overwhelming presence engulfs the primordial realm, rendering all beings beneath the great Luo unable to resist, their knees buckling under the force, even those of the great Luo, who must deploy their treasures to avoid being forced to the ground. On Mount Yuguan, Zhao, Gongming, and the three heavens manage to withstand it. But the aura is all too familiar, and with the ascending fortune of Mount Yuguan, they realize that their master has achieved a monumental breakthrough. They offer no resistance. Bowing in compliance, prostrating on the ground, Bixiao exclaims with joy, "Elder brother, elder sister, second sister, this is our master's aura. The master has also become a saint." Had Qin Yu's pressure not yet dissipated, and besides him, another saintly presence loomed, Bixiao might have already burst forth in jubilation. The bond between the primordial teacher and disciples is intertwined by fate, who would not wish for their master to flourish and grow stronger. In this regard, Yunxiao's excitement is no less than Bixiao's. Typically, Bixiao's exuberance would warrant a few admonitions from Yunxiao, yet this time she readily agrees, saying, "Indeed, our master has ascended. We shall henceforth be disciples of the primordial heavenly sovereign." Beyond the clouds, although Zhao Gongming shared in the joy, he maintained the dignified demeanor befitting a senior disciple and solemnly remarked, "From now on, We must exercise greater self-discipline in public to preserve our master's reputation. The reactions of the beings in the primordial realm to the enlightenment of Nuwa and Qin Yu were varied. However, the most astonished was Hong Jun, situated within the Chaos Purple Clouds Palace. At this moment, Hong Jun was utterly flustered, momentarily losing control over his facial expressions, his countenance adorned with incredulity. He found Qin Yu's attainment incomprehensible. The realization that one could achieve the Tao of Hunyuan while the heavenly Tao remained indifferent was beyond his grasp. His communication with the heavenly Tao revealed that Qin Yu's merits were complete, his virtues abundant, and his fortune immense, which should warrant his success. Was this not a departure from reason? While Qin Yu's fortune was indeed noteworthy in the primordial realm, could it truly be described as overwhelming? Hong Jun estimated that Qin Yu would need to endure at least 2 significant tribulations, yielding substantial gains, before he could fully mature in the Tao fruit of Hunyuan. Furthermore, after the fruition of the Hunyuan Tao, he would need to possess merits that rivaled or even surpassed those of Nuwa in her creation of humanity, in order to withstand the tests of the heavenly Tao and achieve the Hunyuan Tao fruit. Yet, what was the situation now? Setting aside fortune, how could one assert that the modest merits derived from Nuwa's creation could compel the heavenly Tao to turn a blind eye, with even the heavenly punishment withheld? Was it the merit from the fragments of the creation jade disk? But was the creation jade disk truly so formidable? How could he be unaware of that? If it could genuinely deceive the heavenly Tao to such an extent, would he still need to integrate the Tao fruit to mislead the heavenly Tao? This even led Hong Jun to ponder whether Qin Yu was, in fact, the true essence of the Pangu deity. Yet, Hong Jun could assert that the Pangu deity had not yet achieved the fruition of the great Tao, and was, in truth, absent, with its true essence eternally silenced. Hong Jun was now thoroughly questioning his existence. Qin Yu is simply too enigmatic. Chapter 74. Nuwa extends an invitation for alliance with the half-human clan in the realm of primordial enlightenment. The illustrious figure of the pure world, the heavenly sovereign, stands as a testament to the true lineage of Pangu, embodying the grand fortune bestowed upon him. His presence commands deep respect and admiration. On Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian stands upright, gazing towards Mount Buzhou, his expression one of reverence as he speaks. Laozi, positioned before Tong Tian, turns to acknowledge his words, expressing his agreement. The ascendance of our esteemed predecessor in the pure world has indeed surpassed my expectations. The smoothness of their path is truly enviable. Beside Tong Tian, Yuanshe remains silent, yet his flushed countenance betrays a tumultuous spirit within. As one of Pangu's 3 clear ones, the era of sages dawned after the unity of Hongjun. Yuanshe has always believed that the order of enlightenment should place Laozi first, himself second, and Tong Tian third. However, he never anticipated that his junior sister, Nuwa, would achieve enlightenment without any prior indication while they struggled to comprehend the essence of the purple qi. Nuwa's ascent is one matter, but what of Qin Yu? After the unity of Hongjun, as a formidable being, he is undoubtedly well-versed in the transformations of the heavenly laws. The complexity of the method of Hunyuan is such that even Yuanshe, with his pride, must concede that the path to success remains elusive. Despite their master's assertion that Qin Yu could indeed prevail, Yuanshe speculates it would require countless years to accomplish. For a considerable time, they would remain far ahead. And in the future, it is conceivable that Qin Yu might even address them as seniors. In the western Shumi Mountain, Zhuan Ti expresses his admiration, albeit tinged with concern. Indeed, the East is replete with exceptional talents and profound fortunes, with Nuwa and the pure world sovereign attaining enlightenment in succession. It is certain that our esteemed brothers of the 3 clear ones will not be far behind. How can we possibly keep pace? The expression of Jin, already marked by bitterness, grows even more somber. Though he harbors a similar sense of envy, he does not lose heart. He immediately offers words of comfort to his younger brother. Brother, we possess our own destined path. The road to sanctity is arduous, and time stretches ahead. We must strive diligently, cultivating virtue, while leaving the rest to fate, just as we have fought for our holy positions. Surely the heavens will not forsake those who labor earnestly. Your words hold wisdom, brother. I have been too hasty in my judgments, he replies, acknowledging the truth in Jian's counsel. In reverence, beings of great power bow, for even in their thoughts, they dare not show any disrespect. Discussions abound among the mighty. Yet regardless of who speaks, any mention of Qinyu or Nuwa has shifted to terms of deep respect. At Buzhou Mountain, where Nuwa created humanity, both Qinyu and Nuwa awaken in succession, having completed their respective transformations. As they lock eyes, feeling the formidable aura emanating from Qinyu, Nuwa's heart is filled with complex emotions, yet she conceals her thoughts, politely addressing him with congratulations. I extend my heartfelt congratulations, fellow Taoist, on your achievement of Hunyuan. Qinyu reciprocates the gesture with equal courtesy. Congratulations to you as well. After their brief exchange of pleasantries, Nuwa gazes at Qinyu and, after contemplation, tentatively inquires, "May I pose a rather bold and sensitive question to you, fellow Taoist?" Though uncertain of Nuwa's intentions, Qinyu responds ambiguously, "Please feel free to ask." Nuwa gestured towards the heavens and subtly inquired, "Will you, my friend, remain in the primordial realms after achieving the status of the Hunyuan Daluo?" Qinyu scrutinized Nuwa, his heart already assured, and promptly responded, "Naturally." Upon receiving this affirmation, Nuwa's gaze towards Qinyu was tinged with envy. As she had surmised, though the Hunyuan Daluo and the saints shared the same realm, their limitations were vastly disparate. During the era of calamity, the heavenly mechanisms were inscrutable, yet the trajectories of our realms were discernible. I wonder, do you have any thoughts regarding the witch and demon clans? Qinyu nodded slightly, choosing not to engage in riddles with Nuwa, but instead spoke candidly. "What would you like, my friend? Feel free to express it directly." Nuwa shifted her gaze to the multitude of kneeling human beings in the valley and asked, "What do you think of the human race? They may appear frail, yet they have the favor of heaven, and with your support, their future is boundless." Following Nuwa's line of sight, Qinyu provided an impartial assessment of humanity. Nuwa presumed that, as a Hunyuan Daluo, Qinyu's foresight during the calamity would not surpass her own, and thus, she had no qualms about revealing valuable information. She spoke frankly. "Indeed, their potential is limitless and may even exceed your expectations. Unquestionably, they are destined to become the protagonists of the primordial realms. The fortunes of humanity would soar at an unimaginable pace, and in due time, both the witch and demon clans would inevitably come to realize this. The witch clan might endure, but the demon clan would certainly not allow such a development to transpire. Though I serve as the mother of creation for humanity, I am also a sovereign of the demon clan. You may find it amusing, but my greatest regret to this day is having accepted the invitation from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, joining the demon clan for the sake of fortune and resources. My awkward position is one factor, but another is that my path to enlightenment differs significantly from yours. I cannot interfere too much in the affairs of the primordial realms, especially regarding the grand trends of heaven and earth. I foresee that humanity will face a catastrophic tribulation. Although they will survive, it will be exceedingly brutal. I humbly request that you, at a critical moment, extend your protection to humanity. If you are willing, before humanity rises to prominence, Nuwa can pledge on their behalf that, barring unforeseen circumstances, you shall be eternally honored and revered by humanity, sharing in their burgeoning fate." Upon concluding her words, Nuwa, in her esteemed status as a saint, bowed deeply to Qinyu. Torn between the clan she had joined for the sake of fortune and the one she had painstakingly nurtured, which bore her own bloodline and had guided her onto the path of sanctity, Nuwa understood well what weighed more in her heart. Yet as a saint, she could see certain truths but felt powerless to alter them. Even if humanity were destined to endure the trials ahead, her inaction would not affect the outcome. But Nuwa yearned to take action. Without Qinyu, her thoughts were futile, regardless of whether the calamity was instigated by the witch or demon clans. No one in the primordial realms could stand against Qinyu. As for the three pure ones and other sages, they will find themselves in a similar predicament, possessing the capability to govern and perhaps the inclination to intervene for their own gain. yet unable to truly engage. Nuwa, sensing the impending calamity with a vague awareness, is outmatched in understanding by Qin, who comprehends the situation far better. Even in Nuwa's absence, he would intervene to secure the fate of humanity, albeit only momentarily. Such fleeting gains pale in comparison to the enduring benefits of shared destiny with humanity. The prospect of a perpetual half-share of humanity's fortune is undeniably alluring. Regarding Nuwa's other thoughts, Qin Yu is not oblivious. By binding himself to humanity's fate through this half-share, he acknowledges the immense potential that lies ahead, benefiting both parties, especially when it comes to the interests of humanity, which he cannot afford to overlook. The better humanity thrives, the more advantageous it becomes for Nuwa, the compassionate mother. Additionally, considerations of the future loom large. Among the 3 pure ones and the 2 sages of the West, Nuwa finds herself devoid of trustworthy allies of equal stature within the vast wilderness, leaving her to navigate her path alone, a situation not unlike that of Qin Yu. However, as a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, Qin Yu's path diverges significantly from that of the sages, facing fewer constraints from the heavens. In the realm of solitary endeavor, his advantages over Nuwa are markedly pronounced. Thus, it can be deduced that Qin Yu is Nuwa's sole choice. Given the circumstances, they emerge as natural allies. With humanity serving as a medium for their mutual interests, Nuwa can place her trust in Qin Yu without the need for excessive vigilance in their cooperation, alleviating her sense of isolation as the sage era approaches. Nuwa's intentions are laid bare, and in light of the substantial benefits she offers, Qin Yu eagerly accepts her invitation to ally. From a long-term perspective, their collaboration promises deeper bonds, yielding benefits that outweigh any drawbacks. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Yu smiled and responded, "Ha ha ha. With the fortune of a half-share of the heavenly destiny as your generous offering, how could I possibly refuse?" Upon hearing this, Nuwa's frown dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile as she replied, "In that case, let the heavens bear witness. Our agreement is hereby established." Thus, as their words settled, a resounding thunder echoed through the valley, marking the solemnity of their pact under the watchful gaze of the heavens. Chapter 75. The Supreme Being and the Celestial Lord commence their teachings. Whom to listen to? Just as the agreement between Nuwa and Qin Yu was reached, the melodious sound of phoenix cries resonated from the clouds above. Looking up, a 9-chick's golden phoenix swiftly descended from the heights, prostrating before Nuwa. This resplendent golden phoenix, known as the Golden Phoenix, is a divine maiden of the Phoenix clan. After Nuwa's teachings led her to become a direct disciple of Hongjun Daozu and attain the sanctified status, she was dispatched by her clan, willingly offering herself as Nuwa's mount. "Dear friend, the human race entrusts you with their care," Nuwa implored. "Rest assured," Qin Yu responded, allowing Nuwa to ascend gracefully onto the back of the Golden Phoenix. "I am Nuwa, one of the creators of humanity, having achieved the fruit of the holy path. A century hence, I shall establish a sacred ground in the chaos beyond the heavens, where I will impart teachings for 3,000 years. Those with a yearning for knowledge are welcome to attend and listen." Nuwa's voice echoed throughout the vast wilderness, and all who heard felt as though they were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Previously, when saints attained enlightenment, the heavens celebrated with wondrous phenomena, a testament to the Tao's recognition. Now, as Nuwa spoke, all beings naturally responded in unison, reverberating across the land. "Compassionate Nuwa, we congratulate you, wishing the saint boundless longevity and a smooth path ahead." Following Nuwa, the overwhelming aura that swept across the wilderness once more manifested, as Qin Yu's authoritative voice resonated throughout. "I am the purifying world, having attained the true Tao through the primordial unity. A century hence, I shall expound the great Tao on Yuguan Mountain, and those with aspirations are welcome to attend." The noble intentions of the purifying Lord were met with a chorus of unified exclamations throughout the wilderness. "When you find leisure, dear friend, I shall await your presence for a discourse on the Tao. Safe travels, dear Nuwa. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly visit." Good. After this simple farewell, Nuwa's aura swept past, and the golden phoenix, sensing her presence, unfurled its wings and transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring towards the chaos beyond the heavens. We bid farewell to the Holy Mother. Within the valley, the human race bowed once more,